How after waiting for so long, Obito, you finally took action and planned to destroy Konoha. Outside the nine-tailed fox's habitat, Jiang Tian wore a homemade Shura mask and a red samurai uniform, looking like a ghost in the dark night. He held the long sword at his waist and stared at the moonlight. When the fighting stopped and everything returned to calm, Jiang Tian lightly jumped down from the towering tree and slowly walked towards the cave where the nine-tailed fox lived. As he went deeper, Obito's panting due to the fierce battle became clearly audible. Who? Inside the Nine-Tails cave, Obito also heard the approaching footsteps. He sat on the ground, staring at the direction of the cave entrance and exclaimed in surprise. The footsteps grew closer, then stopped. Under the moonlight, Jiang Tian, transformed into Shura, appeared before them. The two masked men instantly looked at each other. Uchiha Madara, no, that's not right, I should call you Omito. It must have taken a lot of energy to subdue the Nine-Tails. Jiang Tian spoke slowly, and his words shocked Obito under the mask, and a sense of vigilance suddenly surged in his heart. No one knew his identity except the late Uchiha Madara and White Zetsu. Who was this mysterious person who suddenly appeared and knew the real name of a dead person? Indeed, to outsiders, the name Uchiha Obito is dead, having died in the Ninja World War. Who are you and how do you know my identity? Obito stood up and slowly opened his mask, revealing scarlet pupils. The three megatama on it looked like strange symbols. This is a power unique to the Uchiha clan, derived from the powerful eyes brought by their noble bloodline, a dojutsu called the Sharingan. Jiang Tian did not answer, but just looked at Obito quietly. Then his pupils turned quickly and turned into scarlet Sharingan, also with three megatama, which was comparable to Obito's. You are also from the Uchiha clan. Put away your pupil technique, I have no ill intentions. The three megatama in Jiang Tian's left eye spun wildly, counteracting Obito's sudden illusion attack, and then he sat on the ground, with no intention of taking action at all. No ill intentions, so what do you want from me? Seeing Jiang Tian's honesty, Obito put away his hostility, but he still had to be vigilant and his Sharingan was still open. Participate in the Moon Eye project and cooperate with you. Jiang Tian stated the purpose of this trip. Damn it, who are you and why do you know about the Eye of the Moon? Obito couldn't bear it any longer. This guy who suddenly appeared knew too many secrets, which made him feel uneasy. Like you, I'm a pitiful person who can't get the love I want and I want to create a world with her in it. We have the same goal, so of course we can work together. Jiang Tian reached out and touched his eyes through the mask. This was a gift she gave him. Since coming into this world, Jiang Tian has never felt a trace of warmth. As a commoner, he was required to practice ninjutsu and was forced to participate in the Ninja World War simply because of his outstanding talent. He was just an orphan who wanted to survive, but was forced to go to the battlefield for the so-called Will of Fire. This world has never given him anything except her, the Uchiha girl who loves to laugh. But in the end, even she died in battle. From the moment of her death, Jiang Tian decided not to live in a muddle anymore. He practiced the strongest ninjutsu, used the memories of his past life, resurrected her, and changed this ninja world. I want to resurrect my beloved. The Moon Eye project is undoubtedly the best choice, isn't it? Obito felt the same way, and he thought of Rin again, the girl who was always with him and didn't think she was the last one in the class. Want to cooperate with me? Do you have the ability? Obito changed the subject and disappeared from the spot, suddenly appearing behind Jiang Tian. His pupils turned into windmill-shaped kaleidoscopes, the Kamui space opened, and he held a kunao, ready to stab it into his neck. With a clang sound, Jiang Tian drew out his samurai sword to block the kunao, turned around suddenly, the pattern in his red pupils also changed, opened the mangekyo, and stared at Obito. The only thing that can fight against the kaleidoscope is the kaleidoscope. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito's throat moved, and a huge fireball rushed towards Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian suddenly stepped back and instantly moved away, holding a knife in one hand and making a seal with the other, and a powerful chakra surged out. Water escape, water formation. In a place so far from water, it would be too arrogant to think that you could use the water array wall to block my fire style. Obito narrowed his eyes. He didn't think Jiang Tian had the strength to block this attack. Sizzle sizzle, the sound of water and fire blending could be heard, and the moment Jiang Tianshui's formation wall shattered, the fireball went out. The two men's ninjutsu battle ended in a draw, with no clear winner. Do you want to continue fighting? Aren't you worried that the nine-tailed fox will break the seal if you fight so violently? Jiang Tian's face was calm. He really didn't want to fight with Obito and was cooperating with sincerity. I agree to your joining my plan, but what can you do for the Moon Eye project? Obito promised Jiang Tian that given his current condition, it would be difficult for him to continue to tangle with Jiang Tian. Besides, with such a powerful companion, the plan can be implemented more smoothly. The Nine Tails plans to attack Konoha. I can stop the other Hokage for you, so that you and your teacher can fight alone without outsiders interfering. How about that? Sarutobi Hiruzen, fighting two Hokage at the same time is really a headache. Obito walked up to Jiang Tian and extended his hand. Happy cooperation. It's a pleasure to work with you. Jiang Tian stretched out his hand and shook it. The two infatuated men formed a united front at this moment. Under the moonlight, Obito and Jiang Tian sat on the top of the Nine Tails cave, and Obito asked the doubts in his heart. How did you know this secret about me? Because of my kaleidoscope, I can see the past and the future clearly. Jiang Tian gave the reason he had prepared in advance that he had expected Obito to ask this question. He couldn't just say that he was a time traveler and knew the plot. What about your eyes? Obito guessed something. Since he was not from the Uchiha clan but could possess these cursed eyes, the result was obvious. It was given to me by a girl. She gave me her eyes before she died. What's her name? Obito was a little curious. Those who could open 3 Megatama were all masters of the Uchiha clan. A gentle look flashed across Jiang Tian's eyes. Her name is Uchiha Ling, my favorite girl. The two chatted for a long time before parting ways, agreeing to attack Konoha in 3 days and launch the Nine Tails attack plan. Looking at Obito's back, Jiang Tian slowly took off his mask, revealing a gentle and warm face. He looks like a sunny boy. Has the Rinnegan been handed over to Nagato? Participating in the Moon Eye project was just a cover. Jiang Tian's ultimate plan was to seize the Rinnegan and use the Rinnegan technique to truly resurrect Uchiha Ling. What he wants is not just the false existence and the dream, he wants to really bring her back. 3 days later, the full moon was high in the sky. In Konoha village, Jiang Tian put on the Shura mask again. He looked at the photo on the bedside. The girl in the photo had a bun on her head and a fair face. When she smiled, her 2 fangs were exposed, giving people an extremely gentle feeling. Ling, I'm going to take action today and completely embark on the path of rebellion. You shouldn't blame me. Jiang Tian gently stroked Uchiha Ling's photo, his eyes full of tenderness. The appearance of this girl warmed his world, but this damn world took away this last ray of light. When I watched anime before, I felt that Obito was against the entire ninja world for Rin, and the feeling of one person against the world was particularly desolate. Now that I feel the same way, I understand that without her, what is the meaning of the ninja world? Because she is her own world. He put the samurai sword back on his waist, put down the photo in his hand, and whispered softly, as long as I can bring you back, I am willing to pay any price. After closing the door, he flashed and avoided the Umbu patrolling in Konoha village, and appeared outside the village. He leaped onto a towering tree and looked at a wooden house in the distance. That is where Kushina gave birth secretly. The protagonist of the entire anime, Konoha's Prince Uzumaki Naruto, will be born there today. As the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina's seal on the Nine Tails loosened when she gave birth, which was the best opportunity to take action. To be honest, Jiang Tian, a Naruto fan, is not very clear about the exact time of Kuyukuna's birth. He only knows the approximate time, but Obito knows it. Kakashi, you never thought that your careless words would cause such a big disaster to the village. Jiang Tian opened his Sharingan and saw Kakashi and the other 2 Umbu hiding around the cabin. A sneer appeared on his face. Obito told him that Kakashi had mentioned this matter in front of Lin's grave a few days ago. Obito, who was hiding in the dark, happened to hear the teacher telling Lin that their child was about to be born, and that's why the Nine Tails planned to attack Konoha. Roar! With a roar, the nine-tailed fox suddenly appeared in Konoha village. Bang bang bang. The loud explosions continued, and the Konoha village in the night was instantly thrown into chaos. Outside the Hokage's office, hurried footsteps were heard and someone pushed open the office door. 4th generation master, this is an emergency. The Nine Tails has gone berserk and attacked Konoha. Minato Namikaze, with yellow hair and wearing a Hokage robe, frowned and looked at the place where Kushina gave birth in the distance, with worry flashing in his eyes. Then, it disappeared from the spot with a whoosh. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the village, then disappeared again, and appeared in a safe area with a little girl in his arms. Little sister, are you okay? You are safe now. The ordinary villagers and ninjas of Konoha looked at this handsome man and stopped their rioting instantly, as if they had seen their backbone in an instant. As expected of the Golden Flash, the fastest man in the ninja world. The 4th Hokage is here, we are saved. Minato Namikaze used Flying Thunder God twice, a space ninjutsu that is said to be as fast as the speed of light, to save the little girl in an instant. This method gives people peace of mind. Guy Asuma, notify the Umbu and ninja forces to evacuate the crowd. I will fight the Nine Tails. Okay, we got it. Asuma and Might Guy, who was wearing a green tights and full of youthfulness, conveyed the Hokage's order to take ordinary people away from the Nine Tails. The 4th Hokage used the Flying Thunder God technique to constantly shuttle across the battlefield, resisting the Nine Tails while trying his best to save the Konoha villagers who were about to die. Pa. Obito, wearing a mask, appeared out of thin air, stood on the Nine Tails' head, and clapped his hands continuously. The 4th Hokage was able to distract himself and save others when facing the Nine Tails. You are truly amazing. Minato Namikaze stopped and looked at Obito. He instantly understood why the Nine Tails was so violent. Who are you and why can you drive the Nine Tails to attack Konoha? Ha, does it matter who I am? Does a person who has died once still need a name? Someone who died once? Minato's face was solemn. Anyone who could control the Nine Tails was not someone to be trifled with. He took out a kunao and marked himself as the Flying Thunder God, ready to fight at any time. Fourth generation, you like saving people so much, I want to see how many people you can save. Obito's Sharingan spun wildly, and even the Nine-Tails pupils turned into a kaleidoscope shape, driving the Nine-Tails once again to crazily destroy Konoha village. Attack crowded places madly. Not good. The fourth Hokage disappeared from the spot, and when he reappeared, he was standing behind Obito. He placed the kunao on his neck and whispered, "Whoever you are, it's over." The fourth Hokage brought his hand holding the kunao down hard, stabbing Obito's neck. Obito snorted coldly. Really? The Kamui space opened, and the kunao went straight through his body, creating distance. The fourth Hokage looked at Obito's Sharingan with a look of shock in his eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan, when did such a person appear in the Uchiha clan? Jiang Tian had been watching the battle with his Sharingan. Looking at the slowly gathering of Anbu and Konoha ninjas, he reminded Obito with his changed voice, "Okay, stop playing around, it's time to execute the plan." Obito looked at Minato and whispered, "I heard that the fourth Hokage's wife is about to give birth. I wonder if the baby will be a boy or a girl." After saying that, he opened the Kamui space and disappeared. Minato immediately reacted and knew that this mysterious man was going for Kushina. He used the Flying Thunder God technique again, and came to the wooden house where Kushina gave birth, and immediately picked her up. Kakashi also appeared from the side. What happened to the fourth Hokage? A mysterious man controlled the Nine-Tails and attacked Konoha. I'm worried he might attack Kusuna, so I need to bring her back to the village. The fourth generation disappeared with Kyuksingna in his arms after he finished speaking. Kakashi he and two Anbu quickly set off back to the village. Outside the village, Obito came to Jiang Tian, and two masked men watched everything through their Sharingan. "How do you know the teacher will fall for it?" Jiang Tian knew the plot and was certain that the fourth Hokage would take Kyuukuna away, but he couldn't tell Obito this, as he would probably be considered a psychopath if he did. When people are anxious, their judgment may be inaccurate. The fourth Hokage taking Kyuukuna back to the village seems to be a better way to protect her, but he overlooked that there is still a nine-tailed fox in the village. If a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast meet, wouldn't that be like enemies meeting and becoming extremely jealous? Wouldn't the nine-tailed fox become even more violent this way? Jiang Tian's words made Obito worried. He looked at the man beside him and said jokingly, "You are so meticulous, I don't know whether it is good or bad to cooperate with you. Whether it's good or bad, we'll know soon." Jiang Tian smiled, drew the samurai sword from his waist, and the two men walked towards Konoha village side by side. In the Konohagakure, Kushina was giving birth in the room, and more Anbu personnel were rushing here. Uchiha Obito reappeared above the Nine-Tails and confronted the fourth Hokage, while Jiang Tian guarded outside the Sarutobi clan. He had only one goal, to stop the retired third Hokage. Although this old man was old, his strength could not be underestimated. After all, he was the one who held the title of Hokage. The Nine-Tails was frantically destroying everything in Konoha village, and Obito and the fourth Hokage started fighting again. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's room, he put on the armor left over from the battle that he hadn't worn for a long time. It was a gift given to him by the second generation. "Third generation master, what do you want?" The Anbu guarding the door saw the third Hokage pushing the door open and asked. "The village is suffering a disaster. How can I, the former village chief, not do something? I will go with Minato to subdue the Nine-Tails and the mysterious man who suddenly appeared." The third generation held his pipe and spoke in a firm tone. As the former village chief, this was what he had to do. Hearing the footsteps beside his ears, Jiang Tian stretched out his body while leaning against the streetlight. He looked at the person coming and murmured, "He's finally here, the third Hokage." When the two accompanying Anbu saw Jiang Tian wearing a Shura mask, they immediately became alert and stood in front of the third generation. Who is it? Although their fighting power is not as good as that of the third generation, as Anbu, they are guards around the Hokage similar to security guards, and protecting the boss is also within their job scope. "Are you in the same group as the person who controls the Nine-Tails?" The third Hokage narrowed his eyes and looked at Obito. "I thought there was only one person attacking Konoha. Looks like I'll have to stretch my old bones today." He gave the order over the two Anbu in front of him. "Leave this to me. Go to the area where the Nine-Tails attacked and rescue the ordinary villagers. But, your safety, third Sama." "Haha, what's wrong? Do you really think I'm too old to even walk?" "Don't worry, I'm the former Hokage." After giving the order, the third generation looked at Jiang Tian with a serious expression, took off the robe he was wearing, revealing the armor that was convenient for combat. He stared at Jiang Tian with a cold tone. "No matter who you are, I will never forgive you for destroying the peace of Konoha." The third generation reached out, bit his thumb, and lightly scratched his palm. "Ninjutsu, summoning technique, come out, Ape Demon King." With a bang, the smoke cleared and Jiang Tian saw the familiar psychic beast. When he watched Naruto back then, this was the summoning beast that impressed him in the early stages, the monkey demon that could transform into a golden cudgel. Jiang Tian also drew out his samurai sword and held it across his chest, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. I've heard for a long time that the third Hokage is an expert in ninjutsu, claiming to be proficient in all ninjutsu except yin-yang and Kekkei Genkai. Today I will learn from him and see if the rumors are true. Jiang Tian attached the lightning chakra to the blade, and instantly the katana was surrounded by lightning snakes. Is it lightning chakra? The third generation formed seals with his hands. Earth escape, earth flowing river. In an instant, the ground under Jiang Tian's feet became slippery, and the original land was like a stream of water trying to wash him down. The third generation knew all attribute chakra ninjutsu and wanted to use earth escape to restrain lightning escape. The idea was good, but he didn't know that Jiang Tian also possessed all attribute chakra. Using the chakra attribute to counteract him would obviously not succeed. Fire escape, big fireball technique. Jiang Tian formed seals with one hand, so fast that people could not see clearly, and completed the seals in an instant. He leaped back to create some distance, and then spit out a blazing fireball from his throat, heading straight for the third generation. Water escape, water array wall. The third generation blocked the sudden fireball and looked at Jiang Tian with shock in his eyes. It is rare to find someone who can form hand seals with one hand and do it so quickly. He can be said to be a genius ninja. He has never heard of such a promising young man in the 5 major villages today. Kid, from the sound of it you seem quite young. Why did you come to attack Konoha? Hearing this, Jiang Tian sneered. There's no special reason, I just simply wanted to do this. A look of pain flashed across Jiang Tian's eyes. The third generation in front of him sent the teenage Ling and himself to the battlefield for the sake of the will of fire. He came today to collect the interest in advance, to let the third generation see how helpless he was when his disciple died in front of him, and to let him taste the feeling of losing his beloved. It seems that he is just an evil kid. The third generation's face gradually became gloomy. At this moment, he wanted to kill him. Such a talented ninja, who also had such great hostility towards Konoha, must not be allowed to leave, and ran. Ape demon, change your form. The ape demon turned into a golden cudgel. The third generation grabbed it and rushed towards Jiang Tian. Are you finally going to get serious? This is good. It also allows us to see if my strength has reached the level of Cage. Jiang Tian's left eye under the mask rotated rapidly, 3 Megatama, and then changed into a windmill shape, activating the Sharingan. The world in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes suddenly changed. In the gray world, a red moon hung high in the sky, and countless crows circled in the sky. Is this an illusion world? The third generation became alert and looked around. He had fallen into an illusion world without any warning. Such strength made his determination to kill Jiang Tian even stronger. With a whoosh, a crow rushed towards him. The third generation hurriedly swung his golden cudgel and knocked the crow down. Then 3 more and more crows came, and the third generation's defense became increasingly difficult. A crow flew close to his back and transformed into Jiang Tian's appearance. It swung a katana filled with lightning chakra and slashed at the third generation fiercely. Clang! The golden cudgel and the samurai sword collided with each other, but at the moment of the fight, several crows flew over and turned into Jiang Tian's appearance. With a swish, even though the third generation tried his best to defend himself, a samurai sword still cut through Sarutobi Hiruzen's arm. How can this feeling be so real? Sarutobi Hiruzen wiped his hands. There was blood on his arm and a flash of shock in his eyes. This was not an ordinary illusion. Who the hell are you? Seeing that the attack was successful, Jiang Tian stopped and pointed at the blood moon in the sky. Just look up at the moon and you'll know. The third generation looked up and saw a windmill-shaped pattern gradually becoming clear in the blood moon in the sky. So you're a brat from the Uchiha clan. That means we can't keep you here any longer. Jiang Tian disagreed that maybe he couldn't kill the third generation, but the third generation definitely didn't have the strength to kill him. He had absolute confidence. Just take care of yourself first. There's no point in bragging, Jiang Tian said, pointing at his wound. Then he controlled the crows to flock towards him again. Here, space, time, crows, every blade of grass, every tree, even the wind can become the means for me to kill you. If I kill someone who is under this illusion, they will be truly dead. Everything here is real, except me. Jiang Tian touched his left eye. This was the ability of Ling's Mangekyo Sharingan, the forbidden zone of death. The power of this illusion lies in the fact that the person who is affected by it will die, but the caster will not, and killing the caster is the only way to break the forbidden area. So, third Hokage, the so-called ninjutsu professor, how do you escape from this genjutsu? Jiang Tian looked at the third generation, his eyes still sharp, but he did not relax his vigilance even though his attack was successful. After all, this was his first time attacking a cage-level master. The third generation put the golden cudgel aside and transformed back into the appearance of a monkey demon. Ninja technique, shadow breakup technique. With a bang, the smoke dissipated and 4 shadow clones appeared at the same time. The Sharingan rotated and the expression on Jiang Tian's face became more solemn. The chakra of the 5 shadow clones was as huge as that of the original body. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian knew that the third generation's next ninjutsu would be extraordinary. The shadow clones, together with the original body, the 5 third generations formed seals at the same time. What is this? Jiang Tian exclaimed in surprise. The seals made by the 5 people were all different. A surge of chakra, 5 styles, great linking technique. The 5 third generations disappeared in an instant and appeared in different directions, tightly surrounding the flock of crows in the sky, and then various chakras raged wildly. Large bullets of different colors smashed into the flock of crows, and the attributes of the chakras merged, making the power of this ninjutsu skyrocket. Jiang Tian looked at the flock of crows that kept dying, and the kaleidoscope started spinning rapidly again, trying to gather the crows together again. The flock of crows reappeared and everything returned to normal. The expression on the third generation's face finally changed and became gradually ugly. He found that he had underestimated the young man in front of him. The Uchiha clan's eye technique is truly terrifying. Third Hokage, if you have no other means, then prepare to go. The flock of crows circling in the sky gathered again and approached the third generation again, transforming into Jiang Tian holding a samurai sword. As the distance got closer, the third generation prepared to form hand seals again. He was not only proficient in ninjutsu, but also knew many forbidden techniques left by the second generation. This feeling, Jiang Tian, who was outside the illusion world, suddenly covered his eyes under the mask, looking painful. As expected, you are not of the Uchiha clan's bloodline. Using the Mangekyo twice in a row is too much of a stretch. Blood continued to flow out of the pupils under the mask, and Jiang Tian's vision became a little blurry. The illusion world of the forbidden zone of death collapsed and the pupil technique dissipated. It seems that we must prepare to obtain Hashirama's cells, Jiang Tian murmured. The third Hokage looked at the suddenly vanished eye technique with a calm expression. Can't you master the power of this Mangekyo Sharinan, boy, then prepare to face death. Jiang Tian sneered under the mask. Really, isn't the third generation master worried about how his heir is doing now? As soon as Jiang Tian finished speaking, a cold atmosphere filled the entire village. The voice of the fourth generation Namikaze Minato echoed all around. Forbidden technique, Shiki Fusion. The third generation's face changed drastically in an instant. That he also knew the Shiki Fusion and understood the price required to activate this forbidden technique, a technique that involved sacrificing one's life to the god of death and perishing together with the enemy. After hearing that Minato used the forbidden technique, Jiang Tian knew that his mission had been completed and there was no need to continue to pester him. Third Hokage, we will meet again. Looking at Jiang Tian's departing back, the third Hokage did not chase after him. He immediately rushed to the village, feeling extremely anxious, and waited until he appeared in the village. The 9-tailed fox had disappeared, and the fourth generation couple were both killed, leaving behind only their newborn child. On a huge rock outside Konoha village, you can overlook the entire village. Under the moonlight, Obito sat on a huge rock, watching the severely damaged Konoha village in a trance. Hearing the movement behind him, Obito whispered, "You were able to stop the third Hokage alone. It seems that choosing to cooperate with you was the right decision." Jiang Tian put away his samurai sword, sat next to Obito, and looked at the village where he grew up with him. "Are we considered traitors?" Obito looked at the moonlight and responded to Jiang Tian in a deep voice. "It doesn't matter if it's a traitor or something. Anyway, this fake world without Lin is so boring. A boring world shouldn't exist, and destruction isn't that important anymore." Jiang Tian agreed. For him, the world without Uchiha Ling would be dark. You killed your own teacher. When the truth comes out in the future, everyone will know that Uchiha Obito is a teacher killer. Obito was silent, looking at the moonlight quietly. Jiang Tian could feel that he was not without emotion after killing Minato Namikaze. Killing the teacher or being a villain is not important. My teacher is known as the fastest man in the ninja world. But, it's always like this, always a little bit off. It was like this when I was crushed by the boulder, and it was also like this when Kakashi killed Rin. He was always a step slower. I originally just wanted to kill his wife and child, so that he could also experience the pain of losing his loved ones. But it led to his death. However, I don't regret it. After all, when the Moon Eye project succeeds, all the unhappiness will be made up for in that world. Jiang Tian nodded. I will lurk in Konoha and continue to prepare for our Moon Eye project. It was Obito's arrangement to continue hiding. He agreed because he had his own plans. He had to participate in the Uchiha clan's Night of Genocide, a major turning point in the Naruto world. He defected with Uchiha Itachi, infiltrated the Akatsuki organization with legitimate reasons, and approached Nagato to obtain the Rinnegan, so as not to arouse Obito's suspicion. I should go back. As an umbu, I've been gone for so long that people will notice me. Jiang Tian stood up and left, but suddenly stopped halfway. Obito, do you regret killing your master now? Obito did not turn around, nor did he answer Jiang Tian's question. He just used his Sharingan to silently stare at Minato's body. After a long moment, he finally spoke. To recreate a world with Lin, everything is worth it. But there used to be light in my eyes. I would help the elderly cross the street with a smile, and I would tell Lin that I wanted to be Hokage. As a Naruto fan, I heard Obito's answer. He smiled. As expected, no one is born a bad person, not even the evil person in front of him who betrayed his teacher and ancestors. There used to be light in his eyes, and he would clamor to become Hokage. In his previous life, Jiang Tian had seen many Naruto fans on the forum arguing endlessly about whether Obito was whitewashed. Obito's supporters and non-Obito's supporters argued about this issue for a long time, saying that Obito could no longer be justified the moment he killed his teacher. Jiang Tian felt that both sides had their reasons, so what did it matter whether they could be cleared of wrongdoing or not? Movie fans who like Obito, isn't it because of his infatuation that he was able to single-handedly start the Fourth Ninja World War for Rin? What everyone likes is this kind of infatuation. What the non-Obito supporter said is correct. No matter how infatuated he was, he still killed his own teacher and there is no way he can wash himself clean. I don't think there's any need to whitewash him. It's true that he was a villain who killed the teacher, but he once had a light in his eyes and regarded becoming Hokage as his lifelong goal. It was the sadness of the times that created the masked Obito, and also created himself, a time traveler who also wears a mask. Jiang Tian glanced at Obito, then turned and disappeared in the moonlight, rushing towards Konoha village. In the Hokage's office in Konoha village, many years have passed since the Nine Tails attacked Konoha. The third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen resumed the position of Hokage and managed Konoha village. Jiang Tian and Kakashi were wearing umbu masks and waiting nearby. The third Hokage sat at his desk, pipe in hand, staring at the documents in his hands, lost in thought. The document clearly stated Orochimaru's investigation record of using living subjects for research. The third generation was silent for a long time and finally made a decision. We'll capture Orochimaru tomorrow night. As one of the three ninjas, Orochimaru is Sarutobi Hiruzen's most proud disciple. Compared with Tsunade and Jiraiya, who are also three ninjas, Orochimaru was outstanding in his childhood and was a genius ninja among them. But now he has become a research maniac, using living people to study forbidden techniques and immortality. Jiang Tian and Kakashi obeyed the order and went to Umbu to convey the third Hokage's order. Walking out of the door, Jiang Tian looked at Kakashi, who was still as carefree as usual, with a nonchalant tone. Kakashi-senpai, you said that the third Day-sama was truly selfless in ordering the capture of Orochimaru-sama. Kakashi regards Jiang Tian as a friend because he can see the shadow of his late friend Uchiha Obito in him. When he hears his friend talking about the Hokage behind his back, he quickly stops him. Don't talk about Hokage-sama. As Umbu, these are not our business. Just carry out your mission. I see. Kakashi-senpai still loves to nag me. Also, be careful when you arrest us tomorrow, Kakashi reminded. I will pay attention, senior. Jiang Tian waved his hand and left with his back to Kakashi. How could Jiang Tian allow the capture of Orochimaru to succeed? He still needs Orochimaru to transplant the first-generation cells, and there are more subsequent plans that cannot do without this Hokage scientist. How can he let Orochimaru catch him? Late at night, Jiang Tian returned home from the Umbu, put on his Shura mask again, went out, and disappeared in the moonlight. Under the starry night, Jiang Tian's figure flickered as he kept jumping in the woods. After an unknown amount of time, he stopped and stood on a branch of a big tree. There were dense woods and weeds under his feet. The place Orochimaru chose is truly secretive. Jiang Tian activated his Sharingan and saw the entrance to Orochimaru's laboratory. He even used illusions to hide. He's quite cautious, but he still couldn't escape the Umbu's search. As you walk into the entrance, you will see a dark and narrow corridor with no end in sight. There are many forks in the road, like a maze. Although there were many forks in the road, they did not confuse Jiang Tian. His Sharingan slowly turned, and his sight passed through the wall to see Orochimaru in the laboratory. He was fiddling with things on the table, quickly crossing the intersections and appearing at the door of the laboratory. Orochimaru turned his head and stared at Jiang Tian with his eyes. After a brief pause, he slowly spoke. Who are you and how did you find this place? He was still normal at this time, and did not stick out his long tongue in a disgusting way. Jiang Tian looked at everything in the laboratory. The huge container was connected to many glass test tubes. It felt like he was back in chemistry class. The containers were filled with a yellowish liquid that looked a bit disgusting. Countless containers contained living beings, and judging by their clothes, they seemed to be residents and ninjas of Konoha. Orochimaru, you are about to meet with great disaster. Jiang Tian went straight to the point and conveyed the message directly to Orochimaru. It turns out that Konoha Umbu has found my laboratory. Orochimaru did not show any panic, but instead guessed Jiang Tian's identity at once. Orochimaru is worthy of being a scientific researcher. He guessed his identity with just one sentence. Jiang Tian felt emotional. Orochimaru is really too smart. Yes, the Umbu already knows this place, and the third Hokage has ordered to capture you tomorrow night. Jiang Tian told Orochimaru the plan. This day has come quite quickly. I originally thought it would take some time for the Umbu to find out about this. However, compared to arresting me, I would rather know your identity. Orochimaru's pupils suddenly changed, revealing snake-like pupils, and he suddenly moved forward. Shadow snake hand, the arm in the cuff suddenly changed, and countless little white snakes bared their fangs and wanted to devour Jiang Tian. Puchi! Jiang Tian suddenly drew out the samurai sword and cut off the white snake. The Sharingan in his pupils spun rapidly, and the whole person disappeared in an instant and appeared behind Orochimaru, holding the samurai sword close to his neck. As a legendary Sunin, is this how you repay those who help you? The cold light on Orochimaru's neck did not make him calm down. Instead, a look of ecstasy appeared in his pupils. Sharingan, the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, and such a young body, isn't that what I'm looking for? Bring it here. As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, Jiang Tian didn't hesitate at all that he swung his katana and Orochimaru's head was thrown high into the air and rolled to the ground, with an excited expression on his face. Jiang Tian felt a chill when he saw this. As expected, Orochimaru was the most disgusting one. Many small snakes suddenly emerged from the headless corpse, and the small snakes merged together and turned into the appearance of Orochimaru again. This scene made Jiang Tian feel alert. It seemed that Orochimaru's research results had reached a certain level. I just don't know if it is possible to perfectly transplant the cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. You can't kill me. Orochimaru was very proud. He was very satisfied with the results of his experiment. However, now he was even more satisfied with Jiang Tian's body. Jiang Tian sheathed his katana and spread his hands, saying, I really just wanted to help you avoid capture. I have no ill intentions. But do you really think I can't do anything to you? Jiang Tian's tone suddenly became cold, and his two Sharingan turned into windmill shapes at the same time, and his Mangekyo opened, staring at Orochimaru. In an instant, Orochimaru felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. Feeling of death. He saw a pair of huge blood-red eyes staring at Jiang Tian from behind him. If he dared to make any unusual movement, he would be killed instantly. Hoo! Orochimaru gasped heavily. He originally thought that the experiment had made a major breakthrough, but now it seems that he will still be threatened with death in front of the Sharingan. Tell me your conditions, Orochimaru said coldly. Seeing Orochimaru compromise, Jiang Tian slowly said, after the experiment is successful, help me transplant Hashirama's cells perfectly. Orochimaru fell silent. He didn't expect that this person knew him so well. He had just started studying Hashirama's cells, but he didn't expect that the mysterious man who suddenly appeared already knew about it. Okay, I promise you. After hesitating for a moment, Orochimaru agreed to Jiang Tian. At the moment, he was not sure of winning against Jiang Tian. Moreover, the Konoha Umbu was about to capture him, so there is no benefit in fighting Jiang Tian now. Moreover, as long as he cooperates, there is still a chance that this Uchiha clan body will become his own. After weighing the pros and cons, Orochimaru gave Jiang Tian an answer that satisfied him. There is too much research data in the laboratory. You have to buy time for me tomorrow so that I can take all the data away. Since Orochimaru chose to cooperate and asked Jiang Tian to help him, he had to keep these research results to the greatest extent. Jiang Tian looked at the huge laboratory and the information scattered everywhere, and nodded. I'll buy you some time, but not for long. Just pack up your important things and leave. It is very risky for one person to delay the third generation and many Umbu members. Now is not the time to fight to the death. Deal, I'll clean it up as soon as possible. Orochimaru reached a cooperation with Jiang Tian. Walking out of the lab, Jiang Tian closed his Sharingan. It seems that illusions are really Orochimaru's weak spot. No wonder the Uchiha Itachi brothers were able to use the Sharingan to subdue him. In fact, from the moment Jiang Tian walked into the laboratory and the two looked at each other, Orochimaru fell into an illusion. Everything Orochimaru saw afterwards was an illusion. The fear that made him feel death and the huge blood-red eyes were actually illusions. I cooperated with Obito and helped Orochimaru escape. So far, everything seems to be going well. Ling, wait for me. I will definitely bring you back to this world. Jiang Tian slowly walked towards the village and disappeared in the moonlight. On the eve of capturing Orochimaru, more and more Umbu gathered in the Hokage's office. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's order, the operation officially began. Kakashi looked at Jiang Tian beside him and warned him, be careful next time. Orochimaru, one of the three ninjas, is very strong. Jiang Tian nodded, and then followed suit. Under the cover of moonlight, the Umbu members rushed towards Orochimaru's research base. In Konohagakure, Jiang Tian's home, he put on his iconic Shura mask, and both pupils of his Sharingan opened into a kaleidoscope shape. Two Jiang Tian appeared at the same time inside and outside the village. Even Kakashi, who also possessed the Sharingan, could not see anything unusual. This was also the ability of Jiang Tian's Mangekyo. Making a one-to-one copy of yourself is not just a simple shadow clone, but a real copy of another self. Both of them are the original body. If either party dies, the other party can become the new body, which is a bit similar to Orochimaru's later immortality technique. After preparing everything, Jiang Tian began to act. Tonight he not only faced the third Hokage, but also many elite Jonin and Umbu members such as Kakashi, so he had to be cautious. The kaleidoscope rotated, and Jiang Tian disappeared directly from the spot. When he reappeared, he was standing outside Orochimaru's secret base. It was similar to Kamui's space ninjutsu and dream spirit ninjutsu, which was between illusion and reality. The starlight gradually dimmed, and the breeze rustled the leaves. Jiang Tian's Sharingan kept turning, watching the Konoha Umbu flashing in the woods. Then he opened the dream spirit space, appeared in the woods and attacked the Umbu members. Puff! The long knife slashed across, leaving a trail of scarlet blood under the moonlight, and the corpse fell heavily to the ground. Bang! 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 Jiang Tian opened the Mangekyo and slaughtered the Umbu members like a tiger. Enemy attack, enemies are coming, be on guard. Kakashi loudly reminded the Umbu beside him that Jiang Tian's figure was hiding in the dark. The Umbu members he had just killed all had weak mental strength, and they were easily caught in the Sharingan illusion, so he was able to kill these Umbu members so easily. There are no weaklings who can enter the Konoha Umbu, but once these people realize what's going on, it won't be so easy to succeed, but it doesn't matter. As long as we can slow down these people, the purpose of delaying time will be achieved. But there is still a third generation. Jiang Tian, wearing Umbu uniform, also walked into the darkness. He turned his Sharingan to open the Menjaya space, took out the clothes prepared in advance, and walked towards Orochimaru's base. One Jiang Tian was harassing outside, and the other was waiting for the third generation inside. Kakashi, what's going on? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who came from behind, saw the corpses of the Umbu on the ground and asked that he had a strange feeling in his heart, as if the two mysterious men who appeared that night after the Nine Tails attacked Konoha still had intentions against Konoha. The third generation has been investigating Jiang Tian and Obito for many years, but he can't find anything. No one would have thought that the two mysterious men were Konoha ninjas. One killed the teacher, the other worked in the Umbu. Kakashi, you guys delay the enemy hiding in the dark, I'll go capture Orochimaru first. Jiang Tian, who was hiding outside, saw this scene and smiled as if his plan had succeeded. Everything was just as he expected. The third generation is such a person that he appears to be selfless, but he is actually extremely selfish. Just wait and see, there will be a good show soon. Jiang Tian, who was copied by a kaleidoscope in the laboratory, slowly hid in the dark. He wanted to see whether the third generation was really selfless enough to kill his disciple. According to the plot of Naruto, the third Hokage was soft-hearted and let Orochimaru go. So in this real world, the third Hokage who emphasizes the will of fire, would you let Orochimaru go, who experimented on his compatriots and had evil intentions towards Konoha? The third generation walked into the laboratory and frowned at the secret room. Ninja technique, summoning technique. The third generation took out a scroll, and with a bang, two dog-type ninja beasts specially used for tracking appeared. Following the ninja dog, he soon arrived inside the laboratory and saw Orochimaru organizing documents. The third generation looked at everything in front of him in shock. Looking at the living beings that were used as experimental subjects in glass jars, a cold light flashed in the third generation's eyes and his expression instantly became serious. Orochimaru, teacher, you actually came here in person. Are you planning to kill me? Orochimaru looked at the third generation calmly. Using fellow villagers for experiments is unforgivable. Teacher, you know, these people died for a good cause, for my great experiment. Eternal life, what a wonderful thing. Orochimaru was intoxicated as he told the third Hokage about his experiment, immortality. When he was young, Orochimaru's parents died on the battlefield. At that moment, he understood how fragile the human body was and how it needed to be transformed. You used to be my most proud disciple, but now I have to kill you. The third Hokage gently took off his Hokage robe and prepared to deal with his apprentice. Hearing this, Orochimaru's expression gradually became crazy, and a perverted smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, my most proud disciple, don't you think it's ridiculous for the teacher to say that? Although I don't want to be a Hokage, I'm still disappointed that you didn't choose me. The Sandame's expression tightened. Are you blaming me for not choosing you as Hokage? No, I just think you are too hypocritical, teacher, that you say that I am your most proud disciple, but you have never considered me for the position of Hokage. But none of this matters anymore. What I'm pursuing is eternal life, and that goal is almost achieved. The third generation looked at the crazy Orochimaru and felt that it was impossible to persuade him to come back. Teacher, come on, let me see how strong you are now. Orochimaru took the first step. The 2 feet of his lower body turned into snake tails, and the whole person was like a snake, twisting his body constantly and rushing towards the third generation. Jiang Tian, hiding in the dark, watched with cold eyes. This is really a special feature of Naruto. It's so sexy. Ninjutsu, summoning techniques, monkey demons. The third generation summoned the monkey demon, who turned into a golden cudgel and competed with Orochimaru in physical skills. For a short time, the two were evenly matched and it was difficult to determine the winner. But Jiang Tian knew that the current Orochimaru was no match for the third generation, and his defeat was only a matter of time. As expected, as time went on, Orochimaru gradually switched from offense to defense. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The shurikens were thrown out, and the number of shurikens continued to increase during the flight. In an instant, countless shurikens flew towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru was exhausted from defending himself and was knocked to the ground by the third Hokage, and flew sideways. Orochimaru, you lose. The defeated Orochimaru wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at his teacher. Teacher, are you going to kill me? Looking into Orochimaru's eyes, the third generation hesitated at this moment, with the golden cudgel in his hand hanging in the air, unable to make a move. The third generation fell into memories. At that time, Orochimaru's parents died on the battlefield. He led the young Orochimaru to his parents' grave. Orochimaru, there will always be a teacher in the future, this is what he said back then. Teacher, do you really want to kill me for the justice in your heart? Orochimaru's tone softened and he played the emotional card with the third Hokage. He didn't believe that his teacher would kill him. As a disciple, Orochimaru knew his teacher too well. He was a man with strong personal feelings. Go away and never show up in Konoha village again. After hesitating for a long time, the third generation put away the golden cudgel. A cunning look flashed across Orochimaru's eyes, and indeed everything was within his calculations. Jiang Tian, hiding in the dark, shook his head. The will of fire could kill ordinary people, but facing the sinful Orochimaru, the third generation showed mercy. This is why Jiang Tian has a bad impression of the third generation. In the words of his previous life, it is double standards. Orochimaru left, escaping from the third Hokage, and the capture plan that mobilized so many Umbu failed. At this moment, Sandai does not know that his decision will cost him his life in the future. After this incident, Konoha village returned to its former peace. Over the past few years, the Umbu has also added a lot of fresh blood and many talented people have come. Itachi Uchiha, the genius boy who went to extremes for peace, also joined the Umbu and, in a particularly dramatic way, became one of Jiang Tian's subordinates. On this day, the third Hokage and Danzo appeared in the Hokage's office at the same time. Jiang Tian, you and your Umbu team should take a few days off. Rest, third master, I'm not tired. Jiang Tian vaguely sensed something and suddenly asked himself to take the team to rest. Could it be? Okay, even though you are from the Umbu, you are still human. Take a break and relax. Danzo suddenly spoke up. A strange look flashed across Jiang Tian's eyes. Has this day finally come? The second major event in the early period of the Naruto world was the night of the Uchiha clan genocide. I understand, third generation master. Jiang Tian nodded in agreement, then slowly retreated. The night of the Uchiha clan genocide was an event driven by multiple forces. Behind this matter are the Konoha high-level officials and Obito's shadow. Late at night, Jiang Tian put on a mask and walked out of the village to the nine-tailed fox's habitat where he first met Obito. Obito, what do you want from me? This time, Obito put on a tiger skin mask. He looked at Jiang Tian quietly and whispered a major event that was enough to shock the entire ninja world. 5 days from now, on the night of the Uchiha clan genocide, you will be responsible for cooperating with Itachi, helping him to slaughter his clan members, and monitoring Konoha's movements. After hearing Obito's words confirm his guess, Jiang Tian said that he would get things done, and then the two of them left. After returning home, Jiang Tian held the photo of himself and Uchiha Ling in his hand and whispered softly, Ling, we should leave now. The plan went smoothly and you will be back soon. Regarding the cooperation that Obito mentioned, Jiang Tian wanted more than just cooperation with Itachi. He wanted to defect from Konoha with Itachi and become a member of the Akatsuki organization. Only in this way can Nagato obtain the Rinnegan and revive Ling. 3 days before the night of the genocide, Jiang Tian, who was on vacation, changed into a black shirt and walked in the area where the Uchiha clan lived. Although the Uchiha clan controls the Konoha Guard, they live in the marginal area of Konoha, which is not a prosperous place and feels like living in the suburbs. Brother Jiang Tian, are you going to see Grandma again? Jiang Tian looked at the little girl in front of him, his eyes full of tenderness. Swear, my brother is on vacation soon. I'd like to take you and Grandma on a long trip tomorrow, okay? Uchiha Shui is an orphan whose parents died in the Second Ninja World War. She has had a good relationship with Ling since childhood, and the two are like real sisters. Really? Won't this trouble brother Jiang Tian? Shui blinked her big eyes with an innocent expression. It won't be a problem. I'll go see Grandma first. You go back and get ready. We'll leave tomorrow. Okay. Jiang Tian's face was filled with struggle as he watched Shui's retreating figure. 3 days later, the Uchiha clan would be extinct in name only. There were no survivors from the night of the genocide, except for Nijiriko. Jiang Tian hopes that Uchiha Ling's grandmother and her best sister Uchiha Shui are alive. Ling must also want them to be alive. When they arrived at Uchiha Ling's home, her grandmother was blind. When she heard the noise, she knew that Jiang Tian had come. Little Jiang Tian, you come to see me, an old woman, again. As she said this, she was about to stand up to greet Jiang Tian. Grandma, please sit down. I'll see if there's anything I can help you with. Jiang Tian hurried to her side and told the old lady not to bother getting up. You're such a powerful ninja, but you always have to help me with housework. It's quite troublesome. Jiang Tian smiled carefreely. It's not a big deal. Then I took the broom and helped Grandma clean up the fallen leaves in the yard. As the sun sets, Jiang Tian, who has finished his housework, is invited by his grandmother to have dinner at her home. Xiao Jiang Tian, I have something for you. Jiang Tian, holding the bowl, looked puzzled. Grandma, do you have something for me? It seems to be Xiao Linger's diary. I found it when I was tidying my room. Journal? Jiang Tian froze. His beloved's diary was such a private thing. Although it was not nice to read the diary secretly, he actually wanted to read it. The two of them had never expressed their feelings. If it was Linger's diary, then he would know his feelings for her. Jiang Tian took the diary in silence, quickly finished his meal, and left, coming to the place where the two used to come often. It's under a cherry tree. The spring weather is when the cherry trees are in full bloom. The spring breeze at night is particularly gentle, carrying the fragrance of cherry blossoms when it blows. Jiang Tian held the diary in silence for a long time before he tremblingly opened the first page. He was a little scared, afraid that the girl he loved deeply didn't love him back. Sometimes I don't know things. In fact, dreaming is better. At least in the dream world you can control everything. For example, the person you like also likes you. The diary is open. On September 2nd, the weather was cloudy and Xiao Zhangtian was late for the opening ceremony of ninja school. He was very anxious and acted like a daredevil. He, but I picked up the admission notice for him. He was very happy, and I was very happy too. June 5th, the weather was fine. Today was the Ninja Academy graduation exam, and it was finally Xiao Zhangtian's turn. His shadow clone technique was still terrible, but he managed to pass and graduate successfully. He laughed happily, and my nervous mood suddenly relaxed. November 19th, the weather was fine. Today was Xiao Zhangtian's birthday. We came under the cherry tree together. When I called him Xiao Zhangtian, he was unhappy. He blushed and said that he was not young anymore. I looked at him and found that he was indeed taller than me. August 5th, sunny day. Today is the Chunin exam. Xiao Zhangtian doesn't know how to take the written test, but luckily I'm there to help him cheat and pass. It seems a bit bad to talk about cheating so boldly. March 2nd, the weather was cloudy. This was the last time we met under the cherry tree. I don't know why I wrote the last time. Maybe it was because we were going to the battlefield. Xiao Zhangtian was a little strange today. He held a bouquet of flowers and seemed to want to say something to me, but he stammered and couldn't say a word. Not manly at all. Oh, what was I thinking? It's so embarrassing. I turned the page again, and there was only a blank space left. The diary ended here. Zhangtian sat on the bench under the cherry tree, looking ahead silently for a long time. He just sat there quietly until the evening breeze blew the cherry blossoms down and landed on the blank diary. He couldn't hold it in any longer, tears streaming down his cheeks. Little Zhangtian is hesitating so much, he's really not a man at all. Zhangtian kept repeating these words, his pain silent. He had heard before that when one is extremely sad, even crying is silent. A simple diary, with only a few words on each page. Not a single word talks about love, but every sentence is about love. Zhangtian and Obito are the same type of people. They can both turn into evil demons for the white moonlight in their hearts. Because this world bullied their girl, they declared war on the entire ninja world. The next day, after preparing everything, Zhangtian went to the Uchiha clan to pick up Schwer and Grandma. Grandma, Schwer, have you packed everything? Remember to take important items with you. Uchiha Schwer took the packed luggage, looked at Zhangtian and said with a crisp smile, Brother Zhangtian, it's not like we're moving, why are you packing so many things? Zhangtian's face froze for a moment, then returned to normal. He smiled and said, it's a good idea to bring more things. He looked at the girl with a bright smile. He couldn't tell her that the Uchiha clan was about to be slaughtered by Itaki. The three of them left the village and headed towards Rain Village, which was the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization. Zhangtian, who was about to defect from the village, will join Akatsuki and bring the two to the Rain Village for easier care. He had thought about using the power of the Sharingan to create a copy of himself, but without the blessing of Hashirama's cells, the copy of himself was not perfect. The group walked very slowly, just like they were on a tour, enjoying the scenery along the way. At night, Zhangtian came to a hotel to rest. After checking in a room, he suddenly froze in place. Across the street, he saw the perfect man in the Naruto world. Her long white hair stood up, she was wearing green clothes and wooden clogs. Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas of Konoha, was a disciple of the third generation, along with Orochimaru. He taught the fourth generation, Naruto, the protagonist of Naruto, and Nagato, the official leader of the Akatsuki organization. He is an extremely powerful ninja. Hurry up, what's the point of playing without money? How can you treat a novelist like this? Jiraiya needs this inspiration for his heroic tales. Jiraiya stood outside the tavern, scratching his head and looking at the beautiful woman inside and complaining. Zhangtian walked over, took out the purse hanging at his waist and handed it to the boss. I'll pay for his drinks. Jiraiya looked puzzled when he saw Zhangtian suddenly appear. Do we know each other? Zhangtian smiled and pointed to the empty seat in front of the bar, motioning Jiraiya to sit down. You don't know me, but I know you, Jiraiya-sama, one of the three ninjas of Konoha. Are you also a Konoha ninja? Jiraiya looked at Zhangtian, trying hard to recall something, but he didn't remember such a person. You should be considered a junior. I have no impression of you. My name is Zhangtian, and I am indeed a Konoha ninja. Soon it won't be the case anymore, Zhangtian thought to himself. After hearing Zhangtian's admission, Jiraiya asked about the situation in the village. I haven't been back for a long time. How is the village now? A few years ago, the Kyuubi attacked Konoha, and the fourth Sama was killed in the battle. The third Sama resumed his position as Hokage. When Jiraiya heard that Minato was dead, he stopped holding the wineglass and murmured after a while, it seems that I need to go back to the village. One more thing, Orochimaru, one of your fellow Sunin, has defected. So much has happened. Jiraiya said with a melancholy look on his face. It seems that leaving the village wasn't a good decision for me back then. Jiraiya drank a glass of wine. When the third Hokage abdicated, the most popular candidate for the fourth Hokage was actually among the three ninjas. Although Minato was equally outstanding and did a good job, his qualifications were still insufficient compared to the Sannin back then. Among the three ninjas, Jiraiya was the most likely to become Hokage, but this was not what he wanted to do, so he left the village and began a wandering life. He picked up some material along the way and wrote the heroic story of Jiraiya. Jiraiya-sama, where are you at with your heroic stories? Have you read my book? Jiraiya asked in surprise that he saw that Zhang Tian was not very old, but the book contained a lot of adult content. I've read it. It's well written, but I don't know what will happen to that destined child in the end. I will guide the protagonist in my novel to make the right choice. When Jiraiya said this, he thought of Nagato, the young man with the Rinnegan. At this moment, he did not recognize Naruto yet, and thought that Nagato, who possessed the power of the six paths, was the son of destiny mentioned by Gamma Sage. I really want to see Master Jiraiya's original manuscript, and how about this as payment for my treat to Master? Ha ha ha, what a passionate fan. Jiraiya took out the manuscript and handed it to Zhang Tian, which fulfilled his wish as a Naruto fan, to watch a passionate paradise and listen to Jiraiya's heroic story in person. When I heard this, I burst into tears. Master Jiraiya, I have to take care of the elderly, so I have to leave first. Zhang Tian bid farewell to Jiraiya and made a decision in his heart as he watched him hug the woman and laugh. If possible in the future, he would rescue this man, just as a fan chasing a star. Leaving behind a shadow clone, Zhang Tian rushed back to Konoha village to prepare for the Uchiha clan's extermination. Another day passed, and it was the night of the Uchiha clan massacre. Obito appeared outside the village early, staring at the situation inside the village. Zhang Tian also stood beside Obito wearing a mask. Let's just wait and see, is it okay for Itachi to be alone? Don't worry, I got the news that the Konoha high-level officials will also be involved. It's really disgusting, using the blood of the Uchiha clan to exterminate the clan, only Konoha would condone such blood-related killing. Obito's tone was cold, and he was extremely disgusted with the decision of the Konoha high-level officials. This approach is indeed quite cruel. It would be better for Konoha's Umbu to do it. Anyway, the Umbu was prepared for these kinds of things. Zhang Tian also couldn't stand Konoha's approach, but in order to successfully infiltrate the Akatsuki organization, even though he couldn't stand it, he had to cooperate. Once Itachi takes action, I will go to support him, Zhang Tian said, and his figure slowly disappeared. If only the Uchiha clan was exterminated, then Itachi would be the only one to defect, and there would be no reason for him to defect. So in order to deceive Obito reasonably, he decided to attack Danzo, drag the Root organization into the night of genocide, and take away Uchiha Shisui's eyes. But this is something Zhang Tian has been coveting for a long time. As long as the Root organization joined, he could join the battle openly under the pretext of helping Itachi, expose his identity, and then naturally become a rebel ninja. Escape with Itachi and then join the Akatsuki organization. A perfect plan. Zhang Tian thought so and opened his Sharingan. He saw Itachi squatting on the telephone pole and knew that he was ready to take action without any hesitation. Zhang Tian also rushed towards the Root organization, where Danzo lived. In the underground secret room of the Root organization, Danzo sat in the first seat, with many Root organization members gathered around him. Did you all hear clearly what I said? On the night of the Uchiha clan extermination, the Sharingan was secretly collected. Zhang Tian hid in the dark and watched all this with his Sharingan. Danzo's arm was not yet wrapped in bandages and he had not yet had the Sharingan transplanted. However, it seems that the first generation of cells have been successfully transplanted, and with his wind escape, Zhang Tian is still confident. It's just that Shisui's eyes are in his hands. Zhang Tian's only concern was Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan and his unique super illusion Kotoama Tsukami. If Danzo gets desperate and really uses Kotoama Tsukami on himself, it will be a big trouble. If it really doesn't work, just retreat. Anyway, what he had to do was to assassinate Danzo, attract the Root's pursuit, expose his identity and defect from the ninja village. As for Shisui's eyes, it would be better if you can get them, but if you can't, look for another opportunity. After the Root organization members dispersed, Zhang Tian quietly sneaked into the base. That's it. Zhang Tian saw the glass bottle that Danzo took out through the wall through the Sharingan. The bottle was filled with yellow liquid, and inside it was a scarlet eyeball, which was Shisui's Sharingan. The Uchiha clan's bloodline limit is truly a fascinating power. In the cells of the first generation, the fusion of the two will make me unprecedentedly powerful. Then I'll be able to become Hokage. Danzo looked intoxicated while holding Shisui's Sharingan, as if he had already seen the day when he would become stronger and become Hokage. You have no chance to become Hokage, Danzo. Zhang Tian appeared from the dark and interrupted his fantasy. You attacked Sarutobi a few years ago, and now you want to attack me too? Looking at Zhang Tian's iconic Shura mask, Danzo recognized him at a glance as the mysterious man who attacked Konoha a few years ago. Zhang Tian opened his Sharingan and looked at Danzo. I'm here to take Shisui's eyes. Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly, and the expression on his face suddenly became gloomy. He originally thought that he had done a very secretive thing to steal Shisui's eyes, but now it seems that this mysterious masked man is very resourceful and knows everything. Who are you and why do you know such a thing? Under Danzo's puzzled gaze, Jiang Tian slowly took off his mask. Since he was going to reveal his identity, there was nothing to hide. As the mask was removed, Danzo was shocked. Jiang Tian? So it was you who attacked Konoha many times. That you hit it really well. Danzo, leaning on a cane, took a few steps forward. He was going to deal with the traitor. Although he is an evil person, he is loyal to Konoha village and cannot tolerate the existence of traitors. Wind escape, vacuum jade. The howling wind turned into a sharp blade and rushed towards Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian didn't hesitate at all. He drew his katana and activated the Mangekyo. Menjaya space was activated, and his figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared behind Danzo. With the samurai sword close to his neck, Jiang Tian said coldly, hand over Shisui's eyes. Danzo has not obtained the Sharingan yet, so his strength is not that strong. He is powerless against Jiang Tian who possesses the Mangekyo. Boy, if you want Shisui's eyes, wait for your next life. You're looking for death. Jiang Tian slashed his neck with the samurai sword, and Danzo turned into wood. Wood-style clone, when? Jiang Tian exclaimed in disbelief that his Sharingan couldn't even detect him using the clone. The Sharingan is not invincible. Hashirama's cells, which also possess divine power, are the Sharingan's best opponent. Danzo appeared opposite and looked at Jiang Tian expressionlessly. Jiang Tian became cautious. It seemed that Danzo, who could be the opponent of the third generation, was not so easy to deal with. Forbidden zone of death. Jiang Tian launched an illusion, and Danzo was instantly dragged into the illusion space of the kaleidoscope. A blood moon was in the sky and black crows were circling in the air. Danzo had studied the Sharingan deeply and realized in an instant that he had fallen into an illusion. He looked around vigilantly. Each Mangekyo has different abilities, so Danzo doesn't know what dangers Jiang Tian's illusion poses. The crow swooped down at a high speed, constantly transforming into Jiang Tian's appearance, stabbing Danzo with a samurai sword in hand. Wind style, Great Wind Blade. After the wind escape, although some crows were blocked, more crows immediately came up and rushed towards Danzo. Such a powerful bloodline limit is really fascinating. Danzo thought of Shisui's eyes in his arms, and felt excited instantly. He thought he would soon be able to possess such a powerful ability. But we have to solve the trouble at hand. Would release, the tree world descends. Countless giant trees burst out from the ground, instantly clearing the flock of crows in the sky. Blood flowed from Jiang Tian's eyes. Looks like we need to transplant the primary cells quickly. Now, due to his bloodline problem, he cannot unleash the true power of the kaleidoscope, so the illusion world was broken. You also need to get Shisui's eyes, as these eyes are needed to open the eternal Mangekyo. Jiang Tian made a decision in his heart, shadow clone technique. Fire style, storm dance. Wind style, great wind blade. Jiang Tian summoned more than 10 clones, using various ninjutsu, and combining their attributes to increase their power dramatically. His own true form also advanced, wielding a katana, ready to strike a fatal blow. Danzo looked at Jiang Tian's rushing body with disdain on his face. Would release, the tree world is coming. He used would release again, and the wildly growing trees that broke out of the ground could force Jiang Tian back, preventing him from getting close. How could this happen? Are you crazy, kid? Danzo looked at Jiang Tian in surprise. Several parts of his body were pierced by trees of different thicknesses. I touched it, Shisui's eyes. Jiang Tian took 2 steps forward and touched Shisui's eyes on Danzo's body. The wound caused by the tree deepened again. Blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, and bloody holes were left in many parts of his body by the wood release technique. Finally got it. Jiang Tian used a samurai sword to cut off the branches on his body, and retreated rapidly to distance himself from Danzo. Jiang Tian, you're willing to sacrifice your life to snatch Shisui's eyes. Why? What is worth enduring such pain? Pain? Is this considered painful? He had experienced real pain a long time ago. His heart died on the battlefield of the Third World War, and died when Ling held up her eyes and held them in his hands. Danzo, do you think this is painful? That's right, how could someone like you possibly understand? Compared to physical pain, the pain of the heart is the most painful and the most difficult to heal. This kind of scar requires a lifetime to heal, until death. That's how Obito is. He can only be truly relieved at the moment of his death. Jiang Tian stared at Danzo, his expression suddenly becoming cold. I've always wondered, where did the promised reinforcements go during the Third War, on the battlefield bordering Konoha and the Hidden Mist Village? Reinforcements, it turns out their mentality is distorted due to the death of their companions. Danzo muttered to himself thoughtfully. Answer me, where did the reinforcements promised by the ninja village leaders finally go? Jiang Tian couldn't help but roar, and the dusty memories instantly came flooding back like a tide. He seemed to be back in that hellish summer night. Xiao Jiang Tian, follow me. Don't be afraid, I'm here for you. Uchiha Ling opened her Sharingan and held Jiang Tian's hand, protecting him behind her. Their teammates died in the battle. Jiang Tian lost his sight, and he was only able to survive thanks to Uchiha Ling. Let's hold on for a while. They say reinforcements are coming soon. Uchiha Ling has been encouraging herself, and it was this reinforcement that allowed the two of them to persevere until now. Until that night came and the enemy attacked, the reinforcements they had been waiting for a long time still did not arrive. He would never forget the feeling of the girl handing him the kaleidoscope before she died. Although he couldn't see anything, Jiang Tian could feel the warmth in his hands, that it was the sticky scarlet blood and the girl's deep love. Danzo was silent for a long time before he spoke slowly. In his eyes, Jiang Tian was already a dead man. He would not let someone who hated Konoha so much leave. It would be okay to let him hear the truth before he died. Reinforcements were indeed sent to your location, but they changed direction midway. What do you mean? Why did you change direction midway? Because they went to rescue Asuma Sarutobi. Danzo told the truth calmly. This also confirmed Jiang Tian's years of speculation. Why didn't the promised support come? Is that really the case? The top management is really hypocritical. Ordinary people can die on the battlefields of the Third World War, the Uchiha clan can die, but the major clans of Konoha have the fewest casualties. It's really a disappointing truth. Jiang Tian sneered repeatedly. I'm glad you can tell the truth. Before you leave, I advise you not to dream of becoming a pitiful Hokage anymore. You will never have a chance in this life. After saying that, Jiang Tian activated the space ninjutsu of the Sharingan and disappeared in front of Danzo. The sudden disappearance made Danzo panic, and he quickly contacted the Root organization to start a search. In the Uchiha clan's territory, the genocide plan has come to an end. The strong smell of blood around made Jiang Tian frown. These were all Itaka's clansmen. How painful it must have been for him to hold the knife against them. Foolish Odaru, hate me and become stronger with the goal of killing me. Itaki, it's time to go. Jiang Tian suddenly appeared, and Itaki immediately assumed a fighting stance. Don't be so nervous. After all, you are my subordinate. I am here to take you away. Jiang Tian spread his hands helplessly to show that he had no hostility. Pick me up and leave, Senior Jiang Tian too? Itaka narrowed his eyes as he looked at the scars on Jiang Tian's body. Catching the subtle changes in Itaka's expression, Jiang Tian knew that Itaki would still side with Konoha even if he slaughtered his clan. Yes, I've defected too. Let's leave together. Jiang Tian threw away the Konoha forward protector in his hand and urged Itaki to leave. Itaki took a last lingering look at his brother Suzuki and turned to leave. When he arrived outside the village, Jiang Tian stopped. Senior, what's wrong? Seeing Jiang Tian stop, Itaki asked. Before leaving, how can you not leave some small gifts for the village? Jiang Tian smiled coldly, looking particularly creepy. A small gift? God escapes, annihilates nothingness. Chakras of various attributes were wreaking havoc in Jiang Tian's hands. This move was a technique he created himself. Chakra of all attributes is constantly merging, and colorful energy is constantly blending and compressing. Itaki on the side widened his eyes, knowing that conflicting attributes cannot exist at the same time. Just like water and fire cannot coexist, Jiang Tian actually combined water and fire, earth and gold, these mutually restraining attributes together. This is a crazy move. The energy ball in his hand continued to rage. As it compressed continuously, the originally colorful energy ball turned black, and the manic energy also calmed down. Looking at the black ball in his hand, Jiang Tian chuckled and said, although it's not perfect, it's good enough. He gently pushed the energy ball in his hand forward, and the energy ball floated towards Konoha village like a dandelion. Finish this disc, Jiang Tian said. Itaki, let's go. After saying that, he left without looking back. Itaki followed behind him with a strange look on his face. This energy ball didn't seem to be strong enough, but he had just taken a few steps out. Bang! A loud explosion that seemed to tear the sky and the earth apart rang in my ears. Itaki turned around and froze in shock. Uchiha Obito, who was hiding on a high place and watching, saw the Konoha village destroyed into ruins, and his tone became solemn. Jiang Tian, did I underestimate you? You destroyed half of Konoha with one strike. In the border of the Land of Water, there is a small and inconspicuous ninja village on the edge. Compared with the behemoths like the 5 major ninja villages, this village is like dust, but it hides an organization that makes the world tremble. The Akatsuki organization wears black robes with fiery red auspicious clouds, and its members all wear wind chime cloaks, which is the special symbol of the organization. Although there are not many members, each of them has the strength comparable to that of a cage-level warrior. After defecting, Itaki and Jiang Tian prepared to join Akatsuki. As long as they could join Akatsuki, they would be one step closer to obtaining Nagato's Rinnegan. As soon as they arrived at the Rain Village, White Zetsu, who was responsible for collecting intelligence in the Akatsuki organization, appeared in front of them. Konoha Village, Uchiha Itaka, Jiang Tian, Boss Yahiko asked me to come here to pick you up, please follow me. Jiang Tian and Itaka set out and followed White Zetsu, moving deeper into the Rain Village. I heard that Lord Jiang Tian destroyed half of Konoha with just one strike. That's amazing. That kind of destructive power, wow. Baiju was amazed at Jiang Tian's behavior and strength in destroying Konoha. It's no big deal, just a small ninjutsu I created myself. Jiang Tian didn't take it seriously. Compared with the cheat-like powers of those in the later period of Naruto, his abilities were nothing. Haha, Lord Zhang Tian is too modest. The extent of Konoha's destruction is known to all 5 major villages, as well as Mr. Itaka's actions to exterminate the clan. Now your reputations have truly spread throughout the ninja world, although they are not good ones. Itake clenched his fists involuntarily. When it came to the matter of genocide, it was impossible for him to remain calm. Lead the way. Itake interrupted the noisy Baizetsu. Seeing that Zhang Tian had no desire to talk, Baizetsu tactfully shut up. The few of them continued to go deeper and deeper, and finally arrived at the headquarters of Akatsuki. This place is always covered with dark clouds and drizzles. Everywhere you look, there are steel buildings, and the feeling of a doomsday wasteland is overwhelming. You too, on behalf of the Akatsuki organization, I welcome you. Several people looked in the direction of the voice and saw Yahiko Tendo sitting on a towering steel building. Looking at the black steel nails on Yahiko's face, Zhang Tian, as a Naruto fan, had some expectations in his mind, but he was still shocked when he saw that Yahiko could walk in the air like a god. Unlike the situation in the later period of Naruto where ninjas could fly everywhere, flying is a difficult thing for today's ninjas, even for those as strong as Obito and Zhang Tian, or even for those who have obtained the power of immortals like Jiraiya. Only by summoning a summoned beast can the effect of flying be achieved. Only the Rinnegan can allow one to fly on his own without the help of external forces like Yahiko. The same eyes as the god of ninja, 6-path sage, with terrifying pupil power. Itake was also shocked when he saw Yahiko flying. Yahiko walked over from the air. As the leader, it was necessary for him to show his strength to the two of them and let them know what kind of existence Akatsuki was. You two, follow me and go to the conference room to meet your partners. The real boss of Akatsuki is Nagato, but currently only Konan, Obito, and the time traveler Zhang Tian know this. Itake nodded. Please lead the way, chief. Zhang Tian followed closely behind, rushing to the meeting room with Yahiko. It is called a conference room, but it is actually a large cave. The environment inside is so dark that you can only barely see the road. The few of them went deeper, and before they arrived, Zhang Tian heard a familiar voice. Orochimaru, I heard that your Konoha has 2 new members this time. That you are indeed worthy of being the strongest village among the 5 major ninja villages. Orochimaru sneered at Kakuzu's sarcasm. Even though we're all rebels, not everyone can join the Akatsuki. If you're too rubbish, the leader won't look down on you. Soga, Orochimaru, what do you mean? I want to complain to the leader and have your salary for this month deducted. Kakuzu was very unhappy. Every time Orochimaru spoke, it made people feel uncomfortable. Enough, how can you do this in front of the newcomers? Yahiko's voice came, and the conference room instantly became quiet. Orochimaru, long time no see. Zhang Tian greeted Orochimaru with a smile. Seeing that his pupils were becoming more and more like a snake, Zhang Tian knew that this guy's experiment must have achieved results again, and he had to put the matter of transplanting the first generation of cells on the agenda. Zhang Tian, Itake, I didn't expect that we are both Konoha ninjas and now we have become partners here again. Welcome, my fellow defectors. Zhang Tian came to the empty seat in the conference room and sat down, teasing Orochimaru without being outdone. They are all traitors. Itake, and I should call you senior. After all, you are the first Konoha traitor to join Akatsuki, ha ha ha. Okay, the greetings among acquaintances are almost over, it's time to get down to business. Yahiko walked to the first seat and sat down, while Konan stood beside him. Let me introduce our new partners from the Hidden Leaf Village, Zhang Tian and Uchiha Itake. They are all ninjas that meet the requirements and are very powerful. The rumors about you two are extremely exaggerated. The Uchiha clan's genius ninja and the Umbu SSS level traitor Zhang Tian are both on Konoha's must-kill list. You too, these are very valuable. He, I'm tempted. Kakuzu spoke rudely, as if he wanted to teach a newbie a lesson. Ha ha ha, I heard that Kakuzu is immortal, I also want to see it. Zhang Tian looked at Kakuzu coldly, wanting to show him off, but also to see if he was qualified enough. The atmosphere suddenly became a little cold, and Yahiko broke the atmosphere by saying, Konan, go give the organization's uniforms to the two of you. Zhang Tian took the clothes handed to him by Zionin and put them on directly. The clothes of Akatsuki organization are too familiar to Naruto fans. Wearing the wind chime cloak and the organization's unique ring, Itake and Zhang Tian officially became members of the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Itake, Konoha's rebel ninja, owner of the Mangekyo Sharinan, Akatsuki codenamed Suzaku. Zhang Tian, Konoha SSS level rebel ninja, all attribute check card. The owner of the law, the self-created large-scale destructive ninjutsu, the owner of the Mangekyo Sharinan, the Akatsuki codename. Chief, wait a minute, I'll choose the codename myself. Zhang Tian interrupted Yahiko. Under everyone's curious gaze, Zhang Tian said the codename he had chosen. Zhang Tian, codenamed Higanbana in Xiao. Yahiko nodded. It was just a codename. It didn't matter what it was. Okay, from now on your codename is Higanbana. After settling the two of them, Yahiko began to assign tasks to the members of the organization. Your current mission is to collect information about ninja beasts from the major ninja villages, and to recruit talented newcomers to join the organization. As long as you are strong enough, you can take the test. Those who pass can be recruited into the organization. Yahiko gave everyone a task, and then looked at everyone with a serious look. No matter what your reasons for joining Akatsuki are, please remember that everything we do is for peace. You can clear the obstacles that block the mission, but please do not slaughter ordinary people and the weak. It will. We are not an evil organization. Please keep this in mind. Otherwise, I will personally remove the unruly individuals. On the outskirts of the land of water, Jiang Tian put on his Shura mask, put on the clothes of the Akatsuki organization, and carried out his first mission under the code name Higanbana. He and Itaki acted separately and did not form a team. This was arranged by Yahiko. Their first task was to recruit new members and absorb fresh blood into the organization. However, before carrying out the mission, Jiang Tian had to go back to the hotel to pick up Uchiha Shui and Ling's grandmother. When I returned to the hotel, a month had passed. The Sharingan's clones have reached their limit. Before the Mangekyo is opened, the clones cannot exist permanently. Jiang Tian took off his mask and walked into the hotel. Shuer looked at the familiar face with red eyes. Brother Jiang Tian, the Uchiha clan has already. Seeing Shuer's sad look, Jiang Tian reached out and stroked her head. After a long silence, he said, "You already know everything, right? Itaki Uchiha's genocide and my defection from Konoha." Jiang Tian told her about joining the Akatsuki organization. "Shuer, you can't go back to Konoha. All your clansmen are dead. I will arrange accommodation for you." "Brother Jiang Tian, let's take grandma away. Why would we join the Akatsuki organization? It's so dangerous." "Everything is for the purpose of resurrecting Ling." Jiang Tian saw the girl's eyes moist and she was about to cry. Thinking of what he was going to do, he shook his head without giving any explanation. "Pack your things, I'll arrange new accommodation for you and grandma." Uchiha Suejian couldn't persuade Jiang Tian, so he didn't say anything else. He knew that he couldn't compare with Sister Linger. If Sister Linger were here, Brother Jiang Tian would probably listen to her. She looked at Jiang Tian's back and muttered softly, the girl's love thoughts coming to light. But Jiang Tian didn't notice it. He went to help the old lady pack her things. After the three of them packed up their things, they rushed to the intersection of the 5 major ninja villages to find a place for the two of them to live. Konoha, Akatsuki, there is no safe place for people like Jiang Tian. Because the old lady was old, the three of them walked very slowly and didn't go far from the hotel until dark. At night, the stars were shining brightly and the two fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Tian, who was guarding them, suddenly opened his Sharingan, stretched out his hand to draw out his samurai sword and blocked Uchiha Shui in front of him. The sound of fine iron colliding was particularly harsh in the night environment. That is, Jiang Tian, who had his Sharingan activated, could see very clearly in the dark. In front of him was a young man holding a scarlet crescent sickle. "Are you Fei Juan?" Jiang Tian was a little unsure about meeting this evil boy in such a place. "You know me, I didn't expect my name has spread here. Hee, this will also help spread the teachings of the evil god better." Fei Juan was a little complacent. It was such a wonderful thing to be able to spread the supreme truth of the evil god. "What are you doing here? Why did you attack Shuer?" Jiang Tian was extremely alert. He saw clearly that Fei Juan's crescent sickle was about to chop towards Uchiha Shui. "This girl is quite good. I will offer her to the evil god. Oh, and now I have to include you as well. There will be a price to pay for interrupting such a sacred ceremony." Fei Juan's tone was extremely arrogant. Relying on his immortal body, he did not take Jiang Tian seriously at all. Jiang Tian smiled indifferently. As a Naruto fan, he was very clear about Feiden's shortcomings. Apart from his immortality, his other skills such as ninjutsu and illusion were a mess. If he wasn't unkillable, this guy would be nothing but a piece of crap. "Young man, I advise you not to be so arrogant. Be careful not to get slapped in the face." Jiang Tian held the samurai sword and looked at Fei Juan with a relaxed expression. This feeling of superiority made the cult youth very unhappy. "The last person who spoke to me like this has gone to see the evil god." Fei Juan grabbed the red sickle and rushed towards Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian used a flash technique to flash behind him and the samurai sword instantly stabbed into Fei Juan's body. "Hiss, it hurts. This pain is a gift from the evil god." Fei Juan's face was distorted. It seemed that he was really in pain after being stabbed with a knife. On the other hand, Jiang Tian frowned. He stepped back, stared at Fei Duan, his expression somewhat ugly. Faden saw this scene and his face turned a little excited. "Finally found it, the power bestowed upon me by the evil god, ha ha ha. Are you afraid of this immortal power? Don't worry, hug the evil god and you can also gain eternal life." Fei Juan became more and more excited as he spoke. Jiang Tian did not respond, but just used ninjutsu and physical skills to continuously scratch scars on Fei Juan's body. "It's useless. No matter what, you can't kill me. Only ordinary people like you are afraid of death." Thanks to his immortal body, Faden becomes more and more courageous as the battle goes on. No matter what kind of injuries he suffers, he is not afraid at all. As one side gained strength while the other lost strength, Jiang Tian seemed to be exhausted and stood there gasping for breath. The sickle flew over again and cut Jiang Tian's arm. Fei Duan saw that his attack was successful and he couldn't hide the joy on his face and laughed loudly towards the sky. "Ha ha ha, I finally succeeded. Let me show you the terrifying power of the evil god." Fei Juan fed Jiang Tian's blood on the sickle into his mouth, and then used his own blood to outline a hexagram pattern under his feet. After finishing, he walked in. His skin turned black and white, and his bones were exposed and unusually clear. The ritual is complete, prepare to throw yourself into the arms of the evil god. After saying that, Feijuan stabbed the sickle heavily into his chest. A strange scene appeared. Zhang Tian, who was standing opposite, had blood all over his chest. The wound looked like the sickle in Feijuan's hand. Ha ha ha, are you scared? You finally know how to be afraid. Seeing Zhang Tian injured, Feijuan's smile gradually became crazy. Zhang Tian covered his chest with his hands, his eyes dulled. He could feel his life slipping away quickly. Bang! With a loud bang, Zhang Tian's body fell heavily. Huh, I thought it was so powerful, but it turns out it's just like this. Feijuan snorted coldly, put away his sickle and prepared to continue sacrificing Uchiha Shui. So this is what death feels like. It's not a big deal. Zhang Tian, who had fallen to the ground, made another sound, and Fei Duan paused in his departing steps. He turned around and looked at Zhang Tian as if he had seen a ghost. How could this happen? Aren't you supposed to be dead? Zhang Tian, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly came back to life. The strange scene made Feijuan confused. At this time, he had not discovered the problem. Zhang Tian shook his head. This Fei Duan was just like an anime, like a fool. In this situation, anyone with a slightly quick mind should have realized that they were under an illusion. But Feijuan couldn't find out, so his brain was not very flexible. Looking at his confused look, Zhang Tian had the idea of playing with him and teasing Feijuan. He didn't know if this could be considered a bad taste. Zhang Tian looked at Feidan, his Sharinan turned, staring at him straight, and his tone gradually became crazy, imitating his. Haydn, your evil god is no good. Take a good look at my evil god, he is the real god. After Zhang Tian finished speaking, he picked up the samurai sword and stabbed himself with it. Blood kept flowing down the wound. Feijuan widened his eyes at this scene. This man was even crazier than him. What do you think? My lord evil god also gave me immortality. Zhang Tian stabbed himself, and then looked at Feijuan smugly, constantly provoking him in his tone. Damn it, my lord evil god is the real god. Feijuan was not convinced. He would not allow anyone to insult the evil god. He kept stabbing himself with the crescent sickle, and Zhang Tian was not willing to be outdone, so the two of them started playing a self-harm game. Come on, keep going. Feijuan cut off his own head, held it in his hand and roared at Zhang Tian. Come, my evil god is. Outside the illusion world, Zhang Tian opened the kaleidoscope and felt like laughing as he watched Fei Duan constantly hurting himself. Wouldn't that be too damaging? The two of them tossed and turned for most of the night. Feidan lowered his head in dejection. What's the name of the evil god you believe in? He found that Zhang Tian seemed to be really stronger than himself. The power bestowed upon him by the gods was stronger than his own. No matter what injuries he suffered, he was still full of energy. Looking at the defeated Haydn in the illusion world, Zhang Tian once again felt the power of the Sharinan. He defeated Haydn without bloodshed and broke down the opponent's defenses mentally. No wonder Orochimaru has always coveted the bodies of the Uchiha clan. Listen carefully, from now on, if you believe in Brother Zhang, you will have eternal life. Zhang Tian couldn't restrain his playful nature and continued to fool Fei Duan. Okay, I will follow you, Brother Xin Zhang, and ask him to grant me an immortal body as powerful as yours. Zhang Tian was speechless. He was just joking, but he didn't expect Fei Duan to take it seriously. Believing in Brother Zhang would not give him eternal life. However, he can make Feidan his companion, not someone who works for Akatsuki, but someone who can work for him. Strange thoughts came to Zhang Tian's mind. In order to obtain the Samsara Eye, he needed someone's help. Someone like Feidan who has not yet joined the Akatsuki organization is undoubtedly a good choice. The most important thing is that this guy is simple-minded and easy to fool. Okay, I will take you to Brother Xinjian from now on. He deceived Feijuan again against his conscience. After removing the illusion, Feijuan sat on the ground and gasped for breath. He was really tired, and stabbing himself was a physically demanding task. You know my name is Haydn, so what should I call you? Call me Brother Tian. Zhang Tian chuckled. This guy is younger than him and looks silly. He should be a good younger brother. Brother Tian, Brother Zhang, why is it that the god you believe in has a name so similar to yours? Feijuan didn't understand. The name of this evil god was so strange. The next day, when Uchiha Shui woke up, she was surprised to find that there was someone beside her. When she knew it was Zhang Tian's younger brother, she didn't say much. She just felt that it was a bit annoying that he, her little brother, kept staring at her. After traveling for several days, they finally arrived at their destination. This is the place where several major countries meet. During the Third Ninja World War, Zhang Tian and Ling lived here for a period of time while on a mission. The cabin is still there. Zhang Tian looked at the wooden house where he used to live, and the good times he spent with Ling came to his mind again. Pushing open the door of the wooden house, there is a cherry tree in the small yard, which he and Ling planted together. Now that she has grown up a lot, Ling likes cherry trees the most. After settling the two of them, Zhang Tian came under the cherry tree. The breeze blew, and pink cherry blossoms fell, full of memories. Brother Tian, do you like cherry trees very much? Feijuan lazily lay on the chair in the yard, looking at the nostalgic expression on Zhang Tian's face, feeling a little confused. To be honest, Zhang Tian doesn't like cherry blossoms, but Uchiha Ling does. He didn't like using a katana either, but Uchiha Ling told him that boys who used a katana were particularly handsome. After a moment of silence, Zhang Tian smiled softly, as if remembering something happy. I like cherry blossoms because she said they are romantic flowers. Romance, what the hell is that? Fei Juan didn't understand that he had grown up without knowing what romance was. Zhang Tian did not answer, but just watched the falling cherry blossom petals silently. Beautiful flowers all have their own unique flower language. In fact, Zhang Tian's favorite is the bellflower, and its flower language is eternal waiting, a lifetime commitment, loving only one person in a lifetime, being moved by one person, deeply in love with one person, missing one person, I am waiting for the wind to come, and also waiting for your return. Zhang Tian is now like a waiting bellflower. Zhang Tian, there is an operation that requires you to go. Yahiko's words interrupted Zhang Tian's thoughts. Through some secret method, Yahiko contacted Zhang Tian. What action? Orochimaru has defected from the organization. Yahiko's voice came, and Zhang Tian's eyes instantly became sharp. The time is almost right. The first generation of cells that defected from Akatsuki should have been studied almost completely. Wait for my arrival, Orochimaru. The time is ripe for transplanting the primary cells. Haiden, get ready. We're leaving tomorrow. Where are you going? Fei Juan looked at Zhang Tian. Tian Ziguo, go and see the unbuilt. I came to the Sound Village. Zhang Tian looked into the distance, and the ninja world was about to start to fall into chaos. Inside the land of rice, Faden followed behind Zhang Tian and couldn't help but complain about the fiery red robe with auspicious clouds on his body. Brother Tian, we look so weird dressed like this. Zhang Tian informed Yahiko about Haiden's situation and the special nature of his immortal body. Yahiko let Haiden join the organization without any hesitation. Akatsuki is now in urgent need of new members to prepare for the plan to capture the tailed beasts. Okay, stop complaining and be careful later. The two rushed towards where Orochimaru was, opened their Sharingan, and the unfinished Sound Village appeared clearly in their eyes. Seeing Zhang Tian's serious expression, Fei Juan asked tentatively, who are we going to see? We are both immortal, but you are so serious. Is the other party very strong? Fei Juan still doesn't know that he fell into Zhang Tian's illusion that night, and still thinks that Zhang Tian is immortal like him. Zhang Tian brought Fei Juan to a cave, through which they could see the Sound Village which had not yet been built. Pushing aside the dense leaves blocking the cave entrance, Zhang Tian couldn't help but sigh that Orochimaru was truly an expert when it came to finding territory. He defected from Konoha and then escaped from Akatsuki, but he is still living well. This has something to do with his ability to find hiding places. He can always hide very secretly. If it weren't for the Sharingan, Zhang Tian might not be able to find him. Follow closely and don't be too careless. The person we are going to meet is one of the three ninjas of Konoha. Zhang Tian warned Fei Juan that he felt that it was necessary to be cautious about Orochimaru. This guy's experiments are all kinds of weird. In the later part of the anime, Orochimaru can even rescue the souls that were sealed by sacrificing ghouls. No one has ever been able to do this. Although he knew the plot, it was not a reason to be careless. Zhang Tian was clear about this. He still understood the principle of the butterfly effect. Wouldn't his appearance here change certain plots and cause the world to develop in a different direction? Therefore, it is right to be cautious, especially when facing a scientist like Orochimaru who loves to conduct experiments. The cave was quite narrow. Faden followed Zhang Tian. When he heard that he was going to meet Orochimaru, he seemed very excited. No young person would not admire the people who became famous in the Third Shinobi World War, because everyone respects the strong. Brother Tian, why are you looking for him? He is one of the three ninjas of Konoha, a very powerful person. Zhang Tian smiled indifferently and said something softly. Fei Duan's pupils contracted and his face was full of shock. He is a traitor to the organization, and the leader asked me to deal with him. The voice was not loud, but Fei Juan felt it was particularly domineering. Not many people would dare to say such words as, go and kill the legendary three ninjas of Konoha. At least Fei Juan didn't dare to say such words now. At this time, he was just a young man who had just gained immortality. Although he was a little crazy, he was not so arrogant as to look down on others. Brother Tian, if we go and kill the three legendary ninjas, can we succeed? Fei Juan asked tentatively, feeling a little uneasy. Zhang Tian shook his head and smiled. It's not us, I am enough alone. Fei Juan looked at Zhang Tian thoughtfully. He felt that he was still a relatively conservative person, at least not as crazy as Zhang Tian. This is quite dramatic. If Zhang Tian knew that Fei Juan looked at him this way, he would definitely be confused. He is a cautious man. As they were talking, the two finally passed through the dark cave and walked out of the cave, where they saw a completely different world. The people coming and going were all ordinary people carrying trees on their shoulders or doing other things, busying themselves building the Sound Village for Orochimaru. Zhang Tian came to a man who was doing carpentry work with a puzzled look on his face. The scene before him overturned his cognition. Would Orochimaru do such trivial things? Would you still do such a thing? Orochimaru didn't even raise his head and continued with his carpentry work. He felt it as soon as Zhang Tian appeared in the village. My hands are not just for killing people, they can do other things sometimes. Jiang Tian was stunned that he didn't expect Orochimaru to give such an answer. The leader asked me to kill you. Jiang Tian stared at Orochimaru and told him what Yahiko asked him to do. The words fell into the ears of the busy residents around. These people suddenly put down their work, picked up wooden sticks and hacksaws, and looked at Jiang Tian angrily. Who are you to say such things to Lord Orochimaru? If you want to kill Lord Orochimaru, we will kill you first. Jiang Tian found the attitudes of these people incredible. Even a scientific research maniac like Orochimaru had supporters. Noticing the subtle expression on Jiang Tian's face, Orochimaru chuckled and said, "Why, you seem surprised that these people are helping me." Seeing his little tricks were discovered, Jiang Tian spread his hands without commenting. It's really surprising that a notorious traitor in the ninja world can be so beloved. The Sand Village bullied these people, and I saved them, so things became like this. Orochimaru spoke calmly, without any emotion when he talked about saving people. It's strange that you can save people. Jiang Tian was puzzled. This Orochimaru seemed a little different from the one in the anime. Do you believe me when I say I hate war and can't stand oppression? Orochimaru smiled. He only said these words to Jiraiya. I believe that no one is born bad. Even you, Orochimaru, were once a hero of Konoha and shed blood for Konoha in 3 wars. Orochimaru smiled knowingly after hearing this. Since I defected from Konoha, no one has ever commented on me like this. How's the research on primary cells going? You haven't forgotten our agreement back then, have you? Jiang Tian asked the question he wanted to know most. Only by fusing with the cells of the first generation can he use the Mangekyo Sharingan perfectly. It's almost done. I will transplant the primary cells for you. But do you still want to continue following the leader's orders? Ha ha ha. Jiang Tian suddenly burst into laughter. Order? What order? It's normal that I can't beat Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. What can Tenda Yahiko say? He wouldn't let me risk my life to kill you, would he? As for the rules of the organization, you know them well. If there are leaks, they will be hunted down by the entire organization. Jiang Tian warned Orochimaru that it was not a wise thing to go against Akatsuki. I just want to do experiments and pursue immortality. As for the Akatsuki organization, I'm really not that interested. I'll probably forget about it soon. Orochimaru also cooperated very well and made a promise. When smart people talk to each other, they just need to stop at the point. That's all good. Then prepare to transplant the primary cells for me. In Orochimaru's newly built laboratory, Jiang Tian leaned on a stone chair, his body full of transparent test tubes filled with dark green liquid, which were the cells of the first Hokage. Feijuan was standing by and exclaimed that it was amazing when he saw this novel scene. It was also the first time he had seen an experiment. Orochimaru, let's start. With Jiang Tian's consent, the transplant officially began. During this time, Phaeton stared at Orochimaru with a scarlet sickle, and would take action immediately if he made any unusual movements. The liquid in the test tube continued to flow into Jiang Tian's body. He could clearly feel an extremely powerful vitality suddenly emerging from his body, which showed the power of the primary generation cells. The blurred vision caused by the use of the Sharingan was completely healed at this moment, and the body's functions once again reached a new level, a fusion of the Uchiha bloodline and the power of the first generation. A wonderful feeling arose in Jiang Tian's heart. The power of Ajura and Indra was close to that of the 6-path sage. At this moment, he could even feel the surge of chakra. Time passed by, Jiang Tian pulled out the test tube inserted in his body, and the kaleidoscope in his pupils opened involuntarily, looking so enchanting. Is this the feeling of becoming stronger? So wonderful. Looking at Haiden and Orochimaru with the Sharingan, the two suddenly felt dazed. As long as Jiang Tian wanted to use illusion, he could pull them into the illusion world in an instant. The agreement between us is complete, Orochimaru said softly as he cleaned up the laboratory. I need to ask you for something else. Jiang Tian stared at Orochimaru. The agreement was over, but he still needed the ninjutsu that could resurrect the dead. This would be his capital to dominate the ninja world in the future. Give me the scroll of impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, puzzled by Jiang Tian's knowledge of his forbidden technique. It seems you found out a lot of my secrets back in the Umbu, even knowing about impure world reincarnation. I owe you a favor. Jiang Tian made the promise. He believed Orochimaru would agree because the day for him to invade Konoha and kill his teacher was approaching and he needed a helper like him. Deal, I'll take your favor. The two made an exchange, and Jiang Tian successfully obtained the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation. After leaving Tianziguo, Jiang Tian and Phaeton separated, and what they were going to do next had to be kept strictly confidential. Find Uchiha Madara's body, use the impure world transformation to make him a powerful fighting force, and prepare for all future plans. Madara's burial place. Through talking with Obito, Jiang Tian knew the approximate location. It was somewhere in the Valley of the End, where Madara fought with the first generation of Senju Hashirama. His figure flashed quickly, and a day later, Jiang Tian appeared in the Valley of the End. Standing on the statue of the first Hokage, he couldn't help but sigh at how powerful the two were. Such a huge waterfall dried up for a while because of the battle between the two, and it took a long time to recover. The deeper they searched, the more lush the surrounding trees became, their Sharingan kept flashing, and the blood connection became stronger. Found it, right there. Is that guy still guarding here? Outside Madara's grave, there was an energy surrounding it, hidden so deeply that it was difficult to detect unless you looked carefully. Is it a White Zetsu clone? Obito is really cautious that he even let White Zetsu watch over a dead person. With one clone, Jiang Tian dealt with by Zetsu in an instant and quickly walked into the cave. On the stone platform, Madara's body was lying there. It had not rotted even after such a long time. After removing the dry skin from the corpse, Jiang Tian quickly left the place. Not long after Jiang Tian left, Obito appeared here. Looking at the dead White Zetsu clone and Madara's intact body, he fell into deep thought. The body is still there. Who came here just now and what were they planning to do? After putting Madara's skin into a bottle, Jiang Tian reunited with Faden, and the two returned to Akatsuki together. Chief, we are back. The mission failed. Orochimaru is too strong, we are no match for him. Yahiko looked at Jiang Tian, who had a calm expression. After a long silence, he said, we'll talk about Orochimaru later. You two should get ready and start the plan to capture the tailed beasts. Yahiko did not blame Jiang Tian, and told him the next mission, which was to capture the six-tailed rhino, and the Jinchuriki was the mist ninja Shikata from the land of water. Got it. We'll bring Vulpix back this time. Jiang Tian and Feijuan left. Yahiko would become suspicious about the failure of this mission, but it didn't matter. Everyone in Akatsuki didn't have some ulterior motives. As long as the tailed beast can be captured, Jiang Tian didn't have a deep impression of the Vulpix. It can only be said that this guy didn't have many roles in the anime. Get ready, Haiden. Will be catching Vulpix in a few days. Jiang Tian left after saying this, and he was going to study in pure world reincarnation. In the Vulpix capture plan, Jiang Tian appeared in the land of water with Haiden, wearing the familiar auspicious cloud windbreaker and wind chime cloak, which is the standard equipment of the Akatsuki organization. The Six-Tails Jinchuriki Shigeta has another name that is more familiar to anime fans, Yujeo. The rebel ninja of the Mist Village, the tailed beast Rhino, is currently fleeing with the little girl. Hayashi, go away. If you follow me, you will only be hunted down. Hotaru, nicknamed Tsuchigumo, is a girl obsessed with Yujeo. Let's go, where do you want to go? A sudden voice interrupted their conversation. It was the Umbu of the Mist Village who came to chase them. Hidaka, come back to the village with us. As the Jinchuriki of the Vulpix, you shouldn't leave the village. The Umbu from the Mist Village wearing a mask with rain patterns spoke in a cold tone, and several of them slowly surrounded Yugao. I shouldn't have left. Does being a Jinchuriki mean I've completely lost the right to pursue freedom? Yugao's face was grim, and he felt pain in his heart when he thought of his life in the village. His parents died in the Second Shinobi World War, and he became an orphan, being looked down upon by his peers. It seemed that this was the fate of every Chuyuriki, to be alienated and treated as a monster. The phrase I heard most often since I was a child was, leave that child, there is a monster hiding inside him. The village leaders ignored this and did not care about Yujeo's opinion at all, just treating him as a container. That's how they usually call him, the six-tailed Jinchuriki, the tailed beast container. A strong sense of loneliness enveloped Yugao, making him desperate and becoming withdrawn. Fortunately, Ying appeared. Yujeo protected Ying behind him and faced the Umbu who came to capture him alone. These people were all elite Jonin level, and none of them were weak. I won't go back to the village with you. Don't try to restrain me anymore. Yugao roared and vented. The resentment that had been pent up in his heart for many years burst out at this moment, making his handsome face look a little scary. Teacher. Ying stretched out her little hand and held Yugao, comforting him softly. Fei Duan and Jiang Tian stood in the distance, watching everything here. Brother Tian, should we take action? No, let's wait and see what the people of the Mist Village are like. Will they be like Konoha and give up everything for the benefit of the village? Jiang Tian, wearing a mask, looked on indifferently. There were too many shameful things happening in the 5 major villages, and too many people became victims of peace. For what they call peace. Yugao, since you are so stubborn, don't blame us for taking tough measures. A total of 4 Mist Ninja Umbu members came and drew the long swords behind their backs, ready to attack Yujeo. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. In a rainy place like the Land of Water, the Water Dragon Bullet turned into a huge water dragon and rushed straight towards Yugao. Bubble. Yugao picked up the weapon in his hand, a tool that could blow bubbles, and colorful bubbles instantly appeared in the sky and floated towards the water dragon. The moment the two collided, they quickly exploded and melted. Water Escape, Water Wave Prison. Another Umbu took action, and a water wave quickly appeared under Yugao's feet, imprisoning his feet and making him unable to move. Teacher, watch out behind you, Ying exclaimed. Suddenly, an Umbu appeared behind Yugao, holding a long sword and slashing at his back. Earth Escape, Earth Wall. Ying used Earth Escape to try to block the attack for her teacher, but the gap between her and the elite Jonin is not small. Water Clone. The 4th Umbu also took action, his figure flashed like a ghost, but the person he was targeting was not Yugao. Stop, she is innocent. Yugao's pupils shrank. The Umbu had appeared behind Ying and held her hostage, with a long knife on her neck. Yugao, give up resistance. You don't want her to die, do you? The Umbu who was holding Ying hostage spoke coldly, with a hint of sneer in his words. If he could control Ying, Yugao would not dare to resist. During the chase, they all realized that this girl was very important to Yugao. Jiang Tian, who was watching from a distance, shook his head. This was the style of the great ninja village. Their methods were extremely despicable, using ordinary people to threaten them. No, don't hurt her. I promise you, I will go back to the village with you. Although Yugao's expression was still cold, his flickering eyes showed his inner uneasiness. Ying is his apprentice and his only salvation in the darkness. Teacher, the bubbles you blow are so beautiful that I like watching them. Teacher, they all say you are a monster, but I think you are the gentlest person in the world. On weekdays, Ying never tires of telling him that he is not a monster, but a gentle teacher. He had never done anything for his apprentice, nor had he really taught her any skills, so now it was time to do something. Yugao dropped the weapon in his hand to the ground. He smiled at Ying and said, "Don't worry, everything will be fine. The teacher is here." He made a choice. Freedom was important, but it seemed insignificant compared to her. Seeing Yujao compromise, Ying's face had a complicated expression, including joy, sadness, sorrow, and reluctance. All her expressions eventually turned into a wry smile, and she said softly in a gentle tone, "Teacher, do you know that Ying likes colorful bubbles the most? Because in my hometown village, color symbolizes love, bubbles represent freedom, and colorful bubbles represent free love. So, we have a saying there, if you like someone, you blow colorful bubbles for them, letting the bubbles carry your thoughts into the distance, conveying the love you can't, and don't dare, say." Yugao fell into silence, standing there in a daze. He had no idea that this little girl who always liked to pester him had such emotions hidden under her gentle and lovely smile. "Teacher, do you think colorful bubbles can really express love? I think if you like someone, you should say it out loud, right? I like you, Yugao." Ying smiled at Yugao, as gentle as ever, as if it was the first time they met. "No, no, no." Heart-wrenching wails echoed all around. The Umbu who held Ying hostage widened his eyes, staring at the blood-stained sword in his hand in disbelief, and looked at the girl's fallen body. He didn't understand why the girl chose to die. The sudden scene made Jiang Tian frown, and he instantly opened his Mangekyo Sharinan. Looking at the terrifying energy that was about to awaken in Yugao's body, he hurriedly spoke. "Haiden, hurry up, Vulpix is about to wake up." The tailed beasts revived within the Jinchuriki's body, and this only happened when the seal was loosened or the Jinchuriki lost his mind. The Jinchuriki in this situation is crazy, his whole body is wrapped in anger, and his destructive power is unprecedentedly strong. What happened? Yujao is about to transform into a tailed beast. Alert, alert, Vulpix is about to revive. The four Umbu of the Mist Village were also panicked when they saw this scene. Every ninja knew how powerful the tailed beasts were. That is a synonym for powerful and extremely destructive. Yugao couldn't feel anything that happened, he was completely numb. There was only one person in his eyes, the girl who once loved to laugh, and the cold corpse on the ground. "Let me go, let me save you and solve all your sufferings. Come on, open the sealed door." In his mind, the voice of Vulpix kept coming, tempting Yujao to tear the seal and release himself. "I want them to die, everyone must die," Yugao said in a crazy tone as he made his demands. "Deal, I will kill them all." As he reached an agreement with Vulpix, Yujao completely opened up his psychological defenses and no longer resisted Vulpix's power. The powerful aura of the tailed beast instantly surged out of Yujao's body. His entire body was wrapped in the energy of the seven-tailed beast, and a tail made of energy appeared behind him. Then, 2, 3. Until 6 tails made of energy swayed in the air, swinging excitedly, like prisoners who had just been released. Vulpix was extremely excited. After being suppressed for so long, he finally broke the seal. Yugao's pupils turned blue, which was the energy of Vulpix, filled with tyranny. He waved his tail and rushed directly towards an Umbu. "No, don't kill me." With a cry of surprise, the originally calm Umbu was torn in half in an instant. The scene of blood splattering made the remaining 3 people like frightened birds, and they ran away without looking back. "Hurry, run, it's too scary, a 6-tailed monster." Yujao, who had transformed into a tailed beast, suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was another dead Umbu. His attack was a fatal blow, and the speed was so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. Only Jiang Tian, who opened the Mangekyo, could see the speed of Vulpix. He and Feijuan stood in place. "The Vulpix has revived. Let's wait until he finishes killing all the Umbu before we take action. If the current Jinchuriki doesn't seek revenge, his obsession will be too strong and he will be very difficult to deal with." Jiang Tian tells Fei Duan to wait until Yugao kills these people before taking action. After tearing another Umbu to pieces, the Vulpix looked up at the last Umbu who had already run away. A huge ball of energy gathered in the air, which was the tailed beast ball. As the energy ball flew out, bang, a deafening explosion was heard in the ears. The trees were destroyed where the Umbu escaped, and the violent energy smashed out a huge deep pit. After dealing with everyone, Yujao, who had transformed into a tailed beast, was no longer as crazy as he was at the beginning. He staggered towards Hotaru lying on the ground, his eyes full of struggle as he fought with Vulpix for control of his body. He knelt beside the corpse and wanted to reach out to hold Hotaru in his arms, but the next second his hand stopped. It was Vulpix that gained the upper hand and regained control of the body. Damn it, be quiet, I want to talk to Hotaru. Moo moo. A strange cow sound was heard. It was the voice of the six-tailed rhinoceros dog. It was resisting Yugao and did not want to lose control of its body again and be sealed again. Haiden, take action now while the Jinchuriki and the tailed beasts are fighting for control of their bodies. Now is the best time. Feijuan reacted immediately and jumped in front of Yujao with a crescent sickle. Zhang Tian appeared behind him, and the two surrounded him from the front and back. The war is about to break out. Liuwei, who was fighting with Yujao for control of the body, immediately went crazy when he saw Zhang Tian and the other person suddenly appeared. He smelled danger from Zhang Tian. The Mangekyo Sharinan, the Nine Tails failed twice and was controlled by the men of the Uchiha family. Both Madara and Obito used the Sharinan to control the tailed beasts. Zhang Tian, who also possesses the Mangekyo, also makes Liuwei feel uneasy. Who are you? Yujao and Vulpix stopped fighting for control of the body. After all, the person who suddenly appeared was the enemy. The two temporarily reconciled and united against the outside world. We are from Akatsuki and we are here to capture the Vulpix in your body. Zhang Tian looked at Yugao calmly, his Mangekyo Sharinan turning quietly. No, don't look into his eyes. The voice of Vulpix came again in his mind, scolding Yugao and asking him to stay alert. Just as he was about to cast an illusion, Zhang Tian in the forbidden zone of death felt an extremely powerful energy resisting him, blocking the mental power of the Sharinan to cast the illusion. As expected of a tailed beast, it's truly extraordinary powerful. Zhang Tian had a new understanding of the power of the tailed beasts. When I watched anime in my previous life, I only thought that the nine-tailed and eight-tailed were very strong, and the other tailed beasts didn't have many roles, giving people a very weak feeling. But now when he really faced the tailed beasts, Zhang Tian felt that none of the tailed beasts were weak. Even the third generation of ninjutsu professors couldn't avoid his Mangekyo illusion and were trapped in the forbidden zone of death, but the Seven Tails was able to block it. It seems that the plan of capturing Vulpix with illusion alone will not work. Zhang Tian instructed Fei Duan, attack it head-on and injure it first. We need to take advantage of its mental fluctuations when it is injured so that we can use illusion to control it. After hearing the order, Fei Duan took the lead and rushed towards Yujao with a sickle. With a bang, Fei Duan was violently knocked away, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He said in a cold tone, this guy is really strong. After opening the Mangekyo, Zhang Tian performed space ninjutsu and suddenly appeared behind Yugao. He drew out his katana and slashed it down. The lightning chakra attached to it touched the energy code of the tailed beast. The two energies kept cancelling each other out, and soon the lightning chakra on the samurai sword disappeared. Zhang Tian drew his sword and stepped back, his expression gradually becoming serious. Haiden, you have to get serious. Capturing the tailed beasts is harder than I thought. Feijuan nodded and rushed towards Yujao with increasingly fierce attacks, as if he was fighting for his life. But he didn't care about the injuries on his body at all. After all, this guy would not die, so he relied on his immortality to act recklessly. The fierce attack was effective and Yugao was forced to retreat step by step. Double escape, Black Thunder Blade. Two types of chakra, Thunder Attribute and Dark Attribute, appeared on the samurai sword at the same time. The black electric light flashed on the blade, and it looked particularly gloomy. The space ninjutsu was activated, and the moment the figure appeared, Zhang Tian swung his sword. This time, one of the tails transformed from the Vulpix's energy was cut off, and the energy from the fusion of the two chakras had an effect. Roar! The chopped-off tail condensed again. Vulpix was angry that he hadn't experienced such damage for a long time. No one had ever heard it except the man named Senju Hashirama, and the Vulpix became even more manic. Yugao also realized that Zhang Tian and the others were not easy to deal with, so he gave up resistance and completely let the six tails control his body. After all, the tailed beast was pulled out of his body, and as a Jinchuriki, he was bound to die. Without Yujao's suppression, Vulpix, which had complete control over his body, entered a rampage mode. Yujao's human body also began to change, becoming more and more like Vulpix's original body. Six tails grew behind it, and two white fleshy tentacles grew on its head. It looked like a worm with a body covered in mucus. Violent energy fluctuations swept across the surroundings. After Liuwei transformed into its true form, an energy ball continued to condense above its head, then quickly grew larger and smashed directly towards Zhang Tian. Bang! After the loud noise, smoke and dust rose up, blocking the view. Haiden, who jumped to a distance to avoid it, did not have a worried look on his face. He just felt that the destructive power of this tailed beast was too exaggerated. Under such an attack, Brother Tian will probably need some time to recover. Feijuan still thought that Zhang Tian was immortal like him. But when the smoke cleared, there was nothing in the huge pit. Haiden's eyes widened. Was it blown to smithereens? Brother Tian, where are you? Feijuan shouted, but no one responded. No way, it won't really be blown into pieces, right? You are the one who has become ashes. I am fine. Zhang Tian's voice suddenly came from behind Feijuan, and he appeared intact. The moment the tailed beast ball flew over, Zhang Tian activated the space ninjutsu and ran away. Oh my god, Brother Tian, your immortality is incredible. You actually put your body back together so quickly. Sure enough, only Brother Xinjiang can gain eternal life. Hearing Faden mention the prank that night again, Jiang Tian felt a little embarrassed. Ahem, now is not the time to talk about this, let's deal with this big guy first. Liu Wei's emotions also fluctuated. Jiang Tian was even stronger than he had imagined. The tailed beast ball condensed again and came towards him. Jiang Tian opened the mangekyo and the space continued to distort. He took Faden and dodged it, but as soon as he landed, another tailed beast ball flew towards him. It was too late to open the space continuously. Jiang Tian looked at the flying tailed beast ball with a fierce look in his eyes and shouted softly, Susanoo. Purple energy instantly enveloped him, the kaleidoscopes in his eyes spun rapidly, blood flowed from the corners of his eyes, and the huge Susanoo body gradually condensed and turned into a tall giant holding a samurai sword. There is a flower mark on the chest of Jiang Tian Susanoo, which is a cherry blossom, Uchiha Ling's favorite flower. Jiang Tian stood in Susanoo, controlling the tall giant, and swung the huge samurai sword in his hand. The flying tailed beast ball was instantly split into two halves. The huge Susanoo Vulpix walked over and started close combat, which was quite like Ultraman fighting a small monster. Jiang Tian's punches hit the flesh, and Vulpix was beaten back step by step. Roar! Another unwilling roar. Susanoo raised the katana in his hand and was about to chop at Vulpix. The next second, Jiang Tian felt his eyes go dark, and the tall Susanoo instantly collapsed and quickly disappeared. Faden hurried over and said, Brother Tian, are you okay? You are so powerful. What moves are so cool? Jiang Tian did not answer, but just stared at the injured Vulpix, and sighed in his heart. It turned out that without the eternal mangekyo, it was too difficult to use Susanoo. The kaleidoscope turned again. Jiang Tian wanted to use illusion to control Vulpix and successfully capture it, but he still encountered strong resistance. No, this damn feeling, I don't want to be imprisoned again. In that case, let's die together. In Vulpix's spiritual world, it has gone crazy. It has been sealed for so long and has had enough of this kind of life. It was unwilling to be controlled anymore, and surging energy came from Vulpix, and its body began to swell like a ball of meat. This is... Jiang Tian's eyes were heavy. Through the Sharingan, he saw that the chakra in the Vulpix's body was quickly gathering together. He's going to self-destruct. A bold idea flashed through Jiang Tian's mind, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Things like the tailed beast self-destructing don't exist in anime. If it were to successfully self-destruct, the power... Jiang Tian didn't dare to think about it anymore. No one knew what would happen if the tailed beast self-destruct. As a time traveler, he didn't know either, but what was certain was that the destructive power would be unheard of. Even if I have space ninjutsu, I may not be able to escape completely. I have to stop it. Jiang Tian didn't dare to hesitate any longer. As the kaleidoscope turned, he performed an illusion that was stronger than the previous two times. He wanted to stop Liu Wei, but Liu Wei still resisted, although the resistance was not as strong as the previous two times. But in the current situation, Jiang Tian didn't have time to continue wasting time with it. He took out Shisui's eyes and used his Izanagi as a last resort to change everything. The energy condensed by the six-tailed fox suddenly stopped, and a voice came from Jiang Tian's mind. Let's talk. It was Yu Gao who spoke, and he regained control of part of his body. Through the illusion link of the Sharingan, Jiang Tian saw Yu Gao in the consciousness world. What are you going to do after capturing Vulpix? Yu Gao looked at Jiang Tian and said softly. Jiang Tian shook his head and said in a deep voice, regarding our plan, I'm sorry, I can't tell you, but this has nothing to do with you. Whether we capture Vulpix or it explodes, you will die. I know, that's why I stopped Vulpix. Yu Jao said calmly, accepting his inevitable death. Jiang Tian looked at him curiously. As a Jinchuriki, you help a stranger like me. Do you have a big grudge against the Vulpix? No, I just want Ying to have an intact body. If Vulpix explodes, everything will be gone. Yu Gao smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that he would be so humble when he was near death and wanted to negotiate with the person who hurt him. I'll help you control Vulpix, and you'll do me a favor and bury me and Hotaru together. She followed me as a rebel ninja, living in the open air for many days, and I don't think I ever had a proper conversation with her. This time, I want to spend more time talking to her and have her tell me more stories about the colorful bubbles in her hometown. When Yu Gao said this, there was no sadness as if he was going to die. Instead, his tone revealed a carefree attitude. After being a Jinchuriki for so long, he felt that this was the only moment of relief he could feel. I promise you. Jiang Tian did not hesitate. He saw the shadow of himself and Obito in Yu Gao. With Yu Jao's assistance, the Mangekyo controlled the Vulpix smoothly. Without the help of the Jinchuriki, it could not do it alone. After the tailed beast was extracted, Yu Jao did not die immediately. He lay beside Hotaru and turned his head to look at her. Reaching out and gently caressing the girl's face, he chuckled and said, if you like someone, you blow colorful bubbles for them. It's really a nice story. At the end of his life, Yu Gao held Ying's hand and looked up at the sky. As a Jinchuriki, he has always pursued freedom, wanted to escape loneliness and get rid of the nickname of monster. But it was not until this moment that he realized that all his wishes had been fulfilled since he met the girl, but he had never felt them properly. The teacher is the most gentle man in the world, and the colorful bubbles he blows are so beautiful. This is what Hotaru often says, what a wonderful story about colorful bubbles. Jiang Tian looked at the dead Yugao. He fulfilled his promise and buried the two of them together. On the grave was something that separated Yugao, the weapon that could blow out colorful bubbles. Let's go, the plan to capture Vulpix has been successful, Jiang Tian said, and he and Fei Juan sat on Vulpix and flew towards the organization. Back at Akatsuki's base, Jiang Tian and Phaeton became the first duo to successfully capture the tailed beast. After handing Vulpix over to Yahiko and asking about the general situation of the capture operation, Yahiko let Jiang Tian leave. It was already late at night when Jiang Tian returned to his residence. Sitting under the long corridor of the wooden house, he recalled Yugao's appearance before his death. It's hard to explain things like feelings. There is no such thing as too much love, like Yugao and Ying, like you and her. Hiss, a white snake suddenly appeared in Jiang Tian's sight, crawled in front of him and kept spitting out its tongue. Then its mouth grew bigger and bigger, as if it wanted to spit out something. With a light bang sound, a purple scroll fell from the snake's mouth. Looking at this disgusting method, Jiang Tian immediately thought of Orochimaru. I really hope he can change this disgusting habit, Jiang Tian complained. He picked up the scroll, which was a little slippery due to the snake's saliva, and slowly opened it. There was a sentence written on it. It's time you returned the favor. Because he was going to take the scroll of impure world reincarnation, Jiang Tian agreed to do him a favor, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Wait, so soon? Has the konoha Chunin exam started? During this period, Jiang Tian has been focusing on capturing Liu Wei and has not paid much attention to other things. Calculating the time, it's about the time Orochimaru will attack Konoha. The Konoha Chunin exam is a major timeline of the anime. The drama of master and apprentice killing each other is staged again, and the third generation died at the hands of Orochimaru. I still have to go to Konoha to see what's happening with the 12 little strongmen. Is it the same as in the plot? Jiang Tian still pays a lot of attention to Naruto and Sasuke. After all, they are the protagonists, so they have to be careful of any setbacks. Even Kaguya fell into the hands of the two of them. The protagonist's halo is still strong. The next day, before dawn, Jiang Tian left the Akatsuki organization and rushed to the territory of Tian country. The two met at Orochimaru's base. You should be very interested in this operation. Orochimaru habitually stretched out his long tongue and licked his face, continuing to be disgusting. You are planning to take advantage of the Chunin exam to cause trouble in Konoha village, right? Jiang Tian felt a little unhappy looking at his smug expression and directly stated Orochimaru's purpose. Orochimaru looked into Jiang Tian's eyes thoughtfully, and after a long while he smiled sinisterly. Is the Sharingan really that powerful, able to see through people's hearts? Jiang Tian remained silent, complaining in his heart, if only the Sharingan could really see through people's hearts, or is it because I am a time traveler? Okay, tell me about your plan. Konoha doesn't just have 1/3 Hokage. There are still many powerful people. Orochimaru was quite proud. He clasped his hands together and two coffins emerged from the ground. Is this the impure world reincarnation? As a comic fan, watching this supernatural ninjutsu up close feels different than watching it through the screen. The coffins fell, revealing the first and second Hokage. Jiang Tian nodded. With these two coffins, we do have the capital to invade Konoha. After getting the scroll, Jiang Tian has been unable to comprehend this ninjutsu. Now, after seeing Orochimaru perform it once, he has a new understanding. 3 days later, it was the time of the Konoha Chunin exam. According to the plan, Orochimaru had already sneaked into the venue, and what Jiang Tian had to do was to sneak into the Hokage's office, where he found the information Orochimaru wanted. With a loud bang, four huge beams of light rose into the air, wrapping up the third generation and Orochimaru. Jiang Tian saw the 4 purple flame formation activated. He put on the mask and used space ninjutsu to instantly appear in the Hokage's office. Opening his Sharingan, Jiang Tianhuang clearly understood the situation around him. The office, which was originally strictly controlled by the Umbu, now only had a few Umbu members in it, and they all went to the central square to provide support. After easily dealing with several Umbu, Jiang Tian opened the door of the office. He took out the key given to him by Orochimaru and opened the cabinet where documents were stored in the office. The moment he opened it, Jiang Tian was absorbed by the document at the top. The cover clearly stated the battle plan of the Third Ninja War. When Jiang Tian opened the schedule, his face instantly turned cold. He then flipped through it faster and faster, his Sharingan spinning wildly and uncontrollably, and his expression became frighteningly cold. What a great Konoha fire operation plan! Jiang Tian finally understood why in the Third World War, Konoha's high-ranking officials and those big families suffered the least casualties. It turned out that from the very beginning, these civilians with no background were cannon fodder. The so-called plan is to divide the entire battlefield into different areas, strong and weak, and each area has a special level. According to this table, the powerful Konoha ninja team was actually sent to the weakest area, while these civilians were sent to the strongest war zone without exception. It's a bit like Tianji's horse racing in the previous life, using the weak against the strong, consuming the energy of the enemy's strong men, and then letting the powerful Konoha team accept the fruits of victory. He and Uchiha Ling were assigned to the area to fight against strong enemies, and now all doubts were resolved. Jiang Tian finally understood why the konoha team near him at that time was so vulnerable. It turned out that their enemies were far stronger than them from the very beginning. Using the lives of the weak to wear down the enemy, and then sending in the strong to kill with one strike, this battle plan is truly disgusting. Jiang Tian's pupils were bloodshot, and the windmill-shaped kaleidoscope in his eyes was slowly turning. Originally, he came to Konoha this time just to see the protagonists Naruto and Sasuke, but now it seems that he still has to do something. I wonder how Orochimaru's game of killing his master is going. I'd like to go play it too. After Jiang Tian packed up the information, he turned and walked out of the Hokage's office, swaggering on the streets of Konoha. The red auspicious cloud robe and the wind chime hat were so eye-catching that as soon as he walked out, a Konoha ninja saw him. "Stop, who are you?" Facing interrogation, Jiang Tianzi then he raised his foot and kicked hard, and a Chunin of Konoha was kicked unconscious. Such behavior immediately attracted the attention of the nearby ninjas. In an instant, several ninjas ran over and surrounded him tightly. Sherry Nan. Through the masks, several Konoha ninjas discovered the cursed eyes. They screamed in surprise and then froze in place, their bodies trembling constantly and their expressions full of struggle and pain. They were all trapped in the Sharingan's illusion world. Jiang Tian jumped onto a roof and stared at Konoha below him. His pair of blood-red Sharinans were like the abyss. Divine escape, annihilation of nothingness. A small ball of energy appeared in his hand and was compressed. Chakras of different attributes made a hissing sound when they blended together. Let the world feel pain, carry rice. He threw the small ball of energy in his hand, which fell gently, and then the hot and dazzling light illuminated the world. Bang! After a loud noise, everything in front of them turned into nothingness. The explosion attracted everyone's attention. Orochimaru and the third generation in the four purple flame formation stopped at the same time. He looked up at the huge explosion caused by Jiang Tian and said, "Damn it, are there any accomplices? Kakashi, Might Guy, all elite Jonin, listen up, go capture the guy who destroyed Konoha." The third Hokage conveyed the order, and Konoha's elite Jonin went out together. Jiang Tian sat there quietly, looking at the ninjas surrounding him, and chuckled softly, "So many familiar faces are here today, are you all here to reminisce?" As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone recognized his voice. Kakashi said in a deep voice, "Jiang Tian, why did you do this again?" He frowned. Jiang Tian had used such a large-scale destructive ninjutsu once when he left. "Kakashi, don't waste time talking to him, just attack." Might Guy interrupted Kakashi. Blue energy was already emerging from his body, and 6 of the 8 gates of ninjutsu were opened. Asuma, Kurane Ui, and other powerful ninjas of the same generation are also here. "Senior Kakashi, you always seem to like asking questions. I wonder what you would ask your teammates who died in the battle if you met them." Jiang Tian mentioned Obito vaguely, which instantly brought back Kakashi's memories, and he froze in his tracks. Konoha whirlwind. Kai suddenly appeared behind Jiang Tian and kicked him fiercely, but kicked the air. Jiang Tian used space ninjutsu to appear not far away, still sitting in a sitting position, with a contemptuous smile on his face. "Such a simple physical technique can't cause any harm to me. Senior Kakashi, aren't you going to take action?" Jiang Tian slowly stood up, ready to take real action. The space ninjutsu was activated, he appeared behind Asuma, and kicked out fiercely, but was blocked. It turned out that the elite ninjas were not weaklings. Drawing his katana, he stared at the many ninjas. "From now on, you all have to be serious, or you will die." Kakashi pulled down his eye mask and replied calmly, "I'll take it seriously." Faced with the beating, Jiang Tian used space ninjutsu to shuttle between the crowd, and they had no way to deal with such ability. Thunder release, Thunder Snake, Earth Escape, Earth Dragon Bomb. Jiang Tian and Kakashi used ninjutsu at the same time. At this time, Kakashi had already used the 3 Magatama Sharingan. He tried hard to see Jiang Tian's movements clearly, but found that it was useless. As we all know, using 3 Magatama to fight against Mangekyo is a joke. It's no use, Kakashi. You're no match for me with those eyes. The windmill pattern in Jiang Tian's pupils kept spinning, and his figure disappeared again. He appeared behind Zihe Hong and stabbed her with the samurai sword. Konoha whirlwind. Kai used the same trick again to resolve the crisis for his partner. It must be said that this man is really fast. He's actually faster than me. Kai was a little shocked. He looked at Jiang Tian, who could avoid his attacks every time, and felt that it was impossible. There were really few men in Konoha who could be faster than him. He is a master of physical skills and a man of super speed. Shadow Dance Leaf. Kai stepped forward again, trying to grab Jiang Tian and use Shadow Dance Leaf, but was kicked away by Jiang Tian. His physical skills are also not weak. Although he can't compare with Kaibi, he is still better than many people. Kai's expression grew serious. He looked at Jiang Tian and whispered, "As an opponent, you are qualified to witness this move." Hearing this, Jiang Tian panicked for a moment. Was he going to use all his strength to kick the enemy? Was it going to be a direct ending? But he quickly rejected this idea, thinking that he was not yet ready to give up his life. Under Jiang Tian's gaze, Kai made a move. Judging from the appearance of this initial move, was it aimed at the peacock? Jiang Tian's calm expression also turned serious. This was his first time fighting with the 8 Gates ninjutsu, and he didn't know how powerful this powerful physical technique was. Jiang Tian also held the katana across his chest for the first time, taking a defensive stance. This is my first time battling a taijutsu master. Kai, let me see the power of the 8 gates ninjutsu. To be honest, Jiang Tian was a little excited at this moment. As a comic fan, who doesn't like this kind of real man's head-on confrontation tactics? Therefore, Jiang Tian did not think of using space ninjutsu to escape, but chose to fight hard. That if it was just the 6 gates, Jiang Tian was still confident that he would not lose his life even if he did not use Shisui's eyes. Towards Peacock. After opening the 6 gates, Might Guy became very powerful and kept stretching out his palms to hit Jiang Tian. The rapid impact of the fist caused flames to appear in the air and attack Jiang Tian. Susanoo. Jiang Tian's eyes turned and he opened the Mangekyo Sharinan, completely blocking the attack. A huge amount of energy enveloped Jiang Tian, and the power of Susanoo was undoubtedly revealed. A group of elite ninjas from Konoha were stunned. Is this still a power that a human can possess? It was so terrifying. My former companions, please feel the pain with me. Susanoo, holding a samurai sword, slashed towards the crowd fiercely. Kakashi and the others dodged. The powerful force was so terrifying that no one dared to take it head on. With a slash of the sword wave rushed forward and split the Hokage rock, the symbol of Konoha, into pieces. Jiang Tian, you. Kakashi widened his eyes, his face full of anger. This former companion had gone too far. Kakashi, why do you have such an expression? Are you suffering just because of this? Do you understand what true pain is? Don't show pity. Don't you think it's ridiculous to have such an expression on your face? You killed Nohara Rin with your own hands. Jiang Tian's words hit Kakashi's heart directly. He controlled Susanoo to wreak havoc in Konoha village, and no one could stop him wherever he went. Konoha's high-ranking officials, is this what you want to protect? What can you do when you see it being destroyed like this? Oh, you are probably all in trouble now. The third Hokage must feel bad for fighting with his apprentice because you were soft-hearted and let Orochimaru go. You didn't expect it would bring such a disaster to the village. As expected, you people are extremely selfish and not as fair as you appear. Jiang Tian criticized the Konoha executives mercilessly, but everything he said was true. Shut up, what qualifications do you have to talk about, Grandpa Hokage? Naruto with yellow hair appeared in front of Jiang Tian, with Uchiha Sasuke standing beside him. He was very curious about who Jiang Tian was who possessed the Sharingan. Seeing the Prince of Konoha and Hashira standing in front of him, Jiang Tian did not want to kill them. Only by following the original plot as much as possible could he keep the original plot unchanged, prevent the butterfly effect from becoming bigger, and cause major changes in the future of this world. After all, knowing the plot makes it easier to analyze the situation and make plans. Jiang Tian, who was standing in Susanoo, just looked at the two of them with his Sharingan, and the two protagonists who had not yet grown up fainted. They were still too weak. Jiang Tian controlled Susanoo and came to the front of the 4 purple flame formation, and saw that the battle between Orochimaru and his disciple had entered a white-hot stage. The third generation used the Shiki Fusion, and the god of death with a dagger in his mouth behind him stared at Orochimaru. Do you need my help, Orochimaru? Hurry, help me kill that old guy. He wants to die with me. Orochimaru roared. He didn't expect that his teacher would also know this damn forbidden technique. Okay, I'll help you. Jiang Tian didn't hesitate. The third generation must have made the damn battle plan. He was the one in power in Konoha at that time. The huge Susanoo slashed towards the 4 purple flame formation, breaking it with just 2 slashes. Then Jiang Tian released the Susanoo and stabbed it into the back of the third generation. But even in this case, the third generation still crippled Orochimaru's hands before his death, which is exactly the same as the original plot. Are you okay, Orochimaru? Jiang Tian went over to support Orochimaru and directly used space ninjutsu to take him away from Konoha. In this battle, Konoha was completely destroyed again, and the third generation was also killed in the battle. It was the darkest day in Konoha. At the Sound Village base, Orochimaru looked at Jiang Tian with a pale face. Thank you very much, I owe you another favor this time. Think about how to heal your hands first. Jiang Tian saved Orochimaru because he was still useful and needed his help when transplanting the Rinnegan. I'll leave first. I'm also very satisfied with this plan. Jiang Tian's eyes darkened. He held the Konoha's third battle plan in his hand and hated the Konoha's top leaders in his heart. This time, following Orochimaru to destroy Konoha, he got the truth he had been pursuing, which made him hate Konoha even more. Looks like we need to speed up the capture of the tailed beasts. Jiang Tian thought to himself that only after capturing the 1 to 7 tails, Yahiko would finally capture the 9-tailed fox. Nagato was killed in this operation. Only when facing a dead Nagato could he fight for the Rinnegan. After the battle between Obito and Konan, he took action to fight for it. The seriously injured Obito would never be his opponent. But before that, he needs to merge with Shisui's eyes and open the eternal Mangekyo. Itake, you must be seriously ill now. In the base, Jiang Tian is planning to obtain Shisui's other eye, which should still be in Itake's body. He needed to get it from him before he gave it to Naruto. Is Jiang Tianjun here? Huh? Jiang Tian stood up with a puzzled look on his face. Just as he was thinking about getting Shisui's eyes, Itake came to him. Itake, what do you want to talk to me about? Jiang Tian was standing outside the door. Itachi was not wearing Akatsuki's clothes today, but had changed into the clan uniform with the Uchiha fan printed on it. He was standing outside the door and was holding a pot of sake. The two of them came into the house and sat down. Under Jiang Tian's puzzled gaze, Itachi poured Jiang Tian some wine and said with a smile, Jiang Tianjun, try it. This is a wine brewed using the unique method of the Uchiha clan. Jiang Tian picked up the wineglass and drank it all in one gulp. The familiar taste came to his mind. Uchiha Ling had also given him this kind of wine before. Jiang Tian put down his wineglass and looked at Itachi's straightforward question. Itachi, you came to me today on your own initiative, not just to buy me a drink, but what's the matter? Seeing that Jiang Tian was so direct, Itachi also stated his purpose very frankly. Jiang Tianjun, I am seriously ill and will die soon. Jiang Tian was still shocked when he heard the news. How is this possible? Itachi is still so young. That's not the case, Jiang Tianjun. The disease won't let anyone go, including me. I came to you hoping that after I die, you can take care of my brother Sasuke for me. I don't want anything to happen to him. What a deep brotherly love. Itachi's love for his brother is really heavy. Why are you looking for me? Jiang Tian was puzzled. What could it be about him that made Itachi trust him so much and be willing to entrust Sasuke to him? Because of the Sharingan, I know about Jiang Tianjun and the Uchiha girl, so I am willing to believe you. Itachi revealed Jiang Tian's secret. As a spy of Konoha, he had investigated Jiang Tian, a talented ninja among the civilians. He fell in love with a girl from the Uchiha clan. He was dissatisfied with the death of Uchiha Ling during the Third World War, so he planned for many years and defected to Konoha. Even so, I may not agree to you. Jiang Tian said calmly. He wanted to get Shisui's Sharingan from Itachi. His current attitude could provide bargaining chips for the subsequent negotiations. What if we add Shisui's eyes? Itachi took out Shisui's eyes soaked in a bottle from his arms. This was why he came to find Jiang Tian. Any owner of the Mangekyo Sharingan cannot avoid the Eternal Sharingan, so Shisui's eyes are a bargaining chip with sufficient weight. Do you trust me so much? Jiang Tian suppressed the excitement in his heart and did not look into Shisui's eyes. He was a little unsure whether Itachi was sincere in doing this. I have no other choice. Itachi said the reason for doing so with a bitter look on his face. He really didn't trust Jiang Tian, but he had no other better choice. He also didn't trust Konoha, so he came to Jiang Tian. For the sake of his younger brother Sasuke, he could never be too cautious. Hearing the helplessness and sadness in Itachi's tone, Jiang Tian took over Shisui's eyes and nodded. I promise you that I will take care of your brother. This comes from the bottom of my heart. Itachi also smiled with satisfaction. I believe in Jiang Tianjun. After the two reached a deal, they exchanged some pleasantries and then Itachi left. His back looked somewhat lonely and desolate. Even someone as powerful and intelligent as Uchiha Itachi could die young due to illness. Jiang Tian could now somewhat understand Orochimaru's pursuit of immortality. Shisui obtained Shisui's eyes from Itachi, and added them to Danzo's eyes, and Shisui's Mangekyo was complete. He opened the scroll that connected him to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, transplant Shisui's eyes for me sometime. Is that Lord Jiang Tian? Lord Orochimaru is now. The one who answered was not Orochimaru, but Kabuto Yakushi. From his tone, Jiang Tian understood that Orochimaru's hands, which were sealed by the third Hokage with the Shiki Fusion, had not yet recovered. Is Orochimaru's hands still healed? Yes, Lord Jiang Tian. Lord Orochimaru tried many methods, but he couldn't heal his hands. The situation was getting a bit bad. After hearing what Kabuto said and hurting Shisui's eyes, he encountered new troubles. Is there anything I can help with? I need to transplant Shisui's eyes as soon as possible. Jiang Tian asked. He didn't want to wait any longer. Only by gaining more powerful strength could he increase the success rate of obtaining Nagato's Rinnegan. Lord Orochimaru, you are here. Kabuto's voice came, and it seemed that Orochimaru wanted to talk to him. Jiang Tian, help me. Orochimaru's anxious voice came. He was fed up with the days of being without hands, unable to use ninjutsu or do experiments, and living like a waste. How can I help you? Sneak into the ancestral land of the Konoha Uzumaki clan. There must be a way to heal my hands there. As a family proficient in sealing techniques, if the Uzumaki clan doesn't have any records on how to remove the Shikigami Fujin, then I will be completely useless. Orochimaru begged. Okay, I promise you. Jiang Tian agreed without hesitation. Like Orochimaru, he had no better choice. Only by saving Orochimaru could he perfectly transplant Shisui's eyes and obtain the eternal Mangekyo. By the way, I have to tell you something. Jiraiya has returned to the village. That guy's strength should not be underestimated. He is not inferior to you and me. Jiraiya has returned to the village, which is really not good news. This trip to Konoha will greatly increase the difficulty. As an anime fan, Jiang Tian knew that although Orochimaru was known as the genius among the legendary three ninjas, but in terms of combat power, Jiraiya is probably the strongest. He is a man who can challenge the power of God with his mortal body. He fought against the Six Paths Pain who destroyed Konoha village alone, and killed several Pains. His strength is self-evident. If it weren't for the combat power in the later stages of the anime, it's no exaggeration to say that Jiraiya is the ceiling of combat power. Jiang Tian was thinking in his mind. To be honest, he didn't want to fight with Jiraiya. This was the sentiment of Naruto fans. Okay, I will pay attention. This time I go to Konoha only to obtain the Uzumaki clan sealing technique, not to destroy Konoha, so I won't necessarily have a head-on conflict with Jiraiya. After Jiang Tian finished speaking, he cut off contact with Orochimaru and prepared to go to Konoha to face Jiraiya. The Konohagakure seems a bit dilapidated, giving people a dead atmosphere. 2 consecutive generations of Hokage died in the terrorist acts of invading Konoha. Such things are like a haze hanging over everyone's hearts. Damn Orochimaru, he actually did such an inhumane thing as killing the teacher. And Jiang Tian, he was originally just a commoner in Konoha. If it weren't for Konoha village, he wouldn't have achieved what he is today and become such a powerful ninja. Ultimately, it was Konoha that cultivated him. On the streets of Konoha, the ninjas were talking about the two evil men in the eyes of the residents of Konoha. Orochimaru, who killed his master, and Jiang Tian, who destroyed Konoha, were two devils in their eyes. Ah, my, it's really not a good thing to talk about others behind their backs. Jiraiya was leaning against a big tree, resting in the shade with a bottle of wine in his hand, interrupting the discussion of the two Konoha ninjas. Hey, who are you? You're meddling in other people's business and helping these two demons. Are you an accomplice too? The two ninjas were young, and because Jiraiya had left Konoha long ago and traveled far away, they didn't even recognize one of the legendary three ninjas from their village. Ha ha ha, an accomplice. Jiraiya laughed heartily. It was really interesting that he was regarded as an accomplice in the destruction of Konoha. However, I do know that guy Orochimaru. He was my former companion. When saying this, the look in Jiraiya's eyes was a little dimmed. The genius whom he once tried hard to surpass has now fallen into this state. He also killed the teacher. You know, Orochimaru, you admitted that you were an accomplice in the destruction of the village. The young Konoha ninja roared at Jiraiya. He hated Orochimaru because he invaded Konoha and his brother died in battle. His companion pulled the young ninja, who was a little emotionally broken, and said, "Shut up, Zhuan Yuan, what are you doing? This guy is a suspicious person, why don't you question him? I told you to shut up." Although the ninja had never seen Jiraiya, he had heard of his appearance. When he heard him say that he and Orochimaru were former companions, he immediately realized who the person in front of him was. Are you Jiraiya-sama? The young ninja who had scolded Jiraiya was immediately stunned. As a Konoha ninja, you may not have heard of him, but you must have heard of him. The name of the three ninjas spread throughout the ninja world. Jiraiya-sama, I didn't know it was you. I'm sorry. The young ninja's voice began to tremble. He had just scolded Jiraiya-sama. He deserved to die. Jiraiya waved his hand, signaling the two to leave. Master Jiraiya, you are finally back. The position of Hokage is vacant, and Konohagakure needs your leadership. Kakashi suddenly appeared behind Jiraiya. When he entered the village, Konoha Umbu had discovered Jiraiya, and the top leaders sent Kakashi to persuade Jiraiya to take the position of Hokage and become the new village chief of Konoha. Kakashi, stop talking. I'm not fit to be Hokage, and I don't want to be Hokage. But, apart from you, who else in the village is qualified to succeed the position of Hokage? Kakashi argued. In terms of qualifications and strength, Jiraiya is the best candidate in Konoha today. Jiraiya smiled. Isn't there another son and besides me? You mean the first-generation granddaughter, Lady Tsunade, but we don't even know where she is. Kakashi still felt that Jiraiya was more suitable to be Hokage. I will retrieve him for the village, but before that, we must welcome our friend who snuck into Konoha. Jiraiya looked into the distance. There was the ancestral land of the Uzumaki clan. Jiang Tian was there looking for a scroll that could break the seal on the shiki for Orochimaru. That shouldn't be the case. Why can't we find it? According to the clues Orochimaru gave us, it should be in the shrine right in front of us. How could it be gone? Jiang Tian searched for a long time before finally finding the Uzumaki clan shrine. According to clues, the scroll containing the method to remove the ghoul seal was hidden there, but now it was nowhere to be seen. He knocked on the shrine with his katana, but there was no response. There is no secret compartment. Jiang Tian felt that things were getting troublesome. He couldn't see any problems after opening the kaleidoscope. He began to get anxious and swung his samurai sword towards the shrine. The shrine was broken, and there was actually another shrine inside that was hidden so deeply that it could not be found. It seemed that there was some special seal on it, so Jiang Tian could not see through it even when he opened his Sharingan. He pulled out a scroll from his bosom, on which was Orochimaru's hand seal for breaking the seal of the shrine. Untie. Jiang Tian bit his finger and gently pressed the large G character in the center of the scroll. Instantly, smoke billowed. Numerous small snakes, transformed from energy, appeared within the scroll, gnawing at the seal on the shrine until it was completely devoured. Picking up the text in the shrine about lifting the seal on the corpse ghost, Jiang Tian found that although he knew it all, he couldn't understand it. As expected, he was not suitable for using sealing techniques. After putting the scroll away, he turned around and prepared to leave. Now I can heal Orochimaru's hands and let him transplant Shisui's eyes for me. His hand may never be healed. A familiar voice came from behind, and Jiang Tian turned around. Jiraiya, I didn't expect you to find me even though I was very careful to hide myself. Jiang Tian looked at Jiraiya that he had made all the necessary preparations before coming here, even using some kind of sealing technique to hide his aura, but he still was discovered unexpectedly. Jiraiya, I don't want to fight you, how about letting me go? Jiraiya pointed at the scroll that Jiang Tian placed on his chest. You can leave if you want. Put the scroll down and I'll let you go. Faced with such an unreasonable request, Jiang Tian's face darkened. His purpose of coming this time was to take away the scroll, which was more related to whether he could get the kaleidoscope and increase your strength. Then there's nothing to talk about. You can choose to try it yourself. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, his hand already on the large scroll behind him. The kaleidoscope spun rapidly, and Jiang Tian used space ninjutsu to escape, but it had no effect at all. How could this happen? Space ninjutsu can't be used. You finally realized it. This is the ancestral land of the Uzumaki clan, the place with the strongest sealing technique. I made some adjustments, so your space ninjutsu should be useless. Jiraiya looked at Jiang Tian. He was really angry at this traitor who had destroyed Konoha twice. This guy had once claimed to be his fan, but he was actually a vicious and cruel person. I really don't want to fight you. Why do you have to force me, Jiraiya? This was the second time Jiang Tian said this. He really didn't want to fight with him. On the one hand, he was afraid of his powerful strength, and on the other hand, it was because of his feelings as a Naruto fan. You are being so hesitant, you don't have the decisiveness you had the first two times when you destroyed Konoha. Jiraiya took the lead. He took off the scroll behind him and directly summoned two sages from Mayaboku Mountain. Ninjutsu, summoning technique, sage mode, unlock. The two immortals stood on Jiraiya's left and right shoulders respectively, and small bumps quickly appeared on Jiraiya's nose, covering it all over. Seeing Jiraiya who had directly entered sage mode, Jiang Tian did not dare to be careless. The kaleidoscope in his eye spun rapidly, and he shouted softly, Susanoo. A huge giant rose from the ground, covering Jiang Tian's entire body. Facing such a tall giant, Jiraiya remained calm and did not show any panic. Is this the cursed power of the Uchiha clan? They look really tough. After saying this, he actually rushed towards Susanoo, so fast that it took only a blink of an eye. Even as he ran, he was still rapidly forming hand seals, ninjutsu, summoning technique. A huge toad appeared at Orochimaru's feet. There was a long scar at the corner of the toad's eye, and he held a slender samurai sword in his hand. His huge body was even comparable to Susanoo. It was none other than the toad boss Bunta. Jiraiya, long time no see. What kind of enemy is it that summoned me this time? Hey, the two ancestors are here too. When Bunta saw that Jiraiya had entered the state of a sage, he realized that the enemy was not a simple one. Bunta, now is not the time to reminisce about the past. Look at the big guy in front of you. Only now did Bunta notice the Susanoo blocking his way. He quickly swung his katana with one hand and slashed at Susanoo. Jiang Tian also controlled Susanoo's katana to meet the attack. A huge roar spread throughout Konoha village, and the Konoha ninjas finally noticed the battle taking place in the Uzumaki ancestral land. What is that? Is that guy Jiang Tian here to destroy Konoha again? Who is he fighting against? That giant toad? Could it be that Master Jiraiya has returned? An older ninja in the crowd recognized Gamabunta and knew that it was Jiraiya fighting with Jiang Tian. Gamabunta retreated rapidly, and only by stabbing his knife into the ground did he stabilize himself, leaving a long scratch on the ground. Jiang Tian, who was standing in Susanoo, also felt a huge impact. The force of the two long swords colliding was too great. Are you okay, Bunta? Well, this big guy is very strong, Jiraiya should be careful. Jiraiya looked at Jiang Tian and Susanoo, then turned to look at the two toad sages. Use that move and see if you can break this giant. Little Jiraiya, are you going to use that trick too? We too will cooperate with you. Fukazaku Sennin quickly echoed. Jiraiya, who was standing on Bunta, took a deep breath and puffed out his chest. The two sages on his shoulders did the same. Senjutsu, Gomen. The flames, oil and wind gathered together, and the terrifying flames rushed straight towards Susanoo, igniting a raging fire. In an instant, the entire Susanoo turned into a fireman, and Jiang Tian covered his eyes in pain. The Susanoo around the body is collapsing. This is the disadvantage of not having the eternal Mangekyo. The power of the pupils cannot withstand Jiraiya's sage power at all. On Bunta's body, Jiraiya saw the collapsed Susanoo and muttered, "Did the attack work?" Jiang Tian looked at the Susanoo that was gradually melting in the flames in disbelief, with blood flowing out of his pupils. Jiraiya used Gomen in Sage mode. This terrifying strength can really be called the sealing combat power in the early stage of the anime. Is it so powerful? Without Shisui's eyes transplanted to obtain the eternal Mangekyo, Jiang Tian's Susanoo could not have held on for long. Now that it was hit by Gomen, Susanoo began to dissolve. With a swish, Jiang Tian's Susanoo completely disappeared. He stood in place and looked at Jiraiya, his eyes becoming more and more solemn. Due to geographical restrictions, space ninjutsu cannot be used. Now Susanoo has also been broken. The situation is quite bleak, and there are so many Konoha ninjas rushing here. If we are surrounded, we might really die here. Jiraiya, you are really strong. This is the first time I have ever seen you push me to this point. Jiang Tian looked at Jiraiya. If he had any backup plan when facing such a ninja, he would probably be killed here. Jiraiya, I wonder what expression you'll have when you face your former rival. Former opponent. Jiraiya looked at Jiang Tian, wondering what he was going to do next. Jiang Tian clasped his hands together and said in a deep voice, "Immortal reincarnation." A wooden coffin emerged from the ground and appeared in front of Jiraiya. Not only does he have the Sharingan, but he even knows the second generation's forbidden techniques. Jiraiya's murderous intent towards Jiang Tian grew even stronger. It was really unsettling to have such a dangerous person as Konoha's enemy. Boom! With a sound, the coffin lid fell heavily, revealing a ninja inside wearing a mask similar to a respirator. This was the former ninja demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander. Although Jiang Tian felt that the title of this demigod was too exaggerated and there was not much description of him in the anime, this guy had once forced the young Jiraiya and his two companions into a desperate situation. It was also the first time that the name of Konoha's three ninjas came from his mouth. How could a person who was called a demigod in the Third World War be a weakling with no real strength? It's not that Jiang Tian doesn't want a more powerful figure from the Impure World reincarnation, but Uchiha Madara is his trump card and can't be exposed yet. As for the powerful figures from other anime who came out of the Impure World reincarnation, they are all still alive and well. Hanzo of the Edo Tensei had no choice but to delay Jiraiya to buy himself time to escape. "Jiraiya, please reminisce with your former rival. I'm leaving now." After leaving these words, Jiang Tian turned and left. Ninja technique, Raise Nan. Jiraiya rolled a Raise Nan and shot it at Hanzo, but it had no effect. The dead who came out of the dirty world will never die again. Their broken bodies return to the starting point like flying catkins to repair Hanzo's body. After running for a distance, Jiang Tian wanted to use space ninjutsu, but there was still no response because he had not yet run out of the seal of the Uzumaki ancestral land. You can't run away. The seal covers a large area that you won't be able to escape immediately. Damn it, he caught up with me so quickly. Jiang Tian felt that he could retract his previous thoughts. Hanzo of the Salamander who came out of the Impure World reincarnation was too vulnerable and was sealed by Jiraiya so quickly. Otama Raise Nan. Feeling the powerful chakra coming from behind him, Jiang Tian's Sharingan quickly turned, and he quickly drew his katana and attached lightning attribute chakra to block in front of him, but he was still shaken back rapidly by the huge impact force, and it took him a long time to stabilize his body. With this power, Jiang Tian turned around and continued to escape. While running, he took out the scroll and contacted Orochimaru. "I'm being entangled by Jiraiya. Find a way to break the seal here and help me escape." Kabuto Yakushi, prepare the formation immediately to pick up Jiang Tian and leave. Kabuto Yakushi, who was beside Orochimaru, heard the order and hurriedly made a scroll to lift the seal under Orochimaru's guidance. Take the scroll and rush to the Uzumaki ancestral land to break the seal there. As the scroll was completed, Orochimaru asked Kabuto Yakushi to come and help. "As you command, Lord Orochimaru." In the Uzumaki ancestral land, Jiang Tian once again drew his katana to block Jiraiya's attack. The fiery red auspicious cloud robe on his body, representing the Akatsuki organization, was already in tatters, and there were scars on his arms with blood flowing. This is the first time he has suffered such a serious injury since he obtained the Sharingan, which shows how strong Jiraiya is. "I told you, you can't run away. Accept the fact, Jiang Tian." Jiraiya stood above Bunte's head and looked down at Jiang Tian. As he said, Jiang Tian could no longer run away, because behind him, Kakashi, Might Guy, and others had blocked his way. "Jiraiya, knowing that you returned to Konoha, I knew that this mission would not be that simple. It is just as I thought, and it has forced me to this point." Faced with the crisis, Jiang Tian no longer cared about hiding his backup plan. He prepared to use the enchantment Uchiha Madara, although this was very risky and would easily expose his purpose in the Akatsuki organization. But he had no choice. Jiang Tian clasped his hands together, looked at Jiraiya and said, "I admit that you are very strong, Jiraiya. I am no match for you now, but if I ask you to face someone who was once able to fight against the first Hokage, can you still be his opponent?" Immortal reincarnation. "Lord Jiang Tian, I'm here with the scroll to break the seal." The voice of Kabuto Yakushi was heard, and the coffin that originally contained the evil world Uchiha Madara was drilled back into the ground. "Hurry up and use the scroll to break the seal. I will use space ninjutsu to take you away," Jiang Tian said softly. Ninjutsu, release. Kabuto Yakushi opened the scroll and used the sealing technique hidden in the scroll according to the method taught by Orochimaru. The scroll instantly caught fire. At this moment, Jiang Tian's Sharingan moved. He felt that the seal was ineffective, so he activated the space ninjutsu and escaped from here with Kabuto Yakushi. "Kakashi, stop chasing, you can't catch up." Jiraiya said he stopped Kakashi and the others who wanted to chase after him. Facing the space ninjutsu, only those who also possessed the space ninjutsu could catch up with him. In Orochimaru's base, Jiang Tian handed the scroll he obtained from the Uzumaki ancestral land to Orochimaru, looking a little embarrassed. "Was it that guy Jiraiya who beat you like this?" Orochimaru found it a little unbelievable. In his impression, Jiraiya was not that powerful. He activated Sage Mode. Goman melted my Susanoo directly. You need to recover your arm as soon as possible so that I can transplant Shisui's eyes. Jiang Tian warned Orochimaru that the battle with Jiraiya made him feel that obtaining the eternal Mangekyo was imminent. Orochimaru nodded and agreed to Jiang Tian, but the expression on his face looked like he was thinking about something. Sage mode, Jiraiya. He muttered, seeming a little unbelievable. Orochimaru has worked hard outside the Ryokai cave for many years but has yet to gain the recognition of the White Snake Sage. However, Jiraiya has already mastered the Sage mode, which makes him a little difficult to accept. In Orochimaru's laboratory, he holds a bottle of green liquid, which contains the eyes of Shisui, who possesses Koto Amatsukami, known as the strongest illusion jutsu. Of course, except for Izanagi who wants to destroy the Sharingan. Jiang Tianjun, I'm really curious about how you, who don't have Uchiha blood, were able to obtain 2 pairs of Mangekyo. How did you do it? Orochimaru has been coveting the body of the Uchiha bloodline for a long time. He is eager to obtain this powerful bloodline limit. Orochimaru's words brought back Jiang Tian's memories that he obtained the Mangekyo all because of that girl. Of course, Konoha also contributed. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian's expression instantly became gloomy. The Konohagakure village deserves great credit for acquiring the Mangekyo, especially those hypocritical higher UPS. The decisions they made are disgusting. They used the lives of weak ninjas to win, and they still shamelessly called it a battle plan. What kind of damn plan is this? It ruined Ling's life. Orochimaru looked at the man in front of him. His face was crazy, like a man-eating tiger. It seems that Jiang Tianjun, who has obtained the eternal Mangekyo, is Konoha's greatest enemy. My hatred for you is insignificant compared to it. Orochimaru licked his scarlet lips. There were too many people who disliked Konoha. It seemed that he didn't have to worry about destroying Konoha. There were plenty of people who would do it. Alright, start transplanting Shisui's eyes. Orochimaru poured Shisui's eyes from the bottle and began to prepare Jiang Tian for surgery. 3 days later, Jiang Tian slowly removed the gauze covering his eyes. His vision was a little blurry and then gradually became cleared. He looked at Orochimaru in front of him. A pair of scarlet pupils kept turning. What a fascinating pair of eyes. At this moment, Jiang Tian could see everything clearly: the white snake hiding in the base, Kabuto Yakushi who was doing experiments, and the Otagakure ninjas who were training outside. Jiang Tian was very satisfied with his eyes. After leaving Orochimaru's laboratory, he headed towards the Akatsuki base. As soon as they returned to the base, Feijuan appeared and looked at Jiang Tian. Brother Tian, where have you been all this time? Is the leader looking for you? I heard there is a new mission. Feijuan was carrying a red crescent sickle on his back, and when he saw Jiang Tian he started talking about what had happened recently. The base has recruited quite a few new people recently, especially that guy who keeps talking about art. I find him quite annoying. Art, this should be referring to Deidara. Did the leader tell us what mission he wants us to carry out? Jiang Tian was more concerned about why Tendo Yahiko wanted to see him and what stage Akatsuki's mission had reached. No matter how long it will take for Nagato to die, as long as Obito takes action during the battle between Nagato and Konan after Nagato's death, the probability of obtaining the Rinnegan is very high. This way Ling can be resurrected. The leader said that we'll go there together and discuss the mission content when you come back. Jiang Tian nodded and said, let's go and listen to what the leader has to say. The two came to the place where Akatsuki held a secret meeting. Yahiko sat in the first seat and looked at Jiang Tian. Where has all this time gone? The progress of the mission has been delayed a bit. Jiang Tian didn't say much. He looked at Yahiko and said, I had a personal matter these days. Now that it's done, I can continue with the mission. Yahiko didn't say much. He didn't know what private matters Jiang Tian was talking about. As the leader, he wouldn't interfere too much with the personal affairs of the organization members unless there was an emergency. You guys go to the Hidden Thunder Village. This time we don't necessarily have to capture the Eight Tails. The main purpose is to investigate the situation. After all, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and the Reikage are not easy to mess with. Let's go check out the Reikage village. Yahiko told the two of them their mission this time, to investigate the situation of the Eight Tails in the Reikage village. Okay, we'll set off right away. Jiang Tian took Faden away. After possessing the eternal Mangekyo, Jiang Tian could go anywhere. At this period, the complete form of Susanoo could basically walk sideways anywhere. In this world, no one can kill him. Brother Tian, let's go capture the Eight Tails this time. I heard that the Reikage brothers are not easy to deal with. It's a bit strange. Logically, the capture of the Eight Tails should be put at the end together with the Nine Tails. I don't know why the leader let us go now. Feijuan murmured, the speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Jiang Tian also began to feel confused when he heard this. Logically speaking, since there are still 4, 1, and 3 tails that have not been caught, they should not let me catch 8 tails. This situation is indeed strange. Could it be that Nagato or Obito saw that he had other intentions? This thought flashed through his mind, but Jiang Tian quickly rejected it. Such a thing was impossible. His plan was so secretive, and Jiang Tian felt that he hadn't revealed any flaws in the organization, so he shouldn't be suspected. Deep inside the Akatsuki base, the emaciated Nagato, with the outer path golem linked to him, looked at Zionin beside him and asked, have you investigated Jiang Tian's case? What has he been doing recently? He went to Konoha several times and even went to look for Orochimaru. However, compared to these things, the most surprising thing is his fighting ability. He was able to escape from Jiraiya-sensei safely. This was unexpected. Zionin was quietly beside Nagato, discussing the investigation progress during the time when Zhang Tian disappeared. Nagato, why are you so concerned about Zhang Tian? Is there something wrong with him? Konan asked Nagato. Ever since the Konoha rebel ninja Zhang Tian came to the organization, Nagato has sent people to pay close attention to his affairs. It's not me, it was Uchiha Madara who asked me to pay more attention to Zhang Tian. Nagato looked ahead calmly, but the doubts in his heart did not diminish in the slightest. The Uchiha Madara he mentioned was Obito wearing a mask. He had asked Nagato to pay attention to his situation since Zhang Tian joined the organization. It seems that Tobito also did not trust Zhang Tian, especially since this guy seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. This feeling made Obito very uncomfortable and a little uneasy. Xiao Nan, continue to pay attention to Zhang Tian's situation and Uchiha Madara. He is not trustworthy. What we want is the pursuit of peace. As for the Mooneye plan he mentioned, we can't tell whether it's true or not. Cough, cough, cough. Nagato couldn't help coughing violently while speaking. His physical condition was getting worse and worse, and it seemed that he couldn't hold on for much longer. Nagato, your body. Konan supported Nagato. This was his only relative. After Yahiko's death, she and Nagato were the only ones left of the three wandering children. If anything happened to Nagato, it's okay, I can still hold on. We still have to work together to create an absolutely peaceful world with Konan and Yahiko. Nagato smiled and told Konan not to worry about him. Yes, it's an agreement among the three of us. Konan nodded heavily. Yahiko and Nagato are the two most important men in her life. Nagato just smiled and said nothing more. He knew that his physical condition was very bad and death was only a matter of time. The only thing he was worried about was Konan. He had promised Yahiko that he would take good care of Konan. In the Hidden Cloud Village, inside the Raikage's office. Don't leave the village recently. This is my order. Yo, check now, why don't you trust your own brother? Kiribi responded to his brother with his unique rap style. I'm not kidding you. Recently, the tailed beasts of various countries have been lost. The damn Akatsuki organization is simply lawless. When the hot-tempered Raikage received information from other ninja villages, he hated the guys in the Akatsuki organization. Are they preparing to start a war again? Moreover, his most beloved brother is also the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and one of the targets of the Akatsuki organization. I will send someone to monitor you. Don't even think about leaving the village to carry out the mission. Killer Bee fell silent. He also knew that the current situation was delicate. The Akatsuki organization was aggressively capturing the tailed beasts, and he would be in danger if he went out to carry out the mission. But he is no longer the little kid who needed his brother's care. Elder brother. That's enough, bye. I have things to take care of. Please get out. The Raikage interrupted his brother directly. He didn't want to discuss this issue anymore. There was no room for negotiation. On the outskirts of the Hidden Cloud Village, Zhang Tian was wearing a fiery red auspicious cloud robe, with Phaeton following behind him. Brother Tian, do we need to capture the eight-tailed fox this time? It depends on the situation. With our current strength, it's still difficult for the two of us to be enemies with the entire Hidden Cloud Village. But if there's a chance, let's start capturing the eight tails. Zhang Tian came to the Hidden Cloud Village this time. He still wanted to capture the eight tails and bring it back. This way, Nagato's plan to capture the tailed beast would be advanced, and when he went to Konoha, he would definitely die, and he could take the opportunity to obtain the Samsara Eye. Zhang Tian and Feijuan activated the space ninjutsu, their Sharingan rotated, and their figures began to fade and appeared in the Hidden Cloud Village. With a bang, Zhang Tian kicked a Hidden Cloud ninja unconscious in just a moment and took him away using space ninjutsu. Koda Amatsu Kami. After fusing with Shisui's eyes, Zhang Tian possessed this most powerful illusion. The Hidden Cloud ninja was instantly trapped in the world of illusion. Where's Kiribi? Kiribi-sama is under close surveillance by the Raikage, and I don't know his exact location. Zhang Tian frowned. Is this operation really not as simple as I imagined? After asking a few more questions, Zhang Tian found that the possibility of catching the eight-tailed fox was very slim. However, he didn't intend to give up. Haiden, wait for me outside. I'll use space ninjutsu to sneak in and find the location of the eight tails Jinchuriki. See if there is any chance to capture it. If not, we will retreat. After Zhang Tian gave the order, he disappeared on the spot. In a wooden house not far from the Raikage's office, Kiribi was very depressed. Even though he had grown up, his brother still thought he was a child who needed his care. Damn it. Kiribi punched the big tree in front of him. If you want to go out so badly, I can help you. Zhang Tian slowly appeared and walked out of the dense forest. Cloaked in a fiery red auspicious cloud robe, with a katana on your waist, are you Zhang Tian, the rebel ninja of Konoha? Killer Bee had seen the wanted lists of all the major ninja villages, and was particularly impressed by Zhang Tian, who was able to destroy half of Konoha with one blow and escape safely from Jiraiya. I didn't expect you to recognize me so immediately. Killer Bee said expressionlessly. The reputation of Higanbana Zhang Tian in the Akatsuki organization is so great that it's hard not to know him. I heard that you are one of the best among the rebel ninjas in Akatsuki, and that you are strong enough to rival the three ninjas of Konoha. I don't know if it's true or not. Zhang Tian smiled while holding the samurai sword. Haha, now you have a chance to try and see if my strength is as strong as the rumors say. That's exactly what I want. Kiribi took the first step. 6 daggers appeared on various parts of his body, making a very strange movement. Kiribi, I don't have time to play with you here. If these are all you need to do, just follow me. Jiang Tian's Sharinan rotated, and the samurai sword in his hand slashed fiercely at Killer Bee's dagger, with continuous thunder. Thunder and hot knife. Kiribi put away the dagger, and the lightning snakes on his arms raged, and he slammed into Jiang Tian. Susanoo. A huge body rose from the ground. This was the complete form of Susanoo under the eternal Mangekyo, and his body was several times larger than before. What an amazing person. Kiribi sighed in his heart as he looked at the godlike giant in front of him. He remembered that Jiang Tian was just a commoner in Konoha, that he was not born into one of the major families, and his father was not an outstanding ninja. However, it was really terrifying that he could reach such a shocking point today. Half-tailed beast transformation. The half-tailed beast Killer Bee still maintains his human form, but his entire body is wrapped in a coat formed by the tailed beast's energy. Jiang Tian stood in Susanoo, controlling the huge samurai sword to chop at the flying 8-tailed beast ball. Bang! Killer Bee, who is transformed into a half-tailed beast, is also huge in size, and he rushes towards Susanoo, trying to knock the giant apart. The sound of collision spread all around, and the Reikage in the office also noticed the movement here. He looked at the huge Susanoo and his brother, who had turned into a half-tailed beast and started fighting, and he was filled with hatred. Damn Akatsuki, they actually dared to come into the village and start a fight. Damn it, damn it. The irritable Reikage took off his shirt and joined the battle. The Ummu of the Mist Village also noticed that their own Reikage had joined the battle and wanted to rush over to help. Lord Reikage, as the cage of a village, you shouldn't fight like this. Shut up, everyone, I'm going to break this guy's bones with B, and none of you are allowed to help. The Reikage's whole body was flashing with lightning, like a god. Thunderbolt hot knife. The Reikage rushed towards Susanoo and punched the Susanoo giant in the chest. Surprisingly, so strong. Rivertian looked at the Reikage in surprise. After he possessed the eternal Sharinan, Susanoo also became a complete form. I didn't expect that even in the perfect form of Susanoo, I still got hurt. Although it was only a minor injury, it was too exaggerated. That Reikage just threw one punch. At this moment, Jiang Tianke realized how powerful Uchiha Madara was, and that he could actually fight against the 5 cage. It turns out that even the same eternal kaleidoscope can have differences. After Jiang Tian knew that it was impossible to capture the 8 tails, he smiled and said, "It is indeed a bit tricky to fight 1 against 2. I will not play with Lord Reikage today. I will come to chat with your brother next time." After that, Jiang Tian used space ninjutsu to escape. "Bye, are you okay?" The Reikage's face turned pale. This guy comes and goes as he pleases. He's really troublesome. "I'm fine, big brother, you're right, Akatsuki is a crazy and powerful organization." The Reikage frowned, murderous intent already forming in his heart that if he could know where the Akatsuki organization was, he would want to destroy this organization at all costs. Akatsuki headquarters. Jiang Tianjun, are you there? Jiang Tian looked up and saw it was Uchiha Itaki. "Itaki, what's wrong?" Itaka stood at the door, still holding a pot of sake in his hand like last time. "I'm here to say goodbye to Jiang Tianjun." Hearing the farewell, Sufei froze in his tracks. "Is your body all ready?" Itaka smiled and nodded. "Yeah, I can't take it anymore." There wasn't much sadness on his face, and he even had a smile on his face. Jiang Tian could tell that the young man in front of him was not forcing himself to smile. Perhaps the shadows of genocide and killing his parents with his own hands have never dissipated from his heart, and always tormented him. Itaki is far from being as indifferent as he appears to be. This big boy may feel that he can finally be free. He was laughing happily, maybe he was really tired. "Come in and have a drink." Jiang Tian didn't say much. He knew that Itaki didn't really come to drink with him, but because of his younger brother Suzuki. Itaki walked into the room and poured Jiang Tian some wine as he did last time. He was a gentle and polite person just like in the anime. "Jiang Tianjun, this is the last bottle of wine I have left. Once you drink it, it will be gone. Without wine, people will eventually die." There was also helplessness in Itaka's tone. He was worried about his brother Suzuki. In his heart, his brother Suzuki was more important than anything else, even far more important than his own life. "I may not be a good person, but I will keep my promise. I will keep Suzuki alive no matter what. He will definitely live a long time." Jiang Tian picked up his wine glass and spoke from the heart. He couldn't refuse Itaka's request, nor did he want to refuse his brother's deep love. "Then I'm relieved. With Jiang Tianjun's care, Suzuki will definitely live a long life." Itaka smiled happily. The last thing that had been worrying him was finally settled. He just wanted to hear Jiang Tian's affirmative answer before he died, to know that the agreement would not be violated. Although Itaka still doesn't believe Jiang Tian, he really has to believe him that this is the only thing he can rely on in the end. "I'm glad to have been a subordinate of Jiang Tianjun." After finishing the sake, Itaka stood up and walked out, saying this as he walked. Jiang Tian smiled. "I'm also very happy to sit and drink with Uchiha Itaka. It's really interesting. If you could continue to watch over your brother Suzuki, but at the cost of your freedom, would you still be willing?" When Itachi heard this, his body suddenly stopped. He didn't understand what this meant and looked at Jiang Tian in confusion. Jiang Tianjun, what are you saying? Impure world reincarnation. Jiang Tian said the name of the forbidden technique, and he asked Itachi to make a choice. Later, he was brought out of the world by Kabuto Yakushi, instead of becoming a mere tool of war. Jiang Tian wanted to ask him if he was willing to let himself out of the filth world. If the caster is Jiang Tianjun, it sounds pretty good. Impure world reincarnation is a forbidden technique that is extremely disrespectful to the deceased, and Itachi can only act according to the control of the caster after being reincarnated. But in his impression, Jiang Tianjun is not a purely evil person. The most important thing is that he is worried about Sasuke. Akatsuki and Konoha were the targets he suspected of attacking Sasuke. After reincarnation, I may need you to help me with some things, but I can ensure your brother's safety. Itachi, are you willing? Jiang Tian did not choose to lie. He told his idea to Itachi. I agree. After all, I have no better choice. Itachi's smile was full of helplessness. He could only choose to agree. Itachi left and told Jiang Tian that he would fight with Sasuke in 2 days and die at his hands. Jiang Tian nodded. As an anime fan, he would never forget such a key plot. The fact that 3 Megatama can defeat Mangekyo may be the biggest joke in the Naruto anime. Jiang Tian would go and take a look. He knew that Obito would take Sasuke away, so Jiang Tian went there just to prevent any accidents. After all, he had promised Itachi, and Jiang Tian didn't want to break his promise to this man. 2 days later, in the Uchiha ancestral land, Sasuke, who also defected from Konoha, arrived at this place. Jiang Tian, Obito, and White Zetsu were all hiding in the dark. How did you get here? Obito asked Jiang Tian. Itachi asked me to come and watch the battle, hoping that I would bury his body after his death. Jiang Tian explained that Obito must not know about Itachi's reincarnation, otherwise he would be on guard against him. Obito, wearing a mask, nodded without saying anything more. My silly Oyu Daudu, you are finally here. Itachi leaned against the stone bench, a look of disdainful ridicule on his face. Sasuke was furious. How could this guy who wiped out his entire clan still sit in the ancestral land so unscrupulously? A clan-destroying person like you're unworthy to sit there. After your death, the heroic spirits of the Uchiha clan will not let you go. Ichihachi. Ha ha ha, my stupid Oyu Daudu. Can you really kill me if you hate me so much? Itachi laughed wildly, and Sasuke took the initiative to attack. The sword flew out and pierced Itachi's chest. But the next second, the Itachi who was supposed to be dead turned into a group of crows and flew around. Itachi appeared behind Sasuke with a kunao in hand, intending to slit his throat. Sasuke kicked Itachi, knocking the kunao out of his hand, and the long sword in his hand, which was equipped with lightning escape, pierced Itachi's body again. A flock of crows flew out again, but they were still fake. The two brothers kept attacking, and Sasuke opened the 3 Magatama Mangekyo but could not see anything unusual. But Jiang Tian and Obito, who were watching the battle, discovered early on that Sasuke was trapped in Itachi's illusion world, and Itachi never left the stone chair from beginning to end. Sasuke killed Itachi again, and this time he finally discovered that these were not clones, but illusions cast by Itachi. The 3 Magatama Sharingan spun rapidly, and under Obito's surprised gaze, Sasuke actually saw through Itachi's illusion. Itachi, you're not the only one who has the Sharingan. Itachi sits there. Lee was silent, and Obito said, what a responsible brother you are. The 3 Megatama can see through the illusion of the Mangekyo. It's really a boring battle. How can a battle whose outcome is predetermined be interesting? Screw it, do you really think you can kill me? You hacky, I will definitely kill you this time. Itachi didn't waste any words and directly activated the Susanoo, the unique form of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although it was not in its complete form, it was still an insurmountable force in Sasuke's eyes. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Sasuke summoned thousands of snakes, which was exactly what Itachi wanted to see. Completely solved the hidden dangers in Sasuke's body and erased the problems left after Sasuke absorbed Orochimaru's power. In fact, Jiang Tian did not take any action regarding Orochimaru. This guy has plenty of ways to survive, so how could he be truly wiped out? Is that the sacred artifact Yasakuni no Megatama? Obito suddenly spoke. He didn't expect Itachi to have such a thing. He also searched for the artifact for a long time. In the Uchiha ancestral land, the battle between the two brothers has reached a climax. Sasuke looks at Uchiha Itachi, who is somewhat exhausted, and he seems to see the dawn of victory. Itachi, now I can finally take revenge. You have seen my strength. A smile appeared on Sasuke's face. It's almost there, it's almost there. It can avenge the deaths of our tribe. Killing you will allow you to repent before your tribe. Itachi looked at Sasuke, who was no longer a child, and he felt relieved. You've finally grown up. He controlled Susanoo and held the sacred weapon Yasakuni no Megatama in his hand to continuously consume Sasuke's physical strength. The outcome of this battle had been decided from the very beginning. The 3 Megatama can never defeat the Mangekyo, but the elder brother will not kill his beloved younger brother. Thunder release, Chidori, Kaleidoscope, Amaterasu. Itaki used Amaterasu. This was his last attack. He still had some strength left. But it was enough. Seeing his brother become stronger was more gratifying than anything else. The black flames instantly ignited everything around, and Suzuki struggled in the Amaterasu flames until he fell down. The Amaterasu flame, which had never been extinguished, mysteriously went out after burning Suzuki, and Itaki covered his eyes in pain. When Suzuki saw this scene, he felt that his brother was no longer able to bear the side effects of the Sharingan. Itaki, I will still stand till the end. Itaka slowly stood up, revealing a crazy smile. His acting skills had been impeccable until now, making Suzuki believe that he was physically exhausted, rather than a Pacific Ocean. Do you know the secret of our clan? I need your eyes. As long as I have your eyes, I will never lose the light, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Itaka stumbled towards Suzuki. You can still move. Suzuki leaned against a wall. The Uchiha ancestral land had been almost destroyed by the battle between the two. He watched Itaki approaching step by step, and fear arose in his heart. Is it still impossible? Revenge failed. As an older brother, Itaki walked up to Suzuki, slowly raised his hand, placed his fingers on Suzuki's eyes, and then showed a relieved smile. Sage, forgive me, this is the last time. After saying that, Itaki's body fell straight down and there was no movement. Dead? Suzuki felt like he had survived a disaster. His revenge was successful, but he didn't feel any joy in his heart. He was too familiar with Itaki's last smile. When he was a child, his brother always smiled at him like this and cared about him. Suzuki sat there in a daze. Why am I not happy even though my revenge was successful? I should be happy. What's there to be happy about when you kill your brother who loves you the most with your own hands? Obito and Jiang Tian walked out of the woods, and Obito looked at Suzuki and wanted to tell him the truth. Who are you and what do you mean? Is it painful, killing the brother who loved you the most, who endured everything for you, and in the end was forced to fight a decisive battle with his younger brother? It's really heartbreaking. Suzuki didn't understand what Obito said, and it deeply hurt him. Tell me clearly what it means to be the brother who loves me the most. He is an executioner. He was the one who massacred the Uchiha clan. Obito's voice was heavy under the mask, while Jiang Tian remained silent. Uchiha Itaki was dead. This very popular and regrettable character in the anime finally came to this day. He has too much to carry. Love for his younger brother, hope for peace, and guilt for the deaths of his tribesmen. Sage, have you never doubted why Itaka slaughtered the entire clan but only spared the weak? Hasn't this ever occurred to you? Suzuki was stunned by what Obito said, and the memories of his brother when he was a child flashed through his mind, and he guessed something. Impossible, this absolutely cannot be possible. Suzuki was a little overwhelmed that he couldn't accept the truth. He guessed if his brother had always loved him, but finally died in his hands. Nothing is impossible. The Uchiha clan's plan of rebellion failed because of Itaki. Itaki loves peace. To be more precise, he has a strong sense of justice. He would rather exterminate his clan than see Konoha rebel and destroy the peace of the past. Impossible, you're talking nonsense. Obito shook his head and continued to tell the truth. In fact, when the Uchiha clan decided to rebel and seize power, the Konoha high-ranking officials already knew about it. They found Itaki, the old man of the third Hokage, and wanted to resolve the matter peacefully. But the top leaders chose to suppress it directly with force, which is what we call war. Jiang Tian frowned as he heard this. He looked at Suzuki, who was almost collapsing, and hesitated whether to stop Obito. After all, he had promised Itaki that he would take care of his brother. What else do you know? Suzuki began to believe what Obito said, because it was consistent with his brother's character. The Konoha high-ranking officials found Itaki and asked him to personally exterminate the clan, while the Umbu cooperated in secret. Itaki agreed. His only condition was that Konoha take good care of you. But now it seems that Konoha can't even meet this condition. Obito told the whole truth, and Suzuki remembered the night when his clan was exterminated. When he was walking home from school, his brother standing on the telephone pole was really crying. He was not mistaken. I want revenge on Konoha. After a moment of silence, Suzuki told Obito his thoughts. On behalf of Akatsuki, I welcome you to join us. Obito smiled, his goal was achieved. Take your brother's eyes. They are the last thing he left for you. Jiang Tian walked over to Suzuki. Are you Jiang Tian? Jiang Tian's ghost mask is well known in the ninja world. After all, he has done many infuriating and shocking things. Your brother asked me to bury his body before he died, so. Suzuki frowned, I will bury my brother's body myself. This was his last wish. Jiang Tian didn't explain anything to Suzuki. Itaki wanted him to reincarnate him into the impure world reincarnation because he couldn't let his younger brother go even after his death. This love is too deep. Remove Itaki's eyes and give them to Suzuki, and leave the rest to Obito. You! Suzuki looked at Jiang Tian's actions and felt angry. There are so many people who want these eyes. I advise you to merge them as soon as possible, so as not to lose the last thing your brother left for you. When Jiang Tian said this, he glanced at Obito, then picked up Itaki's body and left. He ignored Suzuki's cries. He buried Itaka's body somewhere in the mountains, next to a stream. This was the place Itachi chose himself. He said he had been here before and a little girl from the same tribe had given him meatballs. It was the sweetest thing he had ever tasted and he loved it. The weasel who loved sweets the most ended up suffering all his life. Immortal reincarnation. Jiang Tian's cabin is located on the edge of the intersection of the 5 major ninja villages, and it is also the only place where the 5 major ninja villages are loosely managed. It would be perfect to use this place as his base, so Jiang Tian resurrected Itachi. Itachi, are you still adapting to this body? The reincarnated Itachi looked at his body with a lifeless face. The feeling was very strange. It was no different from being alive. He was happy that his soul returned to this world again. In this way, I can continue to pay attention to my younger brother Sasuke, and the 2.0 version of the brother-loving maniac is online. At the same time as he was resurrected, Itachi could also feel that there was some kind of connection between him and Jiang Tian. This should be the method used by the caster to control the resurrected person. Itachi, I won't restrict your freedom. You can continue to pay attention to your brother. But you still have to come when I need you to fight. I know your feelings for Konoha, so if there's an attack on Konoha, I can keep you from taking action. How about that? Jiang Tian discussed it with Itachi. As a manga fan, he respected Uchiha Itachi, a tragic character, but it was just a discussion. Anyone who dares to sabotage his plan to resurrect Ling is his enemy. I agreed. Right now I just want Sasuke to be okay. After the two exchanged a few more pleasantries, Jiang Tian rushed back to the Akatsuki base. Calculating the time, Jiraiya will be arriving at the base soon, so we have to take action. Jiang Tian has his own selfish motives. In his previous life, he liked the character Jiraiya very much. He often said that if the sea does not welcome me, Jiraiya, so he chose to save Jiraiya. In fact, with Jiang Tian's current strength, he could be bolder and no longer need to be as cautious as before, but he still chose to keep a low profile. Evil World Uchiha Madara, Evil World Itachi, Haiden, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and various attribute chakra ninjutsu can be flexibly applied. These trump cards are enough to make him tough. But that's not enough. Only if I'm strong enough can I ensure that the plan to resurrect Ling will be foolproof. Jiang Tian muttered softly while sitting in the house, his expression dazed. He was obviously thinking of his favorite girl, Uchiha Ling Bang. There was a knock on the door outside. It must be Faden who came to see him. Come in. Why did you knock on the door first today? Am I such an impolite person in Jiang Tian's eyes? Jiang Tian was stunned. This voice was not Haiden's. The door opened and Obito, wearing a mask, walked straight in. Why are you here? Jiang Tian was puzzled. This was the base of Akatsuki. Obito came to find him so openly. Wasn't he afraid that Nagato would notice? Don't worry, the Mooneye project is about to officially begin. I came here today to discuss the next tailed beast capture plan with you. Obito looked indifferent, which made Jiang Tian even more certain that Nagato's physical condition had become extremely bad and he couldn't hold on for much longer. Is this the next capture plan? The Akatsuki organization has already obtained 7 tailed beasts, and many members have died. Now only the 8 tails and the 9 tails have not been captured. Well, wait for me to inform you. I plan to let Nagato capture the 9 tails. If he fails, the two of us will go together. How about it? Obito stated the purpose of his visit. He came to invite Jiang Tian to capture the tailed beast with him. Okay, let's attack Konoha together. That should be a pretty good scene. Jiang Tian smiled. Neither he nor Obito had any reason to refuse the idea of attacking Konoha. For myself and for Ling. For myself and for Linear. Just like when the two of them first met, they discussed the attack on Konoha and reached a consensus with almost no conditions. These two men attacked Konoha, and they hated Konoha and the Third Shinobi World War. By the way, what are you going to do with Itachi's brother? Jiang Tian asked Obito. Since he had promised Itachi to help take care of his brother, he had to help. You seem to be very interested in both of them brothers, burying Itachi's body and now caring about Sasuke. We all have the Sharingan, so we should be concerned about the Uchiha clan's problems, Jiang Tian said casually, but Obito didn't believe this statement. But he never doubted Jiang Tian, because he knew that the Mooneye project was the only way to resurrect his beloved girl. Jiang Tian will spare no effort to help this plan succeed. Okay, I should leave now. Nagato will notice if I stay too long. Obito stood up and left. Jiang Tian frowned as he looked at his back, then suddenly turned his head to look at the entrance to the base. Are you here, Jiraiya? On the outskirts of Rain Village, Jiraiya looked at the ninjas under his feet and felt a bad feeling in his heart. God, he said the leader is a god. In this world, apart from the Sage of Six Paths, where else can there be a god? Jiraiya found it absurd. The Sage of Six Paths was the ancestor of ninjas. Since he claimed to be a god, didn't he have to be compared with the Sage of Six Paths? Although the village's first Hokage was also called the God of Ninja, that was more to praise his achievements in founding the village and ending the war. It's not that his strength can really be compared with that of the Six Paths Sage. Is he really that powerful? Then I have to cheer up. Jiraiya did not feel any pressure after hearing that the leader of Akatsuki was a god. He, Jiraiya, was also a powerful ninja. Konoha, Hokage's office. Princess Tsunade, who had just succeeded the 5th Hokage, stood in front of the window, looking into the distance, her thoughts going back to 3 days ago. 3 days ago, Jiraiya found her. What, you're going to investigate at Akatsuki headquarters? Jiraiya chuckled softly under the setting sun. Is there any problem? After all, I am one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. Isn't it normal to do something for the village? But that's the Akatsuki headquarters, and those guys are crazy. Jiraiya shook his head. In the current village, there is no one else who can carry out this mission except me. Don't worry, I will come back alive. Tsunade said anxiously. How can I feel at ease if you go to a place like that? Jiraiya was silent for a while when he saw Tsunade's appearance, then he scratched his head and laughed. Ah, you care about me so much, you don't like me, do you? Ha ha ha. Jiraiya, you know, Dan and I. Seeing Tsunade's seriousness, Jiraiya interrupted her with a smile. It was just a joke. Why are you taking it so seriously, really? Okay, I'm leaving now, but I'm still worried about you being alone. Jiraiya stopped and looked at Tsunade and said, why don't we make a bet? You bet that I will die. Anyway, you have never won when you bet with others. In the office, Tsunade still felt uneasy. Hokage-sama, it's okay. Jiraiya-sama is so powerful, he will definitely come back safely. Shizune walked in and saw Tsunade was in a daze and wanted to comfort her. That's right. After all, that guy made a bet with me, and I never win. Tsunade pretended to be relaxed, putting away the rather gloomy expression on her face. Hey, why did you bring so many documents again? It's so tiring to read them. Shizune put the documents on the table and said with a smile, well, as Hokage, you shouldn't complain. You should work hard and argue. Jiraiya sneaked into the Akatsuki base. Jiang Tian, who possesses the Mangekyo, and Obito, as well as Nagato, who controls the highest defense of the base, all noticed Jiraiya's appearance. Should I save Jiraiya? Jiang Tian was hesitant. As a Naruto fan, he wanted to save this man. As the rebel ninja who resurrected Ling, Jiang Tian, saving Jiraiya undoubtedly left Konoha with the strength to fight against him in the future. The most important thing is that Jiraiya once helped Uchiha Ling's team, so, it's very contradictory. In the cave where Nagato was hiding, Konan stood beside him. Konan, our teacher is here, Nagato said softly, looking into the distance. What are you going to do? When Konan heard that it was Jiraiya who appeared in the base, she knew what he was going to do without thinking too much. She didn't know what choice Nagato would make when facing his teacher. Nagato fell into silence. He was both grateful and resentful towards Jiraiya. He was grateful to Jiraiya for saving the 3 orphans during the war, but also hated him for teaching him ninjutsu, which laid the groundwork for Yahiko's death later. It sounds a bit strange that he is being blamed even though he is his savior. But when a person is powerless to resist fate, he will always blame people who should not be blamed, and his mentality will change. Konan, do you think Yahiko will blame me if I kill our teacher Jiraiya? Nagato frowned. He didn't know if his decision was correct. I respect your choice. Konan didn't say much. Since Nagato had already made the decision, there was no need to interfere with him. Of the 3 people at that time, there were only Nagato and her. Nagato controlled the 6 paths of pain and rushed towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya stood on the water under the towering tunnel entrance. He looked up at the empty tunnel entrance above his head and could feel that a group of powerful guys were coming. One bag of rice can support several floors. What are you planning to do, Jiraiya-sensei, by sneaking over here like this? Before the person appeared, the voice reached Jiraiya's ears, and his brows furrowed tightly. Call me teacher, this voice is Yahiko? That's right, teacher. Tendo Yahiko stood at the entrance of the tunnel, with the other 5 paths behind him, and all 6 paths of pain were present. Yahiko, why is it you? What's going on? Why are you in Akatsuki? Jiraiya's voice was a little anxious. He was very impressed by this disciple whom he had only taught for a short time. Among the 3 of them, there was one who possessed the Rinnegan, which was rumored to have the same eyes as the 6 paths sage. Where are Nagato and Konan? Jiraiya looked at Yahiko, who was alone with strange steel nails stuck in his face, and asked hurriedly. I didn't expect that Jiraiya-sensei still remembered us. As for why I'm here, it's because I'm the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Didn't you come here today to gather information? Jiraiya looked shocked that he had never expected that the 3 weak and helpless children back then would become the leaders of the Akatsuki organization that was now a scourge to the ninja world. Why are you doing this, Yahiko? Tendo Pain looked at the expression on Jiraiya's face with amusement. Teacher, are you angry? Do you regret saving us? I never regret saving children displaced by war, but I do feel a little guilty. Self-blame, what are you blaming yourself for, teacher? Jiraiya fell into silence. He felt that he should have given them the right guidance at that time, so that the Akatsuki organization would not appear in the ninja world. I feel that I should stay by your side and give you the right guidance. In this way, perhaps there will not be the infamous Akatsuki organization. Ha ha ha, the teacher is still so kind. Yahiko laughed out loud. This teacher is still willing to believe in the false light as before. Guide, sensei, do you think that if we don't create the Akatsuki, there will be peace in the ninja world? Isn't it? Jiraiya said in a low voice. Haha, the teacher has been standing in the light for too long, so he doesn't know what darkness is. Even without Akatsuki, there would be other organizations, because this world is inherently painful. The Akatsuki organization's destruction of the major ninja villages is nothing compared to the major ninja villages starting a war for the benefit of the village. It was the several major ninja villages that started the war for their own selfish interests. They brought pain to the ninja world. Sensei, you know, Konoha is the village you love. There's no number for how many people were killed during the Third Shinobi World War. Konoha, as the most powerful of the 5 villages, killed countless ninjas. Do you still think Akatsuki is evil, compared to the 5 great ninja villages? What are we? Jiraiya fell silent after hearing these words. He also hated war and the selfish high-ranking officials in Konoha who would do anything to fight for power. So I chose to leave the village and wander around. Then why are you and your team collecting tailed beasts everywhere, Yahiko? Is it just because you need a reason to attack the major villages? The Akatsuki organization is frantically collecting tailed beasts. In the eyes of the leaders of the major villages, this is just a pretext for destroying their villages. For the sake of peace, we want to create a peaceful and war-free perfect country. We call this country the Dream World. Yahiko revealed the Moon Eye project, which was the plan that Obito promised to Nagato. But Obito did not tell the whole truth. He only told Nagato that there would be no more war and no one would die in the newly created world. Can the Dream World be real? Although Jiraiya didn't know what the Dream World represented, based on the literal meaning, it was all an illusion. It doesn't matter what it is, there are teachers in this world who should feel the same pain as us, so you won't stand here and say this. Some great truths. Let Konoha feel the pain. Start by killing the teacher, and then go to Konoha to capture the 9 tails. Hearing that they were going to attack Konoha, Jiraiya scolded. After all, I taught you. It's too confident to just say that you will kill your teacher. So, Yahiko, let me see what progress you have made over the years to become the leader of Akatsuki. You'll see. After the greetings between master and disciple, Yahiko slowly floated into the air from the tunnel entrance, and then the 6 paths of pain suddenly jumped down and smashed towards Jiraiya. Sage mode, on. Jiraiya clasped his hands together, gathering natural energy and preparing to activate Sage mode. In the base, Jiang Tian took off his Akatsuki clothes and changed into his usual clothes. He walked out the door and headed towards where Jiraiya was fighting with Pain's 6 paths. After hesitating for a long time, he finally decided to take action. This was the only time he was soft-hearted after Ling's death, and it was also the last time. The only time he helped the Konoha ninja was to repay a favor. During the Third Ninja World War, Jiraiya helped Uchiha Ling's team by chance. This is also the reason why Jiang Tian was hesitant, because Ling said that Lord Jiraiya is really a gentle person, and he hopes to thank him for his help when he has the chance. What Ling hates most is owing others things, and Jiang Tian knows it. He didn't want Ling to owe anyone a favor, at least not to the Konoha ninjas. Yahiko quietly watched Jiraiya after he activated Sage mode. He was not very clear about the strength of his teacher. But he was no longer the child he was back then. Teacher Jiraiya, are you ready to die? Whether you can kill me or not, you won't know until you fight me. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Giant toads appeared, and Gameiken and Gamatuen were summoned from Mount Mayaboku. The 6 paths of pain each have 6 different abilities. The animal path, which possesses summoning skills, was a ninja of the Fuma clan in his previous life. He had fought with Jiraiya before, and there were still scars caused by Jiraiya under his forehead protector. Nixcentricity. The animal path summoned 2 3-headed dogs and a big bird to besiege the 2 toad brothers. Jiraiya in Sage mode has the power of nature in his body, which greatly improves both his ninjutsu and taijutsu. 1 against 6, clearly at a disadvantage. The art of spiritual communication, the art of seeing the world with a toad. Jiraiya decided to defeat them one by one. He summoned a big house and sucked the animal path in, and Jiraiya followed closely behind. Then the house kept getting smaller, and a small toad appeared on the water and swallowed the shrinking house in one gulp. Inside the house, Jiraiya had to act quickly. This summoning technique didn't last very long. He had to get rid of this guy before it wore off. Inside the house, the beast looked confused. It felt more like being inside the body of some creature, surrounded by walls of flesh. The animal path's most powerful weapon is summoning, and this place happens to be able to restrain summoning, which is why Jiraiya chose to kill the animal path first. Inside the house, the animal Deo used his spiritualism again. He wanted the summoned 3-headed dog to break through the flesh wall surrounding him. Toad mouth binding technique. The flesh wall surged wildly and continued to expand, just like a strange creature opening its mouth and biting the 3-headed dog tightly. Raise Nan. Jiraiya rushed towards the animal path at a high speed, and the rapidly rotating blue chakra in his hand slammed into the animal path's back. The forehead protector fell off, and Jiraiya looked at the scar on the forehead of the animal path, and his pupils contracted rapidly. He recognized the Fuma clan ninja who had fought with him before. Wasn't this guy dead? A sudden thought flashed through Jiraiya's mind. If this guy was dead, then Yahiko was also dead? With the death of the animal realm, the toad's ability to see the world also disappeared. Yahiko instantly realized Jireya's location. He rushed to Jireya and looked at the dead animal path with a calm expression. As expected of Jireya-sensei, he has such a method. Yahiko, are you the same as this guy? Jireya asked. He wanted to know if Yahiko was also dead. Teacher, don't be too surprised. In this painful world, death is just the norm. Like many ninjas, I have become a victim of this era. Yahiko used to be a carefree person, but now he has become so cold and gloomy that Jireya feels a little uncomfortable. These children should have lived a happy life, but they were displaced by the war. It is a tragedy of the times. At this moment, Zhang Tian was also hiding in the dark, secretly observing the fight between the two. He was prepared to rescue Jireya when he was defeated. Zhang Tian used the transformation technique to become someone else's appearance, and did not wear the organization's fiery red auspicious cloud robe. So, there is no need to worry about being discovered. Teacher Jireya, the game ends here. Well, how could this happen? Jireya looked at the reappearing animal path with his eyes widened. Wasn't this guy killed by him? How could this happen? The Hell Path has the ability to revive the other 5 paths apart from Nagato himself and Konan. Only the time traveler Zhang Tian knows about this. This is very important information. The reason why Konoha's Prince Naruto was able to defeat Pain's 6 paths was because of the information that Jireya asked his ancestor Fukazaku to bring back. Yahiko and the Hell Path stood still while the other 4 paths attacked simultaneously. The animal path summoned a summoned beast to battle the 2 Toad brothers from Mayaboku Mountain. The Hungry Ghost Realm, the Azura Realm, and the Human Realm surrounded Jireya. 1 against 6, it's really a lot of pressure. Little Jireya, watch your back. The sage Fukazaku on his shoulder suddenly warned Jireya, and he formed a Raiznan, turned around and attacked, but it was absorbed by the Hungry Ghost who attacked from behind. This is... Jireya had never heard of such a method to absorb ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, hair needle senbon. Jireya was lying on the ground, his long silver hair shot upside down towards Shuradu, but was dodged. How could this happen? He should have been in a blind spot just now. How did he manage to dodge it? As the fight with Pain deepened, Jireya became more and more frightened. These guys were too strong, and their various abilities worked together. He is simply too strong. This is the first time Jireya has encountered such a powerful opponent. Jireya looked at Yahiko, who was standing on a high place. Since his apprentice was the leader of Pain, he decided to deal with Yahiko first. Jireya was agile and kept climbing the wall to rush towards Yahiko. Raiznan, Senra Tensen, Shinra Tensei. A strange feeling came over him, and Jireya was suddenly pushed away by an invisible force. Shura Deo and Renjian Deo attacked at the same time. Oh no! Jireya, who was blown away by Shinra Tensei, lost control of his body. Ninja technique, the Chaos Lion's hair technique. The long silver hair grew rapidly and wrapped around the whole body to resist Shuradu's attack. As Yahiko joined the battle, Jireya gradually fell behind and the fight was no longer as lively as at the beginning. Senjutsu, Gomen. Zhang Tian, who was watching in the dark, saw Gomen's eyes darkened. He had suffered losses in the past and was almost killed. This must be Jireya's strongest attack. Sen Na Tien Sen. Jireya was already exhausted, with scars on his arms and blood staining his clothes. He gasped for breath. Haha, Pain's 6 paths is really strong. Little Jireya, retreat. Daisenjin Fukazaku was already anxious. He had witnessed Jireya's growth, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Yes, little Jireya, you have been forced into this situation. Retreat first. It is important to save your life. The 2 Toad sages, the Fukazaku and his wife, kept persuading Jireya to retreat. At this moment, many memories flashed through Jireya's mind. There is Nagato who possesses the Rinnegan, and there is the son of prophecy spoken of by Gamma Sage. I'm not a good teacher. I didn't give my student the right guidance, which led to him becoming like this. He also thought of his teacher, the 3rd Hokage, and his disciple, the 4th Hokage. To be honest, I don't think I'm a qualified disciple, nor a good teacher. I couldn't help them when they died. Finally, he thought of Tsunade, the old woman he had liked for a long time. I promised her to come and gather intelligence, and now I still don't know anything. How can I leave? I can't leave. Jireya raised his head, one of his arms hanging limply, the bone broken by the previous blow. The oppressive feeling of Pain's 6 paths made Jireya feel unprecedented pressure. He had never felt the approach of death as strongly as he did now. None of the memories that flashed through my mind were good, and people prefer to call these things regrets. It's really a pity that the person I like doesn't like me, and I can't do the things I want to do well. Jireya, it turns out you haven't changed at all. You're still the last one in the class. This is one of the 3 famous ninjas in the ninja world, the Toad Sage of Mayaboku Mountain. He self-deprecatingly talked about the title he heard most often in the past. At that time, everyone said that he was a laggard. But the Jireya NOW.is the Jireya who can activate Sage Mode. Jireya struggled to stand up from the ground, his eyes became extremely determined. He should do something for the village. Whether it's for the teacher, the disciples, or her. The 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, and the 5th Hokage Tsunade are all important people in his life. They are the Hokage, and they are there to protect the peace of the village. What they are there to protect, I should protect too, until the last moment of my life. Senjutsu, Gomen. The natural energy supporting the Sage Mode gathered crazily. Jiang Tian, who was hiding in the dark, and Yahiko, who was standing on the building, could see that this was Jiraiya's final blow. He is at the end of his strength. Teacher, is this your last burst of energy? But even so, it's just the last rays of light from the flames that have burned out. Yahiko slowly raised his hands. Without hesitation, he grabbed all the other pains except Hell Path and threw them at Jiraiya. As long as these guys can withstand the teacher's final blow, everything will be fine. Even if they die, there is still hell to be resurrected. This is the best solution, which can easily resolve the desperate attack of Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas. Gomen, who was used at his full strength by Jiraiya, was very strong, so strong that he killed several pains thrown by Yahiko in seconds, but it still could not change the final outcome. Teacher, it's time to send you on your way. A black steel pipe slipped out of Yahiko's sleeve and he slowly walked towards Jiraiya. Looking at the teacher sitting there dejectedly, breathing weakly, he felt no ripple in his heart. Since he had made the decision to kill the teacher, he should not show any mercy. Not, is it over, this ordinary yet colorful life? The blood flowing from his forehead blurred his eyes. Jiraiya's breathing was extremely weak and he no longer had the strength to resist Yahiko, who was walking towards him. It's a shame that the final chapter of Jiraiya's heroic story hasn't been written yet. No, maybe the final chapter should have been written already. I hope you can give the heroic tale a good ending, Naruto. At the last moment, he inexplicably thought of the yellow-haired boy. Although he looked dull and dazed, the energy in him made him a perfect protagonist in a heroic story. The child of prophecy should be you, Naruto. Yahiko came before Jiraiya, looking down at his former teacher, who was his savior and one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. If Konoha wants to feel pain, then this teacher must die. Dang! Jiang Tian, who had transformed into another person's appearance, appeared in front of Jiraiya with a samurai sword in his hand. Who is it? Yahiko was surprised to find that there was someone hiding here without him noticing, but after seeing clearly, Yahiko fell silent and Nagato, who was connected with Pain's 6 paths of vision, instantly realized that the person who came out was Jiang Tian. Even though his appearance has changed, his eyes can see through whatever he becomes. Nagato fell into deep thought for a moment. He never expected that Jiang Tian, who hated Konoha the most, would come to save Jiraiya. Jiraiya, come with me. Jiang Tian carried Jiraiya on his back, opened the Mangekyo, and used space ninjutsu to help him escape. The whole process went extremely smoothly. Yahiko just stood there and watched, without any intention of taking any action. Although he was confused, Jiang Tian took Jiraiya and escaped first when he saw that his goal had been achieved. In the cave where Nagato was hiding, Xionin saw the serious expression on Nagato's face and asked hurriedly, "What, did the plan fail?" Nagato told Xionin about Jiang Tian's actions, and they both fell silent. In the Akatsuki organization, Jiang Tian is the most powerful member and the most difficult to control. Moreover, Uchiha Madara has been asking him to investigate the news about Jiang Tian. Now Nagato doesn't know that the Madara in his eyes is actually the masked Obito. Xiao Nan, wait for Jiang Tian to come back and bring him to see me. Nagato's order surprised Konan. The members of the organization had always been controlled by Nagato and communicated with Yahiko. No one had ever seen Nagato and knew that he was the real leader of the organization. Nagato, what do you want him for? Nothing, just meeting. Nagato lied to Xionin that he went to Jiang Tian to discuss something with him. Regarding Konan's safety after his death, Nagato never believed the man who called himself Uchiha Madara. But now his physical condition is extremely bad, and he won't be able to leave for long. Now it seems that Jiang Tian is the most suitable person in the Akatsuki organization who is powerful and worthy of his trust. He wanted Jiang Tian to help save the girl who had been with him for many years after his death and after Uchiha Madara attacked Konan. Outside Konoha village, Jiang Tian placed Jiraiya on the route that the Umbu had to take during their patrol, and then used space ninjutsu to leave. This was the first time he helped the Konoha ninja, and it would also be the last time. All this was because of the saying, "If the sea does not welcome me, Jiraiya. This is Jiraiya-sama, go report to Hokage-sama." In the Konoha hospital, the 5th Hokage Tsunade personally treated Jiraiya's injuries. As the medical ninja among the 3 ninjas, her medical skills are the strongest in Konoha. Looking at Jiraiya's appearance, she frowned tightly and placed her hands, which were glowing blue, on Jiraiya's chest. "Why are you trying to be so brave? You said you were just going there to gather intelligence." But as time went by, even with Tsunade's personal treatment, Jiraiya's condition did not improve, but instead became more and more serious. The diamond-shaped mark on her forehead began to dissipate, and Tsunade aged rapidly after using the 100 healings technique. "Hokage-sama, your body." Shizen on the side looked anxious. She knew what using the 100 healings technique meant, but when she thought that the person being treated was Lord Jiraiya, she didn't dare say anything more. Tsunade, who looked old, looked at Jiraiya and kept muttering to herself. You are not the Hokage, you don't have to risk your life like this. I'm sorry. Tsunade kept apologizing to Jiraiya that she had so many things to apologize for. Jiraiya's heavy love that he was not there when the 4th generation died, and he was not there when the 3rd generation died. But after the 5th generation took office, he risked his life to gather intelligence. This love was too heavy as a huge rock pressing on Tsunade's chest, making it hard for her to breathe. But she was not wrong either. Feelings were unpredictable. Jiraiya liked her, and she liked Jiraiya. It was all love, and no one was wrong. Sometimes it seems that things in the world are only unforgettable if they leave some regrets, just like Jiraiya and Tsunade. They are clearly best friends, they have trained together since childhood, and Jiraiya's love for them is so deep. But when Jiraiya knew that Tsunade liked to stay behind, he no longer dared to say the most sincere words of love in a joking tone as before. Wow, yours is really big. I definitely like you, is that fake? Jiraiya, you never speak the truth, and I don't like you either. Ha ha ha, I was just kidding you. You don't think I really like you, do you? Ha ha ha. After returning to the Akatsuki base, Xiaonan appeared in front of Jiang Tian. Nagato wants to see you. Xiaonan's words were very concise, as if that was her personality. When she was in the organization, Jiang Tian rarely saw her speak, she was so cold. Jiang Tian knew about Nagato's existence but had never seen the real leader of the organization. What does he want from me? Facing Jiang Tian's question, Xiaonan still said coldly, Nagato didn't tell me the reason, he just wanted you to go see him. Jiang Tian nodded without saying anything more and followed Xiaonan to where Nagato was hiding. He vaguely guessed that it might be because he saved Jiraiya and he knew about it. But now Jiang Tian has the Eternal Mangekyo, as well as 2 trump cards, Edo Tensei Atake and Uchiha Madara. No matter what happens, he has enough strength to solve it, so he is willing to take action. It sounds a bit contradictory, but not saving Jiraiya might be the best choice. But he didn't know why he still made such a clear decision. Perhaps it was because he was an anime fan in his previous life, and he had some inexplicable feelings in his heart. Or maybe, as a bad guy, he is not bad enough. No matter what, he would not regret choosing to save Jiraiya this time. Following Xiaonan all the way to the entrance of the cave, Jiang Tian passed through the dark tunnel and saw Nagato sitting there. His back was covered with test tubes connected to a withered outer path golem. Xiao Nan, please go out first. I have something to talk to Jiang Tianjun alone. But Nagato. Konan frowned. Nagato had problems with his legs and could not move easily. If Jiang Tian attacked him, Pain 6 Paths was not around and it would be dangerous. She was worried that Nagato would not go out for a long time. It's okay, Xiaonan, you can go out first. Seeing Nagato's insistence, Xiaonan reluctantly left. As she walked out, she left detonating talismans on the wall. Many of them were even scattered at Jiang Tian's feet without any concealment, as if to warn Jiang Tian not to have any bad intentions. After Xiaonan left, Jiang Tian remained silent. Although he knew that Nagato might have come to him to find him because of saving Jiraiya, he was not sure. So he just looked at Nagato quietly, waiting for the mastermind behind the scenes to speak first. Jiang Tianjun, none of the 6 paths of pain are here, you don't need to be so cautious. I know you saved Jiraiya. Nagato took the initiative to say that Pain was not around. Jiang Tian didn't know what he meant by this action. He slowly narrowed his eyes. He wanted to see what Nagato was thinking from the changes in his facial expression. The moment their eyes met, Jiang Tian felt a surge of heat in his heart. He saw it, he finally saw the pair of eyes he had longed for, the Rinnegan that could revive Ling. This is Jiang Tian's only purpose in living, to get these eyes and revive his beloved, and he will do anything for it. Jiang Tianjun really wants these eyes of mine, right? Jiang Tian's face changed instantly. Why did Nagato know the thoughts hidden in his heart? How did you know? Jiang Tian looked at Nagato coldly. It was really unsettling that he knew such a secret. Jiang Tian already had the intention to kill him. At this moment, Jiang Tianke discovered that the world had begun to change. Because of my existence, a butterfly effect occurred. A civilian ninja from Konoha village. Although not from the Uchiha clan, he possesses the Sharingan. He participated in the 3rd Shinobi World War when he was young. As a member of Uchiha Ling's team, you can basically figure out where your Sharingan comes from with just a little thought. You must love her very much. The girl named Ling Yu joined Akatsuki, the enemy of Konoha, just to get my eyes. Nagato told everything he knew without hiding anything. When did you know these things? Jiang Tian asked. Just now, the moment we looked at each other, the desire in your eyes said it all. Because we are the same kind of people, I immediately understood what you wanted. Nagato said in a calm tone that he was ready to tell all his secrets, including the things that he had hidden in his heart for a long time, and tell Jiang Tian when they met for the first time. Although he was a stranger, he felt that Jiang Tian must be someone who understood him. Jiang Tian slowly opened the Eternal Mangekyo and prepared to take action. He stared at Nagato quietly. Since you know everything, why don't you let Pain stay by your side and kill me now? This is Jiang Tian's last question. Nagato smiled and said, because I am going to give these eyes to you to help you revive the girl named Uchiha Ling. The sudden change caught Jiang Tian off guard. He never thought that Nagato would make such a decision. Why? Nagato's expression softened as he looked out the cave entrance, where Konan was. He had never shown this expression since Yahiko's death, not even in front of Konan. If I had to give a reason, I would only dare to tell it before I die. Zhang Tianjun, how about listening to my story? Zhang Tian nodded. As an anime fan, when he saw Nagato's expression, he knew that some less obvious things in the anime seemed to be confirmed. Nagato likes Konan, but he can't get her love. During the Third Shinobi World War, 3 unrelated children came together. They were not blood relatives, but they were like a family. There are 2 boys and 1 girl. The boy named Yahiko is the oldest and most opinionated of the 3, so he plays the role of a big brother. The little boy named Nagato is shy, so he's the one the 2 of them take care of the most. Although that period was turbulent, everyone was very happy and wished time would stop at that moment. Nagato's face showed a look of reminiscence. You can see that he really enjoyed that time. We were very good friends back then. But as we grew older, we had dreams. Yahiko's dream was to create an organization called Akatsuki to bring peace to the world. But my biggest dream has never been to bring peace to the world. I just want the 3 of us to be together peacefully and to confess my love to that girl who's like an older sister to me. Standing in the tunnel, Konan froze. He hadn't left because he was worried about Nagato's safety. So he heard Nagato's words clearly and knew who the older sister he was talking about was. Zhang Tian also let down his guard and listened quietly to the man talk about his inner thoughts. I still remember that morning when I was hesitant to confess my feelings. But then I saw that older sister running towards Yahiko. She was also hesitant, and I saw the expression on her face very clearly. Because I had the same expression as hers, I naturally knew what it meant. I like Konan, and Konan likes Yahiko, but Yahiko only has the desire to bring peace to the world. It sounds like a strange statement, but it's an imperfect story. I originally thought that everything was fine as it was. As long as the girl I loved was happy, I could do whatever I wanted. Bringing world peace wasn't a bad thing after all. But when we were surrounded by the Rain Village ninjas, everything changed and became uncontrollable. Yahiko died, I became disabled, and Akatsuki's goals began to change. Akatsuki's goals have changed and become less pure. Nagato paused when he said this. From then on, the Akatsuki organization was no longer the same as when Yahiko was there. It was simply for peace. While seeking peace, the world must also feel pain, because Nagato hates those who have never experienced true despair and say things from a moral high ground. How can you know what true pain is if you have never experienced despair? It was during that crisis that I awakened these eyes, known as the eyes of God and the same eyes as the Sage of 6 Paths. The Akatsuki organization has grown to where it is today thanks to the help of the masked man known as Uchiha Madara. He promised me that as long as I complete the Mooneye project, all my dreams will come true. Yahiko can be resurrected, Konan can fall in love with me, and my immobilized legs can be healed, but I can't wait. The masked man that Nagato was talking about was Obito, who himself was also an avid believer in the Mooneye project. Anyone who was in the dark could not refuse the Mooneye project, which was a ninjutsu that could change everything. You can't wait. Zhang Tian confirmed his suspicions. Although as a Naruto fan, he knew that Nagato was going to die soon, but he didn't know the exact time. I'm dying, and the only thing I'm worried about is Xionin. I'm afraid that the masked man will hurt Xionin after I die, so I need your help. Nagato finally revealed his purpose. In his mind, the only person in the organization who could fight the masked man was Zhang Tian. What makes you believe me? It's because our love is equally deep, and we are the same kind of people, so I choose to believe you. In fact, it's not just us, there's also the masked man Uchiha Obito you mentioned, he's also such a person, Zhang Tian thought to himself. He looked at Nagato. If he hadn't sent away to refuse at this time, he would be able to see Ling again soon. So, when are you going to start resurrecting Ling as you promised me? Wait until I catch the 9-tailed fox. Deep down, I still hope that the Mooneye project will succeed. Because in Yahiko's heart he wants peace, so Konan must think so too. I want to contribute one last bit to this plan before I die. Everything is done to make Xionin happier. Nagato looked at Zhang Tian and told him his plan. I will resurrect your beloved before I die, please rest assured. Okay, as long as you can revive Ling, I promise I will help you if Xionin is in danger. Zhang Tian nodded. He was only one step away from completing his plan. He only had one step left to revive Ling. After Zhang Tian left, Xionin came in again. She looked at Nagato several times and wanted to say something, but in the end she remained silent. Cough, cough, cough. Nagato started coughing violently again, and his condition became worse. Are you okay, Nagato? Konan hurried to his side, still caring about him as before. Konan didn't choose to bring up this matter because she couldn't give Nagato the answer he wanted. I'm fine, don't worry. Nagato smiled at Konan, trying to reassure her. Perhaps this is the deep affection of a man. Until he was dying, he was still thinking about the sister who accompanied him in his youth and Yahiko's peace plan. It never occurred to him that every time Pain went on a mission, he was overdrawing his life. I see. The Gaiden Rinnegan Tensei Jutsu, a ninjutsu that can bring people back to life. Lin, wait for me to bring you back. Obito, who had been paying attention to Nagato, knew that he was going to meet Jiang Tian, so how could he remain indifferent? After hearing the news, he came here and hid in the dark. Although Nagato's Rinnegan was given by Madara, he had known this for a long time. But it was not until this moment that he knew about the Rinnegan and the Rinnegan's natural eye technique, which was so incredible that he wanted to resurrect Linear. In the anime, Obito only learned about the existence of this eye technique after Pain invaded Konoha, but Nagato was already dead by then, otherwise he would not have been so obsessed with the Moon Eye project. After Obito left, a head suddenly popped out from the ground. It was completely black as a piece of charcoal. He, how can we not carry out the Moon Eye project? How can Mom break the seal and dominate this world again? The one who spoke was Black Zetsu, the biggest culprit throughout the entire anime. At this moment, he even took Jiang Tian, the time traveler, into account. Whether it was Ling or Lin, he wanted to stop Nagato from resurrecting any of them. These two powerful and desperately infatuated men will go crazy and carry out the Moon Eye plan to the end at all costs. In Jiang Tian's wooden house, he communicated with his Ijutsu clone and asked him to rush to the vicinity of the Akatsuki base and be ready to respond to emergencies at any time. Before this, his Ijutsu clone had always been with Ling's grandmother and Uchiha Shui. Jiang Tian is going to Konoha with Pain to capture the Nine Tails. This is Nagato's last wish. He wants to ensure that this plan is foolproof, so he decides to go together and spare no effort to catch the Nine Tails so that Nagato can resurrect Ling. As for the clone with the same strength as himself, it is only for dealing with emergencies. When he went to Konoha, he asked his clone to guard the cave where Nagato was hiding. Jiang Tian wanted to eliminate all unfavorable factors. This was his most important thing. Jiang Tian also left the evil world Uchiha Itachi to his clone and took Madara to Konoha, so as to ensure that the plan to capture the Nine Tails would be foolproof. He was also making preparations in Obito's hiding place and took out the Uchiha fan left by Madara. He knew that Jiang Tian was going to Konoha with Pain, and this was his best chance. Since Pain and Jiang Tian are not here, his only opponent is Konan, and his chances of winning are very high. At the same time, a document appeared on the desks of the Hokage of the 5 major ninja villages. Inside was a map and there was a letter with a place marked on it, which was exactly where Nagato was hiding. Black Zetsu wants to use the power of the 5 major ninja villages to kill Nagato and stop Jiang Tian and Obito's plans. At this moment, the Kage of the 5 major villages decided to hold a meeting at the same time that the 5 Kage met to discuss this matter and decide whether to send out the ninja troops to completely kill the leader of Akatsuki and destroy the organization. At this moment, no one knew that the fuse of the 4th Ninja World War was quietly brewing. The 5 major ninja villages will usher in an era of extreme evil never seen before in history. Darkness will cover everyone, and pain and despair will be the main colors of the future. The war between the two heroes of the ninja world will be unprecedentedly shocking, and everything in the future will become unpredictable. A storm is also coming. The Kages of the 5 major ninja villages held this common document and fell into deep thought. Jiraiya, look at this. Princess Tsunade handed over the document in her hand, which clearly explained the true situation of Akatsuki. Yahiko was not the leader, and the one who truly controlled Akatsuki was Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan. Is that so? Yahiko is indeed dead. Seeing these also confirmed Jiraiya's guess after returning from Akatsuki. Yahiko died and was turned into pain by Nagato, just like the Fuma clan ninja who had fought with him before. Both of them were dead. Who got this document? Jiraiya didn't think that Konoha Zumbu could investigate such an absolutely confidential thing, but they got this document anyway, which inevitably makes people think of some conspiracy. Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama, please take a look at this. Kakashi walked in, holding the latest news about the document. Do the other major villages also know that Nagato is the leader? Well, according to the information we received from the Umbu and the liaison department, it is indeed true. Several major villages are interested in wiping out the Akatsuki organization, so they came to ask the Hokage's opinion and ask whether Konoha should also participate in the operation. Kakashi reported the ideas of the major villages to Jiraiya and Jiraiya, hoping that they would make a decision. Tsunade immediately looked at Jiraiya, wanting to ask for his opinion. Akatsuki has done so many things that destroy peace and should be eliminated. This was Jiraiya's answer. He still felt a little bit reluctant towards the 3 children he had saved. Agreeing to kill Nagato was not because he controlled pain to kill him, but because Jiraiya knew that Nagato's understanding of peace had been distorted. If he didn't die, Akatsuki's action of collecting the tailed beasts would not stop. Kakashi, go inform the Kages of the other major villages that we in Konoha also agree to kill Nagato. Kakashi walked out of the Hokage's office, and the first meeting of the 5 Kages went on as scheduled. The meeting place was set at the junction of the 5 major villages. This way, if there is any danger, the ninjas of each village can provide support as quickly as possible. Although they are here to discuss cooperation, these Kages do not trust each other. Choosing this place is also for the safety of their own Kages. Konoha Village, the 5th Hokage, Lady Tsunade, has arrived. Sand Village, the 5th Kaze Kage Gara has arrived. The 3rd Suchikage, Oniki, has arrived from Iwagakur. In the meeting room, with the sound of announcements, the shadows from the 5 major villages walked in with 2 guards. The five Kage sat together again after many years. I think everyone already knows the situation this time, so what are you going to do? The oldest third Tsuchikage, Onaki, was the first to speak. Although the Kage did not get along at all, they still respected the elders. I don't know what you think, but we in the Kumagakure must take action. Those damn guys from the Akatsuki organization even attacked my brother Killer B. This is the last thing I can tolerate. The fourth Reikage Ben has a hot temper and, like Itaki, is also an ultimate brother Khan, so he was the first to express his feelings and was determined to kill Nagato. I agree. Gaara, the fifth Hokage, was once a Jinchuriki and was deeply persecuted by the Akatsuki organization. If it weren't for Granny Cho, he would have died after having his tailed beast extracted, and there was no way he could have taken the position of Kazekage, so he agreed without hesitation. Konoha village also agreed to take action, Tsunade said. He had discussed this with Jiraiya when he came, and Konoha also took action to eliminate Nagato. Among the five Kage, only the Mizukage and the Tsuchikage have not yet expressed their opinions. Since everyone has made this decision, for the sake of peace in the ninja world, I agree. After Onaki agreed, the fifth Mizukage, Mei Terumi, also nodded in agreement. So how should this operation be carried out? Who should be sent? After the five Kage unanimously decided to take action, they began to discuss the details of the operation. Jiraiya, tell everyone about it. After all, you are the only one here who has been to the Akatsuki base and fought against pain. Seeing that it was Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, these Kages showed great respect and sat up slightly to listen to Jiraiya's words. Everyone, if you want to take action, you must mobilize at least 3 Kage level figures. This is the minimum standard. What, 3 Kage level? You mentioned Magomed. If we want to be absolutely sure, then all 5 Kage must go, right? As soon as Jiraiya said this, the scene instantly became lively. I fought against Pain before, and I was no match for him and almost died. Besides Pain, there are other members of the Akatsuki organization. There's the immortal Haiden, the humanoid-tailed beast Hoshigaki Kisame, and Deidara who makes clay bombs, the Mastiff Ei. The most noteworthy person is Zhang Tian, the rebel ninja from Konoha. This guy's strength is definitely not inferior to everyone here. And these are all on the surface. What if there are other forces behind the scenes that we don't know about? So, I think that to kill Nagato, it would be best if all 5 Kage went together, and also bring along some of the village's elite ninjas. After listening to Jiraiya's analysis, the 5 Kage all looked solemn. It turned out that the Akatsuki organization, which only had a few people, was so powerful. It has completely become a hidden danger to all major villages. Although people used to think that Akatsuki was difficult to deal with, no one ever thought that it would take the joint efforts of the 5 major villages to eliminate it. Okay, I agree to go. Reikage was the first to speak out. I agree. I agree. The final result of the meeting was that the other villages would be led by their respective Kages, while Jiraiya would lead the team from Konoha to destroy the Akatsuki base. There is nothing wrong with this decision. After all, Tsunade is a medical ninja, so there is nothing wrong with letting Jiraiya go. Regarding the 5 Kage summit, John Tien, Obito, and Nagato didn't notice. If it were in the past, there would definitely be some differences, but now the 3 of them are planning their own things. Nagato wants to capture the 9 tails before he dies, while Zhang Tian and Obito both want to obtain the Rinnegan and bring the girl they love back to this world. Zhang Tian took off the Akatsuki organization's clothes and took out a red and black samurai suit. The style of this suit was made for him by Ling herself. He put the samurai sword on his waist again and put on the Shura mask. At this moment, he was no longer the Higanbana of the Akatsuki organization, but Zhang Tian who existed to resurrect Ling. From this moment on, he will fight for his girl. In Obito's room, he also changed into blue clothes and put on the Rinnegan Megatama mask. At the critical moment of resurrecting his beloved, the 2 men no longer hid. You must use all your strength to fight for your girl's chance of survival. Zhang Tian, transformed into Shura, came in front of Nagato, with Phaeton following behind him. Zhang Tianjun, please help me capture the 9-tailed fox. I will spare no effort, I just want you to resurrect Ling. This is my only request. Zhang Tian's tone was cold but with a hint of excitement. The goal he had been working hard for was finally going to be achieved. He could see the girl he had been thinking about again. How could he not be emotional? As long as the 9-tailed fox is captured successfully, I will keep my promise. After receiving a positive answer, Zhang Tian turned around and strode outside, with Feijuan following closely behind. He told Feijuan about what he was going to do, including that he had lied to him that there was no evil god named Brother Zhang in this world, and he himself was not immortal. What happened that night was simply the power of pupil technique. After listening to this, Feijuan didn't say much, but just smiled and said that he would follow Zhang Tian to capture the 9-tailed fox. He said that he liked to act with Zhang Tian so that he could live longer. After all, in his heart, Brother Tian always takes him with him when he runs away, so he is very safe. When we walked out of the cave, the 6 paths of pain were already waiting there, and this operation was led by Zhang Tian. With a light leap, several figures jumped into the dense forest, stepping over the towering trees and rushing towards Konoha village. After Zhang Tian left, Obito's figure slowly appeared. Wearing a reincarnation mask and blue clothes, Obito sat on a big tree that he was waiting until Jiang Tian and Pain were completely far away before forcing Nagato to resurrect Rin. He slowly lowered his head, and a drop of crystal liquid slid down his mask. No one knew his expression under the mask, but he was definitely sad. His girl was finally coming back, and everything he had done was worth it. Even if he had to become the darkest person in the eyes of the world, Lin would find it worth it. Sometimes we wear a mask not only to disguise our identity, but also because we don't want others to see us crying. This is true for Obito and Jiang Tian as well. While Jiang Tian was rushing to Konoha, the elite team of the ninja village led by the Cage also rushed towards the location given by Black Zetsu. Things are surging on all sides, and a great era is about to begin. Jiraiya, are you sure we can get to this point faster by taking a detour from here? The Raikage looked at the narrow path in front of him, which was somewhat different from the route marked on the map. I explored many routes before going to the Akatsuki base, so I'm sure it will be faster from here. After hearing what Jiraiya said, the Cage stopped talking. After all, in this situation, speed is key, giving the opponent no time to react. In this way, Jiang Tian and the Ninja Alliance forces who were rushing to Konoha coincidentally missed each other. Brother Tian, are we going to cause more destruction in Konoha this time? No, capturing the Kyuubi is the most important thing. Jiang Tian's mind is now full of how to catch the nine-tailed fox so that Nagato can resurrect Ling. In Konohagakure, Tsunade looked into the distance. She was a little worried about Jiraiya. Last time I had the 100 healings technique, but if I get hurt as badly as last time, there will be nothing I can do. Hokage-sama, this time is different from last time. Not only is Jiraiya-sama here, but there are also Cage-level strongmen from various villages that you don't have to worry too much. Despite Shizen's comfort, Tsunade's expression of worry remained unchanged. Bang! A violent explosion resounded throughout the entire Konoha village, and Tsunade's expression in the office immediately turned ugly. What's going on? Hokage-sama, something bad has happened. The enemy is attacking the village. The hurried voice of the Umbu was heard outside the door, and Tsunade strode out. The Hokage rock carries the symbol of the entire Konoha village, with Jiang Tian, Phaeton and Pain's 6 paths standing on it. The colorful shakera in Jiang Tian's hand kept condensing and compressing into a small ball. Compressing continuously, until it was only the size of a fist. Jiang Tian raised his hand and threw it out gently. God escapes, annihilates nothingness. This is his original ninjutsu, and only Jiang Tian, who possesses all attribute chakra, can use this impossible ninjutsu. The constantly compressed colorful chakra ball slowly floated away, and the chakras with various counteracting properties inside kept devouring each other. Once this balance was broken, the terrifying energy would be completely released. This is also why Jiang Tian has to keep compressing. Only when the compressed chakra is enough, the power will be stronger when the balance is broken. The moment the colorful ball fell, there was another bang. The explosion tore through the sky and smoke covered half of Konoha. Tsunade, who had just come outside, happened to see this scene. When the smoke cleared, she widened her eyes in disbelief. Then tears rolled down from her eyes, her body couldn't help but tremble, and wailing sounds continued to come from her ears. Ah, that hurts. Help me, my leg is broken, someone help me. The two annihilations destroyed most of Konoha's buildings. Countless bodies were buried beneath the rubble, and countless wounded awaited death in agony and suffering. Pain, powerlessness, and guilt suddenly erupted in Tsunade's heart. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, she felt guilty towards her grandfather. The village that his grandfather built was not protected by himself, and the lives of the villagers were taken away at will like toys in the hands of these guys. She looked at Jiang Tian and the others on the Hokage rock. Jiang Tian looked calm under the mask. From the beginning to the end, he hated the hypocritical senior officials of Konoha. As for destroying Konoha in this way, it was just to force Naruto to return from Mayaboku Mountain. After all, how can one capture the tailed beasts without a Jinchura key? Such destruction has killed many ordinary people who have nothing to do with it. But so what? As long as Ling can be resurrected, everything is worth it. Even if he carries the most hateful notoriety in the world, Jiang Tian is still whatever. He compressed his chakra again and would not stop until Naruto came out. Jiang Tian, do you still have a trace of mercy in your heart? Kakashi and many Umbu members rushed to the Hokage rock and questioned Jiang Tian. As Jiang Tian's former boss, Kakashi regretted why he had not discovered that he was such an evil person. That way the seeds of evil can be nipped in the bud and prevented from growing to the uncontrollable level it is today. Mercy, ha 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 ha. Jiang Tian stopped what he was doing and laughed wildly towards the sky, as if what Kakashi said was the funniest joke in the world. Ha ha ha, mercy, you people and those damn Konoha high-level people, have any of them ever shown mercy to Ling, to me? Ah, tell me, has anyone ever had mercy on us? They only show mercy to important people. Has anyone ever cared about the lives of ordinary people like us? No one, not even one. I can show mercy, but can any one of you return Ling to me? Can anyone bring him to me intact again? Kakashi, please stop your ridiculous remarks. The so-called pity is just words used by the weak when they need protection. As long as you are strong enough, do you still need others' pity? When Ling was about to die, I thought about it and begged for mercy from the enemy, but what was the result? Ling still died. The so-called mercy couldn't prevent anything from happening. Jiang Tian's words were deafening to everyone. Kakashi knew that Jiang Tian's ideas had completely developed in another direction. The fifth Hokage Tsunade also rushed to the Hokage rock. She stood in front of the Umbu and stared at Jiang Tian fiercely. You bastard, it's you who destroyed the village like this. Why, you were once a ninja of Konoha, why would you do such a thing? Tsunade said as she walked towards Jiang Tian, her fists clenched tightly. Hokage-sama, be careful. Alert! Kakashi hurriedly reminded the Umbu to be alert and pay attention to protecting the safety of the Hokage. Tsunade was silent, then suddenly increased her speed and punched Jiang Tian hard. Puff! The fist pierced through the chest and blood flowed down the wound. Who would attack the boss right away? This punch really hurts. Feijuan's mouth twitched. Tsunade's punch with super strength went straight through his chest. Kakashi pulled Tsunade away, and Faden stood beside Jiang Tian again. The wound on his chest began to heal, and the power of his immortal body was fully demonstrated. Jiang Tian looked at Tsunade. The reason why he hadn't taken action yet was that he was waiting for the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Naruto. 5 Dame Hokage Tsunadehan, you ask me why? Then why not go down and ask your deceased teacher, the third Hokage, and the Konoha high-ranking officials what they did? You don't know about Konoha's battle plan for the Third Shinobi World War, do you? The first-generation granddaughter. Jiang Tian's words made Tsunade's face change. As the granddaughter of the first generation and her teacher was the third-generation Hokage, she naturally knew something about the content of the plan. Even Orochimaru and Jiraiya didn't know these things. After all, sending weak ninjas to delay powerful enemies was a plan similar to sacrificing the chariot to save the king, which actually meant sending those weak ninjas to their deaths. How do you know? Tsunade's eyes were a little evasive, and the Umbu behind her also looked at the two of them curiously, wanting to know what the plan was. It doesn't matter how I know this. What matters is that this is the hypocrisy of the Konoha high-level officials. Using weaker ninjas to deal with powerful enemies, letting them use their lives to buy time and win the war. This is the decision of the Konoha high-level officials. Jiang Tian sneered, and as soon as he said this, the Umbu behind Tsunade began to talk. Jiang Tian, stop talking nonsense. Kakashi realized that something was wrong and quickly changed the subject. Kakashi, it doesn't matter if I'm talking nonsense or not. I'm almost achieving my goal. As long as she comes back, it will all be worth it. Jiang Tian looked at Naruto, who had not appeared for a long time, and he decided to destroy Konoha village more thoroughly. Pain, Haiden, take action. Let's turn this village into rubble and destroy everything here. The 6 paths of pain immediately set out to destroy various parts of the village, and Feijuan also excitedly went to offer a sacrifice to the evil god. With a bang, Jiang Tian's figure disappeared instantly, and he kicked away the Umbu who wanted to stop pain. I'll play with you guys for a bit until the Jinchuriki comes back. A 5th Hokage, the copy ninja Kakashi, and more than a dozen elite Umbu Jonins were stopped here by Jiang Tian alone. Outside Nagato's hiding place, Obito, calculating that the time was almost up, slowly stood up, carrying the Uchiha fan left by Madara on his back. Lin, wait for me, I will bring you back soon. He glanced at the cave entrance and slowly walked inside. Click, click. The sound of Obito's footsteps reached the ears of Konan and Nagato. Konan immediately stepped forward vigilantly and stood in front of Nagato. Nagato's expression gradually became solemn. Looking at the cave entrance, he didn't know who was coming, but it would be very dangerous now that Pain was not around. If it was that guy, how could Zionin stop him? For some reason, Nagato thought of the masked man who called himself Madara. The sound of patter footsteps was getting closer and closer, and Obito's figure gradually became clearer. Although he had changed his clothes and mask, Nagato still recognized him as the masked Madara at a glance. What are you doing here? Nagato's expression became more and more serious. If this guy came over, he didn't know what he wanted to do. Use your outer path samsara natural technique to help me revive someone. Obito's voice trembled when he said this under the mask. The word resurrection meant that Rin could return to this world again. These 2 words are too heavy. In the anime, Obito risked everything for these 2 words and even lost his life in the end. 2 infatuated men, Jiang Tian took Pain and Haiden to destroy Konoha, while Obito revealed his identity to find Nagato, with the same deep and heavy feelings. I've already promised Jiang Tian to help him, so I can't help you anymore. The outer path reincarnation technique can resurrect a specific group of people, which is how Pain invaded Konoha in the anime. Because they all died in this battle, Nagato can resurrect them all. But Ling and Lin died at the hands of different people, even at different times, so only one person can be resurrected. After agreeing to Jiang Tian, he naturally couldn't help Obito. I'm not discussing this with you. I'm telling you. If you don't agree, I'm going to kill this woman. Obito pointed at Konan. He knew that Konan was very important to Nagato, so from the beginning he planned to use Konan to threaten Nagato and make him resurrect Rin. Konan looked at Obito with a cold expression. Are you so confident that you can kill me? Her body parts began to turn into floating pieces of paper, ready to respond to Obito's attacks. In the anime, Konan prepared for a long time before she almost killed Obito. In such an unprepared situation, she naturally could not be Obito's opponent. Kamui. Obito opened the Mangekyo and sucked his body into the Kamui space. When he appeared again, he was standing behind Konan. Fire style, great fireball technique. Countless pieces of paper were flying in the air. The power of these detonating tags was very small. Konan was afraid of hurting Nagato, so she didn't use her full strength. With a bang, Zionin, who was unable to use his full strength, was hit by Obito. He was kicked and fell to the ground. Obito walked over to Konan, grabbed her, and then looked at Nagato. Who do you choose to help now? Looking at the injured Konan, Nagato looked anxious, and his lips couldn't help but tremble slightly as he was ready to agree to Obito. Obito, it seems that our cooperation has to end now. A familiar voice came from the tunnel, which made Obito's body stiffen. He looked at the figure that was getting closer and closer in disbelief. How could this happen? Didn't you and Pain go to Konoha to capture the Nine Tails? The one who came was Jiang Tian's eye technique clone, a clone that possessed all his strength. This was Uchiha Ling's unique eye technique, which was basically equivalent to having a second life. Obito, don't be so surprised that even though we are partners, it's normal for us to have some methods that you don't know about, right? Obito put Konan down and slowly took off the Uchiha fan from his back. It seems that our cooperation can only go so far. Lin is still waiting for me to bring her back. Jiang Tian, the pupil-powered clone, also smiled and nodded. You're right. Ling is also waiting for me to bring her back. The two infatuated men looked at each other. They had no reason to retreat because they had to protect the girls they loved most. One who goes by the name of Rin and goes by the alias of Madara, starts the four wars. The heart-wrenching pain of the Ten Tails is not as great as Rin's cry. A girl named Ling betrayed Konoha and went undercover as an agent of Akatsuki. All the bad reputations she received were not as good as Ling's words. Jiang Tian under the cherry tree. Obito, Jiang Tian. The two men shouted at each other, their pupils turned scarlet, black windmill patterns spun rapidly, and their Mangekyo Sharingan activated at the same time. Jiang Tian's real body in Konoha village also noticed the situation of Nagato's hiding place, and he breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Fortunately, he had made preparations for both scenarios and promptly arranged his clone to be nearby to guard Nagato to prevent him from getting into any trouble. He was not worried at all about who would win or lose in the fight between his Aijutsu clone and Obito, because he still had a trump card, Edo World Itaki. With his full power of the Aijutsu clone and Itaki, Obito would never be a match in a 2-on-1 situation. However, the situation here still needs to be resolved quickly. Knowing that something had happened in Nagato, Jiang Tian didn't want to delay any longer. He was worried that something else would happen if he delayed any further. Susanoo, the power of the eternal Mangekyo's eye technique quickly enveloped his entire body, and a purple giant rose from the ground, holding a giant samurai sword made of chakra in his hand. Under Jiang Tian's control, Susanoo swung the giant samurai sword in his hand fiercely, and instantly cut out a huge purple energy sword, flying towards the few relatively intact buildings in Konoha. Bang! A violent explosion sounded again, and the building hit by the sword energy instantly shattered and turned into a pile of rubble. Pain's side was also controlled by Tenman and was causing more crazy destruction. All Konoha ninjas were dispatched to resist Pain's 6 paths and Haiden, who was constantly looking for sacrifices to the evil god. You bastard! As the 5th Hokage, she was unable to protect the village. Tsunade rushed towards Jiang Tian in anger and punched Susanoo, but it had no effect. Jiang Tian is now more proficient in using Susanoo. Hurry and protect Hokage-sama. Jiang Tian, Faden, and Pain's 6 paths destroyed Konoha like crazy and continued to slaughter Konoha ninjas. Boom! The moment the huge samurai sword fell was like rolling thunder, and the sound of friction from the air resistance was really like a thunderclap. Some weaker ninjas even squatted down and covered their ears in pain. Hokage-sama. Tsunade used her body to block the blow from Susanoo and was instantly chopped away, blood constantly flowing out of her mouth. If it weren't for the protection of the summoning toad, this blow would probably have taken her life. 5 Diem Hokage, as a medical ninja, you're going to die easily if you fight like this. Jiang Tian, standing in Susanoo, looked at Tsunade, who was being treated by the toad with an expressionless face and an extremely cold tone. Jiang Tian, you are such an annoying guy. Kakashi also revealed his Sharingan, which was the eye of his good friend Obito. I don't know what Kakashi's expression will be when he meets Obito. Although I have seen it in anime, it still feels different from what I see in real life. Kakashi, don't give me that look. You said mercy. Why don't you show some mercy to your companions and the Hokage behind you? See, pity is just an excuse for the weak to cry out to the strong and beg for their lives. I understood this the moment Ling died. Susanoo raised his katana again and slashed at Kakashi. The huge katana fell towards his head like covering the sky and the sun. Under this terrifying attack like from a god, Kakashi found himself unable to move. His legs seemed to be frozen. This was the 4th time that Kakashi, a genius ninja, felt powerless. The first time was when his father, Heitaka Sumo, committed suicide. The 2nd time was when Obito died. The 3rd time was when he killed Linear. This is the 4th time that he has faced Jiang Tian's Susanoo. The subordinate who used to be taken care of by him has grown into an uncontrollable evil man. With a bang, Susanna's samurai sword fell, but Kakashi did not die. Only the tip of the sword fell on a building far behind Kakashi. Then you more. A heart-wrenching cry spread throughout the entire Konoha village. Bang! Thick smoke suddenly rose from the center of Konoha village, which was reduced to ruins. Jiang Tian and Susanna sneered, "Are you finally here, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto? Let me take a good look at you, the protagonist, to see if you really possess the unyielding will of fire in the anime." The thick smoke dissipated, and three big toads appeared in Konoha village. In the middle, there was a man standing on the toad's head, holding a samurai sword and a pipe in his mouth. With short yellow hair and a red robe fluttering in the wind, it was Uzumaki Naruto, who had just returned from training at Mayaboku Mountain. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn over Sakura, Hinata, Shikamaru. Except for the defected Suzuki, all the 12 warriors of Konoha looked at the figure that suddenly appeared. Where is this place? Naruto looked at the surrounding environment in confusion. The summoning place he left behind was Konoha village, so where was this place? Boss Bunta, I want to go back to Konoha village. Where is this place? The careless Naruto has not yet realized that his village has become a ruin. The toad boss Bunta held his pipe in his mouth and exhaled a puff of thick smoke. He noticed something unusual as soon as he appeared. The Susanoo in the distance was so obvious, and he didn't know what this kid was looking at. Boy, there won't be any problems with the reverse summoning technique at Mayabokuzen. What do you mean? Naruto still didn't understand that. He could only say that his reaction time in some aspects was indeed much slower than that of ordinary people. I mean, this is Konoha village. If you don't believe me, look behind you. Toad boss said with some reluctance. He got the answer. After all, anyone would feel uncomfortable having their home destroyed like this. Naruto turned around and saw the familiar Hokage rock, but now it was in ruins and the stone carvings had been destroyed beyond recognition. It could only be distinguished by its familiar outline. Recognizing that this was Konoha village, Naruto's expression immediately became extremely serious. He stared at the huge purple giant. Even if he was slow to react, he knew that was the murderer who destroyed Konoha. Boss, take me there, Naruto said in a deep voice. Hold head high. Gamabunta leaped and landed in front of Jiangtian Susanna. The other two brothers, Gamaken and Gamahiro, followed closely behind Gamabunta. Why would you do such a thing? Jiangtian frowned. He had expected Naruto to collapse upon seeing this scene. However, unlike what he had imagined, Naruto remained unusually calm, only his hands gradually tightened. Hey, I'm asking you why you want to destroy the village, Naruto asked again. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes. His first impression of this prince was similar to that in the anime, as if he had some peculiar qualities. I just want to do this, isn't that okay? You just want to do this. Naruto lowered his head, and his expression could not be seen, but his fists were clenched, and his shoulders were even shaking slightly with anger. In Konoha village, Naruto standing on Bunta's head was still so small compared to Jiang Tian's Susanna. He faced Jiang Tian alone, and this scene shocked many people. The troublemaker back then has finally grown up. You guy. Naruto still lowered his head and spoke incoherently. He could no longer contain the anger in his heart. Jiang Tian looked at Naruto calmly. What are you going to do? Are you just going to keep your head down? Sage mode, on. Naruto raised his head suddenly, his pupils became frog-like, and yellow appeared near his eye bags. When he activated Sage mode, he looked more like a human than Jiraiya, and his appearance hardly changed. Perfect control of natural forces. Naruto leaped over Bunta's head, multiple shadow clone jutsu, immortal magic, the great jade Raiznan. The huge blue Raiznan flew straight towards Susanna's chest. Ninjutsu, sword drawing style, Heaven's Destruction Blade. Jiang Tian controlled Susanoo and raised his katana, spinning the eternal Mangekyo rapidly. Standing inside Susanna's head, Jiang Tian then slowly crouched down, and Susanna followed suit. He placed the huge samurai sword on his waist, took a horse stance, and held the sword in one hand as if drawing it. Seeing the Raiznan approaching, Susanna suddenly drew and closed his sword. The speed was so fast that it was hard to see clearly. In just a moment, it chopped Naruto into pieces. Is this a shadow clone? It's behind me. Jiang Tian looked at Naruto's shadow clone that turned into smoke with a bang and immediately reacted. He turned around and chopped the Raiznan with his samurai sword. Naruto was instantly chopped to the ground. Boy, are you okay? The Toad brothers immediately stood in front of Naruto. Boss Bunta, help me. Naruto stood on Bunta's head again and stared at the huge Susanoo in front of him. The three Toad brothers from Mayaboku Mountain attacked at the same time, and Bunta stabbed Susanoo in the chest with a samurai sword in one hand. Gamahiro appeared behind Susanoo with two swords in his hands, while Gamaken jumped high into the air and smashed Susanna's head with a fork in his hand. Three giant toads attacked Susanoo from different directions. Jiang Tian snorted coldly. This kind of attack. Are you kidding me? His Mangekyo spun again, and Susanoo began to be covered with armor, and then the armor covered his entire body. Clang! The attacks of the three Toad brothers landed on Susanoo with a sharp tinkling sound, but Susanoo was not hurt at all. Susanoo raised his katana and slashed casually. The three Toad brothers were chopped away and Naruto fell to the ground again. Boss Wenta, Gamaken, Gama Hero, are you okay? Don't worry, kid, we're fine. Naruto looked at the Toad brothers who were injured by Susanoo, his eyes full of anger. He turned and rushed towards Jangtian. Multiple shadow clone technique, wind style, raisin shuriken. Naruto rushed towards Susanoo with a high-speed spinning raisin shuriken, and then threw it with force. Bang! A violent explosion sounded, but Susanoo was still not hurt at all. Susanoo raised his hand. With just one strike, the huge sword energy coming towards Naruto at high speed made him feel powerless. Toad Warrior, Pucci. The fork in Gamaken's hand, who was standing in front of Naruto, broke into two pieces. His left hand was cut off and blood was flowing profusely. The huge body fell heavily to the ground and completely fainted. You are a devil. Naruto looked at Jangtian angrily. Demon? Jangtian looked at Naruto with a stern expression. Your expression of anger and helplessness is so similar to mine back then. Jangtian recalled the scene when Ling was held hostage during the Third Ward. He was so helpless at that time, and had the same expression. Watching the most important person die while being unable to do anything, all of this was caused by this damn world. The hypocrisy of Konoha's high-level officials and the struggle for power among the 5 major ninja villages cost ordinary people like Jangtian their lives. Why did you take Ling's life and still stand on the moral high ground to accuse me? I am a demon. Are the people who caused Suzu's death and the Konoha high-ranking officials who sent us to our deaths good people? This world has never been kind to Ling, the girl I love. At this moment, Jangtian's defenses were completely broken, and the anger that had been suppressed in his heart for many years suddenly burst out. He was not like this before. In the past, Jangtian would blush in front of Ling, and would hold flowers under the cherry tree, struggling over whether to confess his feelings. At that time, he was also a big boy with bright eyes. It was the cruel rules of this world that had made him like this. However, he had now come to his senses. As long as he became strong enough to change the rules of this world, he could bring her back. Wind style, raisin shuriken. Naruto rushed towards Jangtian again, but was knocked away again without any surprise. After being knocked away again, Naruto was seriously injured this time, and blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth. He tried to stand up, but fell down due to his severe injuries. Once, twice he kept trying to get up and fight for Konoha and protect the village, but his injuries were too severe. Such a scene stunned the Konoha ninjas who were paying attention to the battle here. You are so much, you guy. Shikamaru, who was injured and leaning against the ruins, narrowed his eyes when he saw the scene. He was a sensitive man and found that the gap between him and Naruto was getting bigger and bigger. This former laggard may really become what he often says and surpass all the previous Hokage. Shikamaru slowly got up and limped towards Susanoo. Then you can. Hinata looked at Naruto. First her face flushed, and then her eyes gradually became firm. Hyagan Niji, Rock Lee, Tenten. The 12 ninja warriors all looked at Naruto, who was taking the Chunin exam with them. This troublemaker could now provide shelter for the village. So why are we sitting here? This idea emerged in the minds of the 12 young warriors at the same time, and they all walked towards Susanoo at the same time. Konoha Village, Hyagan Niji. Konoha Village, Nara Shikamaru. Konoha Village, Rock Lee. Fight to protect the village. Jangtian narrowed his eyes. The 12 young warriors were treating him as a boss. Except for the defected Suzuki, the other 11 people had all gathered. Since you guys want to die, then I will grant your wish. 11 young men stood in front of Susanoo. This scene shocked the hearts of the adult ninjas, and even more so Tsunade's heart. I am really an unqualified Hokage. Tsunade murmured as she walked towards a place in the village where there was a scroll. A scroll that can save the village, left by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. This is the ninjutsu he is most proud of among all the ninjutsu he created. A scroll that can summon the first and second Hokage at the same time. In Nagato's hiding place, Jangtian, the Aijutsu clone, slowly drew out his katana and stared at Obito. Obito, you are no match for me, just give up. Give up. There's no reason for either of us not to give up. You should know this kind of thing. Obito, holding an Uchiha fan, opened his Sharingan, and Jangtian's pupils also turned scarlet. The two men with Sharingan looked at each other with fighting spirit in their eyes. In Obito's sight, the world quietly changed, and he seemed to suddenly appear in another place. The moon above his head turned red, and Jangtian in front of him banged and his body dissipated and turned into a flock of crows flying away. Is this an illusion world? Obito narrowed his eyes. Jangtian's Sharingan power was not stronger than his, it was just that he was missing an eye, and that eye was now on Kakashi. That's why he was pulled into the illusion world created by Jangtian. The illusion of the forbidden zone of death was successfully opened, and Jangtian became the master of this world. In the illusion world he created, Obito had no chance of winning. A flock of black crows kept circling in the air, and under Jangtian's control, these crows rushed towards Obito frantically. Uchiha waved his fan fiercely, and the flock of crows dispersed instantly, but then more crows flew over. The Sharingan kept moving, and Obito didn't let any of the crows get close to him. Clang! The iron chain connected to the Uchiha fan blocked Zhang Tian's samurai sword. Obito stared at Zhang Tian in front of him. Is this the real body? Fire style, great fireball technique. With a bang, Zhang Tian, who had just attacked Obito from behind, turned into a flock of crows and flew into the air again. This scene made Obito's face under the mask gradually solemn. If he didn't break this illusion, he might not lose, but he would definitely not win. He had no time. He had to get everything done and let Nagato resurrect Rin before Zhang Tian's real body returned from Konoha village. Obito was ready to end the battle quickly and break Zhang Tian's illusion. He deliberately revealed a flaw to Zhang Tian. A flock of black crows attacked, and Zhang Tian, the clone who had been maintaining the illusion world, also took action himself, transforming into a crow and blending into the flock of crows. Uchiha rebound. Obito waved the Uchiha fan and wiped out all the crows. Good opportunity. Zhang Tian, who had already circled behind Obito, suddenly drew out his samurai sword and stabbed him. Puchi, the long sword stabbed into Obito's body without any hindrance, and blood flowed along the long sword. The clone Zhang Tian looked at the scarlet blood and knew that this was not a breakup. His samurai sword had indeed stabbed into Obito's body. But this is too easy. How could Obito be so weak? While he was stunned, Zhang Tian suddenly discovered that Obito's left eye, which had been closed because he gave Kakashi the Sharingan, opened. In the pupil that was supposed to be missing, a three-magatama Sharingan lay quietly. Izanagi. The three-magatama Sharingan spun frantically, and the world suddenly froze. Crows in the sky, blood dripping down the katana, and the shocked expression on the face of his clone Zhang Tian. Everything stopped, only the three-magatama Sharingan in Obito's left eye was spinning wildly. Then, everything in this world began to change strangely. The blood on the ground began to flow back, the samurai sword withdrew from Obito's body, the clone Zhang Tian turned into a crow again, and the swooping crows dissipated. Finally, the illusion world of the forbidden zone of death completely dissipated, and the three-magatama Sharingan in Obito's left eye slowly closed. Izanagi, the terrifying eye technique that reverses everything at the cost of light. Zhang Tian, who was outside the illusion world, couldn't believe it. When did you get this Sharingan? On the night of the Uchiha clan's genocide, it wasn't just clowns like Danzo who collected the Sharingan. There's nothing wrong with collecting a three-magatama Sharingan just in case. I just didn't expect it to be wasted here. Obito spoke calmly. When he first knew that Konoha was going to wipe out the Uchiha clan, he had this thought in his mind. He transplanted a three-magatama Sharingan from his own species, and when faced with some irreversible situations, he activated his Izanagi to reverse the situation. However, he did not expect that he would use it in the duel with Zhang Tian. The clone Zhang Tian frowned. It was obvious that this world had long deviated from the plot of the anime. Some details were different from those in the anime, such as Obito's sudden use of his Izanagi. Let's make this a quick fight, Zhang Tian. Use all your means. After Obito finished speaking, various powers emerged from his body at the same time, and one of these powers was extremely familiar to Zhang Tian. Is it the power of the tailed beast? As a man who once tried to capture Vulpix, Zhang Tian was naturally familiar with this power. The power of the 1-7 tail appeared in Obito's body at the same time. Zhang Tian couldn't believe it. Nagato was not dead yet, and Obito was not connected to the Outer Path demon statue. How could he use the power of the tailed beasts? How can you use the power of the tailed beasts? Obito's face was calm. You once said that your eyes can see through the past and the future, so how come you don't know the specialness of the 10 tails Jinchuriki? Without the help of the golem, the power of these tailed beasts can still exist in my body, but it won't be as strong. After hearing this, the clone Zhang Tian quickly calmed down. Although there was no description of these things in the anime, there was nothing wrong with thinking about it. After all, since I can appear in this world, it is normal for some things that are not related to the main storyline to change. Would release, great forest technique. Obito, who possessed the tailed beast chakra, used would release, and his arms instantly turned into thick trees and smashed directly towards Zhang Tian. Susanoo, a purple giant rose from the ground, protecting Zhang Tian's safety. Up to now, Obito has been restricted by the lack of a Sharingan, otherwise he would have thought he would have killed Zhang Tian. In the woods not far from where Nagato was hiding, the cages of the 4 major ninja villages and the Konoha ninjas led by Jiraiya had already arrived. Looking at the map, it should be a mountain. The entrance to the cave should be there. On the ground, Black Zetsu, with only half of his head exposed, smiled when he saw this luxurious lineup. Mom, wait for me to save you and break the seal. The seal can only be broken if the Mooneye project goes smoothly. The dream world is real, but the only one who can truly control this world is Black Zetsu's mother. As an anime fan, Zhang Tian knew about the existence of Black Zetsu and that the Mooneye project would unleash Kagaya at Satsuki. But he never expected that Nagato would agree to use the Rinnegan to help him resurrect Ling, nor did he expect that Obito would know the secret of the Rinnegan, and he never expected that the mad dog Black Zetsu would come up with such a plan. You two, stop fighting. There are guests coming down the mountain. Nagato's voice came from the cave. Zhang Tian and Obito stopped at the same time and turned to look down the mountain. The 4 Kage plus Jiraiya and a group of elite jonin from the 5 major villages, this configuration made both of them frown. In the Konoha ninja village, Tsunade hurried towards the ancestral land of the Senju clan. There, the second Hokage once left a scroll that protected Konoha village from disaster. That scroll was created by the second Hokage in collaboration with the Uzumaki clan when the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, died. It can bring a person back to this world for a short time. That all a person needs to do before death is leave a trace of their soul to create this scroll. In order to ensure the future peace of the village, the first and second generations asked the Uzumaki clan to use special sealing techniques before their death, leaving a trace of their souls to make scrolls. This secret is only known by successive Hokage. The reason why the third and fourth Hokage did not use this scroll when they were attacked was because they could not use it, not because they did not want to use it. This scroll can only be used by the blood of a direct descendant of the Senju clan, and after the death of Tsunade's brother, the only one who can use this scroll is Tsunade herself. Since she was not in the village during the first 2 attacks, the scroll was never used. In the ancestral land of the Senju clan, Tsunade walked towards the place where the scroll was stored according to the route she remembered. In the village, the Konoha ninjas were desperately resisting Pain's 6 paths and Hiden. None of these guys were normal people, so the battle was basically one-sided. In addition, Jiraiya took some people away, so the Konoha ninjas were suppressed and had almost no ability to resist. On Zhang Tian's side, the huge Susanoo looked down upon the remaining 11 warriors. The gap in strength cannot be made up by sheer numbers. As soon as Zhang Tian finished speaking, he suddenly looked up while standing in Susanoo and gazed into the distance, where Nagato was hiding. The news from the pupil technique clone also reached the original body. Damn it, why would the Kages from several major villages find Nagato? His face turned ugly in an instant. Nagato couldn't have any accidents, because that was Ling's hope of resurrection. Hiden, stop playing around. Something's happened with Nagato, we have to hurry back. I understand, Brother Tien. Feijuan swung the scarlet sickle a little faster, and the Konoha ninjas around him fell to the ground one after another. Pain was also under Nagato's control, and his attacks became faster and faster. Yahiko stood still, clasped his hands together, and said, Shibuka Tensei. He stretched out his hand and gently pushed forward, and a small black ball floated out of his palm. The black ball slowly rose into the air, and continued to grow larger as it rose until it completely covered the sun. Konoha village was instantly shrouded in darkness. Ha! With Yahiko's loud shout, the originally dilapidated buildings in Konoha village and the nearby trees, soil, and rocks all rose towards the sky, as if attracted by some strange suction force. These trees, soil, and rocks gathered together to form a huge stone ball that covered the sky and the sun. As Yahiko's hand slowly fell, the huge stone ball continued to fall, as if it was going to destroy the entire Konoha. Yahiko's nose was also bleeding. It seemed that Nagato was also prepared to end the battle quickly and go back early to help resist the coalition forces of the 5 major ninja villages. At this moment, an atmosphere of despair enveloped the entire Konoha village. All the Konoha ninjas looked at the huge stone ball falling towards their heads, their feet motionless. When mortals face this kind of divine power, they will truly lose the will to resist. Is it over? Everything is over. How can we resist such a force? The stone ball created by the earth-shattering star is getting closer and closer and is about to fall. Would release, the flower tree world is coming. In the Konoha village, which had been destroyed beyond recognition and turned into a huge deep pit, green branches suddenly appeared on the ground. Ah, this is. Would release, it's would release. This ninjutsu can never be wrong. It's that, sir. The arrival of the flower tree world, the first Hokage will never be wrong. Some older Konoha ninjas, when they heard this ninjutsu, immediately realized whose signature ninjutsu it was. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. In just a moment, the green was infinitely magnified and appeared in everyone's eyes. The trees were growing wildly at an extremely fast speed, and countless thick branches rushed straight into the sky and hit the big stone ball of the earth-shattering star. With a bang, the huge stone ball that was big enough to cover the sky and the sun exploded instantly, stirring up smoke and dust all over the sky. Only when the smoke cleared did everyone see clearly. A man with long black hair and wearing red armor from the Warring States period appeared before them. Beside him, a man with short silver hair, also wearing blue armor, stood there with his arms folded in front of his chest, his right fingers tapping on the armor on his arms. No mistake, it's the 2 adults, they are here. The first Hokage, the second Hokage, they are here to save Konoha, to save us. Wow, the adults are finally here, Konoha is saved. At this moment, the originally desperate Konoha ninja burst into tears. Zhang Tian's pupils in Susanoo shrank rapidly, and he looked at the 2 Hokage who suddenly appeared in disbelief. The third generation used the Shikigami seal to send the souls of several dead Hokage to the god of death. They reappeared after Orochimaru was resurrected, and used the technique to release the Shikigami seal to defile them again. Damn it, why would he show up at this time? As expected, the world began to produce a butterfly effect because of the arrival of an outsider like me, and the plot changed differently from the original anime. The successive incidents made Zhang Tian's heart suddenly heavy. Haiden, Pain, you go ahead and go back to rescue Nagato. Leave this to me. Jiang Tian no longer cares about the plan to capture the nine-tailed fox. He just wants to keep Nagato safe. But you, Brother Tian, are facing the first Hokage of Konoha, known as the God of Ninja, and the second Hokage, and you are alone. Fei Juan and Pain at the same time. I was in a dilemma. Let's go, as long as Nagato is alright we can talk about the rest later. Don't worry, I won't die. After hearing what Jiang Tian said, Fei Juan and Pain prepared to escape and evacuate. Is that the evil brat from the Uchiha clan? The second generation Hokage appeared beside Fei Juan at an extremely fast speed. Before Fei Juan could react, his entire head was pressed down by the second generation and fell heavily to the ground. Jiang Tian controlled Susanoo and rushed towards the second Hokage, and the huge samurai sword slashed heavily at Tobirama. Haiden, run! The katana fell and struck the second Hokage's body, but the body turned into a pool of water. It's a water clone. Would release, would giant. Hashirama Senju, who had been motionless, stomped his feet lightly, and a tall giant made of trees rose from the ground. Its height was even taller than Jiang Tian's Susanoo. Boom! With just one punch from the giant, Jiang Tian's Susanoo began to disintegrate. Is this the god of ninja? He's too powerful. Jiang Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the two Hokage with a serious expression, then gritted his teeth and made a decision. He clasped his hands together and shouted softly, "Turn around." A coffin slowly rose from the ground, and the two first-generation brothers frowned at the same time as they looked at the coffin, because they felt a familiar breath from it. With a bang, the coffin lid was kicked away. Hashira. Before the person came out, the sound reached everyone's ears. The coffin lid fell, and when the smoke cleared, everyone finally saw the person who called the ninja god by his name. The man is wearing the same red armor from the Warring States period, with an afro hairstyle that is messy yet stylish. There were cracks on his face that were unique to the Impure World reincarnation. He folded his arms across his chest, his eyes fixed on Hashirama, not paying any attention to anyone else. Immortal reincarnation, I actually brought this guy back to this world. What a damn ninjutsu. Impure World reincarnation is a forbidden technique created by the second Hokage, but he is very disgusted with this technique at the moment. Madara, long time no see. Compared to Madara's excitement when he saw the first generation, Hashirama seemed much calmer when he met his old rival again. Madara. What is this? There's no doubt about it. It's Uchiha Madara, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, the only man who can fight against the Shodaime. It's him, the first generation master's mortal enemy. The ninjas in Konoha village who knew Uchiha Madara were all shocked that no one could remain calm after seeing two legendary powerful ninjas at the same time today. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, created the ninja village system and was called the god of ninja by the ninjas. It goes without saying how powerful Uchiha Madara was, who was his only opponent. In the Battle of the Valley of the End, Uchiha Madara controlled the Nine Tails and fought against the first Hokage. Although he was defeated, statues of the two still stand in the Valley of the End. That battle was the strongest in the world, and to this day, no battle can compare to the Battle of the Valley of the End. Both of them are godlike figures. It's not reincarnation, I didn't resurrect? After calming down, Uchiha Madara looked down at his body and found that it was not a real flesh and blood body. Nagato did not use the reincarnation technique to resurrect himself. This was not what he had planned. It was you who resurrected me? Madara only now looked at Jiang Tian behind him. He realized that there was some connection between him and Jiang Tian. The first Hokage's appearance caught me off guard, and you were the only one who could stand up to him and let me escape. Jiang Tian nodded and told the truth about the current situation. After all, he was still relying on him for help so that he could get out of this situation. Is it also the Uchiha bloodline? Madara saw Jiang Tian sharing on. Although his sudden resurrection did not go as planned, he still had Obito as a chess piece, so there was no need to rush about his resurrection. There was a saying of Jiang Tian that particularly benefited him: the only one worthy of being Hashira's opponent was himself. Hashira, I lost to you in the battle at the Valley of the End. Today I will defeat you. As soon as Uchiha Madara finished speaking, the eternal Mangekyo opened, the scarlet Sharingan spun rapidly, and an extremely tall Susanoo rose from the ground. Susanoo's appearance was covered with armor, and he appeared in front of everyone with a samurai sword in each hand, blocking out the sky and the sun. At this moment, everyone knew what strength was. Jiang Tian's Susanoo was already big enough, but it was still smaller than Madara's. This scene made everyone frown, including Jiang Tian. As an anime fan, Jiang Tian naturally knew that Madara could cancel the Impure World transformation and use the Rinnegan to resurrect himself. That's why I've always treated it as my trump card and only used it now. He must not be allowed to get the Samsara Eye, Jiang Tian thought to himself. He already had a plan in mind. After resurrecting Ling, he would find a way to go to the three holy places and practice sage mode. As long as his strength is strong enough, stronger than everyone else, then there is naturally nothing to worry about for Madara. However, let's solve the current dilemma first. Zhang Tian found that the second-generation Huoying video line not far away had locked onto him and was ready to take action at any time. But what is more eye-catching is the battle between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Would release, would dragon. The first Hokage clasped his hands together, and a huge wooden dragon appeared and wrapped around the neck of the wooden man he was summoning. The wooden man and the wooden dragon were intimidating without even being angry. Hashirama jumped onto the head of the wooden dragon and confronted Madara's Susanoo. Quick, run away. Run quickly, or you will die. The gods fought and the criminals were injured. The Konoha ninjas looked at the tall wooden man and Susanoo, knowing that they were not even qualified to get close and watch the upcoming battle, let alone be able to help. Hashira. Madara. The two destined enemies shouted at each other and rushed towards each other. Zhang Tian also started fighting with the second Hokage, Forbidden Zone of Death. The moment the illusion was activated, Zhang Tian and the second-generation Hokage appeared in the illusion world at the same time. The evil Uchiha brat deserves to be killed. Zhang Tian said nothing. He just wanted to end the battle quickly and leave the Konoha battlefield as soon as possible to support Nagato. If something happened to Nagato, all the efforts would be in vain. The Black Crows rushed towards the second generation, but instantly collapsed before they got close. Water style, water dragon bullet. A giant dragon made of water waves rose into the sky and directly dispersed the flock of crows. Damn, this water dragon bomb is a bit too powerful. Seeing that his offensive was blocked, Zhang Tian frowned. Water Dragon Bullet is considered a relatively elementary ninjutsu among water attribute chakra ninjas, but it became so powerful when used by the second Hokage, which really fits the description of being proficient in water-based ninjutsu in anime. In the illusion world, Zhang Tian was in a stalemate, but the two outside were fighting in full swing. Would release, all Bude Jutsu. As Hashirama's chakra poured into the ground, countless branches sprang out from the ground, constantly growing around Madara's Susanoo, gradually forming a cage to bind Susanoo. Madara controlled the complete form of Susanoo and used the two swords in his hands to continuously chop at the thick giant trees that surrounded him. Without the Samsara Eye, he can only possess the power of the Sharingan, and the summoning beast Nine-Tailed Fox was also sealed in the body of the Jinchuriki Ki and could not summon spirits. Therefore, he did not seem that strong in the duel with Hashirama and became the defensive party. Sage Mode, on. The first generation was also ready to use his killing move. He came to this world with the help of the scroll and could not stay there for long. He had to get rid of Madara before he disappeared, or at least subdue him. Immortal Law, Mingshenman. Hashirama clasped his hands together, and a gate with the image of Shura printed on it fell from the sky and hit Madara's Susanoo heavily. Unable to summon the Nine-Tailed Fox and without the powerful Susanoo, Madara felt extremely tired the moment he touched the door, and the huge Susanoo was bent by the pressure of the door. But the next moment. Get up, get up, get up. Madara's face was distorted. What a joke. He was Uchiha Madara, Hashirama's only opponent. How could he be suppressed by this door? Madara, who was struggling to hold on, became furious. He used all his strength to throw the door above his head away. Hashira, you want to suppress me with a broken door? Are you insulting me? This scene made the Konoha ninjas pray that Hashirama could win. In an instant, the battle situation became confusing again. In the illusion world, Zhang Tian felt heavy-hearted as he watched his several attacks being resolved by the second Hokage. He had to hurry back to Nagato, as time became extremely precious. The second Hokage had the same idea. As the creator of the scroll, he knew better than anyone that he and his brother Hashirama would not be around for long, and he had to kill this evil brat of the Uchiha clan before disappearing. Both of them had the same idea, and their attacks became more and more fierce. Zhang Tian's real body also appeared in the illusion world. It was almost impossible to quickly defeat the second-generation Hokage by relying on this illusion alone. Blood Moon, Eternal Kingdom. The scarlet blood moon in the sky reflected a windmill-shaped pattern, exactly the same as Zhang Tian's kaleidoscope pattern. The Eternal Kingdom of Eye technique can increase everything of the caster, including the power of ninjutsu, chakra, physical skills, mental strength, and everything tangible or intangible, as long as it is related to Zhang Tian himself, will be enhanced, so it is called the Eternal Kingdom. As Zhang Tian's kaleidoscope began to spin, the blood moon in the sky also began to spin. Instantly, Zhang Tian felt the boost brought by activating the Eternal Kingdom. Without further ado, he drew his katana and charged towards the second Hokage. Water style, Great Dragon Single Technique. Earth Escape, Earth Formation. The two people in the illusion world used physical skills to fight in close combat while also exchanging ninjutsu in the intervals. The situation was still extremely tense, and the strength of the second generation at its peak was a bit too strong. Blood Moon, the Song of the Sword. Zhang Tian cut his left hand with a samurai sword, and blood stuck to the blade. The scarlet blood flowed on the blade, injecting fire attribute Shakira into the blade. The katana instantly turned into a burning flaming blade. The flame evaporated the blood and it was constantly trembling. There was an endless sound of quarreling, like an elegant song. Zhang Tian rushed towards the second Hokage holding the constantly quarreling katana. The art of walking in the dark. Senju Tobirama's super advanced illusion technique was the one he used to kill Uchiha Izuna, Madara's brother. Although it was only a supplementary illusion technique, it could temporarily blind the enemy. Even if it's just for a moment, it's enough. Jiang Tian rushed towards the second generation at high speed, only feeling that his Sharingan was dazed for a moment, and he was not blinded. However, this moment of daze made him feel a burning pain in his chest. The sharp blade flashed, the second generation's body became transparent, and both of them were injured at the same time. Jiang Tian looked at his chest, where a kunai was stuck and his clothes were stained with blood. He looked at the second generation who had become transparent and knew that the attack just now was effective. He took the kunai off his chest and threw it to the ground, his face calm and expressionless, as if he didn't feel any pain at all. Indeed, compared with Ling's death, this little pain is nothing. The two men attacked again, and the battle became stalemate again, and the winner still could not be determined in a short time. In Konoha village, the battle between Hashirama and Madara has reached a fever pitch. From a distance, the Konoha ninjas watched the fight between the two and were shocked. Is this a duel between gods? Madara, do you still think I was wrong back then? Hashirama looked solemn. Although Madara's strength was greatly reduced without the nine tails by his side, his attacks could not kill him at all because of his resurrection. No matter what kind of damage he suffered, his body would recover. Hashira, is there any point in arguing about what happened back then? My choice was the right one. The Moonai Project is the only way to truly create a peaceful world. As for what you said about emotions being the bond between people, then why did a war break out after your death? What about the feelings you mentioned, the bonds between people? So, you are wrong, you are the one who is stubborn and refuses to change. Madara expressed his inner thoughts. He felt that Hashirama's ideas were as ridiculous as a child playing house. You are still so stubborn, Madara. It's you who's stubborn, Hashira. Neither of them could convince the other. Hashirama looked at Madara and said, in your current state, you are no match for me. Even if I give you a hand, you can't beat me. Hashirama was not wrong. Without the nine tails and unable to use the powerful Susanoo, Madara was indeed much weaker than him. Ban was very unconvinced and said, then let's try it. Would release, 1,000 hands. A huge statue of Guanyin made of trees suddenly appeared behind Hashirama. The statue stretched out countless arms to confront Madara's Susanoo. Spot. Madara frowned as he watched Hashirama unleash his unique senjutsu, the true 1,000 hands. He had experienced this move before during the battle at the Valley of the End, where he had only been able to block it with his powerful Susanoo. However, my current body will not die, so there is nothing to worry about. Madara controlled Susanoo and rushed towards Hashirama. Would release, true 1,000 hands, Buddha on the top. The moment the two massive wooden statues of Guanyin and Susanoo came into contact, the statue's countless arms struck at Susanoo. Even though Madara was wrapped in Susanoo, he could still feel each blow becoming stronger and stronger. Indeed, in this state, he was no match for Hashirama, and it was even difficult for him to fight. The attack speed of the Buddha on top was getting faster and faster. Looking at Madara, who was completely at a disadvantage and was passively being beaten, Hashirama's face did not show any joy, but instead showed a look of worry. Hurry up, hurry up. Hashirama kept urging himself. The scroll's time was almost up. He had to break Madara's Susanoo and seal him with the seal before he disappeared. Otherwise, after he disappears, the Konoha ninjas will not be able to fight against this guy Madara. As time passed, cracks began to appear on Madara's Susanoo, and then the cracks grew bigger and bigger, and with a bang, Susanoo dissipated instantly. Looking at the exposed Madara, the first generation hurriedly clasped his hands together. Seal him now. Immortal technique, 5-layer Rashomon. 5 gates with Shura patterns printed on them appeared out of thin air and rapidly descended from the sky, their target being Madara. As the first door fell, Madara, who had no Susanoo, was immediately knocked to the ground. The second and third. The 5 Rashomon stacked like an arhat pinned Madara to the ground, making him unable to move. Quick, ninjas who are proficient in sealing techniques, come and seal Madara. After Hashirama finished speaking, the Konoha ninjas who knew sealing techniques were stunned for a moment before they reacted and took out scrolls to seal Uchiha Madara. But just as they were about to take action, the 5-layer Rashomon disappeared. The first Hokage, Hashirama, disappeared directly, and the effect of the resurrection scroll disappeared at this critical moment. In an instant, the Konoha ninjas felt like they were in an ice cellar. They looked at Madara and didn't dare to move. Bang! The next moment, Madara also disappeared, and Jiang Tian released the impure world reincarnation. The forbidden zone of death in the illusion world dissipated, and as the effect of the scroll disappeared, the second generation Hokage who had been fighting hard with him also disappeared. Jiang Tian didn't hesitate at all, turned around and rushed towards the cave where Nagato was hiding. He wanted to go back and help quickly. No matter what, Nagato must not be allowed to have an accident. This is the only thought in Jiang Tian's mind at the moment. Outside the cave where Nagato was hiding, the clone Jiang Tian and Obito looked at the coalition forces of the 5 major ninja villages, and they stopped fighting. We can't let anything happen to Nagato. I think you and I both agree on this. Hearing what his clone Zhang Tian said, Obito nodded and said, let's deal with these guys first. The two of them have to fight against 4 cages, Jiraiya and many elite jonin. It would be a lie to say that there is no pressure, but they have no reason to back down now. 4 linear. For Ling, it's on the mountain, let's go up. Sachikage held the map and directed everyone up the mountain. Zhang Tian and Obito used space ninjutsu at the same time and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, the two of them stood side by side blocking the way of the advancing ninja forces. Zhang Tian, the masked man. The sudden appearance of the two people made the ninja coalition start to be cautious. These two people are very powerful. Even in the Akatsuki organization where everyone is strong, they are definitely the first or second super strong ones. But even though the two of them were powerful, the number of people in the ninja coalition was too large, so large that it was frightening. 2 against so many still seemed a bit weak. As the two sides confronted each other, a group of black crows flew over and then gathered together to form a human shape. The cages of each village, Jiraiya, one of the Sunin, and many elite jonin. Zhang Tianjun, I didn't expect it to be such a big scene. The one who came was Itaki, who was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. This was also the trump card that Zhang Tian had arranged here a long time ago, just in case to deal with various emergencies. Even with the addition of a powerful cage-level warrior, Itaki, it was still not enough. Everyone, let's get started. The Raikage took the first step forward, and as soon as he finished speaking, his figure turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared. Thunderbolt hot knife. A strong arm directly hit the clone Zhang Tian. Susanoo. The clone that possesses all of Zhang Tian's strength can naturally use Susanoo. The purple giant rose from the ground and blocked the Raikage's attack. Once the battle started, it was out of control. In an instant, everyone joined the battle and the scene became chaotic. Earth escape, heavy rock technique. Sachikage Oniki used the weighted rock technique, and in an instant Obito felt his body become heavy and his speed was greatly affected. Seeing the fist coming from the Raikage, he was already unable to dodge. Then his Sharingan quickly rotated and used Kamui to dodge the blow. Sandstorm funeral. Gaara gently clenched his palm into a fist, and a lot of sand emerged from the gourd behind him. The sand floated towards Itaki and tried to wrap him up. The Edo World Itaki activated Susanoo, and the red Susanoo instantly blocked the sand out. Melting release, the monster melting technique. Mizukage Terumi may used her bloodline limit, melting released. A colorless but highly corrosive liquid spewed out of her mouth and flew towards her clone Zhang Tian, sticking to Susanoo and trying to corrode the purple giant. Jiraiya on the side was also ready to take action. Sage mode on. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. The Fukazaku couple stood on Jiraiya's shoulders, ready to join the battle. Teacher, I let you escape last time, but I didn't expect you to come and die again. Yahiko's voice was heard, and Pain's 6 paths also arrived in time. Shinra Tensei Tiendeo raised his hand lightly, and the group of elite ninjas rushing towards him were bounced away. Hee, offer a sacrifice to the evil god. Feijuan, holding a scarlet crescent sickle, blocked a man with a watermelon head and wearing a green vest. Youth is what burns. The man with the watermelon head is Might Guy, the man with the strongest physical skills. Konoha Whirlwind. Kai kicked Faden in the chest, and the powerful muscle force directly kicked Faden away, spitting out blood. What a powerful force! If I sacrifice you, the evil god will surely be pleased. Faden, who had vomited a lot of blood, stood up immediately as if nothing had happened and continued to attack Kai. The scene became increasingly chaotic, and the intensity and destructiveness of each battle were beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas in their lifetime. I'm finally back, luckily I'm not late. Zhang Tian's real body used space ninjutsu to rush back quickly. He scanned the battle situation everywhere, and his gaze lingered when he saw Jiraiya. It sounded like a joke that he, a traitorous ninja from Konoha, rescued him. But Zhang Tian didn't want to do that. He didn't want Ling to owe favors to others after her death, especially favors to the Konoha ninjas. He couldn't allow that. It was Konoha that killed her. Ling can owe favors to anyone, but not to the Konoha ninjas. The last time Zhang Tian took action, he repaid Jiraiya for saving Ling, so now any Konoha ninja is his enemy. As long as someone prevents me from resurrecting Ling, no matter who it is, Jiraiya, Obito, no matter who it is, they are my enemy. Don't worry about the battle between Pain's 6 paths and Jiraiya, he is no match for Pain. Right now, the battles are all in a balance, so that I can just slaughter those elite jonin. Susanoo. The original form of Zhang Tian also used Susanoo. A purple giant appeared on the battlefield again, instantly attracting everyone's attention. For a moment, everyone looked at Zhang Tian's real body that suddenly appeared. Obito, the shadows of several major villages, Jiraiya, and even Haiden showed a look of surprise. Even he didn't know that Zhang Tian had a clone. With the addition of Zhang Tian's real body, the battle situation instantly became stalemate, and the ninja coalition's advantage in numbers disappeared. This scene made Black Zetsu, who was hiding in the dark, so anxious that he broke out in a sweat. Damn it, why does that guy have a clone with the same strength as himself? Mom, what should I do? It's okay for Black Zetsu to hide in the dark and perform some tricks, but it's impossible to get him to join the battle. This guy has no fighting ability at all. Inside the cave, Nagato listened to the roar of battle outside. His eyes couldn't help but open and close his eyes, staring at Xionin in front of him. Sister Konan, you. Nagato's hesitant look made Konan feel distressed. She walked up to Nagato and whispered, "You want to ask if I like Yahiko, right?" When she heard Nagato's inner voice outside the cave that day, she understood everything. Nagato gave a wry smile. "So you know everything. The answer should be the same as I thought. You like Yahiko-sama." Konan remained silent. She could feel Nagato's life force rapidly fading away, and she hesitated over what answer to give. "Sister Xionin, at this moment, just tell me the truth." Konan nodded without hesitation, giving a positive answer. "It's Yahiko I do like. It's really brother Yahiko." The bitter smile on Nagato's face became even more intense. He had thought about this answer countless times in his mind, but he still felt sad when he heard it. It's great to like brother Yahiko." Nagato's muttering voice grew weaker and weaker until it disappeared completely, and he slowly closed his eyes. In a battle over the Rinnegan, Zhang Tian and Obito both lost because of time. If Nagato could live longer, if Black Zetsu had not given the map to the major villages, the ending of the story might have been different. But from this moment on, the Fourth Shinobi World War and the Moonai Plan will inevitably happen. In this world that has fallen into darkness, there is nothing worth remembering. This is true for Zhang Tian and Obito. The ninja world will also usher in the Fourth War, a war that will be initiated by two heroes side by side. Boom! Outside the cave, there was a sudden thunder and dark clouds covered the sky and the earth. In an instant, everyone stopped what they were doing. The pupils of Zhang Tian and Obito shrank rapidly, their Sharingan seemed to freeze, and they stood there motionless. Time stopped at this moment. With a clang, the samurai sword in Zhang Tian's hand and the Uchiha fan in Obito's hand slipped from their hands without warning, and they couldn't even hold their weapons steadily. In the battle between Pain's six paths and Jiraiya, the Pains who had originally had the upper hand suddenly fell to the ground collectively, as if all their vitality had been sucked away, and turned into six corpses. Both Xiying and Zhang Tian understood what this meant. Only when there is a problem with the caster will the six paths of pain fall without warning. Nagato was dead. This thought flooded everyone's mind. Swish! Zhang Tian and Obito's figures disappeared at the same time. Space ninjutsu was activated, and when the two appeared again, they were already in the cave. They stared at the scene in front of them in a daze. The emaciated Nagato lay quietly in Konan's arms. He was dead, really dead. Everything the Sharingan sees will not lie. Zhang Tian and Obito only felt their heads buzzing and extremely dull. They seemed to have lost all their strength. The two men who had just been fighting with the shadows of the major villages outside felt their eyes go dark and their legs went weak and they almost fell to the ground. It's over, everything is over. This is the only thought in the two's minds now. The plan to resurrect Ling and Lin failed. The two masked men suddenly felt cold. The girl they loved most could not come back, and the world became cold at this moment. One of them leaned against the wall, and the other squatted down slowly with his samurai sword on the ground. It seemed that if he didn't find something to support his body, he really couldn't even stand. The cave fell into silence. Outside the cave, an eagle suddenly flew over, landed on Jiraiya's arm, and handed him a scroll. Jiraiya opened it and a voice came from inside. "Master Jiraiya, the village is under attack. Please return quickly." This short sentence made Jiraiya's expression change. He remembered Zhang Tian and Pain's six paths, who were not seen at first but suddenly appeared at the end. These guys must have attacked the village. With the six paths of Pain down and Nagato dead, and the news of Konoha's attack spreading to everyone, the four cages instantly agreed to retreat. Faden and Impure World Itake looked at the coalition forces that began to retreat and didn't know what to do. No orders came from Zhang Tian, so they could only stand there and wait. After an unknown amount of time, the dark clouds that lingered in the sky turned into heavy rain, and Zhang Tian and Obito walked out of the cave side by side. The rain hit their masks and soaked their clothes, and they stood in the rain. With a bang, Obito suddenly clenched his fist and hit Zhang Tian on the chest. Zhang Tian said nothing, threw his katana aside, and punched Obito in the stomach with his clenched fist. Neither of the two men used any ninjutsu or Sharingan, they just clenched their fists and punched each other repeatedly, venting their anger with each punch. "It's all your fault, damn you. You delayed Lin's chance to be resurrected. You deserve to die too. If it weren't for you, I would have captured the nine-tailed fox and Ling would have returned to me." Bang, 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 bang. The dull sound of fists colliding continued to ring out. The two men didn't know how long they had been fighting. Their masks had been torn to pieces by the hammers, and blood was flowing from the corners of their eyes and lips. Huff, 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 huff. Exhausted, Zhang Tian and Obito lay on the ground, gasping for breath. They stared at the waning moon looming in the clouds, and the idea of creating a dream world, the Moonai Plan, emerged in their minds and then became extremely intense. Even though Zhang Tian was a time traveler, as an anime fan he was much more clear-headed than Obito and knew that the Moonai project was fake and just a dream. But what does it matter? Is there any need for such a world without light to exist, even if it is just a dream? As long as I can be with the girl I love forever, it must be the most beautiful dream in the world. The two took off their masks at the same time, turned their heads to look at each other, and saw in each other's eyes the world-called hope that was rekindled. Jiang Tian, can we put aside all our little thoughts and truly cooperate this time? For the girl I love most, I will devote myself to completing the Moon Eye project. Jiang Tian directly extended his hand. We have no other choice. The Moon Eye project is our hope for continued existence. Be my partner, Obito, and complete the Moon Eye project for the girls we each love. Obito also reached out and held Jiang Tian's hand tightly. Okay, let's become each other's partners and revive our beloved girl. If there's no Ling, if it weren't for linear, then there's no need for this world to continue existing. The two spoke at the same time. A world without light and hope really has no reason to exist, at least that's what Jiang Tian and the other one thought. In the darkness, Black Zetsu saw the two infatuated young people reaching a consensus, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Even God wanted to resurrect Mom, but Nagato couldn't hold on at the last moment. With that, the incredibly ugly black thing burrowed into the ground. If I were the author, I would definitely make this Black Zetsu die a horrible death. A day later, Jiang Tian and Obito calmed down and devoted themselves to implementing the Moon Eye plan. Zionin, give me Nagato's body. Jiang Tian stood in front of Zionin with a samurai sword. He looked at Nagato's body, which had not been buried at the entrance of the cave. Must get the Samsara Eye, which is used by Obito to control the Outer Path demon statue and become the Ten Tails Jinchura key, also the Moon key part of the Eye plan. Nagato is dead, do you still want to destroy his body? Konan had a cold face. She would not allow anyone to destroy Nagato's body. She would not allow anyone to do so. I'll bring him back to you. Jiang Tian said lightly. He didn't believe Zionin could refuse this. Not only Nagato, but also Yahiko, I can make them reappear in this world. Jiang Tian continued to seduce Zionin that he had originally planned to resurrect a large number of strong people in preparation for the Fourth War. Can you really do it? Zionin hesitated. She was the only one left of the trio, and the feeling of loneliness made her feel tormented. Jiang Tian didn't say much, just put his hands together and said, reincarnation. A coffin emerged from the ground, the lid fell down, and Yahiko lay quietly inside. Yahiko. After the conversation, Jiang Tian successfully took Nagato's body from Zionin. As soon as they walked out of the cave, Obito appeared. The 8 tails and the 9 tails have been secretly transferred. The 5 cage will be holding a meeting to discuss the safety and protection of the 8 tails and the 9 tails. Jiang Tian nodded. This was not much different from the original plot. Let's go and take a look, and declare war. Obito nodded. Well, the Fourth Shinobi World War is about to begin. The place where the 5 major villages meet, where the 5 cage held their last meeting, the 5 cage gathered here again for their second meeting. That guy named Jiang Tian is too arrogant. He is a konoha ninja after all. How can he destroy his former village like this? Everyone, listen to me for a moment. Our current task is to protect the 8 tails and the 9 tails that the Akatsuki organization has not yet captured. If they don't get the tailed beasts, wouldn't their Moon Eye plan be difficult to execute? After all, Tsuchikage Onaki is the most stable of the 5 cage, given his age. That Tsuchikage is right. The most important thing right now is to hide the 2 remaining Jinchuriki and arrange for ninjas to protect them. This will prevent Jiang Tian and the masked man from executing their Moon Eye plan. The 5th Hokage Tsunade expressed her opinion, and the other Hokages fell silent. Although this matter is important, it is not important enough for the several actors to completely let go of their prejudices and open their hearts to cooperate. To protect the 2 Jinchuriki, the 8 tails is from the Hidden Cloud Village and the 9 tails is from the Hidden Leaf Village. All 5 major villages have to contribute their efforts to protect these 2 Jinchuriki. Tsunade's statement obviously silenced the other cages who had no Jinchuriki in the village. The 5 major ninja villages have experienced several ninja world wars, and the accumulated hatred cannot be completely resolved with just a few words. The scene suddenly became quiet and the atmosphere became a little cold. Tsunade put her hands on the table and stood up with a swoosh. Everyone, our enemies now are 2 particularly terrifying guys. They are dangerous people who can resurrect Uchiha Madara and destroy Konoha village. If Konoha can be destroyed today, then other villages may be destroyed next time. Do you cages want to ignore this danger? If that day really comes, I would like to ask everyone, how confident are you that you can protect your village when facing these 2 people alone? These words made everyone silent, making the already cold atmosphere even more solemn. On behalf of the Sand Village, I agree with the Hokage's opinion. The youngest Gaara was the first to express his opinion, which was something no one expected. My lords, as a junior, I cannot compare to you in terms of strength or qualifications, but Gaara wants to tell you all something here. The current situation concerns the future of the ninja world. It's no exaggeration to say that the survival of the ninja world may depend on the outcome of our meeting. If the 8-tailed fox and the 9-tailed fox are successfully captured, who can stop the Moon Eye project? Hearing the young man's awareness that Tsuchikage and Mizukage no longer hesitated. In the face of such a major issue, the hatred between the villages should be put aside. I agree. Tsuchikage Onoki nodded in agreement. I agree too. Mizukage Mei Terumi also agreed to the plan of uniting the 5 major villages. Outside the 5-cage summit, the Hawk Squad, led by Suzuki, appeared, the familiar BJM sounded, and Suzuki arrived with his broken guitar. Says it, there's a 5-cage meeting today, can we just come here like this? Suijitsu on the side reminded he couldn't understand why Suzuki suddenly disappeared for a while and became extremely confident when he reappeared. Even though he knew that the 5-cage would have a meeting here today, he still came here to cause trouble. It can only be said that he was too willful. Suzuki, who had fused his brother Uchiha Itaka's Mangekyo, successfully opened the eternal Mangekyo. He felt that his strength had increased by more than one level. Of course, this is just what he felt. Let's go. What about the 5-cage summit? I want to meet the 5th Hokage and ask her the truth about my brother. Suzuki, wearing the fiery red auspicious cloud robe of the Akatsuki organization, took the lead and walked towards the place where the 5-cage meeting was held. Wow, so handsome. Even if they were just walking, just seeing Suzuki's profile, Xiangling would still show a crazy expression. All members of the Eagle Squad gathered and followed the stubborn Nejima to the 5-cage summit. How should I put it? I can only say that this kid may not be able to distinguish between the big and small kings, and he is a bit too young and impulsive. Everyone, then it's settled. The 5 great ninja villages will unite to fight against Jiangtian and the Masked Man. As soon as Tsunade finished speaking, with a bang, the door of the conference room was ruthlessly kicked open, and 2 konoha ninjas were kicked away by Suzuki and flew into the conference room. Well, who is it? In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to the door. Urjuzu walked in first, followed by several members of the Eagle team. 5th Hokage, I have something to talk to you about. As soon as Hokage came in, he asked Tsunade directly. It's Akatsuki's clothes. Is this guy a member of Akatsuki? Reikage frowned. Ever since Jiangtian attacked his brother, Reikage felt extremely disgusted when he saw any member of Akatsuki. It's Suzuki. Gaara also showed a look of surprise. It was a small matter for Suzuki to wear the clothes of Akatsuki, but he appeared at the 5-cage summit in this clothes. This was something Gaara could not have imagined. In the Akatsuki base, Obito, who had been busy with the Mooneye project in the past 2 days, completely forgot about Suzuki. After learning that Suzuki had gone to the 5-cage summit, he immediately ran to find Jiangtian. It's just right, let's go and take a look, and bring Suzuki back. By the way, Jiangtian promised Itaka that he would not let Suzuki die. Well, by the way, let me inform the 5-cage and the entire ninja world that the 4th Ninja World War has begun. War has been declared. The figures of Jiangtian and Obito disappeared from the spot and rushed towards the place where the 5-cage meeting was taking place. Suzuki, why are you here? Kakashi also came to the meeting. He looked at his former disciple with mixed feelings. Kakashi, I'm not here to reminisce with you today. I want to ask the 5th Hokage about my brother. Suzuki said in a cold tone, not liking this self-proclaimed me tutor in class 7. It seems. Betraying teachers and ancestors has become Konoha's unique village culture. Suzuki's words and actions revealed a rebellious feeling. As soon as he came in, he questioned Tsunade and ignored everyone. This made the already hot-tempered Reikage hate the Reikage of Akatsuki even more, and he felt extremely unhappy. Hey, kid over there, you want to go wild here, but I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place. Suzuki didn't even turn his head, and a cold voice came. I'm here to ask about the 5th generation. If the others don't have anything else to do, you can shut up. His Shuyu behind him was confused. Why is he so arrogant? Is he taking us here to die? Crazy, absolutely crazy. Suzuki was fearless. He felt that after possessing the eternal Mangekyo, he could come and go freely even in front of the 5-cage, and no one here could do anything to him. But is this really the case? As we all know, facts are cruel, but maybe Urjuzu is the only one who is clueless. You traitorous ninja from Konoha, are you looking for death? The Reikage stood up and prepared to strike. He could no longer contain his desire to kill the arrogant kid in front of him. You can try. Suzuki still maintained his own attitude. He might not have realized the seriousness of the matter. Since you are so unruly, I will teach you some manners on behalf of your parents. The Reikage slowly took off his shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles. He looked powerful just by looking at him. Teach me the rules for my master? These words undoubtedly stabbed into Suzuki's heart like a sharp knife. The Uchiha clan was destroyed by his own brother, and his parents had died long ago. How dare this damn guy say that? Suzuki raised his head suddenly, the color of his pupils turned scarlet instantly, and a black hexagram pattern suddenly appeared. He opened the eternal Mangekyo and stared at the Reikage. Chidori! Suzuki took the lead, his palms raging with lightning chakra, and he was about to rush towards the Reikage. Thunderbolt hot knife. As soon as the Reikage finished speaking, Suzuki was shocked. How fast? He found that even with the eternal Mangekyo, he couldn't see the Reikage's movements clearly. What kind of speed was this? With a bang, Suzuki was knocked away in an instant, and hit the wall behind him heavily, instantly creating a big hole in the wall. The wall was immediately covered with cracks, as dense as a spider web. Sure enough, Suzuki is getting carried away and is bringing us here to be killed. After Suijitsu finished muttering, the members of Team Eagle frowned at the same time. This Reikage is too strong. Electric arcs flashed on the powerful arms of the Reikage. He came to Suzuki and looked at him gloomily, raising his arms high. Rat of the Akatsuki organization, remember to be a good person in your next life. Lord Reikage, Kakashi hurriedly called out, but the Reikage didn't hesitate at all. He smashed down heavily with his arm full of electric arcs, not caring about Kakashi at all. Susanoo. Blood flowed from the corner of Suzuki's mouth. He activated Susanoo, but not in its complete form. Only a one-armed Susanoo made up of rows of bones tried to block the Reikage's fatal blow. Bang! Another violent explosion sounded. Then there were continuous cracking sounds, and Suzuki was horrified to find that cracks appeared on his Susanoo. The cracks continued to expand, and finally the incomplete Susanoo collapsed and disappeared. At this moment, Suzuki realized that even though he had obtained the Eternal Mangekyo, he was still unable to use it skillfully, and the gap between him and the 5 Kage was not small. At least before he can use the complete form of Susanoo, he is no match for any of the 5 Kage. He recognized the fact, but it was too late. He had already come to this point. Suzuki looked at the 5 Kage in the room, his brows tightly furrowed. He felt that it would be difficult for him to walk today. Suiyu, Konyu, take Xiangling away quickly. Give it to me. Suzuki forced himself to stand up, his Sharingan darting rapidly. It was not in his nature to sit back and wait for death. Are you still struggling in vain? The Reikage frowned. He was very angry that this Konoha rebel ninja could stand up after being hit twice by him. The Reikage rushed towards Suzuki again. Amaterasu. The Sharingan moved again, and this time Suzuki used the eye technique he obtained after fusing Itaka's eyes. The black eternal flame instantly ignited the Reikage's arm and stuck to it like a thorn in the flesh. Lord Reikage. Darui, who was working as the Reikage's bodyguard, cried out in surprise. The incident happened so fast that he couldn't react. You guy, don't underestimate the Uchiha clan's bloodline. Suzuki saw the black flame on the Reikage's arm, swept away his previous dejection, and roared at him. Being injured by a young man, who was also a member of Akatsuki, the Reikage's heart sank instantly. He was so angry that he had to kill this arrogant young man. Don't do anything, let me deal with him. The Reikage stretched out his hand to stop Darui, who wanted to come forward to help. Lightning flashed on his palm, and he took the initiative to cut off the arm that was burned by Amaterasu's flames. This scene made everyone's heart skip a beat. This Lord Reikage is a ruthless person. Suzuki also frowned. This Reikage was too cruel. He cut off his arm with his own hands without any hesitation. The sharp pain of a broken arm came over him, but the Reikage did not show any expression of pain, only his expression gradually became gloomy. This time, the Reikage held up his broken arm, and it was no longer his arm but his entire body that was flashing with lightning. Arcs of electricity were running through his body. The Reikage felt the powerful force in his body, and without any hesitation, he rushed towards Suzuki. The left side? No, it's on the right side. There's nothing on the right side? Suzuki began to panic. He found that the Reikage's speed had become much faster, so fast that he couldn't see it clearly with his Eternal Mangekyo. You're mistaken, I'm behind you. Suddenly, the sinister voice of the Reikage came to his ears. Before Suzuki could react, he felt as if something heavy hit him from behind. Bang! He was sent flying, and even the wall of the conference room was penetrated by the impact. Ugh! Suzuki spat out a mouthful of blood, then his eyes turned black and he fainted. Before he fainted, he watched the Reikage walk towards him step by step. Suijutsu, Yugo, go and help Suzuki. Xiangling was extremely anxious. She urged Suijutsu and the other to take action, but Suijutsu and Yugo looked at the aggressive Reikage and the other cages who had remained silent and felt powerless. If they were to take action, they would accomplish nothing except to lose more lives. The Reikage had a gloomy expression on his face as he walked towards the unconscious Suzuki step by step. He raised his arm high and brought it down heavily. Bang! The impact stirred up smoke and dust, blurring everyone's vision. This feeling doesn't feel like it's hitting a person. After the smoke and dust cleared, the Reikage looked at the empty ground in front of him and turned around suddenly. Everyone, aren't you afraid of being talked about for bullying young people like this? 2 masked men stood on the wooden table in the conference room. They were Jiangtian and Obito. Obito sucked the unconscious Suzuki and Team Hawk into the Kamui space. He looked at the 5 Kage with a cold tone. Are you discussing how to deal with us? Jiangtian also slowly said, although I don't know what the results of your discussion are, it doesn't matter anymore. We are here today to tell you something. One thing? The 5 Kage didn't know what the two were going to say, and they looked at Obito and Jiangtian in silence. The 2 masked men exchanged a glance and spoke at the same time. We are here to inform you of the 4th Ninja World War. I declare war here. Did I hear correctly? These 2 guys just declared war? Everyone present wondered if they had heard it wrong. The 2 men wanted to start the 4th Ninja World War and challenge all the ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages. This was probably crazy. Are you crazy? Starting the 4th Shinobi World War? That Suchikage slammed the table angrily. Although he didn't know where these 2 guys got the confidence to say such things, he still hated the word war to the extreme. Haha, you 2 want to start a war? Mizukage Terumi sneered. You know, a war cannot be sustained by just 2 strong men. War is a meat grinder. No matter how strong the two of them are, they are facing countless ninja armies. How could they possibly provoke a war? Two people against countless ninjas in the entire ninja world sounds like a joke. Whether we can start a war is not your concern. The reason I informed you is because I think it's not a big deal. Even if you knew, it wouldn't change the success of the Moon Eye project. This cold world must perish. Zhang Tian's expression was gloomy beneath the mask. He only wanted to bring Ling back now. Whether it was war or a false dream world, as long as he could see the girl with fangs when she smiled again, no matter what he did, it would be worth it. Shiki, what are you talking to yourself about? No matter what happens in this world, it is not up to people like you to make any decisions casually. Reikage said angrily, because Zhang Tian's attack on his brother has always been a thorn in his heart. Once the Moon Eye project succeeds and brings true peace to the world, you will all live with us in a beautiful world without war. Obito glanced at everyone. Uchiha Madara had told him that the Moon Eye project could bring eternal peace. Okay, now that everyone has heard about the war, we'll take our leave. As soon as Zhang Tian finished speaking, he and Obito used space ninjutsu to disappear in the conference room. After the two left, the five cages' expressions turned extremely ugly. Although I don't know what these two guys have the confidence from, I think we should make a new plan. Tsunade was the fastest to react among the four cage. She wanted to discuss the matter of uniting the ninja villages with the four cage. What, you mean the Ninja Village Alliance? Are you crazy? I don't agree with the five major villages truly uniting together and taking unified command to resist the four future wars. I don't agree either. How can we start the Fourth World War with just these two guys? As soon as Tsunade's proposal was made, it was met with unanimous resistance from the four cage. It was mentioned earlier that they would unite to protect the Eight Tails and the Nine Tails, but that only meant that each village would send out some ninjas. But now we have to gather the ninjas from the five major villages together and coordinate them. How can this be possible? Ever since the first Hokage established the ninja village system, Konoha has been the strongest of the five great villages. Now that Tsunade has proposed a union of the five great villages, the other four cages will inevitably wonder if Konoha is trying to encroach on their own villages. Faced with the collective opposition of the four cage, Tsunade couldn't say anything more. The reason why she proposed the idea of a ninja village alliance was because she had seen Zhang Tian's strength and Uchiha Madara's strength. Maybe they could really rely on two people to provoke a four-way war. The meeting ended and the five cage returned to their respective villages. After everyone left, Zhang Tian and Obito's figures slowly emerged. Obito, I'm right, aren't I? These selfish guys only think about their own village. They won't do anything that harms their own interests. Obito nodded. I overestimated them. I thought they would make effective decisions after learning about the Fourth War, but I didn't expect them to be so selfish. The two stayed behind specifically to see if the five cage would put aside their past grudges and join forces. The result was clear, these guys only cared about their own interests. This also made Obito more determined to carry out the Moon Eye project. Only in a dream world that can be created can the world be truly peaceful. Any news on Kyubai's hiding place? Not yet. White Zetsu hasn't found any information about the Nine Tails. Obito frowned. As the person in charge of intelligence gathering in Akatsuki, White Zetsu's ability to gather intelligence was extraordinary. But even he couldn't find out where the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was hiding, which gave Obito a headache. Then we should first investigate where the Nine Tails and Eight Tails are hiding. While White Zetsu is investigating, we can also prepare for war. Well, it's time for me to transplant Nagato's Rinnegan. Obito has not transplanted the Rinnegan since he obtained it from Zhang Tian. He and Zhang Tian once held on to their last hope and wanted to try to have Obito transplant the Rinnegan to see if they could use the Outer Path Rinnegan technique to resurrect their beloved girls. But according to the information on the scroll left by Madara, it is clearly stated that apart from Madara himself who has evolved the Rinnegan, only Nagato, who has a special bloodline, can use the Outer Path Rinnegan technique. Moreover, this technique is extremely special, and even Nagato, who was exorcised from the impure world, cannot use this technique anymore. Therefore, the two of them could only follow the Moon Eye plan all the way to the end. Obito tried to find a way to transplant the Rinnegan, while Zhang Tian was responsible for the bodies of the dead strong men. Now, apart from Madara, Nagato, and Itachi, there are no other strong people who can be impure. Although these three people are extremely powerful, they still seem a little weak after entering the battlefield. Of course, this does not include Madara, who can use the power of the Rinnegan. Zhang Tian only gave Obito one of the Rinnegan, and he had to keep the other one for himself to prevent Madara from collecting a complete pair of eyes and truly resurrecting. When searching for the bodies of powerful people, Zhang Tian first thought of the deceased members of Akatsuki. Except for Phaeton, Obito, Zhang Tian, and Xionin, the Akatsuki organization has long lost its former glory. The glory of the team was lost, and all the members were killed or injured. Zhang Tian wanted to revive them one by one, so that all members of the Akatsuki organization could participate in the Fourth War. Of course, there were also the cages of the five major villages. As long as they could provide strong combat power, Zhang Tian would revive them. In the original anime, the partner who started the Fourth World War with Obito was Kabuto Yakushi, but now he has been replaced by Zhang Tian. Among the people to be resurrected, Jiang Tian pays the most attention to Orochimaru. After all, this guy can lift the seal on the Shiki. In the original manga, the battle situation changed because Orochimaru resurrected 4 Hokage. This time Jiang Tian wants to take a big gamble. He wants to resurrect Orochimaru and ask the 4 Hokage he resurrected whether there is any way to completely control a strong man like the first generation. If there is a way, then I can also control Madara. After all, in the original work, Madara is the man who can remove the impure World War II. Based on my conversation with Orochimaru, I remember him saying that if he died, Ryokai Cave would be the most suitable place to resurrect him. Longdi Cave, one of the 3 holy places. What makes Orochimaru special is not his strength, but the results of his experiments. That you never know what other ninjutsu konoha scientists have in terms of life, death, and soul. This sentence is an unchanging truth. The Wet Bone Forest, Mount Mayaboku, and Ryokai Cave are the 3 holy places in the Naruto world. Compared with the first 2, Longdi Cave may not be the strongest, but it is definitely the most mysterious. In the original work, because of the protagonist Naruto, Mayaboku Mountain is well known to everyone, especially the Toad members in it, most of whom appear as Naruto or Jiraiya's summoning beasts. The only news about Ryokai Cave is that Kabuto Yakushi successfully cultivated the Sage mode and gained the recognition of the White Snake Sage. According to Jiraiya, the reason he kept failing was because the White Snake Sage looked down on him. However, he also thought he had great potential, so he didn't eat him after he failed. Any ninja who attempts the Ryokai Cave trial and fails will be eaten by the White Snake Immortal. However, only one person, Kabuto Yakushi, has succeeded, and only one, Orochimaru, has survived his failure. Although Orochimaru did not die at the beginning, he paid a price. The White Snake Sage left him with a trace of soul. Everyone knows that for Orochimaru, the body is the least valuable thing, while the soul is his lifeblood. So even though a long time had passed, when he talked about this with Jiang Tian, his expression was still extremely ugly. Outside the Ryokai Cave, Jiang Tian found this place based on the scroll left by Orochimaru. What appeared before my eyes was an ordinary cave, which was not much different from an ordinary cave. The only difference was that there was a shrine at the entrance of this cave. It is a door made of several pieces of wood. It is said that in the Naruto world, such a shrine is used to block the gate between mortals and gods. The world inside the shrine is the residence of the gods. Jiang Tian didn't hesitate at all and strode past the shrine without anything unusual happening. He walked into the dark cave entrance and continued forward along the narrow cave until a ray of light appeared in front of him. As the light grew brighter, Jiang Tian walked to the exit on the other side of the cave, and the view in front of him suddenly became clear. This doesn't look like a cave at all, it's like being in another world. Various kinds of snakes are coiling, crawling, or hanging upside down on the colorful plants, and snakes are crawling on the ground from time to time. Just when Jiang Tian was stunned, a beautiful woman came over. Looking at the waist that seemed to be about to break at any time, Jiang Tian knew without thinking that it was a snake. He also began to be alert. No one would dare to be careless when coming to a place where immortals live. Haha, Lord Jiang Tian, don't be nervous. The immortal asked me to lead the way for you. The woman transformed from a snake covered her mouth and chuckled. Looking at this man who was constantly praised by the immortal, her strength was not yet clear, but he was really handsome. The White Snake Immortal knew I was coming? Jiang Tian frowned. He hadn't even told Obito that he was coming to Longdi Cave. How did the White Snake Immortal know about it? This was too terrifying to think about. The immortal knows everything. He already knew that Lord Jiang Tian would come. Please follow me. Jiang Tian didn't say anything. He followed the woman in silence. This White Snake Immortal was truly remarkable, able to predict such a thing. Jiang Tian was reminded of the Great Toad Immortal of Mayaboku Mountain, who was also able to predict the future. Jiang Tian followed the woman all the way and she stopped in front of a door. Master Jiang Tian, this is the first trial prepared by the immortal for you. Please come in. Is it really not that simple? Jiang Tian pushed open the trial door without hesitation. When he chose to come to Longdi Cave, he knew that things would not be so simple. After opening the door, the scene in front of him changed instantly. It was no longer a picture full of green. Instead, he appeared in a desolate cave. It seemed that this was the real appearance of Longdi Cave. In front of him were 3 huge stone statues. The upper bodies of these statues were human, with long snake tails dragging underneath. They were holding different weapons and blocking Jiang Tian's way forward. Susanoo. The purple giant rose from the ground and wrapped Jiang Tian, and the huge samurai sword slashed fiercely at the stone statue in front of him. Bang! The samurai sword passed through the body of the stone statue and fell to the ground. Jiang Tian felt as if he was cutting the air. The stone statue still stands there intact. God escapes, annihilates nothingness. Seeing that Susanoo was useless, Jiang Tian hurriedly used ninjutsu, and the colorful chakra in his hand continued to compress until it was compressed into a small ball. He stretched out his hand and gently pushed the ball towards the 3 stone statues. Bang! Another violent explosion sounded, and the stone statues still stood there intact. Jiang Tian's expression suddenly became serious. Susanoo is useless, and ninjutsu is useless. Could it be a sealing technique? Jiang Tian took out the only Wind Shadow Jutsu scroll Orochimaru had left for him. He opened it and saw it was covered with black lines and a large word seal in the middle. He bit his finger and let the blood drip onto the seal. Untie! Countless white snakes suddenly emerged from the sealed scroll, and the dense swarm of snakes rushed towards the 3 stone statues frantically. The stone statue was completely submerged, leaving only a group of white snakes in the sky. As these white snakes emitted a dazzling light, Jiang Tian opened his Sharingan to block the strong light. Under his gaze, he clearly saw the whole process. When the white snakes were glowing, the stone statue and the white snakes were slowly disappearing. First the head of the statue appeared, then the body, until it finally disappeared. So they're going to use the sealing technique? Jiang Tian wondered as he stared at the open door. It seemed as if the White Snake Immortal had arranged this trial specifically to poke at his weak spot, knowing he didn't know how to use the sealing technique. When he walked out of the door, the woman who transformed from a snake was still waiting there. She bowed respectfully and saluted Jiang Tian. Master Jiang Tian, according to the Immortal's instructions, you can see him as long as you pass this one trial. But, he asked me to ask you about a trial. Are you willing to participate? There was still one more trial, and Jiang Tian of course chose to refuse. He was not so idle as to find more things to do for himself. Just as he was about to open his mouth to refuse, the woman's words made his breathing quicken and his heart beat wildly. The Immortal said that the second trial will allow you to meet the person you most want to see. Are you willing? The person she wanted to see the most, was she talking about? Take me there, take me to the second trial. At this moment, Jiang Tian's voice began to tremble. Please open the door behind you again. Jiang Tian didn't hesitate and pushed the door open and walked in. This time the scene changed again, becoming so familiar. The streets of Konoha, the ninja school, where the Uchiha clan lived, and the cherry blossom tree that made him blush. A breeze blew, and the cherry blossoms danced in the wind. Jiang Tian stared blankly at the figure under the cherry tree. It is so familiar, yet so unattainable. Jiang Tian looked down and saw that he had turned into his childhood appearance, still holding the bouquet of flowers that he had not given away. Xiao Jiangtian, isn't it your birthday today? What are you still doing standing there? When he looked up again, the girl who had appeared in his dreams countless times was holding out her hand to him and looking at him with a smile. Come, Ling, I'm coming. Jiang Tian grabbed that hand and hugged her tightly in his arms. Under the familiar cherry tree, Jiang Tian hugged Ling. The real touch made him unable to distinguish between falsehood and reality. He knew in his heart that this was a trial arranged by the White Snake Immortal and it was fake. But the embrace at this moment, being able to hug the girl he had been thinking about again after so many years, made him linger even though it was fake. Little Jiang Tian has suddenly become bolder. Uchiha Ling chuckled, revealing her signature fangs. At that moment, Jiang Tian felt that all this fakeness was so beautiful that he was stunned. Let's go. We've already agreed to celebrate Jiang Tian's birthday today. Uchiha Ling grabbed Jiang Tian's hand and led him into the village. In order to celebrate Jiang Tian's birthday, she prepared a celebration plan several days ago. After looking at the general direction, Jiang Tian understood that all of this was the memory hidden deep in his heart. Now, the White Snake Immortal had used some unknown method to restore the memory. The first place we wanted to go was to Ichiraku Ramen to have a bowl of longevity noodles. Jiang Tian was muttering to himself. He knew everything that was going to happen next, but he still had a smile on his face. The places Ling wanted to take Jiang Tian to were all places he had been to on his birthday. All of this was a reproduction of his memories. Even if you have been to all the places, it doesn't matter. Just go again. Doing something with the person you love, no matter how many times you repeat it, as long as the other person is him, it must be the happiest thing. Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen. Please make me the most delicious longevity noodles. Add lots of chili peppers. Oh, by the way, no onions. Jiang Tianjun doesn't like onions. And, more pepper. More garlic is needed. Jiang Tianjun said he likes garlic when eating noodles. Uchiha Ling, with her hair tied in a bun, kept chattering to Uncle Ichiraku. When she talked about Jiang Tian's preferences, there was a light in her eyes, a light full of love. My dear guest, your noodles are ready. Oh my, you are so lucky that you must be very happy to have someone who likes you so much. Jiang Tian ignored Yul, looking down at the noodles in silence. There wasn't a single ingredient in this bowl of noodles that he didn't like, but he had plenty of the things he liked. A bowl of noodles contains all of Ling's love. Here, this is the garlic clove that Jiang Tianjun likes the most. Uchiha Ling reached out and handed over a clove of peeled garlic. Jiang Tian looked at the smile on the girl's face and the garlic clove she handed over. At this moment, he could no longer hold back. Tears kept falling from his eyes, his shoulders shook slightly, and he couldn't help sobbing. Why can't I protect this girl who only has eyes for me? Jiang Tianjun, why are you crying all of a sudden? Is the noodles not tasty? Jiang Tian, who looked like a child, shook his head desperately. He picked up the bowl on the table and ate the longevity noodles prepared for him in big mouthfuls. As he ate, he said, "It's delicious. How could the longevity noodles Ling ordered not be delicious?" He had no idea what the noodles tasted like when he put them in his mouth. All he could feel were the hot tears dripping into the bowl from time to time, and Jiang Tian wiped his tears while eating. After finishing the noodles, Jiang Tian followed Ling and repeated what he had done on his childhood birthday. Arriving at the Konoha Hokage Rock, Uchiha Ling looked at the Konoha village below her feet. She suddenly shouted loudly towards the distance, "Konosuke Jiang Tian, unparalleled in the world." Shin Yu is Jiang Tian's surname. After Uchiha Ling shouted, she turned her head to look at him with a smile on her face. Jiang Tian once boasted that he would become the most powerful ninja in the ninja world. When Ling asked him how powerful the most powerful ninja was, Jiang Tian's answer was that he was unrivaled in the world. Unexpectedly, Zhu Ling always remembered this joke and kept telling it until her death. You can't cry if you want to become a ninja as powerful as the world's best. Ling was already dying when she said this. She still remembered that Jiang Tian wanted to be the most powerful ninja, unrivaled in the world. Jiang Tian's throat was stiff and choked with sobs. He was still like a crybaby in front of Ling, tears streaming down his face. If the ninjas from the 5 major villages saw this scene, they would probably not believe their eyes and would suspect that they had seen it wrong. This great devil of the ninja world, the evil rebel ninja who destroyed Konoha many times, the man who joined forces with the masked man to declare the 4th Ninja World War and fought against the 2nd generation Hokage alone, would also have such a vulnerable scene. Only in front of Ling would he take off his disguise, take off his mask, and become the real Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian's eyes are full of Ling. The sky gradually darkened, and Jiang Tian and Ling went hand in hand to one familiar place after another. These places had appeared in Jiang Tian's dreams countless times. It was the familiar cherry tree and the girl with a bun on her hair. Under the cherry blossom tree, Jiang Tian looked at Ling. He knew that after a day, this beautiful dream arranged by the White Snake Immortal was about to end. He took out the bouquet of flowers that should have been given away many years ago, his lips moving slightly. Now it was time to say the words of love that had been delayed for many years. "Ling, I have something to tell you." The shrunken Jiang Tian took out the bouquet of flowers and handed it to Ling, his face instantly flushed. No matter what he has been through, he will still blush in front of Ling and is still that shy little boy. Well, what does Jiang Tianjun want to say? He's so serious, haha. Ling smiled happily. It seemed that as long as she was with Jiang Tian, she would be happy no matter what she was doing. I. Jiang Tian stuttered for a long time and couldn't say a complete sentence. Damn it, why am I still like this now, still so cowardly? I can't even say the word like. Jiang Tian is as cowardly as Obito, so cowardly that he doesn't dare to confess his feelings to the girl he likes. They are also very bold. 2 people dare to fight against the whole world. It's okay. Ling is willing to listen to whatever Jiang Tianjun wants to say. Hearing this, Jiang Tian closed his eyes and lowered his head. I like Ling, I have liked her for a long, long time. This confession, which has been delayed for many years, was finally made. Jiang Tian didn't dare to look at Ling's expression at this moment. He kept his eyes closed and his head lowered. Ling's gentle voice came to my ears. Jiang Tianjun likes Uchiha Ling, I know. Although it was fake, he finally said this sentence and told it to Ling. The breeze blew, and the cherry blossoms drifted away into the distance, carrying Jiang Tian's thoughts. The trial arranged by the White Snake Immortal ended, and Yaling's world disappeared. He appeared again in the cave. On the stone chair in front of him, a big white snake was coiled on the chair. He looked at Jiang Tian and stuck out his tongue. Jiang Tian, how about the gift I carefully prepared for you? Are you satisfied? At least it makes up for many regrets in this dream world of trial. Jiang Tian stood there, unable to recover from his shock that he had only dreamed of meeting Ling again and telling her his long-delayed confession. I really like this trial you prepared for me, but why did you go to such lengths to help me like this? Jiang Tian looked at the White Snake Immortal. Through his conversation with Orochimaru, Jiang Tian knew the temper of this immortal. He would eat those who failed the trial at any time. Would such an immortal be the kind of person who would help others for no reason? There must be a reason for this. Yes, I carefully prepared this trial for you for another reason. I want to join forces with you, not only me, but also the entire Longdi cave. Join forces with Longdidong? Hearing this, Jiang Tian looked puzzled. Aren't the creatures of the 3 sacred places all made possible by psychic techniques and contracts with ninjas? If you want to join forces with me, tell me what's on your mind. Knowing that the White Snake Immortal had the idea of joining forces, Jiang Tian calmed down a little. In fact, he had been prepared for the battle since he arrived at Longdi cave. Fighting the White Snake Sage of the 3 Holy Lands would be the fastest way to revive Orochimaru. But now it seems that the battle can be avoided. Boy, you should know about Mount Mayaboku, one of the 3 sacred places. Jiang Tian nodded. Well, I fought against those toads in Mayaboku Mountain more than once, so I naturally know Mayaboku Mountain. I know you want to provoke the 4th Shinobi World War. Ryakadong and one can help you win the 4th Shinobi World War. And what I want is that after victory in this war, you will have all the ninjas in the world worship me, the White Snake Sage, and sign a contract with the snakes in my Ryakai cave to become summoning beasts. Jiang Tian was shocked. The development of the situation was different from what he expected. Longdi cave actually wanted to join the war. White Snake Immortal, if the snakes in your dragon cave haven't signed a contract to become spirit beasts and can't go outside, how can you help me win the war? Jiang Tian was not stupid either. The White Snake Immortal had been talking for a long time but hadn't said how he could help. It was obvious that he had no sincerity in negotiating terms. Boy, you don't have to doubt my sincerity. This immortal hates that fat old toad in Mayaboko Mountain, so I will definitely help you win this war. The fat old toad was referring to the great toad sage of Mayaboko Mountain. It seemed that there was some grudge between the white snake sage and that great sage. Then how can you help me? Jiang Tian said calmly. It didn't matter whether the White Snake Immortal helped him or not. He came here just to resurrect Orochimaru. I didn't expect to get help from Longdedong. An inexplicable look appeared in the eyes of the White Snake Immortal. He looked at Jiang Tian and slowly uttered a few words. Sage mode. Jiang Tian was unmoved. He sneered, turning into a snake, like Orochimaru. He spits out snakes and the snake spits him out. Don't even mention how disgusting it is. Ling won't like me like this. The White Snake Immortal leaned on the stone chair, looked at Jiang Tian, and offered a very tempting condition. That guy Orochimaru won't get the approval of this immortal, but you can. The sage mode I'm going to pass on to you is the strongest sage mode in Ryokai Cave. Jiang Tian frowned and asked, is sage mode divided into strong and weak? Of course, the reason this place is called the Dragon Cave is because the strongest sage mode allows one to change human form and gain certain characteristics of a dragon. Only by acquiring certain characteristics of a dragon can one truly be considered to have obtained the strongest immortal inheritance in the Dragon Cave. It would be a lie for Jiang Tian to say that he was not moved by the words of the White Snake Immortal. The natural energy obtained after successfully practicing the immortal mode was extremely powerful, unlike Shakura. In the original work, during the Fourth World War, the protagonist Naruto's Sage Mode played a very important role. If just practicing Sage Mode isn't enough, then it's not enough for me to promise that after the war is won, all ninjas will respect Ryukadon. What a greedy boy. The White Snake Immortal continued to offer conditions. When the war truly begins, I will find a way to get the snakes from Longdi Cave to rush to the battlefield. Also, you can practice all the magic arts in Longdi Cave, and I can even participate in the war as your summoning beast. Jiang Tian's eyes darkened. He didn't understand what was wrong with this White Snake Immortal that he was willing to be a spirit beast and participate in the war. In the original anime, the immortals in the three holy places are not mentioned as the forerunners of becoming human summoning beasts. I'm very curious, what made you, as an immortal, do this? Jiang Tian looked at the White Snake Immortal, as if trying to see the answer from his expression. Boy, I have given you everything I can give. Do you have any reason to refuse? As for the reason you're asking, I can't tell you, but I sincerely want to cooperate with you. The White Snake Immortal's eyes suddenly turned cold. He had already offered all the conditions he could give. If Jiang Tian still refused. Jiang Tian was silent for a moment, then said, I promise you, it's just as you said, I have no reason to refuse. I want to practice Sage Mode to increase my chances of victory in the war. The White Snake Immortal shook his head and said, not now. I need to prepare for some time before I can pass on the strongest Sage Mode to you. Also, I know you are here to resurrect Orochimaru, and I have already made preparations. Come back in a few days to receive the inheritance, and the resurrected Orochimaru will be handed over to you at that time. Okay, I'll come back in a few days. After Jiang Tian left Longdi Cave, the woman who led Jiang Tian came to the White Snake Immortal. Great White Snake Immortal, why did you do this and give up everything to cooperate with him? The White Snake Immortal looked at where Jiang Tian's back disappeared. His tone suddenly became heavy. The prophecy scroll stored in Longdi Cave clearly states that the Fourth War was a turning point for Longdi Cave. No matter which side we choose, we must make a choice in order to keep Longdi Cave passed down. The White Snake Immortal was able to do this because he firmly believed in what was written in the prophecy scroll. The reason why he chose Jiang Tian and Obito was because he hated the people from the 5 major ninja villages. These guys had no respect for Ryokai Cave at all. Of course, what is even more annoying are the toads in Mayaboko Mountain. After coming out of Longdi Cave, a black crow flew towards Jiang Tian. The crow slowly landed on Jiang Tian's arm. He opened his mangekyo and looked at the crow. Suddenly, a voice came from his mind that it was Obito. Ya-ei, Juwei, there is news about their hiding place. In the Akatsuki base, Obito didn't know how he transplanted the Rinnegan, so he was not in the base. Baiju stood in front of Jiang Tian with a respectful look. Lord Jiang Tian, the hiding place of Nine-Tailed Fox and Eight-Tailed Fox has been found. It's in a valley somewhere. Valley? According to the original plot, he remembered that the Nine-Tailed Fox and the Eight-Tailed Fox should be on an island, but now they are hiding in a valley. However, Jiang Tian soon felt relieved. Because of the butterfly effect caused by his own actions, the world had begun to undergo some subtle changes. It's not surprising that he's hiding in the valley, but we still need to confirm it. Have you investigated thoroughly? Are you sure you're hiding there? What's the defense situation? In response to Jiang Tian's questions, Baiju told him the results of his investigation in detail. According to my investigation, the 8-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee and the 9-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto have been gathered together. It seems that Killer Bee is also teaching Naruto how to control the 9-Tails Chakra in his body. Also, let's talk about their protection. Each of the major ninja villages has sent many elite jonin to guard the area around the valley. The successful capture of the 8 tails and the 9 tails is the key to the Moon Eye project. Now that Obito has gone to transplant the Samsara Eye, he has to go on this operation alone. Are there any cage-level strongmen guarding around? Jiang Tian asked. It was necessary to find out the situation clearly before taking action. White Zetsu shook his head in denial. I didn't notice any cage-level strongmen. But did I still think it would be better for you to wait for Obito to come back, and then the two of you can act together. Under the current situation, the 5 major ninja villages have sent people to guard the 2 Jinchuriki, and there are many powerful people among them. It would be too risky for Jiang Tian to act alone. No need to wait, since I have the news, I will just go there. I will be fine with my space ninjutsu. After experiencing the second trial of the White Snake Immortal, Jiang Tian couldn't wait to see Ling again and didn't want to wait any longer. But, okay, no more talking, just give me the map. Jiang Tian took the map handed over by White Zetsu and activated space ninjutsu, and his figure disappeared from the spot. In the valley where Killer Bee and Naruto are, there are elite ninjas dispatched from various major villages on the periphery, and it seems that the guarding force is not that strong. And deep in the valley there are many familiar faces. Mizukage Mei Terumi, Hokage Tsunade, Suchikage Oniki, etc. These are 3 powerful cage-level warriors. There are also many well-known ninjas, such as Kakashi from Konoha Village, Might Guy, Darui from the Hidden Cloud Village, Ching from the Hidden Mist Village, and Kuratsuki from the Hidden Rock Village. These are all supporting characters who have relatively important roles in the original anime and are memorable. They all have quite impressive abilities. Suchikage, are you sure Jiang Tian will be fooled? Tsunade asked. According to the intelligence, the masked man is acting alone and no one knows where he is going. Now, Jiang Tian is the only one left in Akatsuki. After he gets the news, he will definitely come to capture the 8 tails and the 9 tails. This guy has become obsessed with the so-called Moon Eye project, and those who possess the Sharingan will only trust their own eyes that can see through everything. Onoki analyzed the situation and decided that he would take the lead in implementing this plan. We have all used sealing techniques to conceal our presence. As long as his Sharingan doesn't detect anything unusual, he won't hesitate to enter the valley. There are also ninjas from the 5 major villages who are proficient in sealing techniques guarding here. As long as he appears in the valley, they will seal this space and make his space ninjutsu ineffective. In this case, he will die. After hearing Suchikage Onoki's careful analysis, everyone felt that the plan was feasible. He also has impure world reincarnation. What should we do if Uchiha Madara is resurrected? Don't worry, I have a sealing scroll left by my grandmother. Although it can't completely seal Madara, it can definitely hold him back and prevent him from helping for a short period of time. Tsunade took over the conversation. His grandmother Uzumaki Mito came from the Uzumaki clan and was proficient in sealing techniques. The sealing scrolls she left behind were naturally not comparable to those of ordinary ninjas. The problem of Madara has been solved. It's just Itaki and Nagato. The 3 of them are facing the top fighters of our several major villages. If Jiang Tian dares to come here today, he will definitely die here. Mizukage Mei Terumi was also very satisfied with this plan. She felt that as long as they could kill Jiang Tian during the time when Jiang Tian and Obito were separated, the situation of the 2 joining forces would be broken in an instant, and the 4th war would really become a joke. Here I come. Outside the valley, Jiang Tian opened the Mangekyo and did not notice anything unusual. Everything was the same as what White Zetsu said. Apart from many elite jonin, there were no cage-level strongmen here. He raised his feet and walked slowly towards the valley. Almost there, almost coming in, just almost got in. In an instant, everyone stared at Jiang Tian. As soon as he walked into the valley, the ninjas from the 5 major villages who were proficient in sealing techniques would immediately take action to seal this space and prevent him from escaping using space ninjutsu. Jiang Tian walked forward slowly, and when he was just a little bit away from the entrance of the valley, he stopped. What happened? Why did you stop? Damn it, he even lifted his foot up. Why did he retract it in the end? The ninjas who were hiding in the dark and ready to seal the space at any time all showed expressions of regret, as they were just one step away from success. Jiang Tian stood there and frowned. Although his Sharingan didn't detect anything unusual, he had a strange feeling in his heart. Why is the guard force so weak in the place where the 8 tails and the 9 tails are placed? As long as White Zetsu gets the news, won't he hand the 2-tailed beasts over to himself? After a moment of silence, Jiang Tian came to a conclusion in his mind. This was a trap. After knowing that it might be a trap, Jiang Tian just smiled and did not hesitate any longer. Just walked in. He knew that the 8-tailed fox and the 9-tailed fox were here, but he was still going to go even if it meant getting stuck. Ling is still waiting for him. Of course, Jiang Tian is absolutely confident in his own strength, so he dares to take such a risk. He walked into the valley, and the ninjas hiding on the side took action immediately and sealed this space. Jiang Tian's face was calm as he watched the sudden change happen. Is that so? They're ambushing me. Jiang Tian, this will be your grave today. Onoki, Tsunade, Mei Terumi, and a large group of ninjas appeared in front of Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian's expression remained calm. He stretched out his hand and roughly counted the ninjas that appeared in the canyon. A full 50 ninjas. 3 cage level ninjas, a dozen ninjas close to cage level, and dozens of elite jonin. I have to say that you all really put in a lot of effort to deal with me, even using sealing techniques. Jiang Tian smiled and looked at everyone, then suddenly changed the subject. However, if there are more people than me, I am not completely without help. Impure world reincarnation. As Jiang Tian put his hands together, several coffins suddenly appeared on the ground. Except for Uchiha Madara, all the deceased members of Akatsuki were here. The Edo Tensei Akatsuki has officially assembled. 7 coffins slowly emerged from the ground, instantly attracting everyone's attention. How can there be so many coffins? Didn't this guy only impure world resurrection with Uchiha Madara, including Uchiha Itachi and Nagato? There should only be 3. Tsuchikage Oniki frowned. This was not what he had expected. No, all these coffins contain strong people, right? This thought popped up in everyone's mind. If they were all strong people, then it would be hard to say what the outcome of today's ambush would be. In this situation, it may not be possible to kill Jiang Tian. Bang 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 bang. The coffin lids fell down one after another, and everyone couldn't help but gasp when they saw the people lying inside. Except for Uchiha Madara, those guys are all members of Akatsuki. A ninja exclaimed that several members of the Akatsuki organization had strength comparable to that of a cage. Moreover, Jiang Tian does not have a guy like Juzu Jaizo who is one level lower in strength. In the first coffin, Uchiha Itachi was lying quietly with his eyes closed. The second bite was of Nagato who had just died. The third bite was the humanoid-tailed beast shark Hoshigaki Kisame, the puppet master scorpion of the red sand, the crazy artist Deidara, and the immortal gold digger Kakuzu. The last bite was still the same rough way of making an appearance. With a bang, the coffin lid was kicked off for the second time. This made Jiang Tian frown. Does Uchiha Madara have to kick the coffin every time he appears, so that the coffin lid can't be held down once he appears? Is Hashira here? Godei, quickly seal this guy. The Tsuchikage saw Uchiha Madara coming out and quickly signaled Tsunade to take out the scroll to seal Madara. Tsunade flipped her palm, and the scroll left by her grandmother, Mito Uzumaki, appeared in her hand. She quickly opened it, bit her finger, and dripped onto the seal in the center of the scroll. Seal up. Madara, feeling restrained by a force of energy, glanced at Tsunade and said, "If Hashirama wasn't here, I wouldn't have planned to take action. This is a waste of a sealing scroll?" If Madara didn't take action, the 3 cages felt that the success rate of the plan to kill Jiang Tian was still quite high, not too low. Get ready! At the command of the Tsuchikage, all 50 ninjas from the 5 major villages were on full alert. They all understood the importance of this plan. Kill Jiang Tian, completely destroy the Moonai project, save the 5 major villages from the risk of starting the 4th war, and make sure the entire world is set on fire by war. Everyone, for peace. For the sake of peace, kill Konoha's rebel ninja Jiang Tian. Looking at the ninjas from the 5 major villages who were making such a powerful noise as if they were making an oath, Jiang Tian's eyes darkened. Want to kill me? That's great. I want to kill you guys too. Untie. Jiang Tian clasped his hands together and shouted softly, and except for the sealed Uchiha Madara, the other 6 deceased members of the Akatsuki organization opened their eyes. They walked out of the coffin in an orderly manner. Well, where is this? Art is an explosion. I can show my perfect art to the world again. Scorpion, you're still like this, with a bitter face. Except for Itachi, the members of Akatsuki who were successfully reincarnated for the first time started chatting in a few words as soon as they came out. Alright everyone, we can still catch up when we get back to the organization's base. Let's deal with the current situation first. Jiang Tian felt a headache. Could it be that these problem teenagers couldn't understand the situation? They actually started chatting in such a serious occasion. Hey, isn't this Jiang Tian, old friend? Deidara's personality is just like his art of explosion, lively, hot and a little crazy. It was you who resurrected us? Nagato looked at his lifeless body and felt a little unreal that he could see Konan again. For such a grand occasion, Jiang Tianjun is truly extraordinary. Kisame's words brought the Akatsuki members back to their senses. They all frowned as they looked at the 50 ninjas in front of them. 3 cages, and ninjas like Kakashi and Might Guy. Jiang Tian, are you stirring up a hornet's nest? Although Deidara is usually very arrogant, he has never seen such a scene. He couldn't imagine that Jiang Tian dared to come to such a place alone. The most important thing was that the 5 major ninja villages specially sent so many people to surround him. A bit outrageous when he was still alive. Deidara thought Jiang Tian was just average in strength and never said anything so exaggerated. We won't be killed again just after being resurrected, right? Deidara looked at Jiang Tian with a silly expression, a bit like a 2-armed man. After being reborn through the impure world reincarnation, you will be immortal, so you don't have to worry about being killed. Jiang Tian explained. In one sentence, Deidara's eyes lit up instantly, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said softly, self-destruct. This guy. After Jiang Tian heard it clearly, he retreated quickly. Deidara was immortal, but he, Jiang Tian, was not. Not good. The Tsuchikage looked at his disciple's rapidly expanding body, earth-style, rock arm. The huge arms covered and protected the ninjas from the 5 major villages. Bang! After a loud and earth-shattering noise, the world fell silent in an instant, with only Deidara's crazy laughter as the only sound. Really, I really can't die, ha 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 ha, really, you still only care about art. Scorpion couldn't help but complain about his former companion, who was still so lawless. Not only Scorpion, but all the other members except Madara, who was sealed briefly, were damaged in the explosion, but they recovered quickly. Jiang Tian was unharmed under the protection of the purple giant. He had retreated far enough, but still felt unsafe and activated Susanoo. The main reason is that Deidara's self-destruction is really powerful. In the direction of the 5 major village ninjas, the rock arm summoned by the Tsuchikage was already broken, and Terumi may also used a layer of solution to resist the blast. The power of the explosion. Even so, except for the 3 powerful cages who were not injured, the other ninjas suffered some damage. Even with such layers of protection, 2 elite jonin of little reputation were killed. With this earth-shaking explosion, the battle officially began. Deidara's body is still recovering. Although this guy's self-destruction is powerful, it will take too long to wait for the next attack. Earth Escape, Super Heavy Rock Technique. In an instant, the members of Zhang Tian Huangziao's organization felt their bodies become extremely heavy, as if a heavy object was pressing on them. Melting Escape, the technique of melting monsters. A corrosive liquid spit out of Mei Terumi's mouth and went straight towards Zhang Tian. Amaterasu. Itaka stood in front of Zhang Tian, his Sharingan rotated, and the black flames instantly ignited the corrosive liquid that was rushing towards him. Everyone, take revenge if you have grudges, and complain if you have grievances. Today is a good time for you to deal with your enemies. After Zhang Tian finished speaking, he also controlled Susanoo to join the battle. Zhang Tian. The 3 shadows looked at the tall purple giant in front of them, and each stood in a different position, surrounding him. Dust Release, Origin World Separation Technique. Tsuchikage Onoki used blood elimination, and the Shakura formed a transparent beam of light that swept directly towards Zhang Tian's Susanoo. An indescribable force fell on Susanoo. There was no loud explosion. Shakura kept eroding the power of his pupil technique, and Susanoo became a little dimmer. Melting Release, the monster melting technique. Corrosive acid attached to Susanoo. Following Tsunade's powerful punch, bang, crack, crack, a slight cracking sound was heard, and Zhang Tian's Susanoo was covered with cracks. As time passed, the purple giant collapsed and disappeared. Under the continuous attacks of the 3 shadows, Zhang Tian's Susanoo could not hold on and disappeared. He landed on the ground and looked at the members of Akatsuki. Deidara was still recovering, Madara was sealed, and the other members were entangled by the ninjas from the 5 major villages and could not escape. I have to fight 3 people alone. He drew his katana, and his Sharingan turned, his scarlet pupils looking directly at Mei Terumi. Don't be a god. The eternal Mangekyo obtained after fusing with Shisui's eyes naturally possesses this top-level illusion. For a moment, Mei Terumi froze in place and was dragged into the illusion world. Then, Zhang Tian's figure flashed and appeared in front of Tsunade, and the samurai sword stabbed into her chest fiercely. Dust Release, Limit Stripping Technique. Onoki used the upgraded version of the limit stripping technique. This technique has a wider range and stronger power than the previous limit stripping technique. Transparent Shakura energy rushed towards Zhang Tian's back, forcing him to stop thrusting the katana into Tsunade. Zhang Tian turned around suddenly, the kaleidoscope spun rapidly, and the pupil clone immediately appeared in front of him. Another huge purple giant appeared and took the blow. This guy's clone. Really has the same strength as the original. Onoki's mind was filled with thoughts that he had seen Zhang Tian's clone during the last siege of Nagato. Although the clone at that time could also use Susanoo, Onoki felt that the clone only had half of Zhang Tian's strength at most. But now it seems that he was wrong, extremely wrong. To be able to use Susanoo to withstand his own limit stripping technique, it is impossible for an avatar without Zhang Tian's full strength. Puff! The katana fell, blood staining the blade, but it did not pierce Tsunade's chest. The woman blocked the katana with her arm. Mei Terumi is trapped in Koto Amatsukami's illusionary world and cannot wake up for a long time. Tsunade is injured and Onoki's limit peeling is blocked. In just a moment, Zhang Tian fought against 3 people alone and was not at a disadvantage at all. This method stunned everyone. Even the 3 adults can't do anything to him? How so? The ninjas from the 5 major villages all frowned. In their opinion, Zhang Tian was too strong. It is clearly a clone, but it possesses the same strength as the original. I have never seen such a clone. In the past, when Zhang Tian fought against the ninjas from the 5 major villages, he mostly relied on Susanoo to fight. When the ninjas saw Susanoo being broken, they really thought they saw the dawn of victory. But the result was that Zhang Tian showed a fighting style that was completely different from usual, and he was still very powerful even without using Susanoo. I'll hold him back. Godei, you go check on the Mizu cage. Onoki stood in front of Zhang Tian and used light and heavy rock techniques to float in the air. Zhang Tian, you can't escape today. Run, why should I run? I want to kill you and take away the 8-tailed fox and the 9-tailed fox and carry out the Moon Eye plan. Jiang Tian sneered and said, even if he couldn't capture the tailed beast today, if he could kill 1 or 2 powerful ninjas, or kill a cage, this trip would not be in vain. You can't take any of the tailed beasts away. Onoki had a puzzled look on his face. At this point in time, the Raikage and the Kaze cage should have gone to the masked man. Then the two fought again. In a secret base somewhere in the Akatsuki organization, Obito is transplanting the Rinnegan, and Kabuto Yakushi is performing the operation on him. This transplant will put you into a period of weakness. This is a process of adapting to the Rinnegan, so the war may have to be postponed. Kabuto Yakushi, who worked with Obito in the original work, changed because of the appearance of Jiang Tian and became Obito's subordinate. After Orochimaru was killed by Suzuki, Kabuto Yakushi has been wandering around and continuing Orochimaru's experimental project of immortality. After Obito met him, he agreed to provide him with experimental subjects and recruited him as his subordinate. The reason why Obito recruited Kabuto Yakushi was because he had the same idea as Jiang Tian. A guy like this who is good at scientific research, even if he has no combat power, has his special uses, such as helping me transplant the Rinnegan now. How long will this period of weakness last? I'm in no mood to wait. Obito's expression was gloomy. He missed Lin so much that he wanted to see him right away. After successfully transplanting the Rinnegan, he wanted to start a war. Yakushi Kabuto reached out and adjusted the frame of his glasses, and said softly, with Hashirama cells, you will recover in a week at most. Then let's start the transplant. Obito didn't say anything else and ordered Kabuto Yakushi to help him transplant the Rinnegan. Outside, in the woods near where Obito was hiding, Raikage AI and Kaze Cage Gaara appeared. Kaze Cage, according to the intelligence, this is the place, right? Raikage turned the map over and over. He always felt a little dizzy when looking at the map. Gaara looked into the distance, where was the laboratory that Obito prepared for Kabuto Yakushi. This is definitely the place. Through a joint investigation by the intelligence departments of the 5 major villages, it was discovered that Obito's last visit was nearby. Let's go quickly. I don't know what's going on with that Tsuchikage and the others. All of this was carefully prepared by the 5 major villages after they learned that Obito was going to transplant the Rinnegan. The smart and talented people from the 5 major villages gathered together to develop this detailed plan. They called this plan the Double Kill Plan and took action simultaneously while Jiang Tian and the other 2 were separated. Faced with Obito, who would enter a weak period after transplanting the Rinnegan, he sent the Raikage and the Kaze Cage over. As for Jiang Tian, who was not physically affected at all, the 3 shadows were sent with dozens of ninjas to encircle and suppress him. As long as any one of the 2 can be killed, the 4th war will naturally not be triggered. In the laboratory, pharmacist Kabuto put down the scalpel. The transplant process went smoothly. You can use the Rinnegan in just 1 week. Obito touched the newly transplanted Rinnegan with his eyes still closed, because the newly transplanted eyes could not adapt in a short period of time. Bang! Just as he was feeling the Rinnegan, the door of the laboratory collapsed and the Raikage and the Kaze Cage arrived. In the laboratory, Obito and Kabuto's expressions changed at the same time when they heard the sudden loud noise. Anyone who can find himself here at this time is definitely not a friend. Masked man, you are here after all. The Raikage, who was missing an arm, looked at Obito, who put on the mask again with a rather unfriendly tone. The information they obtained was very accurate. It seems that you are indeed transplanting Nagato's eyes. I heard that any transplantation of physiological organs will have a period of weakness. Masked man, you should not be very strong now. Gaara narrowed his eyes. This plan really worked. He could see that Obito was not in a good condition and had entered a weak period. Why did you find this place? Obito frowned. His current condition was too bad. If he started fighting, he would suffer a great loss. If one of you can find out where the 8-tailed and 9-tailed are hiding, we can naturally find your hiding place as well. Hearing this, Obito immediately realized that both he and Jiang Tian had fallen into a trap. The so-called news about the tailed beasts was a trap specially planned by the 5 major villages in order to separate himself and Jiang Tian so that they could deal with them alone. Not far away underground, Obito always asked White Zetsu to stay nearby. If any special situation occurred, he would immediately notify Jiang Tian for help. Now all he had to do was hold off until Jiang Tian arrived. After Baiju noticed that something had happened here, he hurried to inform Jiang Tian. Thunderbolt hot knife. The Raikage, with only 1 arm left, rushed towards Obito as fast as lightning. Divine power. Obito opened the Kamui space, and the arm wrapped in electric arcs pierced through Obito's head. He used the Kamui space to virtualize his head and avoided the attack. Is this going to kill me? The Raikage's punch directly to the head was intended to kill Obito quickly. Scarlet blood flowed out of the Sharingan. As expected, it was really difficult to use the Sharingan when the body was weak after the Rinnegan transplant. Obito felt his vision blurry. He covered his eyes with his hands, looking somewhat painful. On the battlefield in the valley, members of Akatsuki were suppressing the ninjas from the 5 major villages. Except for elite jonin like Kakashi and Guy, who were powerful in the original work, many jonin had died at the hands of members of the organization. Even Kakashi had a rib broken by Itaka's kick. On the other hand, although Jiang Tian felt a little pressure in fighting against three shadows alone, he was not at a clear disadvantage. Master Jiang Tian, there's a problem with a Fei. Reikage AI and Kaze Kagegara are leading ninjas to kill him, because he just had the Rinnegan transplanted. Fei is very weak now, he needs your help. White Zetsu's voice suddenly rang out, conveying the news from Obito to Jiang Tian. What, something went wrong with Obito? Jiang Tian was shocked. The key to the Moon Eye plan was the 10 Tails Jinchuriki Obito. If something happened to him, the whole plan would not succeed. If the Moon Eye project fails, I will never see Ling again. Damn it, prepare to retreat. Jiang Tian shouted angrily and notified the members of the Impure World Akatsuki organization to prepare to support his retreat. Itaki was the first to react. In the eyes of the ninjas who were performing the sealing technique, his body suddenly turned into a flock of crows and dissipated. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of them. In an instant, a windmill-shaped pattern flashed across the eyes of these people, and then they all became confused, and the seal that sealed the space was immediately broken. Jiang Tianjun, you can leave now. Hearing Itaka's voice, Jiang Tian immediately prepared to use space ninjutsu to evacuate and rush to Obito as quickly as possible. Don't even think about leaving. Tsuchikage Onoki sat on the rock giant, and the giant punched Jiang Tian. C2, Dragon. Deidara's voice rang out, and a giant dragon made of clay rushed directly towards the stone man. With a bang, Deidara, who had been repairing his body due to the self-explosion, finally repaired his body. Jiang Tian, please leave quickly. Leave this to us. Jiang Tian nodded at Deidara, then disappeared from the spot. Tsunade, who wanted to step forward to stop them, was stopped by Nagato. Hokage, your opponent is me. Deidara sneered at Onoki. Don't have such an angry expression on your face, old man. Why, are you unhappy to see my disciple? As soon as these words were spoken, Onoki, who was already angry, became so angry that his face turned gloomy. Do you know what this plan means? If Jiang Tian escapes, the entire ninja world will be in turmoil. You bastard, you're still doing these infuriating things even though you're already dead. Onoki liked this disciple very much. Even though he was disobedient and did many wrong things, as the Tsuchikage, he indulged him again and again. But now that he has done such a thing, Onoki feels that he should have been cruel and determined to punish him and guide him. You may not be dying, but do you really think I can't do anything to you? Immortal reincarnation. The reincarnated person is immortal, but can be sealed. When Deidara heard this, he frowned for the first time since his resurrection. It turned out that he was not really invincible. Outside Kabuto Yakushi's laboratory, Obito's Sharingan has become increasingly blurred. As his body entered a weak period, he used the Kamui space many times, causing his already weak body to be even more overloaded. Sandstorm Funeral. Thunderbolt Hot Knife. The Reikage in the wind cage attacked again at the same time. Obito shook his head to try to wake himself up, as his consciousness was already beginning to blur. Divine Power. After barely dodging the joint attack of the two again, Obito suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to sit against a big tree. My physical condition is already very bad. His writing wheel. His eyes were so blurry that he could hardly see clearly, blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, and Obito slowly lowered his head. Omito, don't be late for the opening ceremony of the ninja school. When his consciousness was blurred, he heard the familiar voice in a trance. It is the voice that I miss day and night, thinking about all the time. Lin, is that you? Obito slowly raised his head and saw the familiar face, the girl with short hair and marks on her face. She still loved to smile as much as before. Lin, are you here to pick me up? We can finally meet, somewhere without Kakashi. In the eyes of others, Obito was talking to himself in the air. But in Obito's eyes, he saw that figure, a girl named Nohara Rin. He raised his hand with difficulty, trying to hold the outstretched arm tightly. Omito, how come you got injured so badly again? I didn't bring any band-aids today. At this moment when he was seriously injured and unconscious, Obito heard and saw Rin, his beloved. Linear. When a person is seriously injured and dying, he or she will always hold on to life for the most important thing in his or her heart, or for an important person. Maybe he was unwilling to give up, or maybe he wanted to look at her for a while longer while he was conscious. Obito looked at Rin, who suddenly appeared, and he knew he might not be able to hold on. Omito, you must be tired after so many years. Rin stretched out her hand and looked at him with a smile. Obito knew in his heart that he might really die here. This guy, finally can't hold on anymore. The Reikage looked at Obito, who was leaning against a big tree, and found that his eyes were dull. This was the look a person would have when he was about to die. Hurry up and get rid of this guy. I got a message from the Tsuchikage saying Jiang Tian ran away. They asked me to finish this quickly. Gaara frowned when he received the news from the Tsuchikage. He didn't expect that 50 ninjas, led by 3 cages, could not hold Jiang Tian back. That guy was too powerful. Yeah, the Reikage nodded. With only one hand left, he raised his arm high. Electric arcs instantly covered his entire hand and kept moving. Thunderbolt Hot Knife. The moment has come, and I might fail. I'm sorry, Linear. The rapidly approaching figure of the Reikage continued to grow larger in his pupils, and he no longer had the strength to use his Kamui. With a bang, the Reikage's arm hit the purple giant. You guys are really vicious that you actually took advantage of Obito's weakness to launch a sneak attack. This is unforgivable. At the critical moment, Jiang Tian activated Susanoo and arrived in time that he looked at White Zetsu and Kabuto Yakushi, who were standing aside in a daze. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you treat him quickly? Kabuto Yakushi and White Zetsu helped Obito up and left for treatment. Jiang Tian looked at their backs with a gloomy expression. He said to them in a very unfriendly tone, remember this, I want him to be alive. No matter what the cost, he must be alive and well. The pharmacist turned around and looked at Jiang Tian's expression, and a chill instantly rose in his heart. At this moment, Jiang Tian looked like a man-eating beast in his eyes, that he could hear the threat and anger in Jiang Tian's words. Don't worry, I will do my best to save him. Hearing this, Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes and silenced. He looked at Pharmacist Do and said softly, didn't you understand what I said? I'm not asking you to do your best, but you must save him. A chill instantly surged through his heart, coursing through his entire body. Yao Shidu felt as if he had fallen into an icy cellar. He bowed his head and said respectfully, understood, Master Jiang Tian. After watching the two men helping Obito leave, Jiang Tian turned around and looked at the Reikage and the Kaze cage. He was really angry. The last chance to save Ling ended because of their appearance, and Nagato couldn't hold on and died. This time, the Moonai project targets the 5 major villages again. If Obito is killed, Jiang Tian will definitely become the most terrifying nightmare of the 5 major villages, and his ghost will never go away. Unless he dies, the 5 major villages will never have a peaceful day. You guys deserve to die, damn it. You've destroyed my hopes time and time again. This time I'm going to kill you, for sure. Jiang Tian controlled Susanoo and had just left the battlefield where he fought against the 3 cages. Now he immediately fought against the Reikage and the Wind Cage alone. Bang! The Reikage's fist hit Susanoo, but did not cause any damage to Jiang Tian. He controlled Susanoo and raised his huge katana to chop towards Gaara. The purple sword energy flew towards Gaara, Sand Shield. Gaara hurriedly used the Sand Shield to block Jiang Tian's attack. Crack! But without any pause, the moment the sword energy from Susanoo touched the Sand Shield, it was like chopping a piece of tofu, and the Sand Shield collapsed immediately. Gaara was knocked to the ground by Susanoo's sword, and his chest was stained red with blood. He is the youngest and the weakest among the 5 cage. Kaze cage boy. The Reikage exclaimed, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Gaara was still able to stand up. Then he looked at Jiang Tian. You damn guy. He raised his arms and rushed towards Jiang Tian. In the woods not far from the laboratory, the Tsuchikage Onaki, the Hokage Tsunade, and the Mizukage Mei Terumi were rushing here at the fastest speed. They knew that it would be too dangerous for the Reikage and Gaara to face Jiang Tian together. The members of the Impure World Akatsuki were held back by Kakashi and Might Guy, strong men who were close to the level of Cage, and the 3 cages were able to escape and come to help the Reikage. The 5 cage are about to gather together. In the original anime, only Uchiha Madara has enjoyed such a battle scene, 1 against 5. In a base of Akatsuki, Kabuto Yakushi and White Zetsu are treating Obito. Green light flashed on Kabuto's hands, and as a medical ninja, he rushed to treat Obito. But as time went on, cold sweat slowly seeped out of his forehead. He could feel that Obito's physical condition was very bad, so bad that he might actually die. His body was already weak after the transplant of the Rinnegan, and he had to use Kamui many times to dodge the attacks of the Kaze cage and the Reikage, which stretched his body to the limit. If he couldn't save himself, Jiang Tian would definitely kill him. Do remembered the expression on Jiang Tian's face before he left, and the unfriendly tone in his voice that he was warning himself. Thinking of this, Kabuto Yakushi also tried his best, using all the knowledge he had learned throughout his life following Orochimaru and trying his best to treat the patient. In Obito's world of consciousness, it was clean, surrounded by nothing but colorful nothingness. His heart was pure, filled with only the thought of resurrecting Rin. In front of him, Lin was standing there, smiling at him. Oh Mito, why are you crying? This time, Lin's every frown and smile was so clear, as if she was really alive, standing in front of him. Obito was like when Lin put a band-aid on herself when she was a child. Like this, he kept reaching out to wipe the hot tears from the corners of his eyes. Linear. He shouted out this name with a stiff throat, a name he had wanted to shout out countless times. Let's go. In the outside world, Kabuto Yakushi felt a little desperate. He felt that Obito's body was gradually getting colder and his vitality was slowly dissipating. He was about to die. White Zetsu used the first generation cells on him quickly. If he dies, we'll all be killed by Jiang Tian. White Zetsu was also sweating profusely. The two of them were in the dark and damp base, trying every possible way to take care of the injured Obito, and were running around anxiously. Let's go. Rin called out again, and a relieved smile appeared on Obito's face. This time it was just him and Rin, and it was great without Kakashi's interruptions. He reached out and held Lin's hand, smiling very gently. Okay, I'll go with Linear. In the world of consciousness, the dead Rin pulled Obito towards the unknown distance. In the conscious world, Obito held Rin's hand and they walked forward together. Kabuto in the outside world had completely given up. He felt that she could not be saved, and Obito's body became colder and colder. White Zetsu, let's get ready to run. Obito won't make it out alive. White Zetsu looked at Kabuto and his mood sank to the bottom. If Obito died, would Jiang Tian let us two go? Obito followed Lin step by step away, and suddenly a voice sounded. Obito, are you just giving up like this? Are you just giving up on Lin like this? Have you forgotten Lin's expression before she died? Have you forgotten that the ninja school picked up your admission notice for you? Have you forgotten that you treated you when you were injured? Have you forgotten that you encouraged me when you were sad? Have you forgotten everything that Lin did for you? A hand from behind Obito rested on his shoulder, stopping him from following Rin. Turning around, a white mask with the Rinnegan appeared in front of him. The man who suddenly appeared in the conscious world was carrying an Uchiha fan on his back. It was another Obito. An Obito who was willing to start the fourth war for Rin. Obito looked at the familiar white mask, and a light rekindled in his eyes. Yes, I can't die yet, I still want to revive Linear, she's still waiting for me. Obito turned to look at Rin and scratched his head apologetically. Rin, I'm sorry, I can't go with you yet, but please believe me, we will be able to meet soon. As long as I win the 4 battles and successfully implement the Mooneye project, I can bring you back to my side. After Obito finished speaking, Rin turned into a point of light and disappeared from his world of consciousness. In the outside world, Obito regained his vitality, his body was no longer cold, and gradually became warm. He's alive. He made it through. Kabuto was so happy when he saw Obito coming back to life. Now he didn't have to worry about Jiang Tian killing him. In the woods outside the laboratory, Jiang Tian controlled Susanoo to destroy things wantonly. Under his fierce attack, Gaara was beaten to death. The Raikage's body was also covered with scars, and his only remaining arm was broken by Jiang Tian. I'll kill you two here today, and then I'll go capture the tailed beasts. The huge purple giant walked towards the Raikage. Under Jiang Tian's control, Susanoo raised the samurai sword in his hand high, and then dropped it fiercely. Bang! The samurai sword fell, smoke filled the air, and Jiang Tian looked at Onoki, who suddenly appeared in the sky. He held the Raikage and used the light and heavy rock technique to fly into the air, saving the Raikage's life. Jiang Tian, do you really think you are invincible, what you said about killing the Raikage? Tsunade looked at the huge Susanoo and shouted angrily. Mizukage Mei Terumi also came and stood behind Susanoo, forming a pincer attack on Jiang Tian together with Tsunade. Seeing himself surrounded, Jiang Tian frowned. The continuous battles made him a little exhausted. Although he could still continue fighting if he continued to fight, he was only concerned about whether Obito was rescued at the moment and had no intention of fighting anymore. Just wait for the start of the 4th war, it's almost here. After Jiang Tian said this, he used space ninjutsu to leave. In the base, with Jiang Tian's arrival, Obito slowly woke up. Obito, are you okay? Jiang Tian walked quickly to Obito and asked about his physical condition with concern. Obito looked extremely ugly. He almost let Lin down. If he died, how could he bring back his beloved girl? This time it's really dangerous. The guys from the 5 major villages are not just a bunch of simple-minded guys. I figured out your personality and plan to kill both of us at the same time. Humph, but in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are a joke. Jiang Tian also nodded. We almost let them succeed this time. We were indeed a little careless. By the way, how is the transplant of the Rinnegan going? Obito touched his left eye, and the eye with the ripple-shaped pupil lay there quietly. The transplant was a success. Once I'm fully recovered, we can go to war. Obito couldn't wait any longer. Jiang Tian had seen Ling once in the Ryokai cave, and Obito had also seen Lin when he was seriously injured and dying. Both of them couldn't wait any longer. Okay, I'll leave my clone behind to protect you while you recover. Also, I have to go to Longdi Cave again to strengthen myself so that we can win the 4 battles more confidently. The White Snake Sage promised to pass on the Sage Mode to him, and also to resurrect Orochimaru. It's about time to go. Then you have to be careful, don't let those guys from the 5 major villages take advantage of you again. Okay, I understand. After Jiang Tian finished speaking, he summoned his Aijutsu clone to guard Obito, while his original body prepared to rush to Ryokai Cave again. 3 days later, outside Longdi Cave, Jiang Tian's real body came here again. As soon as he passed the shrine outside Longdi Cave, the woman who led the way last time appeared in front of him again. Master Jiang Tian, please follow me. The immortal has prepared everything. Jiang Tian nodded without saying anything, and followed the woman silently towards the temple where the White Snake Immortal lived. When we arrived at the temple, the White Snake Immortal was still lying on the stone chair. I have prepared everything you want. Jiang Tian looked at the White Snake Immortal and raised his eyebrows and said, Where's Orochimaru? Didn't I say I would resurrect him? The White Snake Immortal opened his mouth and his long tongue fell out, looking disgusting. I feel like Orochimaru learned his disgusting nature from the White Snake Sage. His stomach was slightly bulging, and something inside was constantly wriggling and moving towards his throat. Vomit. As the White Snake Immortal opened his mouth and spit out, what the hell? It's a little white snake. I thought that was the end of it, but it was obvious that Jiang Tian was overthinking it. Under his gaze, the white snake's belly began to wriggle. Jiang Tian frowned at this scene. He seemed to have guessed what would happen next. Ugh! Another round of retching sounds. The disgusting yet familiar scene appeared, the white snake immortal spitting out a snake, and the snake spitting out Orochimaru. I spit out the snake spit out him, he spit out me. Zhang Tianjun, long time no see. Orochimaru pried open the white snake's mouth, revealing half of its body, which was covered with mucus. You can probably imagine this picture. Okay, go take a shower first and then talk to me. Orochimaru. Zhang Tian, are you polite? In the Ryokai cave, the white snake sage fulfilled his promise and resurrected Orochimaru. Next, I will take you to the place where you can practice sage mode. The white snake immortal stood up from the stone chair. It seems that there is a difference between immortals and ordinary snakes. The white snake immortal walking in front stood upright, with only half of its body dragging on the ground, a bit like a cobra standing upright, unlike ordinary snakes that crawl purely on their stomachs. Following the white snake immortal all the way to the depths of the temple, they pushed open a stone door. In the secret room behind the stone door, there is a pool of blood. There are 3 snake statues standing around the pool. Scarlet liquid keeps dripping from the snakes' mouths and flowing into the pool. What's this red thing? It contains the blood essence of the dragon earth cave snakes. This is the key to whether you can successfully cultivate the sage mode. The white snake immortal looked at the pool of blood and was reluctant to part with it. This was the essence and blood left by countless snakes in Longdi Cave over the years, and now it all had to be used on Jiang Tian. Unlike the cultivation method of the group of toads in Mayaboku Mountain, the sage mode cultivation in Ryokai Cave relies on this method of using blood to change the physical constitution. Although both methods utilize natural energy, Longdidong's method will further enhance physical fitness and greatly increase the amount of natural energy contained in the body. Before we enter the blood pool, I have to tell you one thing. Not everyone can withstand the blood of these snakes. If you can't stand the cold erosion of the blood pool, you must get out immediately. Forcibly absorbing it will kill you. And this is the only chance you have. The more blood you absorb, the stronger your sage mode will become. The more you absorb, the stronger you become. Jiang Tian looked at the bubbling, roiling pool of crimson blood. He frowned. From what the white snake immortal said, it seemed that practicing the immortal mode in the Dragon Earth Cave was very dangerous, and the slightest mistake could lead to death. I will pay attention, but since I want to practice, I have to practice the strongest one. After Jiang Tian said this, he walked directly into the blood pool. My body was immersed in the pool of blood, and I thought that the blood pool would be extremely hot because of the bubbling. But the reality was completely different from what Jiang Tian had imagined. There was 2 completely different extremes. The blood pool wasn't even hot at all, but rather chillingly cold, causing him to shiver. If you think about it carefully, there doesn't seem to be any problem. After all, snakes are cold-blooded animals, so it is normal for the blood pool to be cold. It was clearly visible to the naked eye that the blood in the pool was decreasing. Although the speed was slow, it was still noticeable. Blood continued to flow into his body, and Jiang Tian felt that something indescribable was emerging in his body. Like a ray of light in the dark night, many hidden problems in the body are disappearing. This is the biggest difference between Ryokai Cave and Mayaboku Mountain. If you want to successfully practice the strongest sage mode, you must completely transform your body and become a sage from the inside out. The white snake immortal explained that he had prepared the strongest immortal mode for Jiang Tian. After successful cultivation, once the immortal mode was activated, the changes in his body would have the characteristics of a dragon. This is the origin of the name of Ryokai Cave, which is incomparable to the group of toads in Mayaboku Mountain. As time went by, the amount of blood in the pool became less and less, and Jiang Tian could clearly feel that his body seemed to have undergone some kind of sublimation. It feels like a young child growing up into an energetic young person. But the less blood there was, the stronger the cold feeling in Jiang Tian's body became. It's cold, so cold. Why is it so cold? Frost began to appear on Jiang Tian's skin, as if it was going to freeze him. Boy, if you can't help it, come out quickly. This is not a joke. The tone of the white snake immortal also became a little serious. He put a lot of thought into betting on Jiang Tian. I wanted to help him win the 4 battles and fulfill the prophecy on the scroll. If I died here, wouldn't the dragon cave be doomed to disappear? Jiang Tian gritted his teeth and persisted. He thought of the powerful Madara, Hashirama, and Kagaya at Satsuki after she was released from the seal. One's own strength must be strong enough to solve all problems, ensure the successful implementation of the Mooneye project, and bring Ling back to this world again. I can still hold on. Don't worry, I'm going to absorb all the blood in this pool. The white snake immortal's words that the more blood he absorbed, the stronger he would become, kept echoing in his mind like a magic spell. Not enough, I want more. Jiang Tian was absorbing the blood in the pool like crazy, not noticing that his body was covered with a thick layer of frost. This kid really looks like a madman. The white snake immortal ran to the blood pool and revealed his venom. A drop of colorful liquid dripped from his teeth, and the boiling blood pool instantly calmed down. Jiang Tian also calmed down, and the biting coldness in his body dissipated a lot. After a while, the pool was completely drained of blood. With the help of the White Snake Immortal, Zhang Tian successfully absorbed all the blood until the last drop was absorbed. How are you feeling, kid? Zhang Tian carefully felt the energy in his body that was different from chakra. Is this the natural energy necessary to activate the Sage Mode? It was a wonderful feeling. There's a new kind of energy in my body. I feel really good now, and all the old injuries from previous battles have completely healed. Can I activate Sage Mode now? The White Snake Immortal shook his head. Not yet. We still have one last step to go, obtaining the Dragon Fluid. Dragon's Fluid? What is that? The White Snake Immortal started his disgusting trick again. His mouth opened wide, his stomach moved, and he vomited out a porcelain bottle. The Dragon Fluid is a treasure passed down from our dragon cave. I've only seen it on a scroll. It simply says it's the tears of a dragon and should be applied to the eyes of a practitioner. So every time I practice, when the user activates Sage Mode, dragon patterns will appear on the skin next to their eyes. Zhang Tian immediately thought of Hashirama's appearance when he entered Sage Mode, with marks next to his eyes. Picking up the porcelain bottle and opening it, Zhang Tian looked at the almost empty space inside the bottle. It was too little. There were only a few drops. Fortunately, it was not liquid to be fed into the mouth. Otherwise, if there are only a few drops, you won't feel anything at all. He poured the pitiful ejaculation into his hands and then gently applied it to the skin of his eyes. In an instant, the skin around his eyes glowed and strange lines appeared. The lines were like wings, stretching from the corner of Zhang Tian's eyes to near his earlobe. It was as if both of his Sheringan had wings, making him even more powerful. He felt the surging natural energy in his body and a confident smile appeared on his face. Sage Mode, on. Zhang Tian activated his immortal mode, and his natural energy surged. The lines on his skin at the corners of his eyes that resembled dragon wings instantly came to life. Although you now have the support of natural energy, you don't know how to use immortal arts. There are only 3 scrolls corresponding to the Sage Mode in the form of Ryakadong. I will give them all to you. A total of 4 scrolls came out of the White Snake Immortal's mouth. Why are there 4 scrolls? Zhang Tian asked. There is also a spiritual scroll that signed a contract with me. When the 4th war begins and you need me to join the battle, use this scroll. Zhang Tian picked up the 4 scrolls and nodded. Wait for me, the war will start soon. But before that, I need to do something with Orochimaru. After leaving the Ryakai cave, Orochimaru followed Zhang Tian. Zhang Tianjun, you specifically asked the White Snake Immortal to resurrect me. What are you planning to do with me? Zhang Tian looked towards the direction of the Vortex Ancestral Land and said softly, I know you have the technique to release the soul sealed by the God of Death. Tell me how to do it. Orochimaru stood there, looking at Zhang Tian with a meaningful look. This technique was his secret, and no one knew about it yet. How did Zhang Tian know about it? Zhang Tianjun, sometimes I really find you a little scary. It seems like no secret can be hidden from you. Zhang Tian looked at Orochimaru calmly. Don't flatter me, just tell me what to do. The reason I know how to remove the seal on the corpse ghost is thanks to you, Zhang Tianjun. Thank me? Zhang Tian frowned. He didn't understand what this meant. You should still remember the pile of scrolls you brought back from the Uzumaki Ancestral Land after my hands became defective. Zhang Tian suddenly realized that he had found the method to remove the spell from the pile of scrolls. We still have to go to the Uzumaki clan's ancestral land and find the sealing masks used by the clan leaders of all generations. As for those who have the most dealings with the Shinigami, it's the Uzumaki clan who are proficient in sealing techniques. But why are you asking this? Orochimaru didn't quite understand. Based on what he knew, Zhang Tian shouldn't be anyone particularly important, and his soul was sealed with the God of Death. I want you to resurrect the 4 Hokages of Konoha. Orochimaru hurriedly caught up with Zhang Tian. Are you crazy? Aren't you the one who hates Konoha the most? Zhang Tianbian rushed towards the ancestral land of the Whirlpool clan, and said to the snake, of course I won't resurrect them in vain. I want to resurrect these guys when I can fully control them. Let them become my tools and conquer the 4 great wars together. Just imagine how interesting it would be to see the successive Hokage of Konoha slaughtering the ninjas of Konoha. Orochimaru didn't know what happened in the outside world during his death. But from what Zhang Tian said, the 4th Ninja World War was about to begin. The 2 figures kept flashing, and soon they arrived at the ancestral land of the Vortex. Zhang Tian and Orochimaru got the mask without any hindrance. After all, to outsiders, this thing is just a symbolic item, and no one knows what special function it has. Only a Hokage scientist like Orochimaru could know the true purpose of the mask. After getting the masks, the 2 returned to the Akatsuki base. Orochimaru, are you sure you can completely control the 1st and 2nd generations? Facing Zhang Tian's question, Orochimaru shook his head frankly. I am sure I can control the 3rd and 4th Hokage. But it's hard to say for powerful figures like the 1st and 2nd Hokage. However, I have a way to strengthen the Impure World reincarnation technique, allowing the caster to control the resurrected. But this process will take a long time. I need time. Hearing that it would take a long time, Zhang Tian and Obito obviously couldn't wait that long. The 2 of them couldn't wait any longer to see Obito, who had successfully cultivated the Sage Mode and transplanted the Rinnegan. Obito and I will capture the 9 tails and the 8 tails first. That you will be responsible for researching ways to strengthen the impure world control to control the resurrected ones in the rear. Jiang Tian decided to leave Orochimaru at the base and let him work out a solution. During this time, he would try not to use Uchiha Madara if possible. If this guy knew that Obito had obtained his Rinnegan, he might cancel the impure world reincarnation technique and do something to disrupt the Fourth World War plan. He and Orochimaru came to Obito. Obito had recovered at this time. He was wearing a white mask and blue clothes. The left eye that was originally missing now has a watery eye lying quietly there. You're back, Jiang Tian. Well, we also brought Orochimaru back. Let him use Hashirama's cells to strengthen those white Zetsu. Everything is ready. We are almost ready to take action and start the Fourth Shinobi World War. Jiang Tian explained the situation to Obito and said that he was ready and could take action at any time. Okay, I'll take Orochimaru to the underground base now. Orochimaru followed Obito to the underground base. So there's this kind of place underneath the organization's base. Walking down in the tunnel, Orochimaru looked at the dark corridor and felt strange. I was once a member of the Akatsuki organization, but I never knew there was such a hidden place down there. After passing through the tunnel, the view suddenly became clear. When Orochimaru saw the scene below, even he couldn't help but gasp. Are these all white Zetsu? He looked at the countless white Zetsu on the ground, so densely packed. How many were there? An army of 100,000 white Zetsu is nothing more than a collection of inferior Hashirama cells. They don't have any significant effect, so you need to use Hashirama's cells to strengthen these armies. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment before nodding, indicating his willingness to help. In 3 days, the Snake Maru used his special technique to strengthen all the white Zetsu troops, make these cannon fodders in the 4 wars become more powerful cannon fodders. Although it is still cannon fodder, it is still somewhat useful after this enhancement. Jiang Tian and Obito looked at the strengthened army of 100,000 white Zetsu, and they both changed into their iconic costumes and put on masks. A man wearing a white mask and a blue robe, carrying an Uchiha fan on his back, with the Rinnegan on his left and a Mangekyo on his right. A man wearing a Shura mask, a red robe, a katana at his waist, and his eyes are like eternal kaleidoscopes. The two came to the outside of the base, and it started to drizzle, dripping down on them. They looked into the distance, towards the direction of Konoha village. They were both ninjas of the village, but Konoha had taken away the lives of their loved ones. This battle begins in Konoha, serving as the prologue to the Fourth World War. Immortal reincarnation. Jiang Tian clasped his hands together, and coffins rose from the ground one after another, except for the deceased members of Akatsuki. There are also people like Kimimaro, the second Tsuchikage, the fourth Kazekage. Many powerful people who have left their names in the ninja world. He did not summon Uchiha Madara. Jiang Tian did not intend to use him unless he was absolutely sure of controlling this guy. Bang, bang, bang. The coffin lids kept falling, and strong men walked out of the coffins and stood behind the two of them. Jiang Tian and Obito looked at each other, nodded, and said at the same time, the Fourth Shinobi World War. War. In Konoha village, the fifth Hokage stood in front of the glass window of his office and looked outside, his eyes filled with worry. Jiraiya, do you think we can win this war? The 5 major villages joined forces, and the 5 Kage led countless ninjas from their respective villages to jointly block the attack. The think tanks of each major village discussed and planned, and formulated a plan to kill Obito and Jiang Tian. But even this failed. These two were too strong, so strong that it made people feel powerless. Konoha survived the first 3 ninja world wars, so you don't have to worry too much. Jiraiya tried his best to say some comforting words. He knew in his heart how terrifying Jiang Tian and Obito were. Any one of these two people has the ability to destroy Konoha, let alone the two of them working together. On the way to Konoha, Jiang Tian and Obito's figures flashed in the woods, followed by members of the Akatsuki organization. The first place we chose to go to was Konoha, in order to find out the news about the 9-tailed fox and the 8-tailed fox. This time, let's completely destroy that village. Jiang Tian's face was calm, but the coldness in his eyes made it clear that he was angry. Obito nodded silently, then let's destroy it completely. There's nothing to be nostalgic about anyway. Hokage, something bad has happened. News has come from the intelligence department ahead that Jiang Tian and the masked man are leading members of the Akatsuki organization towards Konoha village. Jiraiya and Tsunade exclaimed at the same time, so fast? Quickly notify the Umbu and Konoha guard to activate the highest level of alert. Also notify all ninjas on missions outside to return to the village and prepare to fight Jiang Tian and the others. Yes. The Umbu personnel who came to report disappeared and quickly conveyed Tsunade's orders. Not only Konoha village, but the other 4 villages have also been closely watching the movements of Jiang Tian and others. Not long after, the news that the two had left the organization was instantly spread to the 5 major villages by the Umbu of their respective villages. In the Tsuchikage's office, Oniki frowned as he looked at the documents on the table. Tsuchikage-sama, what should we do? Do you need help? Onoki was silent for a moment before making a decision. Quickly gather the Umbu, and I will personally lead the team to support Konoha village. If Konoha is destroyed by those 2 guys, then none of the 5 major villages will be spared. The Raikage's office. Lord Raikage, should we go to Konoha village to provide support? After hearing the report from Izumbu, the Raikage nodded and said, "Go, gather the ninjas immediately." A similar situation also occurred in the offices of the Kaze Cage and Mizu Cage. In just a moment, the cages of the 5 major villages spontaneously mobilized ninjas to support Konoha. They didn't want to be so selfless. In the past, Konoha village had always been the strongest, and they were happy to have the opportunity to weaken Konoha, but this opportunity was definitely not now. Jiang Tian and the Masked Man are both very powerful. If we ignore them at this time, it will not only weaken them, but Konoha may be destroyed. These leaders still understand the principle that the lips and teeth are cold. The oppressive feeling from Jiang Tian and Obito was felt by the 5 major villages from the moment they set out, forcing them to put aside their past grievances and unite. In the woods, Jiang Tian looked at the increasingly clear Konoha village in the distance. He turned his head and looked at Obito and said, "Tsunade must know where the tailed beasts are hiding. I'll leave her to you. After all, I'm not as good as you at interrogating people for information." Although they both have the Mangekyo Sharinan and are masters of illusion, when it comes to interrogation, Obito is still the better one, and he can leave the fighting to himself. "Don't worry, she dares not to tell you. Every refusal will cost her life." Under the mask, Obito's expression was gloomy. He had already made up his mind. If Tsunade didn't tell him where the tailed beast was hiding, he would kill a Konoha ninja right in front of her. Every time you refuse to answer, kill a ninja until you tell the location. This situation is definitely the most painful torture for Tsunade, who is the Hokage and inherits the will of fire of Konoha. Let's go take a closer look at what the so-called will of fire is. In Konoha village, Tsunade and Jiraiya stood outside the Konoha gate, followed by all the Konoha ninjas. Not only are there middle-aged ninjas like Kakashi and Might Guy, but also young ninjas like Niji Hayaga, Hinata Hayaga, and Shikamaru Nara are also guarding here. They all stared ahead with determined eyes, ready for battle. Until 2 figures, one blue and one red, appeared at the end of the sky, and the tense atmosphere instantly reached its peak. "Everyone, the enemy is coming. Cheer up, the enemy this time is very strong and there are many more of them." Jiraiya frowned and gave instructions to the people behind him. He saw that behind the 2 of them were not only the Impure World Reincarnation members wearing the bright red robes of the Akatsuki organization, but also many powerful ninjas who had died in the past. This lineup is stronger than any previous attack on Konoha, which makes his heart sink to the bottom. Can Konoha really hold on? Wow, Konoha is really welcoming. The Hokage personally brought all the ninjas to greet us. Jiang Tian showed a playful smile on his face. He was no longer the boy who was helpless in the face of Ling's death. Now he just came here, and the entire Konoha village was on high alert, and no one dared to ignore him anymore. He became stronger, so strong that even Konoha, the strongest of the 5 villages, was afraid of him, but the girl he wanted to protect was gone. I lost Ling. It was the Konoha high-level officials who harmed her, it was the war that killed her, and it was my fault that I failed to protect her. There are always many regrets in life. You meet your favorite person when you are down and out. When you have not grown up and can't give her anything, you meet her who only has eyes for you. Jiang Tian felt melancholy, and at this moment he thought of many things. There are indeed many regrets, but all of this will disappear soon, and the completion of the Moon Eye project will make up for the regrets. Dreams are false, but it's better than nothing. As long as I can see Ling again, I will accompany her in a dream that she can't wake up from. This is also good, better than the most beautiful thing in the world. Shaking off the thoughts in their minds, Jiang Tian and Obito appeared in front of the Konoha gate. The 2 sides stood face to face. Jiang Tian and Obito looked at all the Konoha ninjas in front of them side by side. "Jiraiya, long time no see. I saved your life last time to repay the favor Ling owed you, but you won't be so lucky this time. Ling can owe anything to anyone, but not to the Konoha ninjas. That way, when I kill you, I won't have any scruples in my heart. Don't worry about Ling complaining about me when she sees me again." Hearing this, Tsunade stepped forward, pointed her finger at Jiang Tian and angrily scolded, "What are you talking about for Ling? She is a gentle and kind girl. Will she like what you are doing now? She will like it because she said that the person she wants to see most is me. I will bring her back." "Okay, I'm not here to chat with you today. Tsunade, if you are willing to tell me where the 9 tails and the 8 tails are hiding, I can spare the destruction of Konoha village. How about that?" Obito came out, his face calm under the white mask. Kakashi didn't know that this was his longtime friend Obito. Stop dreaming. If we hand the tailed beasts over to someone like you, will there be any hope for the ninja world to survive? Seeing that the negotiation failed, Obito didn't waste any time and opened the Kamui space, appeared behind Tsunade, and reached out to grab her neck. "Tsunade, Hokage-sama." Jiraiya wanted to go over to help, but Jiang Tian appeared in front of him. "Your opponent is me. Don't worry about others. Worry about whether you will be killed first." Jiang Tian and Obito attacked at the same time, attacking Tsunade and Jiraiya respectively. Seeing the Hokage being attacked, all the Konoha ninjas took action at this moment, but they were all stopped by members of the Akatsuki organization. The battlefield is divided into many small areas, and there are ninjas fighting in each area, and they are all ninjas selected by reputation. Kakashi faced Itaki, Might Guy was stopped by Haiden and Kakuzu. There were battles everywhere. Jiang Tian looked at Jiraiya, a smile on his face. I won't use Susanoo this time. How about using your most powerful Sage Mode to decide the winner? Sage Mode? Jiraiya was shocked. What did this guy mean? Could it be that he also knew the Sage Mode? Jiang Tian, who possesses the Mangekyo and all attribute chakra, is already very powerful. Now that he has mastered the Sage Mode, who in the current ninja world can defeat him? Have you also been to Mayaboku Mountain? When Jiraiya heard Jiang Tian say that he would use Sage Mode to decide the winner with him, the first thing he thought of was Mayaboku Mountain. No, my Sage Mode comes from Ryokai Cave. The White Snake Sage really dislikes Mount Mayaboku. To be honest, I also dislike it. Ling might not like it if I turned into a toad. Jiang Tian had a playful look on his face. Now was a good opportunity to try out Jiraiya to see how powerful the strongest Sage Mode he had learned from Ryokai Cave was. Sage Mode. Sage Mode. The two of them activated Sage Mode at the same time, and the Fukazaku sage and his wife from Mount Mayaboku appeared on Jiraiya's shoulders. They had just been brought out of the spiritual realm, and after seeing the vivid lines around Jiang Tian's eyes, they were stunned for a long time. Then they reacted and kept shaking their heads. Impossible, this is impossible. How could that guy in the Dragon Cave pass this technique on to humans? What's wrong? Is there something wrong with his Sage Mode? Jiraiya heard the surprise in Fukazaku's tone and hurriedly asked what was special about Jiang Tian's Sage Mode. Fukazaku's tone became serious. If this was really the Sage Mode, then Jiraiya might really be killed today. Jiraiya-chan, if I'm not mistaken, that kid's Sage Mode is Dragon Transformation, the strongest Sage Mode of the Ryokai Cave. The strongest? Fukazaku-senin said in a deep voice, the ordinary inheritance of Ryokai Cave will give the recipient certain snake characteristics, much like you turning into a toad. But when the strongest Sage Mode is activated, one acquires the characteristics of a dragon. That's why that place is called the Dragon Cave. For no reason, Fukazaku Sage recalled what Gamma Sage said to him when he was a child. If one day a human obtains the strongest inheritance of Longdi Cave, the world will be in chaos, so chaotic that even the three holy places will not be spared. Old woman, I will accompany little Jiraiya in the battle. You should hurry back to Mayaboku Mountain and tell the great sage what's going on here. After hearing her husband's instructions, Shima-senin nodded and hurriedly left to return to Mayaboku Mountain. She also knew the seriousness of the problem, and the prediction of the great toad immortal would not be wrong. Little Jiraiya, he's here. Senin Fukazaku exclaimed in surprise. Jiraiya looked up suddenly, and Jiang Tian appeared in front of him with a samurai sword in his hand. He quickly attached the natural energy that supported the Sage Mode to his fists, trying to knock away the samurai sword. With a clang sound, the samurai sword was knocked away, and Jiang Tian stood there frowning. This Sage Mode doesn't seem as powerful as I imagined. He stared at the samurai sword in a daze. The White Snake Immortal has been bragging about its strongest Sage Mode for so long, but it seems that it is not much stronger than Jiraiya's Sage Mode. Jiraiya felt the same way, and it didn't seem as exaggerated as what Fukazaku said. But when he noticed that the expression on Sento Fukazaku's face was still tense and very ugly, he realized that things might not be that simple. What's going on with him? Why is your expression still so grim? Fukazaku-senin spoke in a low voice, showing how bad his mood was. This kid probably hasn't used any magic yet, so there's not much difference between him and you. Once he uses his magic for the first time and his body begins to possess dragon-like characteristics, it will be difficult for you to defeat him. After Jiraiya got this key information, although he was constantly suppressed by Jiang Tian, he did not take the initiative to use immortal techniques, fearing that the situation would turn out as the immortal Fukazaku said. On the other hand, Jiang Tian was getting more and more irritated as the fight went on. He wondered if he had been tricked by the White Snake Sage. He had been promised the strongest Sage Mode, the one that would crush Jiraiya, but in the end, the fight was a close one. How could this even be called the strongest? Jiang Tian stuck his katana into the ground. He looked at Jiraiya and put his hands together. Senjutsu, Dragon Earth Binding. The White Snake Immortal gave Jiang Tian a total of 4 scrolls. Except for one, which was a contract to communicate with his true self, the other 3 were scrolls for practicing immortal arts. Dragon Earthbound is the first one, and it is also the only one that Jiang Tian can practice at present. As natural energy continued to flow out of Jiang Tian's body, his body began to change, and 2 dragon horns actually began to grow on his head. Energy spreads out like ripples, then they condensed together and turned into a giant dragon hovering in the air. The giant dragon was visible to the naked eye, and everyone looked at it in disbelief. This magical dragon composed of natural energy was so huge that it was even bigger than Jiang Tian's Susanoo. The giant white dragon stared straight at Jiraiya, its eyes awe-inspiring without even anger. Even a powerful ninja like Jiraiya felt fear in his heart. Great Immortal, what on earth is this thing that actually makes me feel a little scared? The strongest immortal mode in the Dragon Earth Cave. Immortal Technique, Dragon Earth Binding, this is the true immortal technique, the strongest immortal technique of the 3 holy places. Shenron Shinseku mentions several of the strongest ones in a row, which shows his affirmation of Jiang Tian in his mind. Senjutsu, Gomen. Jiraiya used his senjutsu to fight Zhang Tian. But the white dragon rushed directly towards Goemon's flames and entangled Jiraiya tightly. Among the immortal arts, Dragon Earth Binding was one of the most powerful sealing techniques. In just a moment, Jiraiya was bound tightly, unable to move. In Konoha village, all the fighting ninjas stopped their actions. The giant white dragon was tightly wrapping around Jiraiya. This scene gave everyone a great shock. Do dragons really exist, or are they just a form of energy? Jiraiya-sama, quick, go support Master Jiraiya, we must not let anything happen to him. Jiraiya tried desperately to break free from Haku's restraints, but to no avail. Great Immortal, what the hell is this Dragon Earth Binding thing? Why can't I break free? Why is there no reaction at all? Kazaku frowned. He was also suppressed by the white dragon and could not move. It's the only sealing technique among the 3 great immortal techniques of Long D Cave, and it's also one of the most powerful sealing techniques. Dragon Earth Binding suppresses all of the opponent's movements, even chakra and natural energy in Sage mode. Although it's not a seal on your soul, it can block all your actions. Jiraiya was shocked when he heard Kazaku Senin's introduction. According to you, doesn't that mean we can only sit there and wait for death? Zhang Tian felt the dragon horn suddenly appear above his head, and the natural energy in his body surged. He smiled. This is interesting, isn't it? The strongest Sage mode that the White Snake Immortal mentioned. Not far from him, Obito kicked Tsunade hard. Tsunade now has many scars on her body, and she was also beaten in the battle with Obito. Obito walked slowly towards her and grabbed her neck, his expression stern beneath his mask. Go dame, are you still unwilling to tell me where the tailed beasts are hiding? Tsunade was directly grabbed by Obito, her feet slowly leaving the ground, the whole person hanging in the air. Her face was angry and anxious. These two people were too strong. Jiraiya and she were both subdued. You're dreaming, I will never hand over the tailed beasts to a guy like you who wants to destroy the world. The guy who destroyed the world, between me and you 5 big villages, I don't know who is the guy who destroyed the world. Obito swung Tsunade aside with a fierce blow, and her body flew sideways, smashing the gate of Konoha. Hokage-sama, damn it, this guy is too presumptuous. Might Guy kicked Haiden and Angle away and rushed directly towards Obito. The 7th shocking gate, open. Blue gas kept coming out of the body. This was the steam produced by burning blood. Day Tiger. Kai ran over at high speed, and the blood energy stimulated by the burning blood gradually formed a white tiger. He was completely covered by the tiger and rushed towards Obito. The moment the tiger hit Obito, the Kamui space opened, and his body entered the hollow state, avoiding Kai's daytime tiger. Energy exploded instantly, and the white tiger rushed into the woods. Countless trees fell, leaving a deep pit not far away. It's truly remarkable that he's cultivated taijutsu to this level. Obito looked at Guy and gave a heartfelt evaluation. If it weren't for his Mangekyo possessing Kamui space, which happened to restrain taijutsu, he would definitely be injured if he took this blow. Why did it feel like the attack just now hit the air and went straight through my body? Kai looked at the deep pit in the woods and fell into deep thought. His daytime tiger clearly hit the masked man, but it went straight through him. Is this space ninjutsu? Seeing that the attack was unlikely to work, Kai frowned, and his expression suddenly became extremely serious. He reached out and took off his green vest, revealing the tights underneath. You're really young to be able to dodge the daytime tiger. However, a man's youth is more than that, especially Konoha's blue beast, who must be even more youthful. As he spoke, red steam began to gradually appear on Kai's body. This scene made Kakashi, Rock Lee, and Zhang Tian beside him open their eyes wide. Are we going to open 8 doors? Without paying attention to Jiraiya, Zhang Tian also came to Obito and stood side by side with him. Hachiman Kai, I, Madara, would like to call you the strongest in taijutsu, the man who almost kicked out the finale, the real ceiling of taijutsu. Even now Zhang Tian feels that he may not be able to take this kick, so naturally he cannot let Obito take the risk. He wants to take the strongest attack of 8 gates Kai together with Obito. Teacher Kai, you. Kai, are you going to use that move? We can still fight, we don't have to resort to that trick yet. Kakashi and Lee looked at Kai with a determined expression, and they both knew in their hearts that this man had made up his mind. Awareness of death. The 8th death gate. Zhang Tian, masked man, stop being so presumptuous. Just when Kai was about to open the 8 gates at the cost of his own life, Sachikage Oniki arrived with the ninjas from the Hidden Rock Village. The red steam on Kai's body also turned blue again. Zhang Tian, today's Konoha is your burial place. The Reikage arrived with the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village. Masked man, the Moon Eye project will not succeed, and the tailed beast will not be handed over to you. Mei Terumi was also there. Hokage, we are here to help. The last one to appear was Gaara. The 5 Kage gathered again, and the ninjas from the 5 major villages gathered together. This time, both the number of people and the overall strength were completely superior to the coalition forces. Zhang Tian looked at all this and smiled. It's good that you're all here, so I don't have to go looking for you all one by one. That's right, let's kill the 5 Kage here, capture the tailed beasts, and complete the Moon Eye plan. Obito looked at all this and took out the Uchiha fan. The two heroes of the ninja world face off against the five kage, and a war is about to break out. Susanoo, open. Jiang Tian, who was in sage mode, directly activated Susanoo. He looked at Haku, who was restraining Jiraiya, and a bold idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Since the nine tails can fuse with Madara's Susanoo, it can become the powerful Susanoo. That's your own Susanoo, can it also? Dragon Power Susanoo. With a light shout, Jiang Tian used the natural energy that can only be possessed by sage mode to drive the Sharingan. In an instant, the purple giant and the white dragon entangled and merged together. Two dragon horns grew on the purple Susanoo's head, and his face was covered with natural energy, forming a mask shaped like a dragon head covering his face. A long tail grew out from behind him, and in the state of dragon might Susanoo, Jiang Tian felt the endless energy of the purple giant. He felt that he could fight even against Hashirama's Buddha. The huge Susanoo has the characteristics of a dragon and is much larger in size. It is not much smaller than the Susanoo summoned by Uchiha Madara. The huge dragon-shaped purple giant stood in place, his eyes sweeping over the group of ninjas at his feet who were like ants. The feeling of oppression was overwhelming, and some ninjas with weak strength and fragile mental qualities were even frightened to the point of collapsing on the ground. Powerful, so powerful. Almost all the elite ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages rushed to Konoha to assemble. They looked at the Susanoo that suddenly rose from the ground. Ninjas who had seen Jiang Tian's Susanoo found that both its appearance and height were more oppressive than expected. There is no doubt that this Susanoo is more powerful. The 5 kage were on full alert, and Jiraiya also summoned the Toad brothers from Mount Mayaboku to surround the huge Susanoo. Bang! Jiang Tian controlled Susanoo and raised his hand to strike with a sword. The violent explosion sounded throughout the battlefield, and the 5 kage and Jiraiya were all forced to retreat. It seems that your strength has improved by more than one level after your visit to Longdi Cave. However, you can't be the only one to take the limelight. Outer Path Golem. Obito made a seal with his hands, and the ground made a continuous boom, boom sound. A huge, withered golem emerged from the ground, and 2 behemoths stood side by side, looking down at all the ninjas. Damn it, what the hell is this? One Susanoo is powerful enough, and now there's this weird thing. The wreckage looked solemn, the battle situation was changing rapidly, and these 2 behemoths looked difficult to deal with. Mizukage, watch out behind you. Tsuchikage Onoki suddenly gave a warning, and 2 tentacles appeared behind Mei Terumi. The dry tentacles waved wildly and hit Mei Terumi. It was Obito who was controlling the Outer Path demon statue. You still have the mind to pay attention to others. Think about how to deal with me first. After Jiang Tian's Susanoo merged with the immortal white dragon, his strength increased greatly, and he slashed with a sword. Purple sword energy flew out and rushed towards Onoki rapidly. Looking at the huge sword energy flashing with cold light, Onoki looked a little flustered. Dust release, original world separation technique. The moment the huge colorless beam of light hit the sword energy, the 2 energies dissolved into each other. As time passed, the light column collapsed with a bang, and the sword energy disappeared. Onoki barely blocked the attack. Thunder Blade. Reikage raised his arm and rushed towards Jiang Tian's Susanoo, smashing his fist hard on Susanoo, but there was no reaction. With a bang, Susanoo knocked the Reikage away with a punch. On Obito's side, the Outer Path demon statue he controlled also held down Mizukage Mei Terumi, Hokage Tsunade, and Kazekage Gaara with a hammer. The battle was completely one-sided. The 5 kage, who were once considered incredibly powerful by the ninjas, were completely pinned to the ground. This was far beyond their understanding. The ninjas from the 5 major countries were somewhat desperate and didn't understand why their opponents were so powerful. Holy place, Mount Mayaboku. Sage Shima told Sage Gama the news that Jiang Tian was practicing the strongest sage mode. That guy Long Daidong is really a worried. He actually did something so dangerous. Does he want to destroy the world? The body of the Toad Immortal was like a mountain. He sat upright on the ground with his eyes slightly narrowed. Great Immortal, please make a decision quickly. What should we do with Mayaboku Mountain? Should we wait for the world to be destroyed by those 2 guys? Without humans signing a spiritual contract with us, we will disappear over time. Shima was very anxious, as her husband was still fighting Jiraiya. Especially with such a powerful opponent, how could she not be worried? Go get that little Naruto. Gama Sage kept his eyes narrowed, showing no sign of panic in the face of the emergency situation Shima Sage spoke of, or maybe he's too old to open them. Epsilon equals. On an island somewhere in the hidden cloud village, Naruto is practicing with Killer Bee on how to control the chakra of the tailed beasts in their bodies. Well, you're more, let me tell you that if you want to control a tailed beast, you have to do this, then that, then this and that. Have you given up on learning? Naruto made his signature idiotic expression. Needless to say, he definitely didn't understand. Honestly, even I, a smart person, didn't understand. Elegant, do you understand? Seeing that he didn't speak, Kirabi asked again. I should, perhaps, probably. With a bang, before Naruto could finish his words, white smoke rose and he disappeared. Shima summoned him to Mount Mayaboku. Here it is. Naruto hadn't figured out the situation yet and was looking around in confusion, as if he knew that Naruto had 2 arms. The Great Toad Immortal interrupted him by shaking his head and said, "Well, your village is under attack, and the situation is very serious. How could this happen? Is it that annoying guy named Jiang Tian?" Naruto's tone was angry when he talked about Jiang Tian. "It's him, but you can't help me now if you want it. You're not as strong as him, so you have to rely on my strength." Naruto couldn't believe it, wondering if he had heard it right. He had never seen the great sage Gamma in action before, and sometimes he even doubted whether the great sage had no fighting power. "How can you help me with my strength?" The Toad Immortal raised his hand, and a scroll appeared there. "This is a scroll that can summon me to the human world, but it requires a huge amount of chakra. And it can only summon my clone, but it is enough to deal with a human." Naruto's mouth dropped open when he heard about summoning the Great Toad Sage's clone. The lecherous sage had told him that no one could summon the Great Toad Sage unless the Sage of Six Paths could succeed. Huge chakra, is the Great Sage talking about the nine tails in me? Yes, it's the nine-tailed fox. Gamma Sage nodded and handed the scroll to Naruto. On the battlefield outside Konoha village, the ninja coalition was defeated and the Five Cage all had scars of varying degrees on their bodies. Is this the extent of the Five Cage? Don't you always start wars between villages? What's wrong with you being so depressed now? Come on, stand up. Face me, and fight me with your belligerent hearts for the benefit of the village. Jiang Tian's tone was cold and a little bit screaming. These people love to fight, but when facing him now, they talk about peace, saying that he and Obito are evil guys who are destroying the world. They started the Fourth Shinobi World War, but who was the evil guy who started the First and Third Shinobi World Wars? You people only ever bully the weak, using the lives of civilian ninjas as tools for your struggle for power. But when faced with the strong, you turn around and accuse others of evil to cover up your own weakness. So, this world is really disappointing. These words made Obito deeply agree. The pain that this world brought to them was not just the death of Ling and Rin. It's more of these outrageous and disgusting rules that need to be overturned by strong people, and they are such strong people. The realistic and bloody words were like a sharp blade cutting through the disguised masks of the top leaders of the 5 major villages. Among them, the expressions on the faces of the top ninja leaders of Konoha village were the ugliest. Because Jiang Tian was a Konoha ninja, these words coming out of his mouth seemed to be a blatant mockery of Konoha, and the other villages felt like they were being implicated. "Shut up, you bastard! As a traitor, what right do you have to criticize others? You were born in Konoha village and are a ninja of the village, but after you defected, you only wanted to destroy your former homeland. That you don't even deserve to be called a ninja." A resounding and powerful voice spread throughout the battlefield, sweeping away the depression and decadence of the ninjas from the 5 major villages. "Look, it's Naruto. Naruto is back. Come on, big brother Naruto." When the younger brother Konohamaru saw his big brother appear, he could not hide his excitement. The last time the big bad guy Jiang Tian attacked Konoha, it was Naruto who saved the village and fought alone. Naruto-kun. Whenever Hinata saw Naruto for the first time, her face would turn red like an apple. This kid is still so reckless, and now he comes back to help the village. Jiraiya showed a relieved smile on his face. It seemed that he was right. The child of prophecy mentioned by the Toad Sage was you, Naruto. The Konoha ninjas looked at Naruto who had suddenly appeared, and their eyes sparkled again. They didn't know when it started, but Naruto had gradually become a ninja that made everyone feel at ease the moment they saw him. Jiang Tian looked at the protagonist. After all, they were in the Naruto world, so he had to be more careful when facing this protagonist. "So, you can't do anything except talk. You had no way to stop me when I destroyed Konoha last time. What about you this time? What are you going to do? Are you begging me to leave with that mouth of yours? Someone like me doesn't deserve to be called a ninja. And what about the Konoha high-ranking officials who sent Ling and me to the battlefield as cannon fodder? Who the hell are they? Evil and hypocritical executives. The will of fire you've been obsessed with is a hoax. At least to me, this is a scam, tricking Ling into committing suicide." Jiang Tian's eyes dimmed. Every time he mentioned Ling's death, he couldn't help but think of the day when he was surrounded. At the border of the Kirigakure village under heavy rain, Ling and he were surrounded. Jiang Tian, whose fighting ability was not very strong at that time, was seriously injured, while Ling, who possessed a kaleidoscope, stood in front of him and kept blocking the enemy. The two of them were waiting for a support force that would never appear. The troops went to rescue Asuma Sarutobi, and Ling died in front of Jiang Tian. From that day on, Jiang Tian didn't dare to slack off at all. Every time he opened his eyes and looked at the scenery, the eyes with transplanted Sharingan reminded him all the time that Ling was still waiting for him to bring him back. In this way, with his already strong talent and the blessing of the Mangekyo, he has come to where he is today, where he can work side by side with Obito and challenge the entire ninja world. This world owes Ling too much, especially the disgusting Konoha village. "Naruto, it's just right that you're here. It saves me from having to look for you." Jiang Tian controlled Susanoo and walked towards Naruto. He wanted to capture the tailed beast directly and start the Moon Eye plan. "Ling, wait for me, you must wait for me, it will be soon, I will be able to bring you back soon. Bunta, you guys go and help Naruto." Jiraiya frowned and ordered the 3 Toad brothers to go and help. But as soon as he finished speaking, the 3 brothers were knocked away the moment they approached Susanoo. "Is he really that powerful?" that kid is not even 30 years old. I'm afraid that even the first Hokage, Uchiha Madara, was only this strong when he was at this age. Jiraiya didn't know how to evaluate this young man. If he were given time, he could almost become the second ninja god if he were not a traitor, but a ninja who loved Konoha village, then the village would definitely stand out and truly become the leader of the 5 great villages. The top combat force guarding the village will also be upgraded to a higher level. It won't be like now where it's just him and Tsunade. He felt a little lost. Uchiha Madara, Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi, Jiang Tian, Uchiha Sasuke, so many powerful Konoha ninjas had defected. What he didn't know was that there was also Uchiha Obito. If these people were in the village, such destruction would not have happened. In fact, Jiraiya is a wise man. Although these defected ninjas have extreme ideas, the village leaders must have done many dirty things. The problem can be seen from the succession of Hokage, starting from the first generation who established the village. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and the first Hokage were brothers from the same clan, and the third Hokage was from the Sarutobi clan. Even his disciple, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, did not have a powerful background, but his wife was from the Uzumaki clan. Although the Uzumaki clan has declined, don't forget that the first generation's wife was also from the Uzumaki clan. So in the final analysis, the inheritance of the position of Hokage of Konoha requires background support. A lot can be seen from just one heir, and there is also the Uchiha clan genocide. Although Jiraiya was traveling abroad, he agreed to know some inside information about this matter. It was because he knew many things about the top leaders that he chose to travel outside and was unwilling to stay in the village for a long time. Perhaps, what this guy said is not entirely wrong. Although I do not agree with his approach, this kid is undoubtedly a respectable opponent. Jiraiya murmured softly. A civilian ninja who defected from the village and trained alone. To start 4 wars for the sake of love and to become the enemy of the world, this is impossible for any ordinary person. But he, Jiang Tian, was able to get to this point, and the masked man beside him didn't know why. Head. Both of them are equally hateful and equally respectable. At least he has never had the courage to do so. Jiraiya shook his head, clearing away the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Although Konoha's high-ranking officials were corrupt, he still wanted to stop the two from carrying out the Mooneye project. This is what he pursues in his heart. Just like Jiang Tian and Obito want to resurrect their loved ones, it is something they want to pursue even at the cost of their lives. The huge Susanoo moved forward, and even a young man like Naruto would feel nervous before he had enough strength. He directly took out the scroll and said, "Solve it." When the scroll was opened, an oppressive aura appeared, and even Jiang Tian and Obito felt their hearts tighten. A huge toad appeared out of nowhere, and its palm gently pressed on Jiang Tian's Susanoo, as if trying to crush him. This power, damn, how can it be so strong? Jiang Tian felt tremendous pressure while standing in Susanoo, and the huge Susanoo was bent in an instant. Get up, get up. Susanoo stretched out his hands to resist the pressure and prevent himself from being crushed. But the force became stronger and stronger. Susanoo was forced to kneel on one knee, and Jiang Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff. Great immortal toad, do you think you are the only one who can appear in the human world? Mayaboku Mountain isn't the only one of the 3 holy places. Jiang Tian roared, and took out a scroll from his arms. After biting his finger, he pressed his bloody palm hard on the word spirit in the center of the scroll. Fairy magic, spiritualism, thick white smoke rose, covering the sky and blocking everyone's sight. With their blurred vision, everyone could only barely make out a huge white tail covered with scales. Old toad, long time no see. The majestic and slightly hoarse voice reached the ears of everyone present. When the smoke cleared, everyone could finally see the creature that had suddenly appeared. Its huge white body was no smaller than the great toad immortals, with white scales standing upright and a large bead hanging from its neck. Is that the white snake immortal from Longdi Cave? This appearance cannot be mistaken. It should be the Longdedong immortal recorded in the scroll. The ninja present, familiar with the 3 sacred sites, were stunned. The simultaneous appearance of 2 great sages from Ryokai Cave and Mayaboku Mountain was a situation never before seen even in the Warring States period. Jiang Tian exerted force on his feet and jumped lightly onto the head of the White Snake Immortal. White Snake Immortal, what's going on? Why is the old toad from Mayaboku Mountain also out? The White Snake Immortal looked at the Toad Immortal and was also surprised by this sudden situation. Logically speaking, no one should have such a huge amount of chakra to be able to summon the old toad, not even a clone. He glanced around and only realized it was the 9 Tails chakra when he saw Naruto. Boy, the one opposite is the old toad's clone. The real one is still in Mayaboku Mountain, so don't panic too much. However, even if it's a clone, we can't be careless. This guy has lived long enough, even longer than I have, so even I am quite afraid of him. Jiang Tian frowned at the words of the White Snake Immortal. It turned out that he was really that powerful and difficult to mess with. With you and I, it should be no problem to deal with the old toad's clone, right? It's hard to say, because I'm also a clone. Jiang Tian, is it possible? Jiang Tian was speechless. When this guy gave him the scroll, he swore that he would sign a contract to become a spirit beast. But in the end, it turned out to be a clone. Isn't this bullying an honest person? That's not what you said when you gave me the scroll. Hearing the resentment in Zhang Tian's tone, the White Snake Immortal hurriedly explained, you have just learned the immortal mode, and the natural energy in your body is not enough, so you are not yet able to communicate with my true body. After all this talk, it turns out it's me who's not capable? The appearance of the two immortals made the battle situation confusing and no one knew who would win or lose. But they all knew that winning or losing had little to do with ordinary ninjas like them, and they could not intervene in the battles between immortals. Little White Snake, you're really willing to risk everything for the Dragon Cave, even willing to become a human spirit beast? The great immortal Toad still had his eyes slightly squinted, making people wonder if he was really so old that he couldn't even open his eyes. Don't talk to me like that, you old toad, that I've only lived a few more years. Why are you acting so cocky? This is also one of the reasons why the White Snake Immortal hates Longdi Cave so much. This old toad always spoke to him in the tone of an elder, which made him very unhappy, because it was obvious that Longdidong was the strongest. When his father's predecessor, the White Snake Immortal, was still alive, this old toad would never dare to be so arrogant that he would lower his head guiltily if his father looked at him. Little Naruto, you're standing on my head, I need your cooperation to resolve Konoha's crisis. No, how can I stand on the head of the great immortal? Even a thick-skinned guy like Naruto wouldn't dare to stand over the great sage stupidly, he still had off for this kind of existence. Gamma Sage didn't say much, just smiled, stretched out his hand and put Naruto on his head. The immortal clone that is communicated with by spirits needs humans as a medium to unleash its full power. Zhang Tian looked at Naruto on the head of the great sage, held the katana in his hand and ordered, let's go, defeat that old toad, capture the tailed beast and complete the Moon Eye plan. I will keep my promise to you. The White Snake Immortal nodded. When he and Zhang Tian first cooperated, the condition he offered was that after unifying the ninja world, all ninjas would sign contracts with the snakes of the Ryokai Cave and become summoned beasts. The two huge monsters rushed towards each other at the same time. Zhang Tian held the samurai sword tightly and stared at Naruto. He believed that he could successfully capture the tailed beast. The White Snake Immortal rushed forward, raised his huge tail and lashed at the Toad Immortal fiercely. He stretched out his hands to grab the tail, and with a fierce swing, the White Snake Immortal was thrown out. After landing safely, the two immortal clones kept crashing into each other. Naruto, just hand over the tailed beast. Zhang Tian opened his Sharingan, and the natural energy in the sage mode surged. He held the samurai sword close to Naruto and swung it continuously. Ding ding ding. Naruto's whole body was covered with the red chakra of the nine-tailed fox, and he kept punching to block Zhang Tian's samurai sword. Immortal magic, tide of 10,000 snakes. After the White Snake Immortal swung his tail again to repel the Toad Immortal, he used the immortal magic tide of 10,000 snakes. Many ninjas looked at the dense woods around them in shock. Suddenly, a rumbling sound was heard in the forest, and huge trees kept falling down. In just a moment, countless snakes came like a tide. The snakes that suddenly appeared were of different colors and sizes, but the sheer number of them was terrifying. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of snakes, with ninjas leaping onto treetops and buildings. Wherever the snakes passed, no grass grew and nothing was left behind. They gathered towards the Toad Immortal, wanting to eat this clone up. The great immortal Toad looked at the countless waves of snakes with a normal expression, without any change in his expression. He calmly raised his palm and slammed it on the ground. Immortal technique, Frog Whirlpool. Starting from the palm of his hand, a huge vortex appeared, which was composed of toads. This vortex has extremely strong suction force, and the swarm of snakes that rushed in were sucked into the toad vortex. After sucking up the last snake, the toad vortex disappeared. The two immortals used their magic at the same time, but there was no winner. The magic of the two may not seem that shocking, but the destructive power is so strong that it is hard to believe. To imagine. A huge deep pit appeared with the two of them as the center, and even the big trees and buildings outside the deep pit disappeared. There was also colorful smoke rising from the ground, which was the venom left by snakes. With a bang, Zhang Tian kicked Naruto away. Seeing this, the White Snake Immortal smiled. He looked at the Toad Immortal and said jokingly, "Old Toad, it seems I have won. When it comes to judging people, I am still better." Ha 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 ha. The shrill laughter spread all around, and Obito also smiled. It seems that having such a partner is really a good choice. This was the first time that the great immortal Toad had frowned since his appearance. He knew in his heart that he couldn't drag this on any longer. We must find a way to deal with Zhang Tian and the White Snake Immortal, otherwise the Ninja Alliance will only fail if it drags on. He turned his gaze towards Zhang Tian. To capture a thief, first capture the leader. If we can take care of that human kid, we'll win. The great immortal Toad made a decision in his heart, and the natural energy in his body surged and was mobilized. Boy, be careful behind you, the White Snake Immortal exclaimed. Zhang Tian turned around suddenly, but it was a little too late. The huge toad's palm fell towards Zhang Tian, and the White Snake Immortal rushed over like crazy. According to the scroll left in Longdi Cave, Zhang Tian is the man who will lead Longdi Cave to prosperity, and no accidents must be allowed to happen to him. The White Snake Immortal also used all his strength to attack the Toad Immortal. Seeing the White Snake Immortal react so quickly, As a last resort, the Great Toad Sage changed his offensive strategy and replaced the fatal blow with a sealing technique. Immortal Technique, 5 Elements Seal. A circle suddenly appeared behind the Toad Immortal, and the light was dazzling. There are 5 colors of aperture, corresponding to the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Zhang Tian dodged backwards, trying to avoid the circle of light, but it was of no use. This aperture seemed to have eyes, locking onto Zhang Tian intently, and it arrived at an incredibly fast speed, in the blink of an eye. Damn it, why can't I dodge it? Zhang Tian frowned and turned his head to look. The light circle had appeared behind him and hit him directly. Zhang Tian. Obito quickly opened the Kamui space and appeared beside him. Zhang Tian looked at his body and it seemed that he was not hurt at all. What happened with this attack? After the Toad Immortal's full strength attack, the clone's energy was exhausted and dissipated. The Great White Snake Immortal also used up all his energy to stop the Great Toad Immortal, and his clone disappeared. The ninjas from the 5 major villages looked at Zhang Tian in confusion. How could he be fine after being hit by the Immortal? Could it be that this guy is so strong that he can withstand the attack of an Immortal without any damage? Obito was also confused. Is Zhang Tian really that strong? Now, we can finally catch the 9-tailed fox. Zhang Tian looked at Naruto, who was knocked unconscious by him, with a smile on his face. Although he himself didn't know why he was fine after being hit, now that Gamma Sage disappeared, no one could stop him from snatching the tailed beasts. He lightly leaped from the tree and tried to go to Naruto to draw out the 9 tails. Suddenly, with a bang, Zhang Tian's body fell rapidly and fell directly to the ground. The great devil of the ninja world, Zhang Tian, actually fell down when he jumped from the tree. This scene made everyone short-circuit. Even Obito was dumbfounded and stood there. Zhang Tian fell down. He actually fell down. This was as shocking as hearing that the 3 Megatama killed the Mangekyo. Zhang Tian stood up from the ground with a frown on his face. He found that he couldn't even start using the Sharingan. There was only a small amount of chakra flowing in the body, so little that it was almost negligible and could be drained away by a single ninjutsu. Did the 5 elements seal just now seal my own chakra? At this time, Zhang Tian realized that the Toad Sage's last attack was not without damage. Instead, it sealed himself, so that the chakra in his body stopped surging and it was difficult for him to fight. Zhang Tian's chakra must have been sealed. Jiraiya began to explain for the ninjas of the 5 villages that he also knew the 5 element seal, and although it was very different from Gamma Sage's, the basic principles of the technique remained the same, so he was more familiar with it. He suddenly fell from the tree. It must be because Gamma Sage sealed his chakra before leaving, which caused him to lose all his strength. I couldn't even jump out of the tree. After hearing Jiraiya's words, the ninjas from the 5 major villages felt that they were strong again. They didn't even dare to look at Zhang Tian in his victorious period. What are you waiting for? Kill that scary guy now. Yes, kill him. As long as he is killed, peace will come to the ninja world. As soon as their strength was sealed, these guys jumped out. What a bunch of clowns. Obito was the first to react. He came to Zhang Tian, opened the Kamui space and took him away. The space around the two began to distort, and then their figures disappeared. In the woods, Zhang Tian punched a large tree. Damn, I almost caught the 9-tailed fox. Obito looked calm beneath the mask. It's no big deal. Let's first find a way to remove the seal in your body. Once the seal is removed, we will be able to win if we act again. As for the period of time during which the seal is lifted, we will dispatch an army of 100,000 white Zetsu and start a full-scale war. Obito analyzed the situation. He looked at Zhang Tian, who was a little annoyed, and asked, "Can you still use the impure world reincarnation now?" Zhang Tian was silent for a moment, feeling the pitifully small amount of chakra in his body. It can be used, but the number of people summoned each time is very small, and summoning it just once will drain what little chakra I have left, and it will take a long time to recover. It's okay, as long as it can be used. This way, someone can lead the White Zetsu army. It's good news that Zhang Tian can also use the impure world skill. Obito even thought that Zhang Tian could do nothing now. Let's go to Longdi Cave and ask the White Snake Immortal how to remove the seal. After Zhang Tian finished speaking, Obito opened the Kamui space and rushed to the Ryokai Cave. The two passed through the shrine outside Longdi Cave and walked forward until they arrived at Longdi Cave. Damn it, we were so close to capturing the Kuwabai. The first words Zhang Tian said when he entered the cave were still regretful that if he hadn't failed this time, he would have been able to see Ling sooner. His inner self-blame came from Ling, and the failure to capture her would delay Ling's resurrection. White Snake Immortal, how do we remove this seal? In response to Zhang Tian's question, the White Snake Immortal carefully examined his body and said, "The old toad's 5-element seal cannot be broken. We must wait until the seal is broken by itself." Wait, I don't want to wait any longer. Is there no other way? Zhang Tian frowned. The Mooneye project was about to succeed. How could he wait now? I can use the Dragon Cave. The treasure will help you break the seal sooner, but this can only speed up the time it takes to remove the seal. It cannot directly break the seal. How long will it take? 1 month, the white snake immortal answered. Even with the use of treasures, the seal could not be broken directly. Mayaboko Mountain sealing technique was stronger than Ryakai Caves, but in terms of combat power and destructive power, Ryakai Cave still held the highest position among the 3 sacred sites. During this period, let the White Zetsu army cooperate with your impure world reincarnation operation. Jiang Tian nodded. That's the only way. He clasped his hands together and used the last of his chakra to summon 2 coffins. It's Sasori and Deodara. As the 2 walked out of the coffin, Jiang Tian felt a strong sense of weakness surge in his heart. The impure world reincarnation completely drained away his remaining chakra, leaving him extremely weak. You 2 are leading the White Zetsu operation, mainly to gather information about the tailed beasts. After controlling Scorpion and Deodara to leave, Jiang Tian felt his eyes go dark, his brain became dizzy, and he almost fainted. After Jiang Tian and Obito evacuated, Konoha village turned into a scorched earth again. It seemed that no matter what the situation was, it was Konoha village that was injured and destroyed. This also made many Konoha ninjas indignant. There are 5 major ninja villages, so why do Jiang Tian and the masked man want to fight Konoha to the death? Jiang Tian was fine, at least he was a rebel ninja from Konoha, and everyone knew that he hated Konoha because of the girl from the Uchiha clan. What about the masked man? After this battle, everyone witnessed the terrifying strength of Jiang Tian and Obito. No one would underestimate them anymore, thinking that if 2 people couldn't start a 4-way war, others might not be able to do it. But Jiang Tian and the masked man can definitely do it. This is what everyone thinks. Everyone, you all saw this battle. Jiang Tian has become even more powerful. He successfully cultivated the sage mode of Longdi Cave and can even communicate with the clone of the White Snake Sage. If we don't do something, the ninja world will be destroyed. In the Konoha Hokage's office, Tsunade sat in the main seat, with scars on her face from being beaten by Obito. She frowned and looked at everyone with an extremely ugly expression. The situation had already developed to the point where it was difficult to control. The 5 major ninja villages have cooperated many times but still failed to capture Jiang Tian. This is unheard of. Only my grandfather and the ancestor of the Uchiha clan could escape safely from the siege of the 5 major ninja villages. When Tsunade thought about this, she became extremely serious. We really should take action. Jiang Tian and the masked man are more powerful than we imagined. We can't just watch the ninja world disappear. The Raikage, a middle-aged man with a hot temper, actually changed his usual behavior and discussed the matter with a serious expression, which showed how much pressure he was under. Lord Tsuchikage, what do you think of the current situation? Mei Terumi looked at Onaki, the oldest of the 5 Kage, wanting to hear his opinion and come up with an effective plan. Onoki also had a solemn expression on his face. Looking at Jiang Tian now, he couldn't help but think of the 5 Kage negotiations back then. It was organized by the first Hokage of Konoha and could be said to be the first negotiation between the 5 major villages. As the bodyguard of the Tsuchikage, he met the man who cast a shadow over him for the rest of his life. Uchiha Madara, the bodyguard of the first Hokage. Just staring at him with a pair of scarlet Mangekyo Sharinan made his younger self tremble in fear, standing still and not daring to move. Jiang Tian and Uchiha Madara are now too similar, with the same scarlet eyes and the same powerful strength, so powerful that it makes people afraid. But nowadays, the 5 major villages can no longer find a figure like the first Hokage. Uchiha Madara was punished by the first Hokage, but as for Jiang Tian, no one could match him. Everyone saw this battle. Jiang Tian is very strong, even surpassing Uchiha Madara. Back then, the first Hokage was able to defeat Uchiha Madara. Who can defeat Jiang Tian now? We have no other options. Please put aside your past grudges and gather all the ninjas from the 5 major villages together for the survival of the ninja world. The 5 great villages, please cooperate completely. Onaki's words were filled with helplessness. 3 wars had broken out between the 5 great villages, each filled with bloody hatred that was far from easy to let go. But now they have no choice unless they want to watch the ninja world disappear. I'm willing to listen to the Tsuchikage's opinion. Tsunade was the first to speak up. Konoha village had always been the main target of Jiang Tian and the masked man, and now that other villages were helping them, it was naturally a great thing. The Sand village is also willing to lead all ninjas to fight for the survival of the ninja world. I agree. This was the first time that the 5 major villages completely put aside their personal grudges and united together. Well then, the specific battle plan will be discussed by the 5 Kage. We will each return to our villages to inform the ninjas of this decision. Ninjas from the 5 major villages gathered, and an army of 100,000 White Zetsu was dispatched, and the war was about to break out. The Moonai project is about to take the stage. Kakashi, where's Naruto? Where did he go? After the 4 Kage left, Tsunade asked Kakashi about Naruto's situation. In the battle plan of the Ninja Alliance, the safety of the 9 tails and the 8 tails was the most important. As long as there are no tailed beasts, Jiang Tian and the masked man will not be able to complete the Moonai plan. Naruto was taken to Mayaboko Mountain by Fukazaku Sage. I heard that Gamada Sage wanted to give him special training. That's good. Once he goes to Mayaboko Mountain, he will be safe with the guidance of the great Toad Sage. Knowing that Naruto was in Mount Mayaboku, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Tian could not possibly go into Mount Mayaboku to capture the tailed beast unless he wanted to die. Inside Mount Mayaboku, Naruto woke up from his coma. He sat obediently beside Gamma Sage and listened to his teachings. During his duel with Zhang Tian, he realized how weak he was. If he couldn't even defeat Zhang Tian, then how could he talk about protecting the village? The world was destroyed by that guy, so wouldn't his goal of becoming Hokage become an empty talk? Naruto-chan, the snake in the Ryokai cave chose the young man named Zhang Tian. Then I choose you. Mayabokusen will also participate in the 4th Shinobi World War. One cannot stand by and watch the ninja world be destroyed. Mayaboku Mountain, Ryokai Cave, and Wet Bone Forest, the 3 holy places have coexisted for countless years. Although they often fought openly and secretly, they had never intervened in the wars of the human world. At most, they would send some of their juniors as summoned beasts to assist one ninja faction. Unlike this time, even the White Snake joined the battle personally. Great Immortal, you said you chose me, what does that mean? Naruto pointed at himself with his eyes wide open in confusion. Although he didn't understand what being chosen by Gamma Sage meant, it definitely couldn't be a bad thing. I will teach you the strongest sage mode of Mayaboku Mountain and sign a contract with you to participate in the 4th war. The great immortal Toad made a decision that if Zhang Tian won this war, then Mayaboku Mountain will gradually disappear. Without ninjas to sign the contract, it is only a matter of time before Mayabokusen disappears. Sign a contract with me? Naruto was so scared that his mouth opened wide. Letting Gamma Sage become a summoning beast was too outrageous. How can I sign a contract with you? This is not possible. The great Toad Sage shook his head and said, Little Naruto, now is not a time to consider seniority and face. I must take on the responsibility of a leader, be responsible for my people, and continue the Mayaboku Mountain. So, get ready to receive my special training, practice the strongest inheritance of Mayaboku Mountain, and fight Zhang Tian. Special training, a battle with Zhang Tian. These 2 sentences seem to have some special magical power, making Naruto's eyes burn with fighting spirit. If he wants to protect the village, protect his companions and become Hokage, he must fight Zhang Tian and defeat him. I will listen to the great immortal and practice well. In the Ryokai cave, Zhang Tian was waiting for the seal to be lifted. He was also studying the other 2 scrolls of magic given by the White Snake Immortal every day to improve his strength. Obito was responsible for commanding the battle. Afei, I didn't expect you to hide so well that you and Zhang Tian started a war. Deidara teased Obito with a smile. When Sasori died, he and Obito had been partners for a while, and the 2 of them had teamed up to capture the 3 tails. Compared to Deidara's activeness, Sasori was fiddling with his puppet with an expressionless face. You 2 will lead the White Zetsu army to gather information. You will also serve as the frontline troops in the 4th war. Remember, your primary mission is to gather information about the 8 tails and the 9 tails Jinchuriki. If you encounter someone you can't deal with, retreat first. Obito clearly conveyed the battle plan to the 2 of them. He and Zhang Tian had discussed it. During the month of waiting for the seal to be lifted, the progress of the Mooneye project could be slowed down slightly, as long as it didn't stop completely. Although Sasori and Deidara are very powerful, they still have to be careful when facing the allied ninja forces. You are obviously invincible in team battles, there is no need to die one by one. Retreat, do Scorpion and I need to retreat, don't forget that we are now immortal. Ever since Deidara joined the team in a group fight last time, he found that using Ko to self-destruct was really fine and his body could recover. He became arrogant and felt that everyone looked like a weakling. Even when he looked at Zhang Tian and Obito, he had this feeling in his heart. His former companion, the Scorpion, has become a little scorpion in his mouth. Zioxy, do you think I'm right? Are we invincible now if we join forces? Scorpion rolled his eyes at him and said nothing, feeling that this boy had lost his mind. No, it seems like there has always been something wrong with his IQ. As if sensing Scorpion's thoughts, Deidara started to yell unhappily. What do you mean, do you look down on me? Have you forgotten, we are an artistic duo, a team that you can't look at me like that. Scorpion replied calmly, I manipulate puppets to create art, not to self-destruct. You, the handsome guy from Deidara is speechless. Okay, stop arguing and get going on the mission. Remember what I said, focus on gathering information about the tailed beasts. Obito looked at the 2 problem boys with the helplessness of an old father. It was really hard to feel at ease that Zhang Tian had summoned these 2 guys. It should be Nagato and Itaki. The biggest problem boys are himself and Zhang Tian. But if I don't say it, and Zhang Tian doesn't say it, then we are not problem boys. Omega, outside the base, 100,000 white Zetsu poured out like a tide. Sasori and Deidara decided to go to the hidden cloud village to find out the news. Because Zhang Tian said that the 2 Jinchuriki might be hiding in the hidden cloud village, but their exact location is unknown. Deidara summoned Asuka and Scorpion and sat on them. Scorpion, what do you think, should I just explode myself when I encounter an enemy, or should I just explode myself? Hey, art is an explosion, art is a moment of sublimation. Scorpion remained expressionless and whispered, no, art is eternal, and eternal art is the most beautiful. Well, no, the moment of explosion is the most beautiful. I said eternity. After hearing these conversations, Obito, who was watching Big Bird leave, could only shake his head and touch his head, feeling a headache. They are indeed two troubled teenagers. Excuse me, doesn't your conscience hurt when you say this? The junction of the 5 major ninja villages is where all the ninjas from the 5 villages gather. The crowd gathered together, and everywhere you looked, you could see ninjas wearing all kinds of costumes. Unlike in the past, all the ninjas at this gathering replaced the forehead protectors representing their respective villages with newly made forehead protectors with the word ninja on them. At this moment, all ninjas are no longer divided into villages, they are all members of the Ninja Alliance. As the teams were arranged, the leaders of the 5 major villages appeared at the same time. Look, it's the adults. With you gentlemen leading us, we will definitely win this war. Yes, of course. The appearance of the 5 cage instantly pushed the atmosphere to a climax. Everyone, I don't need to explain why we've all gathered together today, everyone knows it. For the survival of the ninja world, for the world we live in to not be destroyed, for the glory of ninjas, we must win this war. Defeat the Konoha traitor Jiang Tian and the Masked Man and stop the Moon Eye Project. This is the only way to win this war. Today, the 5 of us are counting on everyone. Please give your all and win the 4th Shinobi World War. The older Tsuchikage spoke as the representative of the 5 cage to boost morale, and his words really ignited the atmosphere of the entire venue. Defeat Jiang Tian and win the war. Kill the Masked Man and organize the Moon Eye Project. Fight, fight, fight. The ninjas cheered wildly as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Now I will announce the captains of each unit. The Tsuchikage took out a list from his arms and began to read it. The supreme commander of the allied shinobi forces is the former Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village, AI. This was a decision made after consultation among the 5 cage. The commander-in-chief serves as the symbol of the coalition. The Tsuchikage is old, and the Kaze cage Gaara is too young. After all, the remaining 2 cage are not the strongest in combat. Therefore, the Raikage, who has strong combat capabilities and is equally powerful outside, is the most suitable person to be the commander. The chief of staff of the allied shinobi forces is held by the former Hokage Tsunade. The commander-in-chief of the allied shinobi forces is Gaara, the former Kaze cage, who is responsible for commanding all ninja forces. The daimyo guard, captained by the former Mizu cage, Mei Terumi. As soon as the Tsuchikage finished reading the list, the coalition forces below there was talk. The Kaze cage is so young, can he really lead us to victory in the war? Yes, why should the youngest Kaze cage worry about the captain of the allied forces? Can't Lord Tsuchikage do that? The person who said this was a ninja from the Hidden Rock Village. Why, after introducing everyone, only his own cage was not assigned an important position? What did you say? Why should Lord Kaze cage take the position? Can't Lord Kaze cage be the captain general? The ninjas from the Sand Village immediately became dissatisfied. The newly formed coalition forces were a mixed bag, with ninjas from the 5 major villages in each force. The 5 high-level cage can put aside their prejudices and join forces, but these low-level ninjas are not so magnanimous and cannot truly put aside their prejudices and cooperate. Are you kidding me? How could I let go of my prejudice when working with a ninja who killed my friends and family before? This is all bloody hatred. Damn it, you're the one who said too much about Kazekage-sama, right? With a bang, the Uegakure ninja who had just said that the Kaze cage was not capable was immediately punched in the face. What are you doing? Why are you hitting someone? Seeing that the ninjas from their own village were beaten, the ninjas from the Hidden Rock Village also stepped forward to help. Then, just like the butterfly effect, more and more people took action and the scene suddenly became chaotic. The sudden attack left everyone stunned. They had agreed on a joint effort, but they didn't expect such a situation to occur when the news was announced. Please stop, don't fight anymore. Gaara frowned and tried to persuade everyone, but was ignored, as if no one heard what the young man said. Damn it, I told you to shut up, damn you, how could you say that about Lord Kaze cage? What I said was correct. The Kaze cage is too young to be the captain of the allied shinobi forces. In the coalition forces, the chaos and quarrels continued. The Raikage on the side looked at Gaara, whose words were ineffective. His expression instantly turned ugly, an electric arc swirled across his body. He stomped his foot and roared, "You bastards, shut up." The ninjas from each village stopped what they were doing. They dared to ignore Gaara, but no one dared to disobey the words of the powerful and bad-tempered Raikage, unless you wanted your bones to fall apart. Everyone, I know that I am still inexperienced and not qualified to be the captain, but I also want to devote everything I have to the peace of the ninja world. My friend Uzumaki Naruto once told me that no matter what situation you're facing, even if you have no chance of winning, that's not a reason to give up. If the situation is not good, then I should go all out. So, I want to lead everyone to victory in this war. Even if it costs me my life, I still want to lead everyone to victory. After these words were spoken, the scene became quiet and silent. After waiting for a while, the fighting spirit of all the ninjas was ignited by Gaara, and they excitedly cheered the name of the young captain. Gaara, Gaara. Tsuchikage Onoki smiled with satisfaction. As expected, we should choose young people, as this will make them more energetic. When discussing the leader of the coalition forces, it was the Tsuchikage who proposed and insisted that Gaara become the captain general of the coalition forces. Okay everyone, I will continue to read out the position decisions made by the Joint Forces headquarters. Onoki stretched out his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and continued to read out the names on the list. Next we'll announce the positions of the captains of each team. The first unit, the medium-range Joint Forces unit. Most of the ninjas in the team are skilled in concealed weapons and weapons. Darui will be the squad leader. As soon as the words fell, the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village in the first team began to cheer, Master Darui, it's Master Darui. The second unit, the Close Combat Joint Forces unit, is responsible for the frontline battles. Team leader Huang Tu. Every time that Tsuchikage pronounced a name, the ninjas cheered. The third unit, the Close to Medium Range Combined Forces unit, is responsible for protracted warfare. Team leader Heitake Kakashi. Kakashi is responsible for the protracted battle. I suspect that Tsuchikage is implying something, but there's no evidence. Come on, Kakashi-sama. The Tsuchikage continued, the 4th Division, the Long Range Combat Combined Forces Division, is responsible for supporting the frontline and rear-line forces. Nara Shikamaru will be the squad leader. Did Lord Tsuchikage pronounce the name wrong? When it was announced that Shikamaru was the captain of the 4th Division, the allied ninja forces became agitated again. Kakashi Heitake mentioned above is the captain of the 3rd Division, so he is well known after all. Copy Ninja Kakashi, son of Konoha White Fang, and an elite jonin with the Sharingan, it's no wonder he's a captain with these titles. And then there's the top title of Heitake 50-50. Hey, I can beat anyone in a couple of blows, I just know how to get by. But who is this Shikamaru? I've never heard of him. Is there any inside story? What, someone so young can be the captain? Yeah, Gaara is the Kazekage after all. What is this kid's identity? Everyone looked at the young man with a ponytail standing in front of the team, their eyes full of distrust. The captain of the troop must be carefully selected. Just kidding, the entire troop is handed over to the captain. If he makes any mistakes in decision making, then the entire ninja troop will be in danger. That Tsuchikage also heard the discussion below. He loudly introduced to the ninjas, it was Nara Shikamaru who came up with the idea of killing the two men when the masked man was weak. He is the brains of the coalition forces. With him in charge of the support forces, he can radiate the entire battlefield and make the right decisions quickly. It turned out to be him. I didn't expect that such a powerful plan was thought up by a young man from Konoha. After hearing that Shikamaru was the one who came up with the plan to kill the two heroes, no one questioned his captaincy anymore. Every ninja knew how powerful this plan was. It nearly killed the masked man and ended the war prematurely. Having such a figure as captain was reassuring. The 5th unit, the Special Combat Unit, is composed of samurai and ninjas with special combat skills. The captain is Mifune of the Iron Country. Mifune brought his samurai to join the allied ninja forces, and the 5th gave him face by appointing him as the captain of the 5th force. After the remaining intelligence forces, medical forces, and other special forces were declared complete, the Shinobi Alliance was completely ready for the Fourth World War. At the headquarters of the Allied Shinobi forces, the 5th, several staff officers, and personnel from the intelligence forces gathered together to form the highest command center for the Allied forces to command operations. Report, according to intelligence, we have discovered the traces of Deidara, the Red Sand Sasori, a former member of the Akatsuki organization. The coalition forces had been closely monitoring Zhang Tian and Obito's situation. Now that they had finally received news, Tsunade, the chief of staff, hurriedly asked, "Are you sure it's just the two of them? Where are they? Can you tell what their intentions are?" As the captain of the intelligence unit, Yamanaka Iniki responded quickly and reported the collected information. So far, only 2 of them have been found. According to intelligence, they are heading to the Hidden Cloud Village. Hidden Cloud Village. When the 5th heard that they were going to this place, they were shocked. Others didn't know, but the 5 of them knew that the 8 Tails and the 9 Tails were hiding near the Hidden Cloud Village. Could it be that Zhang Tian already knows some news? Tsunade frowned. She couldn't believe that Zhang Tian actually knew the coalition's top secret, but looking at the actions of Deidara and the other 2, it seemed that he really knew it. Should we send troops to stop them? The Raikage can fight, but commanding is none of his business. What do you think, Shikaku? Like his son Shikamaru, Nara Shikaku is a highly intelligent person. He used to be Konoha's think tank, and now he has become a member of the Allied Forces staff. Hokage-sama, I suggest sending a special combat unit that can target the abilities of these 2 to stop them. That way, no matter what Zhang Tian's intentions are, we can react as quickly as possible, and the main force can be mobilized at any time. Tsunade nodded, thinking it was a good idea. Then which unit do you think would be best to send? Send a surprise attack force led by Kankuro to intercept them. Also, have the 4th unit provide support at all times. Okay, there's no problem with this arrangement. After Tsunade finished speaking, she asked the intelligence department to convey the message from the command center. All the units of the Shinobi Alliance were stationed in designated areas, following the instructions conveyed by the intelligence department. Captain Kankuro, the High Command has ordered us to go to Kumagakure to stop Deidara, a former member of the Akatsuki organization, and to investigate their purpose in going to Kumagakure. After hearing this, Kankuro didn't hesitate at all and immediately ordered the members to go out. Among the members of Kankuro's team, the more famous ones are Sai and Amwa. Sai, notify everyone to move, we are going to the Hidden Cloud Village to carry out a mission. Sai took out the scroll and drew a big bird with a pen, which took him high into the sky and notified the team members. On the outskirts of the Hidden Cloud Village, Sasori and Deidara got off a flying bird made of explosive clay. Zioxy, do you think it's worth it for John Tien and Afe to start 4 battles just for 2 women? When Deidara learned from Obito that the Moonai project was intended to resurrect 2 women, he was shocked and couldn't understand why someone would go to such lengths for a woman and even make an enemy of the world. In his opinion, apart from the art of explosion that can drive people crazy, nothing else is worth risking everything. Scorpion had a cold expression on his face, as if he couldn't smile. He looked at Deidara and suddenly asked, do you have a girlfriend? I know the art of explosion. What is a girlfriend? Deidara doesn't need one. Oh, so you still don't have a girlfriend? Scorpion hit Zayadai mercilessly. This kid has been too arrogant recently and calls himself Little Scorpion all the time. Calm down, Deidara, you have to calm down. How can you get so angry and dizzy just because of a few words from Sasori? This is not good. Hee, you have the nerve to say that to me. Do you have a girlfriend? Deidara finally realized that they were teammates, both paranoid teenagers pursuing art. I don't have a girlfriend, but does this guy Scorpio have one? It seemed like a tricky question, but Scorpion shook his head calmly and said, I don't have it, I only have a puppet. His tone was so flat that Deidara even wondered if he had heard it wrongly. You don't have a girlfriend, so why are you laughing at me? Deidara was very unhappy. Neither of them had a girlfriend, so why was the eldest brother laughing at the second brother? I know I don't have a girlfriend, so I don't have as many questions as you. And why did Zhang Tian and Afe start a 4-way war over a woman? How can you possibly understand the things involved if you don't even have a girlfriend? Scorpion couldn't help but complain. He was almost driven crazy by Deidara along the way. This guy kept chattering and asking all kinds of weird questions. What, he is now immortal. Next time he sees an enemy, will he explode directly or wait and then self-destruct? Some people also asked why Zhang Tian and Afe started a 4-game war because of a woman. This question is very stupid. Point 2 People who don't have girlfriends actually discuss topics about women. Is this reasonable? Deidara fell into silence, and after a moment his eyes lit up, as if he understood something particularly important and suddenly became enlightened. I finally understand why they can start the 4th war. It's because they have girlfriends. If I had a girlfriend, would I be able to directly sublimate my art? Scorpion didn't know what to say anymore. It was fine to have such a talkative partner when he was alive, but he never expected that after death, he would have to walk out of the coffin and continue to endure such torture. Little Scorpion, something's happening. Deidara made a flying bird out of explosive clay and kept circling in the air, trying to find out the news nearby. He informed Kankuro and his group, and similarly, the surprise attack force also sensed the presence of the two at this moment. Captain Kankuro, the enemy is just ahead. Sai used the fake painting of the super beast, and the big bird drawn by Yunji and Fei Niao saw Deidara and the others. Everyone, be alert. The enemy is ahead. They are Deidara and Sasori, former members of the Akatsuki organization. Both are very powerful. Kankuro recalled his battle with Sasori, where he was completely overpowered and unable to fight back. He was practically crushed by his most proud puppet. But the situation may be different now. He reached out and touched the puppet on its back, which was tightly wrapped with bandages. It was a powerful puppet made from a scorpion's corpse, the scorpion of the red sand. This time we meet, I must defeat you, Scorpion. Kankuro looked forward, his eyes full of fighting spirit. There is no puppeteer who doesn't want to defeat Scorpion fairly, and Kankuro is no exception. Here it comes, Scorpion, be careful, Deidara exclaimed, and he turned his head suddenly to look behind Scorpion. Scorpion also reacted extremely quickly, sensing something was amiss before Deidara even shouted. He jerked back, and with a flick of his finger, he controlled the puppet to block the attack. After the thick smoke caused by the attack cleared, Deidara and Sasori were both stunned. Is this Scorpion? Deidara looked at the puppet that had just attacked Scorpion. It was another scorpion. This puppet is made from my corpse, there's no need to make a fuss, Scorpion explained. Compared to Deidara, he was much calmer. This was the eternal art he pursued. Immortal and indestructible, it doesn't even need a heart to exist in this world. What a wonderful art. Kankuro, I didn't expect you to be so impatient when we meet again. This is so unlike a puppeteer. A puppeteer should be calm, absolutely calm, to ensure their movements are flawless. This ensures the puppet they manipulate won't be damaged by their foolish manipulation. Such a person deserves to be called a puppeteer. What Scorpion said was right. Being a puppeteer does require sufficient calmness, but not everyone can be like him. He had modified his body during his lifetime. In a sense, he was not even a human being, so how could he have such drastic emotional fluctuations? The invisible chakra lines on Kankuro's fingertips were connected to the puppet scorpion. He looked at the scorpion that was brought out of the impure world with a solemn expression. This time I hope to have a fair fight with you, Scorpion. Kankuro waved his fingers, and 2 more puppets appeared on the field, which were Scorpion's parents. This was given to Kankuro by Sasori before his death. In the Longdi cave, Zhang Tian from the Impure World team told everything that happened there. The allied shinobi forces reacted so quickly. It seems that the butterfly effect regarding Naruto and Killer Bee in the Hidden Cloud Village has not changed because of my appearance. This is the real purpose of sending the 2 to the Hidden Cloud Village, to test the reaction of the allied ninja forces, to make sure that Naruto and Killer Bee will not hide somewhere else because of their appearance. After all, because of him as a time traveler, the world has long begun to change and is no longer exactly the same as the original. Scorpion smiled. Fighting myself might sound a little strange. But as a puppeteer, I like this kind of challenge. Scorpion slowly pulled out a scroll from his arms and opened it with a fierce flick. Red Secret Technique, 100 Machine Maneuvers. The Red Secret Technique, 100 Machines Exercise, is Scorpion's unique skill. It is not only very famous in the original anime, but can almost be said to represent the pinnacle of skills of a puppeteer. Scorpion took off his coat, exposing his chest. Where his heart used to be, there was a gap. What was inside was no longer a rosy heart, but an energy substance called a regeneration nucleus. This is also the fundamental reason why Scorpio dares to transform his body. It is well known that people cannot live without a heart. But Scorpion, who possesses a regeneration core, has a perfect solution to this problem. The regeneration core provides his body with a constant supply of energy, allowing him to survive in the world without a heart. As the 100 Machines exercise began, countless chakra lines that were imperceptible to the naked eye gushed out from the regeneration core, connecting one puppet after another. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of puppets were hovering in the sky. These puppets are equipped with a variety of weapons, including kunao, sickles, swords, and everything in between. Some even have special ninjutsu scrolls. Kankuro and his team were stunned. This was far beyond their understanding. Except for Kankuro, who had fought with Sasori before, sweat dripped from the foreheads of the other team members. Damn it, this is a joke. Someone can actually control hundreds of puppets at the same time. Calm down. Kankuro also frowned. As a puppeteer, he would feel an invisible pressure whenever he faced Scorpion. This is the fundamental reason why Scorpion is called a genius puppeteer, because he breaks the world's perception of ordinary puppeteers. A truly powerful puppeteer can have an entire legion. Little Scorpion, I have to say that I'm always amazed when I see you perform this 100 machines maneuver. It's truly an incredible art. But it's still not quite up to par with my self-destruction. Deidara hadn't identified with many people, and besides Uchiha Itachi, who had recruited him into the organization, he had only this partner who had brought the art of eternity to its peak. Scorpion's expression remained stern as he replied calmly, "It's certainly not as good as your art of suicide. Little Scorpion, do you have any manners?" The word polite was indeed a bit inappropriate coming from Deidara's mouth. This kid was the most impolite. Sasori ignored Deidara, who was chattering non-stop, and controlled the puppet to rush towards Kankuro's team. Red Secret Technique, Flame Bomb. Kankuro danced his fingers, controlling the puppet Scorpion to attack the puppet charging towards him. The Scorpion's arms, now made into a puppet, erupted in flames, spraying them at the puppets being manipulated by the 100 machines. A dark scene appeared and I hit myself. The impure world Scorpion looked at its own corpse expressionlessly, its fingers dancing faster and faster, and hundreds of puppets swarmed towards Kankuro's team. Ninja Technique, Super Beast Fake Painting. Sai took out a scroll and danced with the brush. Ferocious beasts of various shapes rushed out from the scroll and bit the puppet controlled by Scorpion. Little Scorpion, do you need my help? Deidara was instantly unhappy when his companions were besieged. They treated him like air, with a group of people attacking one person. No, you don't need to interfere in the duel between puppeteers. In Scorpion's mind, a puppeteer's duel should use the puppeteer's methods. This is also the most criticized part by fans in the original work. It is an organization that is obviously invincible in group battles, but they have to carry out missions one by one, leaving others to kill them alone. Give me some pictures of all the members of the Akatsuki organization assembled. Scorpion is still too strong. Even though Kankuro has become stronger and grown to his current state, he still finds it difficult to face this talented ninja. This is the charm of Scorpion of the Akatsuki organization. Other puppeteers can only control a few puppets at most, but he carries an entire legion with him. As Scorpion's attacks became more fierce, sweat began to pour down Kankuro's forehead, and he hurriedly used his second puppet. Black Secret Technique, 2 Bursts. A puppet, the Black Ant, appeared, a multi-armed puppet. The Black Ant scurried across the ground at breakneck speed, charging towards the Scorpion. The mechanism on its belly instantly opened, trapping the Scorpion within its body. In the Black Ant's stomach, countless ninja tools emerged from various parts of the mechanism and tore Scorpion's body apart. However, those who transform into the impure world have immortality. Although imprisoned, Scorpion did not stop controlling the 100 Machines. Three puppets swooped down from the sky, each raising their weapons to destroy the puppet black ants. With a bang, the black ant shattered and the scorpion stood up from inside with its broken body. Kankuro, you couldn't defeat me before. Now that I have an immortal body, you are definitely not my opponent. So, die or escape from here now, you choose one. As for Kankuro, Scorpion still wanted to spare his life, which obviously went against the order conveyed by Jiang Tian. Zioxy, are you crazy? You decided to let these people go without permission. That when Jiang Tian senses this, he will definitely cancel your impure world reincarnation. Deodara said anxiously. As Scorpion's best friend, he still wanted to team up with Scorpion and couldn't just watch him disappear. We only agreed to help him capture the tailed beasts, but we didn't agree to help him kill anyone. Scorpion's face was calm. Jiang Tian had already told him everything that happened here. Jiang Tian frowned in the long decave. This was the bad thing about the impure world reincarnation. The reincarnated person retained the memories of his previous life, which made it easy for old acquaintances to play the emotional card and then gain their insights through words. This is also the reason why Jiang Tian must resurrect Orikimura. Only he can improve the impure world reincarnation, so that he can more effectively control these reincarnated beings to fight for him. Jiang Tian's power was now sealed, so he didn't interfere too much with Scorpion's decision. After all, letting Kankuro go wasn't a particularly important matter, as long as it didn't affect the two's search for information about the tailed beasts. Xia, it's been a long time since you died at the hands of your mother-in-law. That you haven't seen your parents for a long time. Survey Julane once again controls two puppets to appear, which are Scorpion's father and mother. Both puppets were made by Scorpion during his lifetime. Scorpion had this idea when he was a child. After learning that his parents had died on the battlefield, he kept pestering his grandmother, Cho, who was also a very powerful puppeteer, to teach him the art of puppetry. His goal was to make his parents' bodies into puppets after he learned the technique so that they could always be by his side. After learning the news, Grandma Cho was shocked that her grandson had done such a thing, because using corpses to make puppets is disrespectful to the deceased, but what she never expected was that her grandson would transform himself and make his body into a puppet. But when she discovered it, Scorpio would only say that it was eternal art. Looking at the two puppets that suddenly appeared, Scorpion's heart moved. What he had always pursued for eternity was not art, but love. It is the eternal love from parents. Everyone needs companionship, especially members of the Akatsuki organization. Almost all members lack love, except for Deodara, the lucky young man. Scorpion, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly hesitating? Deodara looked at the dazed Scorpion with a surprised expression. He knew about these two puppets. During his lifetime, Scorpion summoned these two puppets in the middle of the night more than once and snuggled in their arms. Once I discovered it and made a few sarcastic remarks, saying that Scorpion had some special hobby and liked to sleep with puppets. As a result, he was chased and beaten by Scorpion all night long. It was also that night that Deodara learned that the two puppets were Scorpion's parents. He was a child who lacked love, his parents having died young. However, Scorpion was not as hesitant as he is now, even if the opponent was a puppet made of his parents. Sasori ignored Deodara and just looked at the two puppets of his parents in silence. Before his death, he felt the love of his grandmother Cho for the first time, and it was also the first time he felt love since his parents passed away. This also caused a slight change in his body, which had been transformed into a puppet, and let him know that there was still a grandmother in the world who loved him. It also gave him a different definition of love, as if love does not necessarily have to be eternal, and the love that one once had can also be heartwarming, even though he has no heart anymore. Now, taking advantage of Scorpion's moment of distraction, Kankuro seized the opportunity to control the puppets made by Scorpion's parents to rush towards him. The two puppets formed a double-teaming posture, tightly holding Scorpion in their arms. Scorpion, what are you doing? They will really subdue you like this. Deodara was a little impatient. He was not used to the fact that Scorpion suddenly became like this. The key point was that it would affect Jiang Tian's mission. Prepare to take action immediately. C3:18. Deodara, don't interfere. Scorpion scolded Deodara, telling him not to interfere in the battle. He looked at Kankuro quietly, his face expressionless, feeling the embrace of his parents. Of course, to outsiders, it seemed that he was suppressed by the two puppets. Scorpion turned his head and looked at his parents' faces carefully, as if he wanted to remember their appearance deeply in his mind. He reached out and kept stroking his two favorite puppets, and suddenly, under everyone's shocked gaze, crack! Scorpion swung his hand violently and smashed the puppet made from his father's corpse. Then he turned around and punched his mother's puppet. Little Scorpion. The incident happened so quickly that everyone was stunned. Deodara didn't understand why Scorpion suddenly took action and destroyed his two most beloved puppets. After so many years, the bodies of the parents should rest in peace. They must be very sad to have such a disobedient son. Scorpion muttered to himself softly, his hands moving non-stop as he completely destroyed the two puppets. After doing all this, he looked at Kankuro with a hint of determination in his eyes, without the tenderness he had just shown when he looked at his parents' puppets. I'll say it one last time, it's not too late to escape now. Kankuro looked grim. Things changed so quickly that he was caught off guard. I originally thought that Scorpion would be hesitant when he saw these two puppets, but it was obvious that he was overthinking it. Since the moment of Scorpio's true death, he has come to realize that eternal love will always exist. This kind of love is not eternal because it lasts long enough, but because parents have loved him since he was born and will continue to love him until he dies. This kind of love is called eternal. This is a quote I like very much. Death is not the end of a person. Being forgotten by the last person is the real death. Therefore, the love that will never be forgotten is eternal. A smile appeared on Scorpion's face for the first time. He was never alone because his parents always loved him. Damn, the reinforcements haven't arrived yet. Kankuro couldn't help but look at the woods behind him. After Sasori used the 100 machines exercise, he asked someone to contact the headquarters for support, because he knew that the team would never be a match for Sasori, who used the 100 machines exercise, and Deidara, who had been watching the battle. The fourth team, led by Captain Shikamaru, personally led the ninjas to support Kankuro. He made this decision the moment he received the intelligence. Now that Zhangtian was sealed and the war had not yet fully broken out, the Ninja Alliance had enough manpower. At this time, the enemy's strength should be weakened as much as possible, so Shikamaru brought out almost all the top combat forces of the 4th Division. The well-known members include Tamari, Chuji Akimichi, and Dashiro, all of whom are supporting characters with many roles in the original work. Captain Shikamaru, they are just ahead. We can already sense their presence. The sentient ninja had already noticed Kankuro's situation and quickly reported it. Everyone speed up, we must seal Deidara and Sasori in time and weaken the enemy as much as possible. Sealing is the only way to resolve the impure world reincarnation. He knew to seal Deidara and the other two while Zhang Tian was unable to fight. In this regard, he reacted faster than his father Shikaku. At the Allied Forces headquarters, he heard that his son Shikamaru was leading his men to support Kankuro. Shikaku frowned. That's a bit rash. What if this is a trap? Hokuchi-sama, I request that Jiraiya-sama be allowed to lead the ninja to Kankuro's aid. Tsunade, the chief of staff, heard this and asked, hasn't Shikamaru already gone to support? Why does Jiraiya still need to take action? Luja shook his head solemnly. Zhang Tian is indeed sealed and cannot fight for the time being, but there is still a masked man. Scorpion and Deidara are, after all, just dead people who have been resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. They still came out to carry out the mission even when Zhang Tian was sealed, which shows how important the mission they are carrying out is. So, I'm afraid the masked man will follow us on this mission. Luju's words woke everyone up from their dreams. Everyone thought Zhang Tian was sealed, and the news of the investigation was also the only people involved in this operation are Sasori and Deidara. They all thought that the masked man would not appear before Zhang Tian could join the battle. But no one thought about how important the mission was that the two evil world departures had to carry out when Zhang Tian was sealed. Since it is an important mission, how could the masked man not come along? Quick, notify Jiraiya to bring people for support. All I can say is that your father is still your father. After all, Shikamaru is not as experienced as his father Shikaku in planning. In the woods, Obito, carrying the Uchiha fan on his back, was hiding in the dark. Scorpion and Deidara's brazen appearance was intended as bait. This was a decision he made after Deidara and the others left and informed Zhang Tian on the spur of the moment. Let the two of them keep fighting here, constantly attracting support, and wait until a heavyweight figure appears in the ninja coalition. He would subdue it himself, regardless of whether he could get the exact location of the tailed beast from this heavyweight. They can subdue people and use them as hostages to exchange for something useful. Now, this heavyweight figure of the coalition forces is Jiraiya, who is coming to support. Are they here, the support troops? Deidara and Sasori looked up at the woods behind Kankuro at the same time. The breeze blew, making the leaves rustle. Shikamaru led the elite of the 4th unit out of the woods and came in front of the few people. Kankuro, are you okay? Seeing the reinforcements coming, the members of Kankuro's team breathed a sigh of relief. Facing the Akatsuki's artistic duo alone was still too stressful. There are no weak members of Akatsuki, they are all ridiculously powerful. Be careful, these two are not easy to deal with. Shikamaru looked at the mess on the ground. There were scattered puppet fragments and traces of battle everywhere, which showed how fierce the battle between Kankuro's team and Sasori was. Obito, who was hiding in the dark, was a little disappointed. They only sent this group of young people. The Ninja Alliance is too arrogant. Relying on these people to deal with Sasori and Deidara, there is not much chance of success. He took out the scroll that could communicate with Zhang Tian, unsealed the seal on the scroll, and his voice reached Zhang Tian's ears. Zhang Tian, control Scorpion and Deidara to continue fighting. No important members of the coalition forces have arrived yet in the support force. Zhang Tian in Longdi Cave couldn't help but frown when he learned that the people coming to support were a group of young people. Is this so-called Ninja Alliance just playing house? They actually sent a group of people like this. Do they think Sasori and Deidara are too gentle? He put his hands together, and the Deidara duo, who were trapped by the impure world reincarnation, instantly sensed it. The two attacked at the same time and the battle began again. Red secret technique, 100 machines in operation. Puppets were flying all over the sky, constantly rushing towards Kankuro and others. C1, Clay Spider. Deodara took out a pile of clay and placed it on his palm. Suddenly, a crack appeared in his palm. A long tongue stretched out from it, swallowed the clay, and then continuously spit out small white spiders. These spiders flew towards the coalition forces, and the sound of bang 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 explosions was endless. Ah, it hurts. Be careful not to get touched by these spiders. Shikamaru reminded the team to keep their distance from the white spiders. His expression was serious. Clay spiders were small and difficult to see with the naked eye, and their speed made it difficult for everyone to react quickly. So, in an instant, the coalition forces suffered casualties. The more difficult the situation seems, the calmer you should be and the more you should find a solution. Panic will only make things worse. Shikamaru thought back to what his father had said, calm down, I need to calm down and find a solution. He looked at Sasori and Deodara, and gradually formed a plan in his mind. Since the two of them are very powerful when working together, we have to get rid of one of them as quickly as possible, no matter the cost. This is the only way. Kankuro, use your puppet to hold Scorpion back, and everyone else, please cooperate with me. Although no one knew what Shikamaru wanted to do, everyone still trusted this think tank of Konoha's younger generation and cooperated with him. Black secret technique, Salamander. Kankuro used the flexible salamander puppet, and asked himself to hold Scorpion back. Then the faster salamander is the best choice. Scorpion's attention was instantly attracted by the salamander, while Shikamaru stood in front of Deodara. Detonating clay, twin snakes. Two white snakes made of clay rushed towards Shikamaru like a shadow, trying to attach themselves to his body and blow him to pieces. Sai, hurry up. Hearing Shikamaru's command, Sai quickly took out the scroll and danced with the brush, ninja technique, super beast fake painting. A strange beast leaped out of the scroll and rushed directly towards the twin snakes. Bang! A violent explosion sounded, and the twin snakes exploded instantly under the collision of the beasts. Deodara wasn't angry when his offensive was stopped. Instead, he smiled and applauded, praising, not bad, you were able to stop the twin snakes. It seems that these ordinary ninjas in your allied ninja forces aren't all cannon fodder. But the game ends here. Deodara put away the smile on his face, quickly formed seals with his hands, and grabbed a handful of clay from the ninja tool bag he carried with him. C3, number 18. With a bang, everything that happened suddenly made everyone stop fighting and look at Deodara in disbelief. I saw his body exploded. The ninjutsu he just used actually injured himself? What's wrong with me? Why is my body out of control? Deodara frowned. He didn't understand why this happened. Just then, when he used C3 number 18, his body unexpectedly detonated C3 without his control. Well, you're right, the game is indeed over. Shikamaru formed hand seals and looked at Deodara expressionlessly. A black shadow stretched out on the ground in front of the two of them, connecting them at both ends. You were the one causing trouble just now. No matter how thick-skinned Deodara was, he knew that he was injured in the explosion because of Shikamaru. The Nara family's unique secret technique, shadow imitation technique. While its destructive power is insignificant, it can be used effectively to surprise the enemy. Ha ha ha, so what even if you control me? I'm a reincarnated body, I'm immortal, and you can't kill me. Deodara looked ferocious. This was the second time he experienced the thrill of self-destruction since he was resurrected by Zhang Tian last time. He is very arrogant and thinks that everyone is not as good as him. The most important thing is that he can survive. Deodara is not afraid of anyone. Although Zhang Tian kept telling him that the impure world reincarnation would be sealed, Deodara had never seen the seal before, so it could only be said that the young man was fearless. It's true that I can't kill you, but I brought a ninja who is proficient in sealing techniques here today just for this moment. Everyone, get started. As soon as Shikamaru finished speaking, several ninjas rushed towards Deodara and prepared to seal him. Looking at the people coming towards him, Deodara's face showed panic for the first time. Chaos. Brother Scorpion, save me. Hearing his little brother's cry for help, Sasori controlled the puppet to block Kankuro's salamander and rushed towards Deodara. Scorpio, who had never been a talkative person, suddenly took the initiative to shout, and his voice was particularly loud. Don't be afraid, Zayadai, Brother Scorpion is here. I have to say that there is some personal grudge involved in Zayadai's words. Or you might as well not save him. This thought flashed through Deodara's mind. Swish! Kankuro and Sai risked their injuries to block Scorpion's way. Their arms were instantly torn open by Scorpion's puppets, and blood was dripping. Don't even think about going over there. Even though I can't beat you, I can still hold you back. Kankuro covered his bleeding arm and forced a smile on his face. Seeing the ninja who sealed him getting closer and closer, Deodara really panicked and started to act badly, shouting for help. Afei, if you don't come out, I'm going to be killed. Afei, the masked man? This shout startled all the coalition forces present. Did the masked man follow us? If a person like this appeared here, it would definitely not be something they could handle. Afei, come out quickly, or I'll be really angry. After all, I was your senior when I was alive. Is it appropriate to ignore me like this? There's really nothing we can do about this guy. Obito, who has been hiding in the dark, is worried about Deidara. Seeing that there is no new reinforcement, Obito does not want to wait any longer and kills these guys first. When will you be more reliable? I've never seen anyone voluntarily reveal the location of their companions. You're the first. In the darkness, Obito, wearing a white mask and carrying an Uchiha fan on his back, slowly walked out. The masked man is really here. Damn, this is nothing like expected. Shikamaru's eyes were anxious that if the masked man was here, everyone here would be killed today. In the face of absolute strength, his wisdom was useless. No matter what method he came up with, he could not avoid being crushed. Obito took the Uchiha fan in his hand and waved it casually, and Shikamaru was blown away. The shadow of the connection between him and Deidara also disappeared in an instant. Afei, you are too disrespectful to your seniors that you actually waited until now to take action. I was almost sealed just now. It was very dangerous. As soon as Deidara came out of the shadow imitation technique, he came to Obito and kept muttering, "Well, it seems that our plan to capture an important figure has failed. Let's kill these guys." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the allied ninjas present changed instantly. Facing the masked man who started the fourth war, they might not even be able to resist. Obito put the Uchiha fan back on his back. He didn't even need to use ninjutsu to deal with these small fry, so taijutsu was enough. He rushed towards the group of people like a wolf rushing into a flock of sheep, and grabbed a ninja by the neck and exerted force with his hands. He twisted the man's neck and continued to attack. Figures flashed in the crowd, and people from the coalition side kept falling to the ground, their bodies limp like a puddle of mud. Their necks were all broken. With cold and cruel means and at a speed so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye, Obito transformed into the god of death and reaped the lives of these ninjas at will. Run, run, here he comes, this guy is not a human being at all. God or devil, this powerful strength has long been beyond the scope of ninja. There were endless exclamations and screams. Obito was still too strong, so strong that these people didn't even have the courage to resist. Obito appeared beside Shikamaru, his hand reaching for his neck. As the hand got closer and closer to his neck, Shikamaru panicked and broke out in a cold sweat. He froze in place, as if waiting to die. Is this the oppressive feeling of the masked man? Faced with such an existence, I don't even have the mentality to resist. With a bang, the palm was knocked back. Obito's eyes fixed, and he quickly stepped back to create some distance. He stood there looking at the person who suddenly appeared, and a smile appeared on his face under the mask. Haha, finally an important person has arrived. It seems I haven't waited so long in vain. Jiraiya-sama, you are the Toad Sage of Konoha. We are saved. We are saved. But can Jiraiya-sama really defeat the masked man? The person who suddenly attacked was Jiraiya, who came to support. Masked man, Jiang Tian was sealed by the great Toad Immortal. I didn't expect you to actually dare to show up alone. Originally, Shikaku only guessed that Obito might appear, so the Allied Forces headquarters only sent Jiraiya. Now that it has been confirmed, the news was immediately transmitted back to the Allied Forces headquarters through ninjas familiar with soul-based ninjutsu. In the Allied Forces headquarters, Tsunade stood up quickly. Everyone, Shikaku's guess was correct. The masked man has really appeared, we have to respond. The Raikage, the leader of the coalition forces and the one who hated Akatsuki the most, made a decision immediately. I'll go help Jiraiya and take out the masked man. Let's go together and take this opportunity to kill the masked man. The Tsuchikage expressed his opinion. Now that Jiang Tian was sealed, it was a perfect opportunity to kill the masked man. All 5 Kage should be mobilized to ensure that the masked man can be killed this time. All 5 Kage set off and rushed towards Obito. On the battlefield in the woods, Obito and Jiraiya have already started fighting. Jiraiya is quite powerful after activating the Sage Mode. Although he cannot be said to have defeated Obito, he may not lose either. Immortal magic, the great Jade Raisnon, divine power. There were strange fluctuations in space, and the Raisnon passed through Obito's body. Jiraiya, you are no match for me. Although it will take some effort for me to defeat you in my current state, you will definitely lose. The 9 tails and the 8 tails have not been captured yet, and Obito, as the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails, cannot activate the 6 paths mode. But it can be said that Obito, under the Mangekyo, is sure to win against Jiraiya. Hearing Obito's words of contempt for him, Jiraiya remained calm and not angry. Maybe I really can't beat you, but I can hold you back for a while. Jiraiya has already received the news that the 5 Kage are rushing here, and all he needs to do is delay Obito. Senjutsu, Gomen. Natural energy surged, and raging flames rushed towards him. Fire style, storm dance. Obito used fire style by moving his throat. The 2 raging flames met in midair and continued to melt away. This scene was witnessed by the ninjas proficient in fire escape, and they felt ashamed. This is real fire style. Compared to this, their fire style is a bit like children playing house and fooling around. The 2 flames cancelled out, and Jiraiya's forehead sweat has already begun to drip. Is he still too strong, masked man? He looked behind him and thought that as long as he could hold on until you guys came over, it should be fine. While the 5 Kage were on their way, they were also listening to the opinions from the Allied headquarters at any time. My lords, word has come from headquarters that Master Jiraiya has engaged the Masked Man. There's more news. Master Jiraiya is using Senjutsu, and the Masked Man is using Fire Release. The two are currently tied. As messages came in one after another, the 5 Kage sped up their journey, and Tsunade was the most anxious among them. As the Hokage, she owed Jiraiya too much. It was Jiraiya who always helped her, which enabled her to hold the position of Hokage securely and avoid many worries. Please everyone, please hurry up and support Jiraiya as soon as possible. Good. Several shadows nodded and hurried on their way as fast as they could. Suddenly, a small ball of colorful energy exploded in front of everyone, and the aftermath of the explosion stopped the 5 Kage. Everyone, don't be so anxious about the support. Let's first talk about the ambush on me last time. A familiar voice sounded in their ears, and the 5 Kage widened their eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? Shouldn't this guy still be sealed? In the woods, a man in a red robe, a Shura mask on his head, and a samurai sword on his waist walked out. Sorry, this road is blocked. If you want to support me, you have to ask me first. The man who suddenly appeared was Jiang Tian's pupil technique clone. Although the original body's strength is sealed, the clone that cannot use Sage Mode is not affected in any way. Ever since the last ambush, the clone has not appeared again, and the 5 Kage have gradually forgotten about it. They all thought that Jiang Tian's power was sealed by the magic of the Toad Immortal, so he naturally couldn't use his clone. But no one knows that this clone is the Mangekyo technique, a bloodline limit, and it is unique to Jiang Tian, so it is quite special. Seeing Jiang Tian suddenly appear, everyone was a little panicked. Jiang Tian, weren't you sealed? Why are you here? The 5 Kage couldn't understand why a person who was sealed by Gamma Sage suddenly appeared here. According to the information left by the Great Immortal, it would take Jiang Tian at least a month to continue participating in the battle. Hahaha, you guys who don't have a bloodline limit naturally don't understand the power of the Uchiha clan's bloodline. It was Jiang Tian who was sealed. What does my clone have to do with it? Uchiha clan bloodline. This guy should be Jiang Tian's clone. We are all wrong. His clone is not a ninjutsu, but comes from the blood limit Sharingan. After all, the older Tsuchikage had more experience, and he immediately realized that Jiang Tian who appeared in front of him was the clone of Mangekyo's technique. We have to get to Jiraiya quickly, otherwise he won't be able to hold on, Tsunade said anxiously. Now the only one in the world who cares about her is Jiraiya. Don't think about going to support, take care of yourself first. Jiang Tian slowly drew out his samurai sword, opened the kaleidoscope and stared at the 5 people. Although the clone cannot use Sage Mode, it possesses all the powers except Sage Mode, even the Mangekyo. I can't say I can defeat the 5 Kage together, but it's enough to hold them back. Susanoo, a purple giant, rose from the ground, completely blocking the way of the 5 people. In the battle between Obito and Jiraiya, as time went on, Jiraiya gradually fell into a disadvantage. Divine power. The Mangekyo spun rapidly, and Obito appeared behind Jiraiya again. He kicked him hard, directly on the back, and Jiraiya was kicked away. The Uchiha fan swung out, and the chains connecting his arms tightly wrapped around Jiraiya's body, pulling him in front of him again. With a bang, the fist hit the chest and blood flowed out of Jiraiya's mouth. Jiraiya-sama. Shikamaru and the other Konoha ninjas looked anxious when they saw this scene. If even Lord Jiraiya was no match for them, they would all die and become corpses. Ninjutsu, Needle Jizo. Jiraiya's long white hair stood up and turned into silver flying needles that attacked Obito. Uchiha waved his fan fiercely, and all the flying needles were blown away. Jiraiya, you lose. It's about time to finish you off. This boring battle. Wood release, cutting technique. Countless pieces of wood suddenly appeared, pierced Jiraiya's body, and turned him into a hedgehog. Ugh. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Jiraiya gritted his teeth to keep himself awake and reached out to pull out the wood from his body. The scarlet blood had already stained the clothes, and a lot of blood was flowing out of the wound. Jiraiya began to stagger, but he still didn't fall down. Masked Man, you and Jiang Tian will not win this war. Obito smiled dismissively. Winning or losing a war isn't decided with words, it's decided by strength. You are obviously not as strong as me, so you are the one who should prepare to die. With a flash of his body, Obito kicked again. Bang! Jiraiya was kicked again and fell to the ground. This time he tried to get up, but failed. The blood-stained palms were slightly bent, trying to support the body, but it didn't work. At the moment of death, countless memories flashed through my mind. Little Jiraiya, don't be discouraged. Genius can be made up through hard work. In the teacher's eyes, you are not the last one. This was the encouragement given to him by his teacher, the third generation, and it was this sentence that made him go from being the last in the class to becoming one of the 3 great ninjas of Konoha, the Toad Sage of Mayaboko Mountain. Tsunade, or Akimaru, and his disciple Minato Namikaze, all of these people flashed through his memory. It carried through his failed life. His teacher died, his best friend defected, and his disciple died. He was not around when these things happened, and in the end he was of no help at all. I don't dare to confess my feelings to the woman I like. Even if I do, it's just a joking statement. I've never said it seriously. I was afraid that even if I said it seriously, Tsunade would still reject me seriously. Jiraiya, you are really a useless ninja. Jiraiya, whose consciousness had dissipated during training, had a bitter expression on his face. My life seems to be a failure to an unacceptable degree. However, perhaps people like me can be of some use. At the last moment, the image of Naruto appeared in his mind, the child who had always clamored to be Hokage. An iron rod slipped out of Obito's sleeve and he slowly walked towards Jiraiya. Shikamaru and others wanted to help, but were stopped by Sasori and Deidara. Puff! The iron rod pierced Jiraiya's chest, and a smile appeared on his face before his heart stopped beating. Then you are the one who is the son of prophecy. There is no doubt about it. The civilian ninja Jiraiya came to an end, dying quietly at the hands of Obito. Compared with the ninjas in the major families of Konoha, he has no status. But he became a third-generation disciple, and after he became powerful, he accepted disciples who became the fourth generation. From then on, his status in Konoha became extremely prominent, and every Konoha ninja who saw him would call him Jiraiya-sama. But if he didn't have all these blessings, he would just be a commoner of Konoha, and his death would be truly silent and no one would remember it. Jiang Tian is also a commoner. If he is not so powerful, Ling's death will also be silent. This is everything about Konoha, which has long since gone against the original intention of the first generation when they established the village, to create a peaceful and equal pure land. But after the Senju clan died out, the Uchiha clan was also exterminated. The so-called equality has long been controlled by several major families with the extinction of the two major clans. Perhaps this is the real reason for the demise of the Uchiha clan. Only by destroying the Uchiha clan, the two major families that founded Konoha disappeared. Only a few big families can better control Konoha. Even when Tsunade became Hokage, she sometimes still had to look at the faces of the big families. The village is a bit disappointing, but that kid should be able to change everything after becoming Hokage, so you should be able to change everything. I didn't expect Jiraiya's heroic tale to end like this. It was a bit rushed, but it's a good ending. The ninja who died fighting for the ninja world, Jiraiya. His heart stopped beating completely, he slowly closed his eyes, and slept here forever. This moment is the final chapter of Jiraiya's heroic story. Jiraiya died in this forest. It was Obito who did it. Jiraiya-sama, you deserve to die, you bastard. The eyes of the Konoha ninjas were moist and red, and they all looked at Obito viciously. But no one could come to Obito to seek revenge. They were too weak, so weak that it was impossible for them to even break through Sasori and Deidara. Tick, tick. It suddenly started to rain lightly, as if God was seeing off this lustful middle-aged ninja. Obito fell into silence as he looked at the corpse at his feet. Jiraiya was innocent. The high-ranking officials of Konoha are dirty. The fourth Hokage did not save Rin, so he has reason to kill them. But he had no reason to kill Jiraiya, but his position was clear. Anyone who prevents him from carrying out the Moon Eye plan to resurrect Lin is an enemy and they all deserve to die. Even Jiraiya, who did not collude with the Konoha high-level officials, deserved to die. Perhaps in the entire Konoha village, you, Jiraiya, are the only one who truly does things for the good of the village. You don't do these things just for profit. Raindrops slid down his mask, and Obito took off his blood-stained gloves so that he would look cleaner. Although these hands are already covered in blood and sin, it is not good to let Lin in heaven see them so bloody. She wouldn't like Obito having blood on his hands like this. Scorpion, Deidara, clean up and kill all these people. Obito took the Uchiha fan and prepared to deal with these ninjas. He also had to support Jiang Tian's clone. In the woods, Tsunade heard the latest news. Her nose felt sore and tears couldn't help but fall. Jiraiya. Jiraiya, you said you wouldn't die. You promised me, Weeaboo. Tsunade covered her face and cried bitterly. She staggered and was almost unable to stand. She leaned against a big tree, barely supporting her body to prevent herself from collapsing to the ground. Hokage-sama, now is not the time to be miserable. We still have enemies to face. Yes, we should get rid of Jiang Tian first. The Tsuchikage and the Raikage tried to comfort her, but Tsunade acted as if she didn't hear them and just covered her face with her hands and cried. These people don't know what position Jiraiya holds in her heart. He is a good friend, a family member, and even a confidant. He was also the only person in this world to whom she could confide her feelings. The blow of Jiraiya's death to her was no less than the death of her lover. In the Longqi cave, Jiang Tian's expression changed after he learned from his clone that Jiraiya was dead. God escapes, annihilates nothingness. Jiang Tian used his own ninjutsu, and a colorful energy ball flew towards the Raikage and exploded in front of him. Dust release, original world separation technique. After the Tsuchikage blocked the attack, the group of people fought together again. On Obito's side, Sasori and Deidara kept attacking, and the allied ninjas suffered heavy casualties and were unable to resist. With a bang, a cloud of white smoke suddenly rose. A powerful aura appeared on the battlefield, and Obito suddenly looked up at the figure that was gradually becoming clearer in the smoke. He was dressed in a fiery red robe, the ribbon tied around his forehead fluttering in the wind. His eyes slowly opened, revealing toad-like patterns on the skin near his eyes. The one who came was Naruto, who was receiving special training from Gamma Sage at Mayaboku Mountain. Naruto stood on Gamabunta, with the two brothers Gamaken and Gamahiro beside him. Then you, Lord Jiraiya. Shikamaru looked at Naruto with tears in his eyes. This guy finally showed up. I understand. Naruto looked at Jiraiya's body on the ground. His face was calmed, he didn't break down and cry, and not even a tear shed. I just felt my mind go blank, my throat felt a little hard, and the lustful immortal was dead. He died in these woods, his body lying there. The brain receives this information, but seems to not know how to respond. He looked at Obito and slowly raised his hands, striking a Wing Chun-like stance. This is a kind of Mayaboku's physical technique. His figure disappeared in a flash, and his speed was extremely fast. Obito's eyes became serious. He wondered what kind of training this guy had done to make him so fast. The Sharingan only saw a trace of afterimage, but the Samsara I could see this speed clearly. With a bang, Obito brought the Uchiha fan in front of him and blocked Naruto's punch. The punch was powerful enough to make Obito take half a step back. He didn't expect Naruto to be so strong now, and he underestimated him in a hurry. Can it actually make me take a step back? Naruto continued to assume a fighting stance, and this scene rekindled hope in the hearts of the allied ninjas. Obito was pushed back half a step by Naruto. They saw it clearly, and Naruto was able to fight with the masked man. I don't know what kind of training you've been doing, but it's quite impressive that you've reached this level. Naruto stared at Obito, with a fire burning in his heart. At this moment, he just wanted to defeat the masked guy in front of him. In front of the corpse of the lecherous immortal, defeat this man at all costs. This is the strongest sage mode that the great sage taught me. It is a powerful mode used to kill you in Zhangtian. Hearing this, Obito laughed. Just because of this, you want to kill me in Zhangtian? This is a bit funny. As soon as Obito raised the Uchiha fan, Zhangtian's voice sounded in his mind. Obito, take Sasori and Deidara away first. If Naruto shows up, the old toad from Mayaboku Mountain might show up too. You can't let anything go wrong at this time. Come back first, we'll think of another way. Obito communicated with Zhangtian through the scroll. The Nine Tails is right in front of us. How can we just leave like this? With Naruto showing up so openly, that old toad will definitely not sit idly by. And compared to the nine-tailed fox, your safety is the most important. Without you, even if we capture the nine-tailed fox, we can't carry out the Moonai plan. Zhangtian retorted. But, have you forgotten Nagato? Do you want to fail at the most crucial moment? Obito wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Zhangtian using the matter of Nagato. The two of them almost ran into each other at that time. Okay, I'll listen to you. Obito's Sharingan moved, the Kamui space opened, and he left with Sasori and Deidara. In the Battle of the Five Shadows, the clone Zhangtian also escaped. The rain gradually got heavier and Naruto walked towards Jiraiya's body. After carefully tidying up Jiraiya's clothes and face, Naruto carried his teacher on his back. He muttered softly, "You are such a lecherous immortal, you are already so old, and you still do such a dangerous thing. He's a masked man, but why not leave the tasks of protecting the ninja peace to us young people?" Shikamaru came to Naruto and saw that he looked calm. He couldn't help but called out worriedly, "Naruto," but Naruto seemed not to hear it and just talked to Jiraiya. Then you, looking at Naruto's distraught look, Shikamaru shouted again, but Naruto had already carried Jiraiya's body on his back and walked forward, leaving only his back. "You know, lecherous immortal, the great immortal has taught me a more powerful immortal technique. So, I didn't embarrass you, did I? Lewd immortal, I'll take you home." The lecherous immortal. The rain slid down his face, but Naruto's expression remained calm, but the rain suddenly became warm when passing through his eyes. The slightly shaking shoulders, the warm rain, without the unbearable crying, have already vented the pain. Naruto has also grown up and knows that adults crying should be silent. In the Ryokai cave, Obito and Deidara returned. Zhangtian calculated the time and realized that it would take him half a month to break the seal. "Zhangtian, the nine-tailed fox is right in front of us. You shouldn't have asked me to retreat." Obito felt that he should fight, even if the old toad from Mount Mayaboku really followed him, he had to fight desperately. Just to be on the safe side, that if you can't catch the nine-tailed fox this time, you can always catch it next time. If anything goes wrong with you, the Moonai project will completely fail. Zhangtian also had his worries. Obito was irreplaceable and was their last hope. If anything happens to the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, all plans and efforts will be in vain. Just wait another half a month. Once I break the seal, we can fight together again. This is the only way. Obito nodded and turned to leave. He still felt a little annoyed and thought he should give it a try. Looking at his back, Zhangtian smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I'm the same as you. I also want to bring them back as soon as possible. That's why I'm being extremely cautious. I won't allow accidents like what happened to Nagato to happen again." After Obito left, Jiang Tian took out the scrolls given to him by the White Snake Immortal. There were 4 scrolls in total, and apart from the contract for summoning spirits, the remaining 3 all recorded immortal techniques. The first scroll was a magical spell, Dragon Earthbind. It was a magical spell that restricted the enemy's movements and didn't have much lethality. According to the White Snake Immortal, the more you go to the back of the scroll, the more difficult it is to practice the magic on it, and the more powerful it is. Jiang Tian opened the second scroll, which showed many little figures striking different poses that when put together, they looked like a comic strip. Is this a taijutsu? Jiang Tian stared intently at the moves on the scroll, which was a method of physical training, a physical technique that uses the secrets of the dragon cave to forge physical strength. Possessing the physique of a dragon. It has extremely destructive power. Based on the above introduction, Jiang Tian understood that this was the physical technique under the Sage mode. There are 3 moves in total, and judging from the description, they are all extremely powerful moves. I just don't know how it compares to the 8 gates. The physical skills in Sage mode have the physical strength of a dragon, which sounds very powerful. Jiang Tian put away the scroll and went to the temple where the White Snake Immortal lived. White Snake Immortal, please open the secret realm of Longdi Cave for me and let me practice the immortal arts on this second scroll. The White Snake Immortal was lying on a stone chair. When he heard Jiang Tian say that he wanted to enter the secret realm, his tone was a little solemn. Boy, the secret realm of Longdi Cave is very dangerous. Now that your strength is sealed, it is not safe to go there now. I'm worried something might happen to you. The White Snake Immortal placed all his bets on Jiang Tian, hoping that he would win the 4 battles and make Longdi Cave the most powerful Holy Land. He didn't want Jiang Tian to get into any trouble now, just like Jiang Tian persuaded Obito to come back. Not being able to mobilize chakra is a good thing. I can cultivate my physical strength. This scroll also says that if I can strengthen my body to the strongest level, I can become a dragon-like being. Open the secret realm for me. If anything happens, I will leave immediately. At Jiang Tian's repeated request, the White Snake Immortal opened the secret realm of Longdi Cave. This secret realm is different from the first one Jiang Tian visited. The first one was a secret realm created by the White Snake Immortal, while the secret realm Jiang Tian is about to visit is a secret realm that existed when Longdi Cave existed. After walking through a big door, Jiang Tian seemed to have come to another world. It was pitch black and he could not see anything. Don't look anymore, I'm behind you. Suddenly a voice came from behind, and this dark world was illuminated. Jiang Tian turned his head and looked behind him, his pupils contracted and his expression was a little shocked. Standing in front of him was another self, with exactly the same figure and appearance, as if he was looking in a mirror. The only difference is that the Jiang Tian opposite has 2 horns on his head, which is what he looks like after activating the Sage mode. The secret realm that strengthens the body is another me. Jiang Tian frowned. There was nothing in the secret realm except another version of himself who had activated the immortal mode. Obviously, this is going to be a beating on myself. It feels weird, if I really hit myself when I get angry? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Jiang Tian in Sage mode appeared in front of him and punched him in the stomach. What a fast speed. Ugh. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Jiang Tian was knocked far away by a punch. He collapsed on the ground with a look of shock. What kind of power is this? One punch made me lose my fighting ability. With his strength sealed, Jiang Tian withstood the punch with his body alone, but he didn't expect the punch to be so powerful. When he was practicing the strongest immortal mode in Longdi Cave, the White Snake Immortal gave Jiang Tian all the stored snake blood to strengthen his physique. But even with such a strong physique, he couldn't withstand this punch. This secret realm is a bit too powerful. Jiang Tian hurriedly crushed a wooden token that was given to him by the White Snake Immortal. The wooden token was the key to exit the secret realm. What's going on in this secret realm of the White Snake Immortal? How can he be so powerful? The illusion created by this secret realm is the second scroll of immortal magic. Jiang Tian frowned, not quite understanding. What do you mean? That person who looks exactly like you is what you will become after you fully master the second scroll. Is it that powerful? Jiang Tian was a little shocked. That ordinary punch just now made him vomit blood. After learning the second scroll, I became so powerful. Doesn't that mean that when facing 8 Gates Night Kai, I might be able to withstand that kick? The 2 most troublesome problems for Jiang Tian at the moment are how to control Uchiha Madara and how to withstand the kick when facing 8 Gates Yakai. Now that I have this magic, I might as well give it a try. It would be best if I don't end up dead. Yaman Yakai, the man who almost kicked the finale, is a mountain. This is a huge mountain that Jiang Tian must find a way to overcome. In the original anime, that kick almost killed 6 Paths Madara. Many comic fans joked that if he had aimed the kick well and kicked the head, Madara would have definitely died. This might not be a joke. Jiang Tian felt that the kick to his head would definitely kill him. With Madara's problem and Orikimura researching and improving the impure world transmigration, Jiang Tian had to figure out a way to use the 8 gates on his own. Now that I have this second scroll, I can't say for sure that I can survive Yakai's kick, but at least I have more confidence. If it really comes to that, perhaps it would be safer to let the clone take the kick. Jiang Tian pondered, considering letting his clone stop Yakai from dying. This method might be the safest. At the headquarters of the Allied shinobi forces, everyone's heart was shrouded in gloom. All the ninjas, including the 5 Kage, were dressed in mourning clothes with solemn expressions. Today is the day Jiraiya will be buried and laid to rest. It is drizzling, making the already deadly atmosphere even more gloomy. Naruto, as Jiraiya's disciple and only family member, stood at the front of the farewell procession. He lowered his head and looked at the coffin that was gradually buried in the soil. His eyes were red. He had cried a lot in the past few days. That lecherous middle-aged man just left without any warning. He was so strong and he had promised himself that he would never die too early. But he broke his promise. Jiraiya was the first high-ranking figure in the coalition forces to die, which made the coalition ninjas realize one thing: war is very cruel and even ninjas like Jiraiya can die. After the funeral, most of the ninjas left, only a few ninjas from Konoha village stayed. Shikamaru walked over to Naruto, patted his shoulder, and said softly, "I understand how you feel now. I have felt this way before." Looking at Naruto now, his mood also became heavy. Wasn't this what happened to him when Asuma died? As the teacher of Class 7, Kakashi was struggling internally. If he could have discovered Zhang Tian's inner thoughts earlier and killed him before he became too strong, perhaps things would not have turned out like this. He felt guilty inside, but what he didn't know was another masked man, his former partner, Uchiha Obito. If Kakashi knew Obito's identity, he would be deeply shocked. The two people who started the Fourth War had been his partners. It was not known whether he was too lucky or too unlucky. Tsunade was also silent beside her. She was the only one left among the three ninjas of Konoha. Jiraiya died, Orochimaru was killed by Uchiha Sasuke, the teacher also died, and it seemed that all his contemporaries were dead. This also made her feel lonely, as if Jiraiya's death marked the end of an era. She walked up to Naruto holding the letter Jiraiya left behind. "Naruto, this was given to me by Jiraiya before he died. In fact, he left this letter when he went to Akatsuki to gather information. Originally, I was going to return the letter to him after he came back, but Jiraiya said to keep it. It will come in handy someday. He may have thought about his death on this day a long time ago." Naruto took the letter and remained silent. He didn't want to talk right now. His mind was replaying the memories of his past time with the lecherous immortal. Go find Grandma Tsunade together, learn the Raise Nan from him, and go to Mayaboku Mountain to practice through him. He would also steal his wallet to drink, and would spend all the money every time, and would also buy himself ice cream. It's just that the lecherous immortal is very stingy. Every time he buys ice cream with his own money, he always buys the kind that can be broken into two halves, so that two people can have it for the price of one. He is very lustful and would steal money from children without any scruples. He would also go to the women's bathhouse to peep at them from time to time. But he is also the best teacher in the world. He taught me many things, helped me when the nine-tailed fox was about to break the seal, saved me when I was in danger, and taught me some principles. This is Teacher Jiraiya, a very good teacher to Uzumaki Naruto. Maybe I can't be considered a teacher. As Naruto thought about it, tears began to flow from the corners of his eyes. He has had many teachers, Irika, Kakashi, and Jiraiya, and all three of them were very kind to him since he was a child. But Jiraiya is not only a teacher, he also feels like a father. It was also the first time that Naruto felt a warm feeling from him. He kept the letter Tsunade gave him and held it carefully in his arms, fearing that it would get wet in the rain. He was reluctant to leave, as if this departure would announce Jiraiya's death. Although the teacher is dead, Naruto is now very stubborn. He thinks that as long as he doesn't leave, and looks at Jiraiya one more time, he will not really leave this world. He just watched like that, and even after everyone left, he still stood there. The rain soaked his clothes, and suddenly an umbrella appeared above his head, blocking all the rain out. Naruto-kun. Naruto turned his head and saw Hinata. Hinata stood beside Naruto holding an umbrella, her face as red as an apple. She had never been so close to Naruto before. In the past, she would blush just by looking at Naruto, and now that he's so close, you can imagine how shy she must be. "Hinata, you go. I'm fine. I'll watch over the lecherous sage for a while and then I'll go back," Naruto said in a deep voice. He didn't want to make Hinata worry. But the more you say this at a time like this, the more worried people will become. Hinata is not stupid. She knew what Jiraiya meant to Naruto, and how could Naruto-kun be okay with his teacher leaving? She wanted to comfort Naruto and make him happy, but she didn't know how. Comforting others was too difficult for the introverted Hinata. Looking at Naruto's lifeless and sad expression, Hinata kept encouraging herself in her heart. "Hinata Hyuga, you can do it, believe in yourself." After hesitating for a long time, she finally stretched out her hand, gently took Naruto, and stayed quietly by his side. Naruto just glanced at her at this sudden action and didn't say anything else. Hinata's face turned even redder as she finally held Naruto's hand. Ouch, so shy. At the Allied Forces headquarters, the 5 Kage held another meeting to discuss how to deal with Zhang Tian and Obito's attack next. "Let's talk about what to do next. That we haven't been able to pull off our plans several times. On the contrary, we are the ones who are constantly suffering casualties. That Tsuchikage spoke first, referring to the 5 Cage conference. But the current state of the Hokage is basically just the four of them discussing. Looking at Tsunade staring out the window in a daze, that Tsuchikage could only sigh in his heart. To be honest, there's still a gap in strength. Jiang Tian alone can handle the 5 of us. If there are no other means, I think this battle will be difficult. Although the Raikage hated Jiang Tian extremely, he had to admit that he was powerful. This was the result of so many battles. The 5 Cage had joined forces many times, but had never been able to defeat Jiang Tian. Perhaps it's time for young people to step up. We are not keeping up with the times. That Tsuchikage thought of Naruto, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, who had cultivated the strongest sage mode on Mount Myaboku. If it were him, he might be able to defeat Jiang Tian. Unknowingly, Naruto had become the top combat force of the coalition. In their opinion, he was someone who could compete with the masked man Jiang Tian. After all, we are too weak and have to rely on young people. To be honest, although what you said is true, I still feel uncomfortable when I hear it. The Raikage used to think he was very powerful and should be ranked first among the 5 Cage. But after the Fourth World War, he realized that he was wrong and that times had changed. This is the era of young people. Suzuki can even make him cut off one of his arms, and he can't keep up with this era. I think the plan remains the same as before. At least we need to protect the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Now that Uzumaki Naruto has returned from training at Myaboku Mountain, he might actually be able to become the backbone of the coalition forces and participate in the war. Mizukage Mei Terumi expressed her thoughts. She also knew that Uzumaki Naruto was very strong now, and perhaps letting him participate in the battle was the best choice. But just in case, the 8 Tails still has to be protected, so that even if something happens to Naruto, the Moon Eye plan still cannot be completed. Hokage, do you have any ideas? Tsuchikage Onoki asked Tsunade, and instantly everyone's eyes fell on Tsunade. But she didn't say anything and just stared out the window in a daze. Hokage-sama. Nara Shikaku, who was beside her, came closer and shouted again, and Tsunade finally reacted. What's wrong? The Cage are asking for your opinion on whether or not to allow Naruto to join the battle. Tsunade nodded. I agree with this arrangement. In fact, even if you didn't discuss it, I was going to tell you. That kid Naruto asked me to personally participate in the battle and kill the masked man to avenge Jiraiya. Okay, then the plan is set. The Tsuchikage made a summary, and the orders were conveyed through the headquarters. The allied ninjas carried out their tasks according to the arrangements. Naruto sat quietly on the bench in the tree-lined path. He took out the letter left by Jiraiya from his arms. Slowly opening it, the first sentence sounded just like the way a lecherous immortal would speak. Ah, you little brat, are you making such a bitter face now? Have you forgotten what I told you at the izakaya? A qualified ninja must be able to adjust his emotions. A day can be happy or unhappy, so it's better to be happy. Well, how should I put it? Honestly, I don't know what to say right now. This is the first time I've left a suicide note for someone. Ha ha ha, it's the first and last time, because it's a suicide note. When Jiraiya was writing this letter, it could be seen that he was not in a very heavy mood. Even when he was writing a suicide note, his tone was very relaxed. Perhaps for a man who has prepared himself for death, facing death is really like this. I don't have anything to tell you. I'm just going to tell you what I usually say. Just think of it as the last time I whisper in your ear. When Naruto saw this, his eyes began to moisten again. Perhaps sometimes, it is precisely the warm words that we hear a lot in our daily lives that are the most memorable. Because these chatterings that I often hear will never be heard again. If you listen to someone's nagging too much, you will dislike it, but one day when you want to listen again, you find that you can no longer hear it. It is a painful and sad thing. When all our family members and parents talk about it, we should listen calmly. If you feel something is not right, just laugh it off. Don't say harsh words and hurt the people who you shouldn't hurt the most. Jiraiya continued to read the letter, his tone always relaxed, talking about some unimportant things. Remember not to eat expired ramen or milk in the future. It's not good to get an upset stomach. And remember to cook for yourself. Oh, and don't neglect your training at Myaboku Mountain. Pay close attention to the seal of the 9 Tails. If you find anything amiss, immediately find a ninja who knows sealing techniques to reinforce the seal. Also, I have some Ichiraku ramen coupons hidden among my clothes at home. Consider them my last gift for you. The letter ended here. Just as Jiraiya said, he didn't know what to say, so he just explained some trivial matters. Naruto looked at the 3 words Jiraiya signed on the letter, and tears kept falling, wetting the letter paper. He quickly raised his hand and wiped away those tears with his sleeve, as carefully as if they were priceless treasures. The separation of death is eternal, but we can choose to remember that important person. As long as we don't forget him, he will not really leave. Naruto returned to Konoha village. He went to Jiraiya's cabin and saw clothes placed on the table at the entrance, with a few Ichiraku ramen coupons on top. This was specially prepared by Jiraiya, for fear that Naruto, a guy with a thick nerve, would not be able to find the place. Naruto carefully folded the clothes that were scattered around and placed them there, then helped Jiraiya clean up his cabin so that it looked like someone still lived there. After doing all this, he took the ramen coupon left by Jiraiya and went to Ichiraku Ramen. He hadn't been to his favorite Ichiraku Ramen restaurant for a long time. Uncle, 2 bowls of ramen, please. Hey, it's Naruto, I haven't seen you in a long time. Ichiraku prepared ramen for Naruto, looked at the coupons in his hand, and reminded him, you are really lucky, these are all free coupons from our store, you can eat to your heart's content today. In the past, Naruto would be so happy to hear that he could eat Ichiraku ramen for free. But today, the uncle across from him shook his head and said, Uncle, I don't need these coupons, I'll just pay with cash later. The coupon was left to him by Jiraiya. It was the most important memory and also the care that the lecherous sage showed him. It is something that will never be used. 2 bowls of ramen were served. Naruto placed 1 bowl next to him, put down his chopsticks, and took a book he had brought out from the lecherous sage's house. Come to the Intimate Paradise. When he wasn't eating or drinking, he liked to watch Intimate Paradise, and Kakashi-sensei also liked to watch it. Then he picked up the chopsticks and said softly, I'm starting to eat. Just like when I came here to eat ramen with Jiraiya a few years ago, the same ramen, the same Naruto. Now, the only difference is that the lecherous immortal is gone. Naruto ate very slowly, not wolfing down his ramen like he used to. He wanted to sit here for a while longer, reminiscing about the times he had spent with the lecherous immortal. He ate a bowl of noodles for a long time, and before he knew it, the sky turned into night. He put away the Intimate Paradise and slowly walked through the streets of Konoha village, finally arriving at the Hokage Rock. He looked at the peaceful and tranquil Konoha village under the moonlight, and his eyes suddenly became firm. Have a good look, my lecherous sage. I will definitely protect the village and become the most powerful Hokage. I will definitely fulfill my promise and let you know that you have accepted an extraordinary disciple. 12 days have passed, and there are still 3 days left before Jiang Tian is released from the seal. The 4 wars, which had taken a short break, are about to start again. Jiang Tian looked at the scrolls in his hand. He couldn't successfully practice the magic on the second scroll. Because it requires physical strength training, it cannot be learned in a short period of time. It requires a gradual process. Jiang Tian, come to the base. The matter you ordered has been completed. A small white snake crawled in front of Jiang Tian, sticking out its tongue constantly, and Orochimaru's voice came from inside. I'll be right there. Jiang Tian arranged for his clone to rush to the base. After receiving the news, the clone wearing a red robe and skilled in pupil technique immediately rushed to the base. Inside the base, bubbles were still coming out of a glass jar filled with yellow liquid, and it was obvious that some kind of chemical reaction had occurred. The title of Naruto scientist is well deserved. Orochimaru keeps fiddling with all kinds of strange things, which look like his experimental tools. Orochimaru, can you please not be so disgusting every time we meet? The clone Jiang Tian couldn't hold it in any longer. Every time he saw this guy, he had to perform this disgusting thing of I spit out snakes, snakes spit out snakes, snakes spit out me. The key is that this guy still has mucus on his body, and this thick liquid is very bad. It is white and thick, which makes people feel uncomfortable. Jiang Tian, don't worry about these details. I have already developed a method to strengthen the control of impure world reincarnation. Just prepare an extra sacrifice and let me use this spell of mine. Orochimaru took out a yellow talisman, which was very strange, because as we all know, most of the talismans of Hokage are black. I suspect this guy is up to something, and I have evidence, the talisman on his hand. Jiang Tian took the talisman, held it in his hand and looked at it carefully. Looking at the mark on it, he came to a conclusion. I have no idea what's written on this talisman. It's simply a scribble. Are you sure this thing works? Orochimaru's expression suddenly became serious. You can doubt my gender, but please don't doubt my research results. If this spell doesn't work, then no one in this world can solve this problem. Indeed, you can always doubt Orochimaru's gender. Similarly, you can always trust his scientific research ability. Then let me try. Jiang Tian put his hands together and brought out Deodara. Apart from Madara, this guy was the first one to be strictly controlled. The coffin lid fell and Deodara walked out before he could figure out the situation. Orochimaru took out a kunai, tied with another piece of the scroll he was studying, and forcefully stuffed it into his brain. You, what are you doing? What did you put into my head? Jiang Tian pointed to the kunai on the table beside him. Orochimaru prepared a lot of them. We stuffed you with kunai to control you. You two are completely inhumane that you actually stuffed kunai into my head. What if I get sick from this? Will I become a mentally ill artist? Deodara couldn't accept it. He was an artist, how could he be mentally ill? You're already dead. And every time you blow yourself up, why don't you think of saving your brain? Jiang Tian couldn't help but think of the time when Deodara was just released from the impure world reincarnation. The art was like an explosion, and not only his brain, but his entire body was turned into pieces. Even though you say that, I still don't want to be mentally ill. Jiang Tian felt that using him as the first experimental subject was the right choice, and this guy deserved to be under stricter control. Orochimaru, are you still not feeling well? Jiang Tian didn't feel the spell taking effect. It felt like using a big move in a game and the pre-swing action was very uncomfortable. You need to wait a few minutes for the scroll to take effect. Men can't be too impatient, nor can they rush. As a man, the word fast has never appeared in Jiang Tian's dictionary. Others use hours as the unit of measurement, but he calculates it by day. Jiang Tian, please get Orochimaru to drive this konoha out quickly. I'm afraid my brain will get sick and it will affect my artistic talent. Deidara still cares about his brain, although Jiang Tian doesn't know whether he has it or not. After all, he is a man whose ultimate move is self-destruction. He said there was nothing wrong with his brain. Does anyone believe him? Zayadai, let me tell you. As an artist, it's normal to have some mental issues. Otherwise, how can you create shocking art? While it made sense, Deidara felt there was something wrong with it. I don't understand how art and illness can be put together. Do you think Orochimaru and I have artistic talent? Jiang Tian had a smile on his face, but he didn't look like a good person. He looked just like the beggars selling martial arts manuals to children under the overpass, cunning and treacherous. You may only have artistic talent. Among those who engage in art, I only recognize Scorpion. All the others will not be recognized by me, Deidara. An artist who blows himself up probably doesn't want your approval. While waiting for the spell to take effect, given Deidara's personality, he will definitely make a fuss if he doesn't take out his konoha. Jiang Tian felt that he didn't need to use his strength, he could win with his intelligence. Ah, yes, you're right. Orochimaru and I only have artistic germs. Look, we're both ordinary people, with the same brains as ordinary people, so we don't have artistic talent. How can an artist like you who can create explosions have the same brain as us ordinary people? Doesn't that lower your artistic level? Deidara fell into deep thought. At this moment, he agreed with Jiang Tian's statement. People like him who are engaged in art must have different brains from ordinary people. Otherwise, not everyone can engage in art, which is simply an insult to art. Okay, I agree with you. Maybe having a brain disease isn't such a bad thing. So, let the snake put another konoha in my head. Sometimes, the development of the situation is always so unexpected. After asking Orochimaru to confirm whether he could add a konoha, Jiang Tian also readily allowed Orochimaru to add 2. 3 konoha were stuffed into Deidara's brain, and the effect of the talisman took effect, and Jiang Tian felt it immediately. The connection between him and Deidara grew stronger. Xiao Di, do you have a relationship with Haitu? How far has it developed? Whether the experiment can be fully controlled, Jiang Tian suddenly became curious and wanted to hear things that children should not hear. Orochimaru standing by also gave him a strange look. The great demon king of the ninja world also had such a gossipy side. I must have a relationship with Kuratsuka's sister. Don't think about my previous status in the Uegakur village. Deidara was confused as to why he had said it unconsciously. Then, tell me the details. Deidara smiled and began to tell the story uncontrollably. It was a dark and windy night. She was wearing a skirt and her legs were very long and smooth. She suddenly hugged me, and then, are they all members? Obviously not. After Jiang Tian tested it, he felt that this talisman was indeed useful. Possessing it in the impure world transformation could indeed strengthen the control. After leaving Orochimaru, Jiang Tian's Ijutsu clone returned to the wooden house he had prepared when he first came to Akatsuki. Ling's grandmother and her best sister Uchiha Shui live here, and the clone is always with them. Brother Jiang Tian, you're back. Grandma and I just finished cooking. The clone nodded, smiling warmly. Everything that needed to be done has been done. You and mother-in-law are both doing well at home. We are fine. We have brother Jiang Tian's protection and will be safe. There was a gleam in Uchiha Shui's eyes, but Jiang Tian looked at the photo on the table again, and the light in his eyes dimmed instantly. That's a photo of Sister Ling after so many years. Brother Jiang Tian still can't get over it. What she didn't know was that Jiang Tian was not only unable to get over it, he was almost crazy, so crazy that he was against the entire ninja world and wanted to resurrect Ling. After dinner, Jiang Tian went to the cherry tree in the yard and stared blankly as usual. This tree was planted by Ling and him together, and it holds beautiful memories for the two of them. Ling, wait for me, I will bring you back soon. Jiang Tian held Ling's photo in his hand, reached out and gently stroked her face, his eyes full of love. Brother Jiang Tian, you still can't forget Sister Ling. Under the moonlight, Uchiha Shui sat next to Jiang Tian, swinging her legs back and forth, with her head down, wondering what she was thinking about. You should know the relationship between Ling and me. Jiang Tian didn't understand why the girl asked this, but he still answered Uchiha Shui's question honestly. But Sister Ling has been gone for so many years. Does brother Jiang Tian have to stay with her like this forever? Uchiha Shui has liked Jiang Tian for a long time, since the first time she followed Sister Ling and met brother Jiang Tian that year. She fell in love with Jiang Tian ever since she fell down as a child and Jiang Tian carried her home on his back. It's good to wait, at least there is still hope if we wait. Hope is the Moon Eye project. As long as we win the 4 battles and successfully capture the 8-tailed fox and the 9-tailed fox, Ling will come back. But what if I can't wait? The sudden words made Jiang Tian's eyes darkened. He had never thought about this problem before. Will I fail? If I fail, Ling will never come back. As a time traveler who knows the plot, he is both talented and lucky, and obtained the Sharingan. He is very powerful and has successfully joined forces with Obito, but can he guarantee victory even so? Jiang Tian is not the kind of person who cannot recognize reality. The biggest difficulties of the Moon Eye project are Madara and Kagaya at Satsuki, who is behind the scenes. Can these people kill them by themselves? It doesn't matter if I can't wait, I'll just stay with Ling for the rest of my life. He might fail and die, but resurrecting Ling is what he wants to do, and that reason is enough. Besides, the current situation is very good. In several battles with the allied ninja forces, Obito and I have the upper hand, so we will definitely succeed. Jiang Tian also became indifferent to life and death. If he could survive, he would resurrect Ling. If he failed, he would go to Ling's side and be with her no matter life or death. Sometimes I really envy Sister Ling for being able to enter brother Jiang Tian's heart. I really envy her. Uchiha Shui looked up, tears moistened her eyes. She smiled and cried, just looking at Jiang Tian quietly. I didn't expect that the first time I mustered up the courage to tell brother Jiang Tian that I liked him would be the last time. At this moment, looking at the girl's tears, Jiang Tian also understood. It turned out that when he was crazy about Ling, there was also a girl behind him who was silently watching him. It seems that this is the bad thing about love. The person I like someone else, but I still have to like him. It sounds like a dog licker. But the word love is the most difficult to explain. Many powerful people never understand this word in their entire lives. This is true for Jiang Tian, Obito, and the insignificant Uchiha Shui as well. Whether they are powerful or mediocre, they are all the same as long as they have feelings. There is no difference. Both are in love but unable to be with someone, and both are happy to like someone. Daniel will also like someone, so I am equal to. Swear, I'm still your brother Jiang Tian. If your sister Ling saw you crying like this, she would think I was bullying you. Jiang Tian teased the girl in a relaxed tone, trying to liven up the atmosphere. After all, this awkward atmosphere had to be broken, and as a man, Jiang Tian naturally took the lead. Okay, I won't cry. I won't cry. Uchiha Shui smiled bitterly and kept reaching out to wipe the tears from her face, but she couldn't. Tears would flow again after being wiped away, just like her love for Jiang Tian, which was rejected but could not be weakened in the slightest. But Jiang Tian only has Ling in his heart. After the two were silent for a while, Jiang Tian stood up and was about to leave when Obito brought news. In the Ryokai cave, Jiang Tian's real body was holding a scroll containing the message from Obito. The Eight Tails is hiding on a giant turtle in the hidden cloud village. Its location is constantly changing, but its approximate location can be determined. Jiang Tian's real body frowned. Just like in the original book, the turtle was moving all the time on the back of the big turtle, and it was difficult to lock its position. It was indeed difficult to deal with. The Sharingan slowly turned, and Jiang Tian controlled his clone to go to the hidden cloud village to investigate. Zioxu, I have to go again. You and mother-in-law should take good care of yourself at home. During this period, when the clone was not participating in the war, he stayed with the two of them in the wooden house and they had developed feelings for each other. He is Jiang Tian's pupil technique clone, but he also has independent thoughts, otherwise he would not be able to become the new body after Jiang Tian's original body died. In the clone's memory, Uchiha Shui and her mother-in-law were like family. I know, brother Jiang Tian, go early and come back early. The clone Jiang Tian got up and left, but did not. After walking a distance, he suddenly turned around to look at Uchiha Shui. Seeing the girl still sitting there wiping her tears, the clone suddenly felt very heartbroken. The main body in Longdi Cave was also affected, and his mood suddenly became depressed. Jiang Tian suddenly widened his eyes. Why would the clone react like this? He should be under my control. How could he have such different emotions? Jiang Tian did not have a clear understanding of this strange and heaven-defying pupil technique. After all, these eyes were given to him by Ling. There can't be any problems with the clone. Damn it, why is this clone like this? Jiang Tian's original body couldn't sit still any longer. The clone's reaction made him feel depressed. If he could no longer control his clone, it would be hard to say who was the original body and who was the clone. He took out the scroll and delivered a message to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, accompany me to the Uchiha ancestral land. I need to investigate something. Outside the Uchiha ancestral land, the place was destroyed beyond recognition after the battle between the Suzuki brothers. Orochimaru, use your little snake to help me find all the stone tablets that record the Sharingan. Jiang Tian had to bring Orochimaru with him. It was a difficult task to find the stone tablet that recorded the Sharingan in the ruins. It could only be done with the help of Orochimaru's little white snake. But the next moment, Orochimaru's action made Jiang Tian a little regretful. Orochimaru's exclusive secret technique, the snake spitting technique, came out. Countless little white snakes were spit out from his mouth and then crawled everywhere. Orochimaru closed his eyes slightly and felt his brain receiving the messages from the little snakes. Found it. It's at the deepest point on the left. After hearing this, Jiang Tian hurriedly walked towards the deepest part on the left and came to where a small snake was coiled. Jiang Tian moved away the ruins under his feet, and a stone tablet slowly appeared in front of him. Reaching out to wipe off the dust on it, a paragraph of text appeared, which specifically introduced the Sharingan eye technique. Sharingan, the eye technique passed down through the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. To outsiders, these eyes appear incredibly powerful, but only those of our tribe understand that they are cursed. The introduction above was not much different from the original book, and was basically the same, but the last two sentences on the stone tablet attracted Jiang Tian's attention, making his eyes darken. The Uchiha clan's Mangekyo ability is to derive eye techniques based on one's strongest inner desires. According to his innermost desire, Jiang Tian fell into silence. He carefully recalled his kaleidoscope pupil technique and sensed a strange smell. Ling opened the kaleidoscope when she was almost dying, but the pupil technique of these eyes was not very destructive. On the contrary, it's all about protecting lives. The illusion of a forbidden zone of death, where the caster cannot die, and the clone created by the pupil technique is equivalent to giving oneself a second life. Was all this what Ling was thinking at the time? By letting herself live, she might have guessed the end of death at that time. Jiang Tian's eyes suddenly became moist. Orochimaru, who was standing beside him, didn't know what had happened. He looked at the stone tablet and didn't see anything wrong. Jiang Tian, what happened to you all of a sudden? It's nothing, it's just that the wind and sand made me blind. Jiang Tian shook his head. After adjusting his mood, he continued to study the stone tablet, but he could no longer get any useful information. However, one thing was figured out: every Uchiha clan member who possessed the Mangekyo had a different eye technique, so there was no way there could be any relevant records. Jiang Tian had to figure it out on his own. Let's go back and you continue to study the matter of resurrecting the 4 Hokage of Konoha. I must prepare for war. I've been delayed for so long. There is still 1 day left before Jiang Tian lifts the seal. He orders Orochimaru to resurrect the 4 Kage of Konoha from the god of death. This was the original plan. With the talisman that can strengthen the control of the impure world relics, Jiang Tian wants to defeat Madara and Hashirama at the same time, and add himself and Obito. Wouldn't this war be a crushing victory? At least in terms of top combat power, the Ninja Alliance only has Naruto, who has returned from training at Mayaboku Mountain. Near the Hidden Cloud Village, Sasuke brought the Eagle Squad out again. What the hell, where are we going this time? Suijutsu felt a little uneasy when he thought of the last 5 Kage Summit. Sasuke was almost killed, and they were doomed as well. Fortunately, at the last moment, the 2 big demons arrived at the scene at the same time and rescued them. Sasuke is always like this. He suddenly says something and then goes wherever he wants without worrying about whether he will encounter any danger. He is really too arbitrary. Suijutsu has reason to suspect that the reason why Sasuke is so willful is because he is protected by 2 great demons. How can Jiang Tian and Obito, 2 men who can start the 4 wars, not be powerful? Anyone who has their protection will feel safe. This time we are going to find out the news about the 8 Tails. Sasuke held the knife on his waist with one hand, his face unusually calm. He felt that he was able to do it again. After practicing for a period of time, he could control the eternal kaleidoscope more and more skillfully. Now I can fight against cage-level strongmen without any fear. Who else in the entire ninja world can do anything to me? Sasuke felt good about himself. Last time, he forced the Raikage to cut off one of his arms. Now he has become stronger and is not at all weak. The other 3 members of Team Hawk were much more clear-headed. When they heard Sasuke say that it was the masked man who gave the order, they all breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, if they encounter any danger, the masked man will most likely rescue them. Sasuke led the way towards the Hidden Cloud Village, and the figures of the 4 people kept flashing in the woods. In another forest, there was also a team of 4 heading towards the Hidden Cloud Village. The leader was Naruto, followed by Sakura, Hinata, and Rock Lee. If Naruto wanted to participate in the battle, he had to join the coalition forces. After the 5 shadows discussed, he was assigned to Kakashi's unit stationed in the Hidden Cloud Village. The 2 teams kept moving forward, and as they were heading in the same direction, they were destined to meet each other in the future. Naruto-kun, there seems to be someone in front. Hinata opened her Byakugan and saw chakra flowing in the woods ahead. On Sasuke's side, Xiangling, with her special physique, also keenly sensed the presence of other people's chakra. Sasuke, there are people ahead of us, probably a team of 4. Naruto and Sasuke suddenly looked up at the same time. For some reason, they both had a strange feeling in their hearts at this moment. It seemed as if I was about to meet my destined enemy. It was so familiar and so uncomfortable. The 2 of them led their teams towards each other until they met in the woods. Naruto and Sasuke stopped at the same time and stared at each other silently. Where does it hurt? It's been a while. My throat is dried. What are you going to do here? What happened? Naruto stared at Sasuke. He knew what happened in the 5 Kage Summit. Sasuke had completely become the same camp as Jiang Tian and the masked man. Sasuke smiled dismissively. Do I need to report to you about what I'm going to do? You, the last one in line, are thinking of ordering me around. Fuck you, how can you say that? While Naruto was silent, Sakura beside him was already in tears. She was both happy and sad to see Sasuke again. She was happy to see Sasuke, but sad that Sasuke had become like this. Not only did he hang out with people like Jiang Tian, but he also spoke ill of his former best friend. Is this your girlfriend from Konoha, Sasuke? She doesn't look that great. Women's damn desire to win made Xiangling unable to control herself and retort to Sakura. The 2 women looked at each other at the same time, their eyes full of fighting spirit. It seemed that Naruto and Sasuke's gazes were not as sharp as these 2 women's. In the woods, Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other. Since the battle in the Valley of the End, Naruto did not chase Sasuke back, and they have not seen each other for a long time. The former best friends stood on the opposite side and became enemies. One was a respected hero in the ninja world, considered by the Allied ninja forces as the hope for victory in the Fourth World War, while the other became a despised evil ninja, associated with the masked man Jiang Tian. Life is so wonderful. Sasuke, who has a powerful bloodline in Sharingan, should be the protagonist, but he is still no match for Naruto. This is also what Sasuke can't accept the most. It sounds ridiculous that he has the blood of the Uchiha clan but can't compare to the last one in his eyes. Naruto, it's a good coincidence that we meet here today. I will capture the nine-tailed fox in your body and send it to Jiang Tian to help them complete the Moon Eye project. It will also be a good opportunity to determine the winner. Due to Kakashi's intervention in the battle at the Valley of the End, we ended up in a draw. Sasuke was very unconvinced, because he had a chance of winning that battle back then. Sure, I can also knock you out and bring you back to the village to make up for what I didn't finish back then. Naruto never gave up on bringing Sasuke back to the village. He was once his best friend. He promised Kakashi and Sakura that he would bring Sasuke back. Now is the time to fulfill his promise. Do you need our help? Suijutsu slowly took off the beheading sword from behind him and asked Sasuke softly. Sasuke, holding the long sword, turned his head suddenly, his eyes becoming a little cold. How come even you think I can't beat this loser? You guys step aside, and don't come to help no matter what happens. Suijutsu spread his hands helplessly. Sasuke's temper was still as bad as ever. Naruto-kun. Hinata was a little worried about Naruto. After all, her opponent was Uchiha Sasuke. She didn't know if Naruto could win against the man who killed her brother and forced the Raikage to cut off his own arm. Ninja technique, summoning technique. Naruto kept making seals with his hands, and then pressed his palms down. With a bang, thick white smoke rose, and Gamabunta was summoned out. Sasuke on the side was not to be outdone. 10,000 snakes. He also used summoning techniques to summon 10,000 snakes from the Ryokai cave. The two of them stood on their respective summoned beasts and stared at each other. Both summoned beasts were unhappy with each other and they were old rivals. Not only is it the long-standing feud between Myabokuzen and Ryokai cave, but it is also a personal feud between the two summoned beasts that has clashed many times. As Jiraiya's summoning beast, Bunta had fought against many snakes. Sasuke, today's battle seems to be a little interesting. It's this ugly toad again. Thousands of snakes bared their fangs and stuck out their tongues. All the snakes in Longdi Cave knew that the White Snake Immortal was cooperating with the human ninja Jiang Tian. As long as they won the 4 battles, Longdi Cave would become the strongest Holy Land. This made all the snakes in the Dragon Earth Cave, including the Mang snake, excited. They had long disliked the toads in Myaboku Mountain, knowing that these guys were no match for them. However, because of the Psychic Ninja, Ryokai Cave and Myaboku Mountain have lost more than they have won in their battles, giving people the illusion that Ryokai Cave is not as good as Myaboku Mountain. In fact, Longdi Cave is the strongest. Whether it is spiritual beasts or magic, it is the best among the 3 holy places. Don't worry, I will help you win today. Sasuke's expression remained indifferent. He held the samurai sword and instantly opened the eternal Mangekyo, staring straight at Naruto. I will do my best, Lord Sasuke. Wan Chi was also on high alert. This time he was determined to bite this ugly toad to death. Naruto, I'm willing to help you this time. Naruto, who was standing on Bunta's head, was suddenly stunned. The voice of the nine-tailed fox came in his mind. It actually took the initiative to ask for help and no longer resisted. Inside the body, where the 9 tails was sealed, Naruto's consciousness came here. He looked at the 9 tails and asked, 9 tails, what are you doing? The 9 tails lay on the ground, looking up at Sasuke outside, or to be more precise, at his scarlet pupils. Eternal kaleidoscope, a pair of eyes that it finds extremely disgusting. Uchiha Madara back then, and the Masked Man later, had both used these eyes to control it. Although it hated humans, killing some humans was no big deal, but being controlled to do these things made it very uncomfortable. I hate his eyes. I'll lend you my strength. How about you help me vent this anger? Naruto was silent for a moment before he looked at Kyuubi and whispered, how do you want me to help you vent this anger? He was planning on teaching Sasuke a lesson, but he never intended to kill him, so he was skeptical about the Kyuubi's claim of taking out his anger. Just defeat this guy. These guys with the Sharingan like to act superior and manipulate others at will, which I really don't like. I agree. I will definitely defeat him. Naruto nodded. Sasuke would not go back to the village with him unless he defeated him. Naruto and the 9 tails reached a consensus, and endless chakra rushed into Naruto's body frantically, forming a yellow chakra coat outside Naruto's body, wrapping him. Naruto fully activates 9 tails mode. Naruto in 9 tails mode versus Sasuke in Eternal Mangekyo mode. This can be said to be the most pinnacle duel in the world. In addition to Jiang Tian and Obito, there is also the battle between Hashirama and Madara. The battle between the two today is the strongest in the world. Wan Chi, take action. Looking at Naruto, who obtained the power of the 9 tails, Sasuke felt no fear in his heart, and was even a little excited that this kind of battle was more interesting, so that outsiders would not say that he, a genius of Uchiha, was bullying the last one. As you command, Suzuki-sama. Wanshi twisted its body and rushed towards Gamabunta. Although it was huge, it was not bulky. Instead, it rushed in front of Bunta at an extremely fast speed. You damn reptile, you still look so disgusting. When Tai took out a huge weapon, Shideo also has a hot temper. Since he was summoned by the spirit, this reptile has been eating ugly toads from its mouth, which makes him very unhappy. With a bang, the samurai sword fell down suddenly, trying to pierce through the huge body of Wanshi, but it missed and hit the ground, and was avoided by the nimble Wanshi. The huge snake's tail lashed out towards Bunta, but Bunta blocked it with his samurai sword. The two huge psychic beasts stared at each other. They knew in their hearts that their strength was similar and neither could do anything to the other. The key to this battle is still Naruto and Suzuki. The victory or defeat will be decided by them. Whoever of them can defeat the other, the defeated party's spirit beast can only escape in disgrace and return to their respective holy places. The Sharingan spun wildly, and the huge Susanoo rose from the ground. Suzuki looked at Naruto and shouted angrily, "The Luduo, it's time to end this." "That's exactly what I want, here you go." The two moved at the same time. Suzuki controlled Susanoo and raised his hand. A longbow made of energy appeared in his hand. After pulling the bowstring, 3 huge energy arrows shot towards Naruto. The 9 tails chakra coat around Naruto's body suddenly stretched out and turned into 9 huge arms, grabbing the huge arrow coming towards him. Suzuki's attack was blocked, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Naruto was not to be outdone and rushed towards Susanoo. Multiple shadow clone technique. With the support of the 9 tails powerful chakra, Naruto used the multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, countless clones of Naruto appeared in the woods, stretching as far as the eye could see. It was unknown how many clones there were. Otama Raiznan. Many clones held up huge Raiznan and rushed towards Suzuki Susanoo, trying to break this layer of armor with extremely strong defensive power. "You're kidding me. You think you can attack my Susanoo with this level of attack?" Suzuki looked at these attacks with a look of disdain on his face. He controlled Susanoo and swung the bow in his hand. After a sweep, all of Naruto's clones were shattered, and the large Raiznan in his hand also disappeared. This time, the two's attacks were equally matched and neither could do anything to the other. Indeed, the battle between the two can be called a fateful battle, not only because of the identities of Ashura and Indra, but also because their similar strength is an important reason. Flame style, Kagutsuka no Mi Kato. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, Suzuki controlled Susanoo again and pulled the bowstring to its full extent. However, it was a little different from before. This time the arrow was attached with black flames and was burning fiercely, revealing a chilling feeling. "Naka, be careful, the black flame on that Uchiha boy's arrow is very strange." Naruto frowned as the 9 tails voice sounded again in his mind, reminding him to pay attention. Seeing Naruto's slightly frowned brow, Suzuki smiled and said arrogantly, "What's wrong, Naruto? Are you already scared?" Indeed, no ordinary person is not afraid of the powerful force of the Uchiha clan's bloodline. Susanoo relaxed lightly, and 3 black arrows flew out from the air with a swish. As the arrow flew past, the surrounding space began to distort due to the burning black flames, showing the terrifying power of Kagutsuki. The 9 tails chakra surged, forming a layer of 9 tails armor outside Naruto's body, with 9 huge tails swinging behind him. Tailed beast ball. Terrifying energy gathered in front of the armor, and a ball of energy continued to grow larger. Then it suddenly flew out and headed straight for the oncoming black arrow. The two energies met in the air, constantly offsetting each other and trying to devour each other. Bang! A violent explosion sounded, and the sky was filled with a bright light that made it impossible for everyone to open their eyes. The terrifying energy spread out, and Naruto hurriedly used the 9 tails chakra to wrap Hinata and the others to prevent them from being injured by the spreading energy. Suzuki also controlled Susanoo to block the Eagle team to prevent them from being accidentally injured. Suijutsu, who was hiding behind Susanoo, was shocked. No wonder Suzuki didn't let them intervene. They would probably be powerless to intervene in a battle of this scale. Suzuki, who was standing in Susanoo, also looked serious. He didn't expect that Naruto, who was the last one in the past, could actually stop Kagutsuki. "Damn it, I have the eternal kaleidoscope, why can't I do anything to this guy?" Suzuki was indignant and he felt that with his current strength, he would be able to beat Naruto if he met him again. But reality is often different from what we imagined. That not only can he not beat Naruto now, he may even lose miserably. Sage mode, on. Naruto activates the Sage mode, and toad-like lines appear at the corners of his eyes. This is the strongest Sage mode in Mayaboku Mountain. Just now, news came from the Allied Forces headquarters that traces of Zhang Tian's activities were found near Union Village. They said that support troops have been sent and asked him to leave quickly and meet up with the support troops. But Naruto didn't want to leave. He had finally met Suzuki, and he wanted to make a break today, defeat Suzuki quickly and bring him back to the village. Naruto in Sage mode looked at Suzuki's Susanoo, and he suddenly jumped off Bunta. Wrapped in the 9 tails coat, he rushed directly towards the huge Susanoo. With the intersection of natural energy and 9 tails chakra, the 9 tails behind him became even bigger. The 9 tails stretched out wildly and directly wrapped around Susanoo, and the two energies continued to flow towards Susanoo through the 9 tails. The sound of click, click continued to be heard. How is this possible? Damn it, why is this happening? Suzuki widened his eyes and looked heavy-hearted. He looked at the cracks that appeared on Susanoo's body with a look of disbelief. He found it hard to accept that his Susanoo couldn't hold up under the attack of Naruto, who was the last one standing. Give it to me. The Eagle Squad on the side were also extremely anxious. Susanoo was the Uchiha clan's signature eye technique. If it was defeated, it would mean that the opponent was stronger than them. Impossible, this is impossible. Suzuki's face was crazy, his scarlet eyes were spinning wildly, and he kept inputting eye power into Susanoo to support himself from collapsing. Until blood flowed from the corners of his eyes began to turn black, and his pupil power was overused. Naruto also gritted his teeth and madly poured 2 streams of energy into the 9 tails, determined to crush Susanoo. In the end, Suzuki covered his eyes in pain, Susanoo collapsed, and the pain in his eyes was not even half as much as the pain in his heart. At this moment, his arrogant heart fell into the dust. He actually lost to the last place Naruto. Even though he had obtained the strongest power of the Uchiha bloodline, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was now defeated. This was what Suzuki could not accept the most. He had always been proud of his family, the noble Uchiha. Give it to me, you lose. The man looked at Suzuki calmly. Shut up, you bastard, I haven't lost yet. Suzuki roared madly, and the Sharingan that was originally bleeding turned again. Amaterasu. Black flames burned on the tailed beast's coat. Although it could burn through the coat, the 9-tailed fox's endless chakra immediately surged again and repaired the burnt and broken coat. Suzuki was breathing heavily. It was not that he could not accept failure, but that he could not accept that he was defeated by Naruto, and that he was defeated in the strongest form of the Uchiha clan bloodline. His Sharingan started to move again, wanting to fight to the death, but suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder. Shura mask, red robe, it's Zhang Tian's clone who has arrived. That's enough. Even though it's the eternal kaleidoscope, overdrawing your pupil power will still hurt your eyes. When the Eagle team saw Zhang Tian arrive, they instantly breathed a sigh of relief and felt that they were saved. I can't stand the Uchiha clan's strongest bloodline losing to a loser. Suzuki, who had lost his mind, roared at Zhang Tian, wanting to break free from his restraints and fight Naruto again to restore the reputation of the Uchiha clan. The clone Zhang Tian looked at Suzuki and said softly, when your eternal Mangekyo reaches its peak, you will naturally be able to defeat him. Extreme? Suzuki didn't understand. Isn't the ultimate of the Sharingan the eternal Mangekyo? What do you mean by ultimate? Everyone was very curious when they heard Zhang Tian mention the ultimate. It was surprising that the ultimate of the Sharingan was not the Mangekyo. This was especially surprising to the members of Team Hawk. They are with Suzuki every day and know more about his Sharingan than most people. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Zhang Tian slowly spoke. The ultimate Sharingan is the divine eye, the same eyes as the 6 paths sage, the samsara eye. Rin-Egan. Everyone widened their eyes at this moment and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Everyone present was in disbelief when they heard it was the Rin-Egan. With the precedent of Nagato, the ninja world was also well aware of the uniqueness and power of the Rin-Egan. Eyes like those of the sage of 6 paths, possessing unimaginable power. Is what you said true? The end of the Sharingan is the Rin-Egan. Suzuki still felt it was unbelievable. This was different from the records on the stone tablet in the Uchiha ancestral land. The stone tablet only said that the Sharingan was a pair of cursed eyes, and whoever possessed it would eventually lose their loved ones. There was no record of the Rin-Egan at all. The clone Zhang Tian explained in a deep voice. Other Uchiha clan members may not be able to do this, but Suzuki, you can have eyes as good as a god, because you are the reincarnation of Indra. Zhang Tian told the truth without any hesitation. Now was the best time to sow discord between Naruto and Suzuki. As long as these two had no chance to join forces, he would be absolutely safe. Suzuki's eyes darkened, and he quickly asked, what is Indra's reincarnation? Is it special? It is indeed special. The last reincarnation of Indra was Uchiha Madara. When Zhang Tian said this, it was like throwing a huge rock into the calm water, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. It goes without saying what kind of person Uchiha Madara was. He was a man who could even fight the first Hokage, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan. His power was so great that he could even summon the 9 tails. And how could Suzuki, like him, be the reincarnation of Indra? How could such news not shock everyone? If I am the same as Uchiha Madara, the so-called reincarnation of Indra, why did I lose to Naruto, who is the last one? Losing to Naruto is a thorn in Suzuki's heart, especially now that he knows his identity is so special, he can't accept it even more. He is a man like Uchiha Madara, with the noble blood of the Uchiha clan. How could he tolerate losing to a loser? Facing Suzuki's question, Zhang Tian shook his head, pointed at Naruto, and said in a low voice, because he is the reincarnation of Ashura, he is also not an ordinary person. Naruto is the reincarnation of Ashura. When everyone heard such a secret news again, they showed shock on their faces again. Naruto and Suzuki frowned at the same time. Although they didn't know what Ashura's reincarnation was, from the sound of it, it seemed that it was something. An Asura and an Indra, they sound like rivals. Zhang Tian's next words confirmed their guesses. What is the reincarnation of Ashura? Sasuke couldn't help but ask first. He wanted to know what the connection was between Indra and Ashura. The previous reincarnation of Ashura was Hashirama Senju, so Sasuke, do you understand? Jiang Tian's words instantly froze the atmosphere on the scene, and Sasuke suddenly looked up at Naruto. Is that really the case? It's an opponent, an enemy. Sasuke murmured softly, a little distraught. In the Battle of the Valley of the End that year, his ancestor Uchiha Madara lost and was said to have been killed by the first Hokage. Now that he had lost to Naruto again, he felt even more humiliated. In the fateful battle between Indra and Ashura, the Uchiha clan lost twice, and the same thing happened again. This feeling of humiliation tormented Sasuke, who was already arrogant. No, that's not right, I'm still alive. Indra hasn't lost, and neither have the men of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke looked at Naruto with a cold expression, his face filled with murderous intent. I will never let what happened back then happen again. This time, I'm betting on the Uchiha named. I will win this fateful battle and prove Indra's reincarnation. Naruto looked embarrassed. He didn't know how things turned out like this. Looking at Sasuke's expression, he knew that it had become extremely difficult to bring him back to the village. Sasage, have you forgotten that we used to be partners and students of class 7? Shut up, not anymore. Now we are the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, the two destined to start a fateful battle. These words caused a complete break between Team 7, and it would be impossible for the two to fight side by side again. Jiang Tian's real body in the Longdi cave sensed all this through his clone, and a smile appeared on his face. It seems that I am becoming more and more like a bad person, but it doesn't matter, I am not a good person to this world. After Jiang Tian's words, Naruto and Sasuke stood on opposite sides, which was what Jiang Tian wanted to see. He thought countless times about the factors that might cause him and Obito to fail. The biggest possibility was that Indra and Ashura would join forces to deal with him and Obito, and seal them with the same method they used to seal Kagaya. As long as the two of them break up, the hidden danger that is most likely to lead to their failure will no longer exist. The chances of winning the war will be greatly increased. Seeing that the goal has been achieved, Jiang Tian ordered his clone to take Sasuke and Teen Eagle away. It was no longer important to find out about the Eight Tails, as he and Obito had already achieved their goal. Originally, Jiang Tian sent his clone to inquire about the news of the Eight Tails, but after learning that Naruto was also going to the Hidden Cloud Village to participate in the war, Jiang Tian reacted quickly and let the clone stay where it was. Then he asked Obito to order Sasuke to rush to the Hidden Cloud Village. Everything was for the moment when the two met. After Sasuke was defeated, he told Naruto the fate of Ashura and Indra, making Sasuke completely stand against Naruto. If Sasuke, in Eternal Mangekyo, meets Naruto, who is practicing the strongest sage mode in Mayaboku Mountain, he will definitely be defeated. Everything was under Jiang Tian's control, and the plan was completed smoothly. Outside the Hidden Cloud Village, the clone received the order and used space ninjutsu to take Sasuke and the Hawk team away. Naruto was left standing there in a daze. He knew in his heart that perhaps the next time he saw Sasuke, they would become real enemies and there would be no going back. Naruto-kun. Hinata shouted worriedly. She knew Naruto must be very sad. It is a well-known fact that he and Sasuke were once best friends. I'm fine. Naruto waved his hand. He felt a little tired in his heart. Could it be that his former friends would never come back? Putting aside his depressed mood, he took Hinata and the others and rushed towards the Hidden Cloud Village again. As the main force of the coalition, Naruto thought to himself that he had to think about how to win this battle first. In the Ryokai cave, the clone walked in with Sasuke. Are you the real one? Sasuke looked at Jiang Tian sitting there with his black hair flying, and immediately found the problem. He knew that Jiang Tian was sealed, so the one who was resting now should be his real body. Sasuke, you're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Jiang Tian looked at the smile on Sasuke's face. He was very happy that he had solved a big problem. Why are you waiting for me? We are not very familiar with each other, right? Sasuke had a cold face, without any of the humility he showed when facing the great devil of the ninja world. Jiang Tian knew that Sasuke had such a temper, so he didn't get angry. He just smiled and said, I often hear Itachi talk about you. You really have a cold temper, ha ha ha. Brother, you just said brother. Sasuke widened his eyes. Wasn't his brother dead? At this time, Sasuke didn't know that Jiang Tian had done the impure World War II against his brother Uchiha Itachi. Haha, don't be so surprised. Do you want to see your brother again? Jiang Tian's words made Sasuke breathe rapidly. He wanted to see Itachi again so much, and he had many questions in his mind that he wanted to ask him. Of course I want to see you. Do you have a way? Sasuke said anxiously. He looked at Jiang Tian with expectant eyes, hoping that he could give him the answer he longed for. If I can say that, I naturally have a way. Jiang Tian smiled slightly, then put his hands together and shouted softly, Immortality Reincarnation. A coffin slowly emerged from the ground. With a bang, the coffin lid fell down. Sasuke looked at the person in the coffin in disbelief. It was his brother Uchiha Itachi, whom he had wanted to see for a long time. Itachi. Sasuke was a little dazed. He could really see his brother again. He wanted to ask him in person whether what Ifei told him was true. He wanted to ask his brother whether it was really because of his love for peace and for his own safety that he decided to join forces with Konoha and massacre his relatives. Sasage, long time no see. A gentle and warm smile appeared on Uchiha Itachi's face. He was no longer as cold and crazy as before, but became the same Uchiha Itachi who doted on his younger brother as a child. Haha, such a touching scene of brothers recognizing each other. I won't keep you from reminiscing about the past. Jiang Tian stood up and walked out, leaving the room to the two Suzuki brothers. When he got outside, Jiang Tian urged the power of the talisman that Orochimaru had studied to strengthen his control over the impure world Itachi. All he needs to do is control Itachi and prevent him from instilling his so-called peace philosophy into Suzuki. Jiang Tian will not interfere in any other matters. Brother, I know everything that happened back then. Did you really choose to exterminate our clan just for the sake of peace? Itachi was stunned by this sudden question. His expression was a little frozen. He could see the indignant expression on Suzuki's face, and he didn't need to imagine how much Suzuki hated Konoha after knowing the truth. He hoped his brother would embark on the right path and wanted to express his thoughts, but just as he was about to speak, Jiang Tian outside noticed it immediately and used a spell to change what he was about to say. Yes, the truth is exactly as Ifei said. I choose to cooperate with Konoha to exterminate the clan, for the sake of peace and so that you can live well. My clan members don't know, but as a member of the Umbu, I know that the coup would never succeed. Itachi told Suzuki the whole truth. Except for the fact that he failed to instill the concept of peace in him, everything else was true, and Jiang Tian did not intervene at all. Why are you so sure that the coup against Konoha will fail, brother? Suzuki was a little confused. At that time, the Uchiha clan had a strong man like his brother who possessed the Mangekyo, his father also had the Mangekyo, and there were many clan members who possessed the three Magneto Sharingan. They might not be unable to win the battle against the Konoha high-level officials. Alas, Suzuki, you are still too young and you don't understand many things. Itachi sighed. If the coup that year really had a chance of success, he would never be so cruel as to massacre his relatives. He did love peace, but he was not crazy enough to kill his own parents and wipe out his entire clan overnight. Is there any other secret? Suzuki was puzzled. From what his brother said, it seemed that he had something to hide. Itachi, who was already dead, saw that Suzuki had grown up and was protected by Jiang Tian and Obito, so he no longer had to worry about his safety and simply told the truth. Regarding the coup d'état that year, the Uchiha clan had to face not only the Konoha ninja and a few high-ranking officials, but also several major families of Konoha. The Hyuga clan, the Sarutobi clan. And other major families that later joined the village will become the biggest obstacles to the Uchiha clan's coup. But wasn't there an agreement back then that the descendants of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan had the right to compete? Suzuki was puzzled that he had seen these things on the stone tablet in his ancestral land. Hashirama Senju, who founded the Konohagakure village, and his ancestor Uchiha Madara once had an agreement that any young man with good abilities among the descendants of the two clans could compete for the position of Hokage. Itachi smiled bitterly and shook his head, explaining, this is the crux of the problem. Since the passing of the second Hokage, the Senju clan has been without successors and has gradually fallen into decline. However, the second Hokage is someone who hates the Uchiha clan extremely. After the Battle of the Valley of the End, when the second Hokage came to power, he did everything he could to suppress us Uchiha, even driving us to the very edge of the village. They gave us the power of the Uchiha Konoha Guard, but they immediately established the Umbu to check and balance us. As a result, the Uchiha clan gradually declined and lost its former glory. During this period, the second generation frequently relied on the power of major clans like the Hyuga and Sarutobi to suppress the Uchiha clan. These major clans also took advantage of this opportunity to rapidly grow in size. The things Itachi talked about were things Suzuki had never encountered before, so he listened very carefully. Even Jiang Tian, who was outside, didn't know the real situation after the Uchiha clan was exterminated. Itachi continued, these are not the main reasons. The most important thing is that before his death, the second Hokage specifically appointed Sarutobi Hiruzen as the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen is from the Sarutobi clan, one of the major clans. Think about it, the second generation died, the Senju clan declined, and we are the only one left of the two major clans that founded Konoha. At this point, Suzuki suddenly realized something. He exclaimed, so our Uchiha clan has become a thorn in the eyes of several major families. As long as they kill us, they will become the real rulers of Konoha. It seems that his younger brother reacted quite quickly. Itachi smiled happily. Only those who are a little scheming can live long enough. That's right. So when the Uchiha clan dared to stage a coup, the major families would attack at the same time, joining forces with the Umbu and all the ninjas of Konoha to slaughter the Uchiha clan completely. So I'll do this myself. As for the complete annihilation of the Uchiha clan, you can still survive this way. Itachi had no choice but to make that choice because he wanted his brother to live. Then if they all wanted to exterminate the Uchiha, Why did they give my brother the choice to let me live? Jiang Tian, standing outside the door, also wanted to know about Suzuki's problem. Since the major families had made such a decision, wouldn't it be better to kill Itaki and Suzuki as well? Wouldn't it be better to eliminate the root of the problem without leaving any future troubles? Itaki fell silent, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little quiet. The truth was too ugly to speak. Brother, what are you hesitating about? Tell me quickly. Suzuki urged. He didn't understand why his brother suddenly stopped talking. Because they value their reputation. The Senju clan has already declined. If they were to destroy the Uchiha clan again, the civilian ninjas in the 5 major ninja villages, including Konoha, would know about it. Then they would join Konoha village, which was built by the Uchiha clan, but then wipe out the Uchiha clan because of a conflict. How would the ninja world view them? So, they gave me the option to do it. This way, the major families will be wiped out completely without anyone noticing, and their descendants will naturally take on the position of Hokage. After hearing the truth, Suzuki stood there for a long time without saying a word. Are all the people in the Uchiha clan bad people? What did they do wrong? Originally, this village was jointly established by the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. The Senju clan has produced 2 Hokage, but what about the Uchiha clan? Jiang Tian, who was standing outside the door, had a gloomy look on his face after hearing this. After a long while, he slowly muttered, "What a disgusting truth." After finding out the truth about the Uchiha clan genocide, Suzuki felt disgust towards Konoha and even the world. He is becoming more and more like Obito and Jiang Tian. Only those who have experienced pain know what it feels like. Let the world feel the pain. Carry rice, carry a bag of rice several floors. Brother, I know everything you said, I know what to do next. Itaki felt a surge of worry, and from the look on his brother's face he knew he might be about to take some detours. Suzuki, don't. Itaki was about to persuade Suzuki again and talk to him about some ideas about peace, but was once again controlled by Jiang Tian with a talisman. Itaki, there's really no need to talk about peace anymore. There's no such thing as peace in this world. It's just a struggle for power and profit between the 5 major villages. Jiang Tian outside the house lowered his brows. He was no longer the college student who watched anime. He knew enough about the darkness of this world that it was far from as beautiful as described in anime. This is the case in Konoha village and other villages as well, otherwise how could there have been the previous 3 ninja world wars? Suzuki walked out of the room. The first thing he said when he saw Jiang Tian was, "Teach me how to get the samsara eye." This time, Indra must defeat Ashura. After winning the fateful battle, Jiang Tian was very happy looking at Suzuki's eyes. The plan seemed to be more successful than he had imagined. Okay, just follow me and kill some Konoha ninjas to collect some interest for annihilating the clan. Okay, I will follow you to participate in the 4th war. Suzuki nodded. Even if Jiang Tian didn't say so, he was ready to ask Jiang Tian to participate in the battle. Haha, then let's get ready and leave tomorrow. Jiang Tian left to prepare for tomorrow's battle. After tonight, his seal will be lifted and he can start the next plan. Capture the 8-tailed fox and the 9-tailed fox, and open the eye of the moon. Late at night, Obito, wearing a white mask, came to Jiang Tian and whispered, "We should be able to take action tomorrow." Well, that old toad has delayed me for so long that I should go out and mess with him tomorrow. Under the moonlight, Jiang Tian looked up at the moonlight, slowly picked up the wineglass beside him, and drank it all. Ling has been waiting for a long time again. What are you going to do if you meet that old toad again? Obito asked in a low voice. Last time, he almost caught the 9 tails because of that old toad. Jiang Tian smiled. I can summon the white snake immortal, but I can't summon his true form because I don't have enough chakra. As long as I have enough chakra, the white snake immortal can naturally deal with the old toad. Do you have a solution? Obito looked surprised. From what Jiang Tian said, it seemed that he had found a way to increase his chakra. Although we don't have the 8 tails or the 9 tails, you still have 7-tailed beasts in your hands. To implement the Moon Eye plan, you don't need all the chakras of the tailed beasts. As long as I draw some of the chakra of the 7-tailed beasts, I will be able to successfully summon the white snake sage's true form. This method was told to Jiang Tian by Orochimaru. Just like transplanting the 1st-generation cells, as long as he integrated some of the energy of these tailed beasts, the chakra capacity in his body would increase dramatically. Although it still cannot reach the level of the 9-tailed fox in Naruto's body, it is enough to summon the white snake sage. Okay. Obito agreed without hesitation. Now he and Jiang Tian were really on the same boat. Unlike at the beginning, although the two said they were cooperating, they both had their own little thoughts. After discussing with Obito, the two rushed towards the base left for Orochimaru. This place used to be an underground base of the Akatsuki organization. Now Jiang Tian gave it to Orochimaru for him to use for research. As they entered the base, the lights on both sides of the road lit up and Orochimaru came out to greet them. Jiang Tian, Fei, you're here. I can't wait to see the White Snake Immortal's true form appear in the outside world. Communicating with the true forms of the immortals from the 3 holy spiritual lands was unheard of and no one had ever done it before, but now Jiang Tian could accomplish this impossible task. Get ready to start, Obito. Obito nodded, and at Jiang Tian's signal, a withered outer path demon statue suddenly appeared in the base, instantly cracking the base apart. Ah, this I've wasted such a good research site again. Orochimaru couldn't help but complain as he looked at the base destroyed by the golem. It was difficult to find such a good place. Okay, stop talking nonsense and start helping me fuse the power of the seven-tailed beasts. The outer path demon statue opened its mouth and spit out the spirits of the seven-tailed beasts. Roar, roar. The tailed beasts who saw the light of day again roared to the sky that they had been trapped in the golem for too long, that this was how humans were. They only knew how to imprison the tailed beasts like them. Obito's eyes darkened, and he shouted softly, "How dare a bunch of beasts be so rampant?" As the chakra in his body surged, countless chains wrapped around these tailed beasts, binding them so that they could not move. Orochimaru, do it. Jiang Tian urged Orochimaru as he looked at the dazed Orochimaru. Seeing the seven-tailed beasts being restrained by Obito alone, Orochimaru was extremely shocked that he had only heard of one person doing such a thing, and that was the first Hokage. It seems that it is not a bad thing to work with such people. His eyes fell on Obito and Jiang Tian. Orochimaru now knew perfectly well that these were his two pillars of support. As long as he held on tightly, once the war was won, no one would be able to stop him from conducting research. Okay, I'll start fusing the tailed beast's chakra for you now. Orochimaru took out a talisman and stuck it on the kunao. Then, under the shocked gaze of Jiang Tian and the others, he used the kunao to cut the tailed beasts and actually cut off a small piece. You have to know that these tailed beasts have become spirits, and it is difficult to extract them without special means. But Orochimaru, he can do it, and he does it so easily, he really deserves to be called a Hokage scientist. Orochimaru cut off a small piece from each tailed beast, leaving none of the seven-tailed beasts unharmed, and then threw the severed spirits into a container. Green liquid was continuously added into it, and the tailed beast fragments merged with the liquid. As time went by, the liquid inside became less and less, and finally turned into a black viscous substance, like a black ball. Apply this thing on your body, and after absorbing it, you can obtain the tailed beast chakra. Orochimaru took a different approach and came up with this unprecedented method, which is really amazing. After the application was completed, Jiang Tian felt his whole body burning hot and a burning pain came from his skin. Sweat dripped from his forehead, he gritted his teeth and persevered. After an unknown amount of time, the sky outside turned pale, and Jiang Tian slowly opened his eyes. The chakra in my body surges, and I feel like I can never use it up. The chakra surged endlessly, and the feeling was very wonderful. Jiang Tian finally understood why ninjas were afraid of the tailed beasts. With this amount of chakra rampaging, any tailed beast is enough to destroy the village, which makes him admire the first Hokage even more. It is no wonder that he is respected as the god of ninja by the ninjas, as he can subdue 9 tailed beasts by himself. The three of them walked out of the base. Jiang Tian looked at the slowly rising sun with a happy mood. After obtaining the chakra of the tailed beasts, he felt that he would definitely succeed this time. After so much preparation, it was time to capture the 8 tails and the 9 tails. The Sharingan slowly turned, and Jiang Tian's figure disappeared in an instant and appeared in the Ryokai cave. Not long after, Jiang Tian appeared here again, wearing his iconic red robe, his unique Shura mask on his head, and a samurai sword on his waist. He clasped his hands together and whispered, "Immortal reincarnation." Coffins rose from the ground and appeared on the ground in an orderly manner. As the coffin lids fell one after another, the resurrected ninja masters were revealed inside. Jiang Tian still did not let Uchiha Madara out, because the current combat power was enough and he did not need this destabilizing factor. Former members of the Akatsuki organization, successive cages of several major villages except Konoha village, and powerful ninjas with various special bloodline limits. These people stood respectfully behind Jiang Tian. At this time, the clone and Suzuki also rushed over. Seeing that everyone was present, the vast chakra surged in Jiang Tian's body. He kept forming seals with his hands, and then pressed down suddenly. Fairy magic, spiritualism. With this light shout, the white snake immortal lying on the stone chair in Longdi Cave slowly opened his eyes, and the next second he disappeared from the spot. The sky outside the base suddenly became gloomy, and an extremely terrifying pressure descended upon the place. The huge body of the white snake immortal appeared here, and he looked at Jiang Tian with a grin. "Boy, not bad that you actually found a way to channel my true form. Now it seems that I made the right choice in choosing you." The white snake immortal breathed the air of the human world. He had not come out of the holy Longdi Cave for many years. Jiang Tian exerted force on his feet and lightly jumped onto the head of the white snake immortal. He looked towards the distant direction of the hidden cloud village with a calm expression, and then whispered, "Capture the tailed beast plan, set off." At this moment, Jiang Tian and Obito felt a warm current surge in their hearts. They believed that they would be able to successfully capture the tailed beast this time. The real body of the white snake sage, the 10 tails Jinchuriki Uchiha Obito, the immortal law Jiang Tian, the I-Technique clone, and Uchiha Suzuki, the reincarnation of Indra, as well as countless powerful ninja world masters who came out of the impure world. Tell me how this lineup can lose. This is definitely the strongest lineup ever. Not only Jiang Tian and Obito, but even Orochimaru and the strong men from the impure world reincarnation did not think they would lose. These people were too strong when they got together, so strong that they could destroy anything. In Mount Mayaboku, the great toad sage suddenly opened his eyes. Through the frogs walking among humans, he immediately noticed the appearance of the white snake sage's true form. It's really a troublesome thing. He frowned, his expression a little solemn. The Ninja Alliance also received the news at the first time. The real body of the White Snake Immortal appeared. With so many powerful people gathered together, it was hard not to notice. The Allied Forces headquarters, the 5 Cage and a staff unit all looked embarrassed. They were too strong, so strong that it was absurd and even despairing. Everyone, what should we do? That Tsuchikage frowned, feeling a little panicked that he had never expected Zhang Tian to cause such a commotion after breaking the seal. It was as if he was carrying the force of thunder, intending to crush the ninja coalition with a single blow. That Tsuchikage's words left everyone silent. What should they do? In the face of such absolute strength, what could they do? Bang, bang. The Raikage slammed his last remaining hand down on the table, his words still as fiery as ever. At worst, I'll fight him to the death. If you want to catch the tailed beast, you'll have to step over my corpse first. The words of the Raikage made everyone feel even more depressed. Although they all knew that he was just speaking in anger, it seemed that this was what was about to happen. All of them will turn into corpses, fighting to the death for the peace of Ninja. Gaara leaned back in his chair. As the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces and the youngest of the 5 Cage, he did not panic in this critical moment. Instead, he seemed calmer than several older seniors. My lords, I have something to say. After hearing Gaara speak, everyone in the headquarters turned their attention to the young Kaze Cage, wondering what he was going to say at this moment. Everyone should know about my past. I was the one-tailed Jinchuriki Kid. I was called a cursed weapon in the village. Back then, I hated everyone. But then I met Naruto. We were both Jinchuriki, and we were both disliked. But he was different from me, and even from all the other Jinchuriki. No matter how many accusations and hardships he encountered, he never gave up hope. There was light in his eyes, and he taught me to believe in light. Naruto is like this, he always has a strong drive, and because of this, fans of the original novel jokingly call him the mouth-to-mouth guy. So, I think no matter how strong the opponent is, no matter how great the difficulties and setbacks are ahead, we should never give up. This time, we may fail, we may die, Zhang Tian may implement the Moon Eye plan, but we still have to fight. Not only must we fight, but we must fight to the death, risking our lives until the very end. I believe that as long as we truly risk our lives for the peace of the ninja world, people in the future will not think we are cowards when they know about it. Gaara's words hit everyone present like a heavy hammer. That Tsuchikage chuckled and lowered his head, a little embarrassed. I never thought that after living for so many years, no one of the younger generation understands life as well as I do. A smile also appeared on the Raikage's face. He hated Zhang Tian and protected his younger brother who was the 8 Tails Jinchuriki. For him, fighting to the death was the best ending. Tsunade was depressed because of Jireya's death. Now she had the opportunity to sacrifice her life for the greater good in Jireya's hatred, and she was extremely happy to do so. Meiterumi didn't say much. She had only one goal since she succeeded the Mizukage, which was to protect the village and be a proper Mizukage. But now she had to protect the entire ninja world. The 5 Cage reached a consensus, and facing Zhang Tian's arrival, the Ninja Alliance chose to fight to the death. Orders were passed down to each unit, explaining the situation to everyone. Zhang Tian was coming with great force this time and many people would die. After knowing the situation, no ninja retreated, not even an insignificant ordinary ninja chose to leave. Because they have no choice but to fight to the death for the peace in their hearts. In the 3rd unit of the allied ninja forces led by Kakashi, the ninjas from the 5 major villages all lowered their heads. Zhang Tian's seal has been lifted, and he is on his way to the hidden cloud village where they are stationed. According to the news from the combat headquarters, Zhang Tian is coming with great force this time, gathering the strongest forces, and even the legendary White Snake Immortal's true form. How could they win in the face of such overwhelming force? The light in their eyes had gone, and they saw no hope of survival. As the captain of the 3rd unit, Kakashi stood aside, frowning and silent. He didn't know what to say. It seemed that the war had come to an end. The ninjas of the 3rd unit gathered together and looked up at Kakashi, hoping he would say something. When the atmosphere was silent, several figures rushed here quickly. The young man leading them was the hero of the coalition forces, Uzumaki Naruto, who brought back Jireya's body from the masked man. It's Uzumaki Naruto, he's here. Zhang Tian came here to capture the 9-tailed fox. He shouldn't have come here. He was able to bring back the body of the son in Jireya from the masked man. He is also very powerful. The coalition forces need such fighting power. Everyone was talking about whether Naruto should be here or not. Everyone, I will fight alongside you until the very end. As soon as Naruto arrived, he expressed his thoughts and decided to fight to the death with everyone for the future of the ninja world. Teacher Kakashi, I also got the news. Zhang Tian has mobilized almost all of his forces and is rushing towards the hidden cloud village. Well, it is indeed a very troublesome matter. Kakashi agreed softly, his expression and tone still solemn, and did not change because of Naruto's arrival. He knew very well that even Naruto's words would hardly help them win the war. Naruto turned his head to look at the ninja coalition of the 3rd division behind him. Everyone had a sad look on their faces and had no desire to fight. He felt he had to say something. Everyone, we have no choice in this battle. For the sake of peace in the future, we have no choice but to win the war. Of course, we might fail and die, but even if we fail, we will never bow our heads like we do now, completely losing our will to fight. Even if the enemy is strong, we should still give it our all. Unlike Jiang Tian and the masked man, we don't have ninjas as powerful as them, but we have companions fighting alongside us. The light of any one firefly is weak, but when they gather together, it is the most dazzling and brilliant light in the world. Even ordinary fireflies can shine brightly as long as they gather together. These words touched everyone's heart. Except for a small number of people in the coalition, the rest are ordinary ninjas. They have no strong power and no special background. They seem to be cannon fodder under the wheels of war, adding an unnecessary touch to the bloodiness of the battlefield. But at this moment, a young man named Uzumaki Naruto told them that even people like them are useful and can shine brightly. So, please follow my footsteps and fight for peace. For peace. Fight, fight, fight. Tens of thousands of people in the third unit shouted in unison, and the huge crowd's cheers surged like a tsunami, reaching the sky. Nearing the outskirts of Kumagakur, Jiang Tian stood on the head of the white snake immortal. A white clay bird circled in the sky, with Deidara sitting on it, reporting on the situation. Jiang Tian, a Fei, the entire ninja coalition has been mobilized. All ninjas from the 5 major villages are gathering towards the Hidden Cloud Village. It seems that the location of the decisive battle is set in the Hidden Cloud Village. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at Obito with a smile on his face. Obito, our plan is about to succeed. As long as we win this war, we will be able to see them again. Yes, we have waited for this day for too long. Obito felt a lot of emotion in his heart, and he couldn't wait any longer. The large army continued to advance, and the Hidden Cloud Village gradually became visible. Hurry, everyone, hurry up, and notify the other major forces to advance at full speed. We must enter the Hidden Cloud Village before Jiang Tian. The 5 Cage led the staff troops and various special forces from the combat headquarters to the Hidden Cloud Village. Several other troops also rushed to the Hidden Cloud Village at full speed under the order of the headquarters. They're here, they're all here. Jiang Tian and the masked man have appeared outside the Hidden Cloud Village. Inside the Hidden Cloud Village, following a notification, all the ninjas looked outside the Hidden Cloud Village. Naruto was the first to react, shouting, "Everyone, we should go out and fight. There are still many residents in the village, so we must keep the battlefield outside." Hearing these words, the ninjas' eyes became determined. Naruto took the lead and headed out of the village, followed by Kakashi and the third team of ninjas. This is Naruto's magic. With just a few words, he took over the command of the third unit from Kakashi, making people follow his footsteps involuntarily. Outside the Hidden Cloud Village, Jiang Tian raised his arm to signal everyone to stop. He looked at the third army that seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see, and felt a sense of emotion. A force of tens of thousands of people does look quite intimidating, but unfortunately they are just a bunch of scum and are vulnerable to attack. The ninjas looked up at Jiang Tian, who was standing on the head of the white snake immortal, and felt their scalps tingling. The pressure coming from the immortal's body made it difficult for them to breathe. Such harsh sarcasm coming from Jiang Tian's mouth made them dare not refute. After all, the man in front of them was standing above the immortals. You have to know that Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama never did such a thing back then. Jiang Tian, you haven't won the war yet and you're just saying these things casually. Don't you think you're too arrogant? Naruto frowned and shouted, he wants to stabilize the morale of the troops. Ha ha ha, these words are too funny. You are not a child anymore. How can you still say such things? Faced with the scolding, Jiang Tian did not get angry. Instead, he laughed out loud as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Open your eyes and take a good look at what kind of people are standing next to me. The 3 Holy Land Immortals are at my feet. Otoko, Orochimaru, and Suzuki are standing beside me. Behind them are former members of the Akatsuki organization, former cages of several major villages, and many ninjas with special bloodline limits. How can I lose with this lineup? How could I possibly lose? Jiang Tian's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of the allied ninjas. He was indeed right. How could they lose with such a lineup? In other words, facing such a group of beings, how could the Ninja Alliance win? The fighting spirit that Naruto had accumulated after hearing what he had just said disappeared in an instant, even though news came from headquarters that Jiang Tian had brought many powerful beings. However, hearing and seeing are two different things. When you really face such a strongest lineup, it will really make your scalp tingle and your heart lose resistance. They would never forget this scene. It was so shocking. The man standing on top of the white snake immortal looked down at them like a god. Jiang Tian, do you think you have a sure win? Naruto's face was solemn. What Jiang Tian said was true, but as an enemy, he couldn't lose in words. And it happened at an important juncture when the war was about to break out. Isn't it obvious whether I have a sure win or not? Jiang Tian looked at Naruto with a smile on his face. How could he lose? He could not lose at all. This tone did not mean that Jiang Tian was arrogant, but that he really had the ability. Okay, I don't want to say any more nonsense with you. Let's just capture the nine-tailed fox in your body. Jiang Tian smiled lightly. He and Obito jumped down at the same time and stood in front of the large army. The two of them opened their Sharingan at the same time and led the charge towards the coalition forces of tens of thousands of ninjas. In an instant, a gap was torn open in the ninja coalition, and the two men were still able to enter the empty space. Fire style, storm dance, God escapes, annihilates nothingness. The two heroes fought side by side, slaughtering the ninja coalition as if they were cutting vegetables. Do you want to dance too? Jiang Tian turned his head suddenly, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as he stared at a ninja who was trying to launch a sneak attack, his face gloomy. The ninja's hand holding the konoha was held tightly by Jiang Tian, and he was staring directly at it, which was simply torture. The great demon king of the ninja world stared at him, which was really a torture, but fortunately the torture did not last long, and Jiang Tian kicked the ninja away. Obito and Jiang Tian's figures kept intertwining with each other, and Kakashi's third unit suffered heavy casualties. Just the two of them killed these ninjas and made them flee in disarray. Obito's Sharingan moved, and a ninja behind Jiang Tian fell down with foam at the mouth, trapped in a painful illusion world. Jiang Tian. Naruto activated the Sage mode, and toad patterns instantly appeared around his eye sockets, and he rushed directly towards Jiang Tian. Haha, it's just right that you delivered it yourself. It also saved me a lot of trouble. Jiang Tian was equally unwilling to be outdone, and instantly activated the Longdedong Immortal mode, with snake patterns appearing around his eye sockets. The two men in Sage mode flew towards each other at the same time, their fists colliding. Bang! The ninjas around the two were blown away by this powerful natural energy, and only the two who activated the Sage mode were left in the center of the battle. On the other side, Obito was also surrounded by Kakashi and Might Guy. At the same time, several other coalition forces also arrived at this moment, but without exception they were blocked outside by the troops brought by Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian, you are too presumptuous. The Raikage roared angrily. This is the hidden cloud village, and Jiang Tian brought a large army here blatantly, which made him even more angry. Insolent? I think you are the real insolent one, talking to me in such a tone. The Mangekyo Sharingan rotated, and Jiang Tian's figure disappeared directly. When he appeared again, he was right behind the Raikage. His expression was stern as he raised the katana in his hand. High. With a pop, the originally heated battlefield instantly became quiet, and everyone looked at the man holding the katana in horror. Hot blood spilled all over the ground and landed on the faces of some ninjas below, who could still feel the warmth of the blood. The Raikage's only remaining arm was cut off, and he looked at Jiang Tian angrily with a pale face. The thieves from the Shinobi Alliance were terrified. In just a moment, he raised his hand and brought it down, and with a swipe of his sword, the Raikage, one of the 5 Kage, had his arm severed. What a powerful force! Laymen watched the excitement, while experts watched the doorway. Jiang Tian looked at the Raikage with a smile on his face and said in a joking tone, "It's quite impressive that you can dodge this fatal sword." Jiang Tian's previous blow was not actually intended to cut his arm, but was aimed at the Raikage's neck, hoping to kill him by surprise. However, despite the high speed of the space ninjutsu, the Raikage still reacted instinctively and forcibly retreated 2 centimeters. It was these short 2 centimeters that saved his life. Dust release, original world separation technique, melting escape, monster melting technique, sandstorm funeral. The 3 Kage attacked at the same time, and Tsunade also rushed towards Jiang Tian with her fist raised. The attack came from all directions, leaving him no way to retreat, wanting to kill him with one blow. Facing the fierce attack of the 4 Kages, Jiang Tian didn't even raise his eyelids, but slowly turned around and looked at Naruto. Jiang Tian, be careful. Seeing the attack getting closer, Jiang Tian still did not react. Obito, who was fighting with Kakashi, hurriedly exclaimed to remind him. The Ninja Alliance also looked at the joint offensive of the 4 Shadows with anticipation. Are you going to succeed? You're almost there. We must kill this guy. But the next second, with a loud bang, a huge white tail lashed out and instantly pulled the 4 Shadows down from the sky. The hopes of the allied ninjas were shattered in an instant. Not only was Jiang Tian so powerful that he could cut off the Raikage's arm with one sword, but there was also an immortal beside him. A white snake immortal from Longdi Cave swept down 4 Shadows with just a sweep of his tail. I've already said it. How could I lose this battle? How could I possibly lose? Jiang Tian's arrogant and teasing voice reached everyone's ears, extremely clear. The morale of the coalition forces dropped instantly. Even the 5 strongest Kage were so vulnerable. What could they do? Immortal magic, spiritualism. A roar was heard, and thick white smoke suddenly rose in the battlefield. A huge figure appeared and disappeared. Naruto leaped suddenly and appeared above the giant figure. White Snake, have you really gone so far as to sign a contract with this human to help him win? Hee, I'm not like you, an old toad, who always acts like an immortal and is unwilling to give everything for his holy land. You haven't signed a contract with this kid yet. Are you unable to save face for your great immortal? The words of the White Snake Sage caused the Toad Sage to fall into silence. Although he had not yet signed a contract with Naruto because Naruto's natural energy was not enough, he did have some pride in his heart that belonged to the sage. You long worm have a sharp tongue. Upon hearing this, the White Snake Immortal became instantly angry that he hated being called a worm the most. You toad are just a clone. How dare you speak to this immortal like that? The roar resounded through the sky, and the immortal in Longdi Cave was angry. The roar of the White Snake Immortal's body resounded through heaven and earth. The immortal was so angry that the sky and the earth changed color. Many weak ninjas in the coalition forces were shocked by the roar and stood there in a daze, as if they were stunned. But then these frightened ninjas suddenly woke up, covered their heads with painful expressions, and fell straight to the ground unconscious. The powerful strength shocked everyone present. The impure world army behind him had a clear advantage over the huge ninja coalition. The situation is increasingly leaning towards Jiang Tian. The ninja coalition is in crisis step by step, and it seems that the destruction of the ninja world is imminent. White Snake, you are so unscrupulous. Have you forgotten what the Six Paths sage told us? The great sage Toad frowned. In the early days of the ninja world, there were no so-called three holy places. Toads, snakes, and slugs, these three creatures are all struggling to cross the river and stand out from the countless creatures. He came into contact with the mysterious Itsutsuki clan. The Six Paths sage, who is known as the founder of the ninja world, is a member of the Itsutsuki clan. The three creatures met the sage of Six Paths and the woman who ruled and controlled the world. A kind of fruit was obtained from this mysterious and powerful family. Only three kinds of creatures can absorb natural energy for cultivation. Eventually, three holy places were created that coexisted with ninjas. There is Mayaboku Mountain headed by the Toad Great Sage, Ryakai Cave headed by the White Snake Sage, and a mysterious wetbone forest that ordinary people don't know about. The Six Paths sage once made an agreement with the three holy places that human affairs should be resolved by humans themselves and the holy places are not allowed to interfere. Because once the Holy Land joins the battle, the war in the ninja world will become more brutal and out of control. The White Snake Sage's expression was somewhat solemn. Back then, they, the Ryakai Cave, had indeed promised the Six Paths Sage that they would not interfere in the war in the human ninja world. But over the years, Mayabokuzen, which is obviously weaker than them, is deeply respected by the ninjas. Look at the deserted Ryakai Cave, and almost no ninjas are willing to come and sign a summoning contract. Although the trial in Longdi Cave is the most difficult, it also provides the strongest strength. The White Snake Immortal has always felt that Ryakai Cave is deserted, but it is only because Mayaboku Mountain is connected to Konoha, the strongest of the 5 major villages, that it has such a glorious scene today. Therefore, he believed in the scroll, and even more so believed that Jiang Tian could win this war. The strength of the human ninja village will be reshuffled. As long as Jiang Tian can control the entire ninja world, his Longdi Cave will also usher in glory. Old Toad, you don't need to mention the Sage of Six Paths to me. That guy is already dead. I only know that I must fight for my dragon cave, fight for all the snakes in the world, and fight for an opportunity to be extremely glorious. Longdi Cave has been silent for many years and really needs this opportunity. Regarding Jiang Tian's Mooneye plan, the White Snake Immortal knew clearly that it was to make everyone fall into a dream world. Even so, it will not affect the splendor of Longdi Cave. When everyone is immersed in the dream world is real. The 3 holy places all have similar methods of signing contracts, and even in the dream world, psychic contracts can be signed. Anyway, the 3 holy places rely on natural energy for cultivation. As long as the world is not destroyed, they can also enter the dream world and restore the glory of Longdi Cave. Crazy, all crazy. These 2 human boys are like this, and you, the White Snake, are also like this. You have both gone crazy. Jiang Tian and Obito's eyes darkened at the same time. What Gamma Sage said was right. They were indeed crazy. So crazy that he wants to bring the dead back to this world. White Snake Immortal, I'll leave this old Toad to you. He's just a clone and shouldn't be your match. Don't worry, this Immortal has never been weaker than this Toad. It's just a clone. I can kill him in the blink of an eye. The White Snake Immortal spoke in an aloof tone. His Longdi Cave was the most powerful holy place. Snakes also ate toads, so they were naturally restrained. He raised his huge white tail high, and his huge snake head slowly raised its head to look at his tail. Then a low roar exploded in the ears of the ninjas like thunder. Immortal technique, transform into a dragon and ascend to heaven. The scales on the slender and huge white tail opened and closed, and began to flash in the sunlight. There were 4 places in the abdomen that were constantly wriggling, as if 4 small balls of flesh were about to break through the skin. Poochie, Poochie, the sound of skin breaking echoed in his ears, and 4 claws suddenly grew out of the White Snake Immortal's belly, each with 3 fingers. 2 horns also grew on the top of his head, and 2 long whiskers appeared on both sides of his cheeks, fluttering in the wind. Roar! With a roar, the White Snake Immortal, who was originally crawling on the ground, suddenly soared into the sky. His body had grown several times larger as he stared at the Toad Immortal. His slender and powerful body kept dancing in the sky. Everyone, including Jiang Tian, looked up in disbelief at the huge creature in the sky. Oh my god, it's called Longdedong for a reason. This isn't a real dragon, but it's kind of similar. Jiang Tian looked at the White Snake Immortal, who had transformed into a dragon and ascended to heaven, and looked at him carefully. Jiang Tian wondered what it would be like if he stood on the White Snake Immortal's head at this moment. Crazy, really crazy. This was the first time in so many years that the great immortal Toad lost his composure. They even used the dragon transformation technique. Are they really preparing for a life and death battle with Mayaboku-san? The immortal art of transforming into a dragon and ascending to heaven is a secret art exclusive to the immortals in Longdi Cave, and even Jiang Tian cannot learn it. Not only will the form change to become more like a dragon, but the strength will also increase dramatically, and the effort and reward are directly proportional. Although this magic is extremely powerful, it is also extremely difficult to practice. The White Snake Immortal learned it and used it at this moment, which means that he had planned it for a long time. This was a true declaration of war, and the war between the Holy Land of Ryokai Cave and Mayaboku Mountain was truly ignited. After transforming into a dragon, the White Snake Immortal felt that he had endless energy in his body. He looked at the Toad Immortal's face. He laughed. "Old Toad, just use your clone to quickly get back to your Mayaboku Mountain and don't embarrass yourself by coming out. Haha." The huge dragon's tail fell heavily on the Toad Immortal, and with a bang, white smoke rose. Jiang Tian and the White Snake Immortal both looked strange, because the White Snake Immortal's tail did not fall at all. The smoke just now was left behind by the great sage Toad when he escaped back to Mayaboku Mountain. Run, run! The Ninja Coalition's faces were stiff. They had originally placed their hopes on Gamma Sage, hoping that he could subdue Jiang Tian again like last time. But it was obvious that they thought too much, because the one who came this time was the real body of the White Snake Immortal. Jiang Tian and Obito looked at the place where Gamma Sage was originally. Naruto's figure was gone, and it seemed that he was taken back to Mayaboku Mountain by him. Let's capture the 8 tails first. As for the 9 tails, I'll go to Mayaboku Mountain with the White Snake Sage later. Obito nodded, picked up the Uchiha fan and walked towards the Ninja Alliance. This is the only way for now. Jiang Tian gripped the samurai sword and stepped hard, then leaped onto the head of the White Snake Immortal. "You guys fight here with Obito first, I'll go capture the 8 tails." Jiang Tian ordered the reincarnated ninjas to stay here and fight against the coalition forces, while he would go to the moving island himself to capture the 8 tails. The 5 cages' eyes darkened as they looked up at the man standing on top of the dragon's head, knowing full well that he was going to capture the 8 tails. But at this moment they all hesitated. No one could remain calm when facing the threat of death. Even a real man like Kai frowned when he opened the 8 gates in the original work. Jiang Tian was too strong, so strong that the 5 cage couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. Even though they tried hard to suppress this fear, it was of no use. The inherent fear in the human body will still linger in their hearts. "Jiang Tian, come to me if you have anything to say." The Raikage with broken arms stood up first and roared at Jiang Tian. The 8-tailed killer bee was his younger brother. As another Hokage who dotes on his brother besides Itaki, how could he watch Jiang Tian arrest his own brother? Just as the White Snake Immortal was about to take action, the Thunder Shadow exerted force on his feet and rushed towards Jiang Tian at an extremely fast speed. Even though he had no arms, he still had his head to attack. "Do you have to die?" Jiang Tian's eyes darkened, and he flew towards the Raikage with a samurai sword in his hand. The cold light flashed, bringing up scarlet blood, and a head was thrown high into the air. The supreme commander of the coalition forces, the Raikage of the Hidden Cloud Village, died. This is the second important figure to die in the 5 major ninja villages. Raikage-sama. "Damn it, you damned guys. Jiang Tian, I'm going to kill you." The ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village and the coalition were terrified. Jiang Tian stretched out his hand and firmly grasped the Raikage's head. The scarlet robe and the Shura mask on his face were terrifying. He held a katana in one hand and the head of the allied commander, the Raikage, in the other, like a Shura from hell. "Weaklings, is this moment painful?" Jiang Tian, who had killed the Thunder Shadow Queen, was no longer in a hurry. He planned to kill the 5 Shadow Queens before capturing the 9-tailed fox. At that time, no one would be able to stop him. "You deserve to die, you bastard." A ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village rushed towards Jiang Tian, but was killed by a samurai sword before he got close. Another head was thrown high into the air, and then fell heavily and landed at Jiang Tian's feet. A loud voice doesn't mean strong strength. Jiang Tian leaned his samurai sword on the ground and looked at these ninjas quietly. 3 more Kumagakure ninjas rushed towards Jiang Tian, but as expected, they were all killed. The spilled blood made the already bright red robe even darker. "Today I want to see how many people are not afraid of death." Just as he finished speaking, another ninja rushed over, holding a kunao and roaring, "You devil!" Bang! The corpse fell heavily to the ground, and then more and more ninjas rushed towards Jiang Tian, but none of them could escape the destined death. There were more and more corpses under Jiang Tian's feet. That he did not use ninjutsu or Sharingan, but just used physical skills to swing the samurai sword continuously. The bloody scene gave the allied ninjas a strong visual impact, which was what Jiang Tian wanted to see. Seeing that no ninja dared to come over, Jiang Tian sneered, "Do you feel it? This is the pain of the weak. Among the corpses beneath my feet are your friends and your family. And in my hand is the head of your village leader. But look at you now, what can you do? Because I'm too weak, I don't even have the courage to take a step forward. This is the tragedy of the weak." Jiang Tian became increasingly agitated as he spoke, his tone gradually becoming frantic. "Do you feel this pain, the helplessness and unwillingness, the heartache and humiliation? Do you really want to kill me? Kill me to avenge your relatives and friends?" No ninja from the Ninja Alliance dared to look at Jiang Tian because they were afraid. "That's how I felt when Ling died. My feelings are the same as yours right now. Haha, look at the looks in your eyes. Everyone wants to kill me right now, but you don't dare. If you had strength like mine, you would definitely come and kill me without hesitation. So you guys, a bunch of hypocritical people, always say nice things about peace. Bah, disgusting. If you were in my situation and had the same strength as me, you would also wield the butcher knife. At the end of the words, Jiang Tian almost roared out, this is the truth. You haven't experienced this kind of pain, so how could you possibly know what it's like to have your heart torn apart? The world only knows that I, Jiang Tian, have turned evil, but no one knows that a few years ago, when Jiang Tian desperately begged others to spare Ling on the battlefield, there was once a light in his eyes. I also thought about marrying Ling, becoming a ninja in Konoha village, and making some contributions to the village. But the war wiped out all my hopes and also killed Jiang Tian, the man who only knew how to beg for help. Every word and sentence is the truth of this world. The 5 major villages and so on started the war for the sake of profit. In the end, it wasn't the civilian ninjas who died, they were the ones who had to pay the price for the decisions made by the higher UPS. Jiang Tian looked at everyone and smiled coldly. Now I am holding the butcher knife tightly, and I am also fighting for peace. I am just fighting violence with violence. After saying that, Jiang Tian disappeared from the spot, his Sharingan spinning wildly, and the Sage mode was activated at this moment. Natural energy, chakra, and bloodline limit, 3 kinds of power were activated at the same time and gathered on Jiang Tian. His strength reached an unprecedented peak. When he appeared again, he stood behind Gaara, swept his samurai sword, and a head flew high. The body of Kaze Kage Gaara fell heavily, and his figure disappeared again like a ghost. When he reappeared, he was already standing beside the Mizu Kage Terumi made. In front of him, the samurai sword was raised high. Terumi tried to resist, but she found that she couldn't mobilize her chakra. The oppression of being approached by this man was too strong. Puff, another head flew up. Tsunade directly used the 100 healings technique to try to resist Jiang Tian, but it had no effect at all. Jiang Tian grabbed Tsunade's neck and lifted her up. Hokage-sama, it's time to pay back what Konoha village owes me and Ling. Let's start by killing the last Hokage. Jiang Tian sneered, and natural energy surged on his palm. Under the huge pressure, Tsunade's neck was directly twisted off. Everything happened so quickly, from Jiang Tian's action to the death of several shadows, it only took a moment. None of the ninjas present, including Obito, could even react. At this moment, no one dared to look at Jiang Tian. This was a man who slaughtered several shadows in a rage. How could it not make people feel uneasy? Jiang Tian looked at Onoki, and said in a playful tone, Lord Tsuchikage, you are the only one left. If you do it yourself, I will leave you with an intact body. With just one sentence, he made that Tsuchikage commit suicide. Apart from Uchiha Madara, Jiang Tian was the first person who had the strength to say such domineering words. Onoki hadn't seen such a person in many years, except for Uchiha Madara during the first 5 Cage conference. I haven't experienced this kind of trembling and shaking fear for a long time. Jiang Tian, I have to admit that you are very strong, but as the Tsuchikage of Iwagakur, I cannot accept such humiliation from you. Oh, really? That's a shame. Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows. He had given Onoki a chance to keep the body intact, but unfortunately Onoki didn't appreciate it. It was not his fault. His Mangekyo Sharingan swirled as he walked towards Onoki, katana in hand. Dust release, original world separation technique. Onoki made a final resistance, but he knew it was useless. Jiang Tian was able to kill 4 cages so quickly, and his strength far exceeded theirs. A thick white beam of light swept towards Jiang Tian, but before it got close, it was blocked by the white snake immortal's tail. The technique of stripping the original world instantly turned into nothingness, as if it had never existed at all. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Tian walked up to Onoki and swung his katana fiercely. Even the last cage of Godei village could not escape the fate of being beheaded by the sword. As Onoki's body fell, the surroundings were eerily silent, and no one said a word. Even Obito remained silent. Jiang Tian was very powerful, so powerful that even he was wary of him. At this moment, he felt fortunate that he had agreed to Jiang Tian's request and the two of them became partners. It is also fortunate that due to the hypocrisy of Konoha's top brass, such a rebellious ninja was once again created. Jiang Tian held the samurai sword, blood dripping from the blade. He glanced at the coalition forces with a grim expression, and no one dared to look at him. This is the fate of the weak. They are destined to lose everything. The most important people, even their own lives, are controlled by the strong. Jiang Tian's voice was not loud, but no one dared to refute him because he was speaking with great strength. Until a man in green tights and a bowl-shaped haircut came out and broke the dead silence. But being strong doesn't mean you should wield a butcher knife. Even if you get hurt, that's not a very manly thing to do. Kakashi, who was standing by, saw Kai coming out, frowned and shouted, Kai, what are you doing? The allied ninjas looked over. Who is that? Looks like he's Konoha's civilian ninja, Jonin Might Guy. All 5 Cage are dead. How dare a Jonin like him go out and provoke that great demon king? Everyone was talking about it, not understanding how Might Guy, a senior ninja, could have the confidence to stand up. They didn't know, but Jiang Tian knew it in his heart. He said calmly, finally stood up. Well, let's solve all the troubles at once. Might Guy walked slowly towards Jiang Tian, unbuttoning his vest as he walked. Gaining immense strength shouldn't give you the confidence to do whatever you want. No matter what you've been through, it shouldn't be the reason you drag so many people into the abyss and start the 4th war. Jiang Tian also put away his samurai sword, not as casually as he had just faced the 5 kg. This scene fell into the eyes of everyone, making all the ninjas look shocked. Jiang Tian was actually serious. He was on high alert facing his senior ninja. What was going on? What kind of magical power did this might guy have? Just as everyone was guessing, a light red mist rose from Kai's body and then became thicker and thicker. What's that red thing? Chakra? No, this doesn't look like chakra, and I remember that this might guy only knows taijutsu. Taijutsu, then why is there a red mist around his body? In the coalition forces, others didn't know what Kai was, but Rock Lee and Kakashi could tell at a glance. This is the final form of Might Guy's 8 gates. Teacher Kai, what are you doing? Facing his disciple Xiao Li's exclamation, Kai didn't even turn his head, but smiled and said, Xiao Li, look at this moment that belongs to a man's most youthful moment. Watch carefully, don't shed tears like a loser. This is the last thing that the teacher can do for Konoha and the ninja world. Kai slowly raised his head and looked towards the sky. He suddenly remembered the time when his father saved him. At that time, his father was a genin, but he also shone with the most brilliant light. He fought against the 7 mist ninjas alone and gained hope of survival. Today, he wants to do the same thing as his father, letting his last rays of light shine to illuminate the way forward for future generations. The 8th death gate, open. With a light shout, the red mist surrounding Kai's body rushed straight into the sky, and a powerful aura surged, and everyone's face changed. Jiang Tian's expression also changed. Is it so powerful? The 8th death gate. Without any hesitation, he summoned Susanna directly, activated the Sage mode, and the dragon-like Susanna rose from the ground. Jiang Tian boy, what's going on with this guy? The white snake immortal circling in the sky was also shocked. He could feel a powerful force from Kai, which might even be able to kill him, the immortal. It's okay, I have a solution. Obito, white snake sage, you two should step aside first, I'll deal with this guy. Jiang Tian informed them to leave. Even he didn't know how powerful the 8th death gate was. The original book only said that he almost killed 6 paths Madara with 1 kick, but how strong he is in the Naruto world, no one knows. After all, because of this alien, this world has long been somewhat different from the original. Jiang Tian, be careful. Obito, who had not yet obtained the power of the 10 tails, looked at Kai with fear. He had a feeling in his heart that he was no match for this man. Jiang Tian nodded, his eyes falling on his clone. If he really couldn't do it, he would control his clone to withstand the kick. 8 Kai, with the door fully open, ran towards Jiang Tian, so fast that even the eternal kaleidoscope couldn't see clearly. Jiang Tian, he's getting closer, coming here. Obito on the side could barely see the speed with the help of the Rinnegan. But by the time he got the notice, it was too late. Baimankai had already appeared in front of Jiang Tian and kicked him high into the air. The dragon power Susanna shattered instantly. Jiang Tian's face changed as his body floated in the air. He found that the space ninjutsu could not be used. His body seemed to be locked by some kind of energy, and became stiff and unable to move. Zixiang. Baimankai's voice sounded, and a red light flashed across the sky. Kai's fist hit Jiang Tian, directly knocking Jiang Tian's body away like a kite with a broken string. Cough, cough, ugh. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Jiang Tian's mouth, and he felt his ribs in his chest were broken. Kai was also feeling uncomfortable. His body, which was rushing forward, suddenly stopped and the bones in his ankle were broken. The vitality that is overdrawn by opening all 8 gates, and the burden on the body are unimaginable. He is a person who doesn't know ninjutsu, but he can run at high speed in the air. You can imagine the pressure his bones are under. This is a tactic that hurts the enemy by 1,000 and yourself by 1,000, a typical case of exchanging life for life. Whether he could kill Jiang Tian or not, he would not survive. Kakashi stood there in a daze. He hadn't expected that the man who had always regarded him as an opponent was so powerful and could really open all 8 gates. Kai, if you use all 8 gates, you might be able to kill Jiang Tian and lead us to victory in the war. Not only Kakashi was looking forward to it, but after seeing Kai's successful attack, all the ninjas in the coalition were also looking forward to it in their hearts, hoping that Kai could kill Jiang Tian. Kai's body moved again, and red mist filled the surrounding area. As he moved at such a high speed, he looked like a stream of light, extremely dazzling. Punch after punch hit Jiang Tian. After 5 punches, Jiang Tian's body was like a high-speed cannonball, smashing straight into the woods and breaking a large number of giant trees. Smoke and dust rose up, and everyone looked at the direction where Jiang Tian fell with anticipation and nervousness. They really hoped that Jiang Tian would die from this blow. But the next second, with a bang, the hopes of the allied ninjas were instantly shattered. Jiang Tian's figure jumped up from the ruins, cough, cough, cough. After a violent cough, Jiang Tian whispered, "This kind of attack is truly terrifying. If I hadn't practiced the magic on the second scroll and strengthened my body in the Dragon Earth Cave, I might have been killed by you." Baiman Zixiang failed to kill Jiang Tian, which made the coalition forces even more desperate. They couldn't kill Jiang Tian under such an offensive, and they didn't know what other ways they could use to kill this great devil. "Can't this kill him?" Kakashi murmured. He looked at the panting Kai and knew that his condition must be very bad. Jiang Tian, who had been fighting Shi Xiang head-on, wasn't in good condition either, having also sustained serious injuries. He didn't let his guard down, knowing that the next challenge, Ye Kai, was the real culprit. Only by defeating Ye Kai could he truly resolve the thorny issue of the 8 gates. Jiang Tian's Sharingan turned, controlling the clone to come to his side. The original body and the clone stood together and looked at Kai. He can even withstand Shi Xiang, he's really amazing. Kai frowned. He wasn't sure whether the next final blow could kill Jiang Tian, but he had no other choice but to hope that Ye Kai could kill Jiang Tian. Kai, your body. Hearing Kakashi's concern, Kai turned his back to him and gave him a thumbs up. Don't worry, I won't fall down until I defeat this guy. Then he put his hands on the ground, spread his legs, slowly squatted down, and shouted softly, accumulate. The red mist around the body spread instantly and gradually formed the shape of a ferocious beast. Kai roared in pain, his eyes rolled back, and crack-like marks appeared on his body. Obito, who was standing by, knew through his samsara eye that this was Kai's final blow, and quickly reminded Jiang Tian, be careful, this is that guy's life or death attack. I know. Jiang Tian frowned, looking a little nervous. He didn't know how powerful the kick was, so he called his clone to him early and let the clone take it. The aura around Kai grew stronger and stronger, and the beast formed by the red mist was fully formed. He rushed towards Jiang Tian and shouted angrily, Ye Kai. Jiang Tian opened his Sharingan and wanted to use his clone to block him, but he was horrified to find that the space was blocked. Although his Sharingan was still usable, the control over his clone was greatly reduced and not as strong. In addition, Kai directly locked onto his original body, and the damn clone actually dodged at this moment. The clone stood aside. Although he had complete consciousness, he was also afraid of death. His strong instinct for survival allowed him to withstand Jiang Tian's control. He didn't want to rebel against Jiang Tian, he just wanted to survive. Damn it, Jiang Tian roared. He looked at his clone angrily. This traitor really had other thoughts. He should have been prepared earlier when facing Uchiha Shue's unusual behavior that day. Now is not the time to hold anyone accountable. If we want to punish the clone, we have to take responsibility for Ye Kai as well. The red beast rushed forward and Kai raised his foot and kicked Jiang Tian. In an instant, Jiang Tian felt severe pain in all the bones in his body, and then he felt nothing. Half of his body disappeared under this kick. His body flew out heavily and fell to the ground without getting up. Obito looked with his samsara eye and immediately exclaimed, Jiang Tian. He saw that Jiang Tian's heartbeat was getting weaker and weaker, as if it was about to go out, and the vitality in his body was quickly dissipating. Killed. There's no mistake. Look at the angry look on the masked man's face. Jiang Tian must be dead. Is this guy finally dead? The allied ninjas were stunned for a moment, and after confirming that Jiang Tian would not survive, everyone was ecstatic. They finally killed the great devil of the ninja world. Kai's body fell heavily to the ground and turned into Jiao Tao. His whole body seemed to have been set on fire, and his vitality was rapidly dissipating. Cough, is an agate. Jiang Tian used up the last bit of strength in his body, his left eye spinning wildly, and time seemed to stand still at this moment. The anxiety on Obito's face, the ecstasy on the faces of the coalition forces, everyone stopped where they were, even the expressions on their faces were frozen. As the eternal kaleidoscope in Jiang Tian's left eye closed forever, time quickly went backwards, and everything that had just happened was replayed. Jiang Tian was kicked away, Kai ran at high speed. Everything was moving backwards, until Kai squatted down. A Jiang Tian, full of vitality again, stood there. The only difference from before was that his left eye was tightly closed. The difference is that Kai still there was a dead body lying there. What's going on? Why is that guy alive again? Damn it, what kind of method is this? Even this can't kill this guy. The allied ninjas collapsed. They didn't understand why someone who was clearly dead reappeared. Only Obito understood that Jiang Tian used his Izanagi at the last moment to change the outcome of death. It was really dangerous. I almost got killed. Jiang Tian had a cold face and his tone suddenly became extremely cold. But you actually dared to destroy the eyes Ling gave me. It seems I haven't killed enough ninjas. Obito, you stay here with those impure world spiritists and kill all those who are unwilling to surrender. I'm going to capture Yabi. Hearing Jiang Tian's order, Obito nodded. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. The 5 Kage died, the 8 Gates Kai died in battle, and no one could stop the Moon Eye project anymore. On an island somewhere in the hidden cloud village, there is actually a giant moving turtle. On its huge shell, Killer Bee is still doing tacit training with the 8 Tails. He learned that the coalition forces allowed Naruto to join the war, and he also wanted to be like Naruto, to break out from under the layers of guard and join the war. On the island made of turtle shells, there is also a guard force arranged by the coalition forces to ensure the highest level of security. The guarding troops here were contacted unilaterally by the coalition forces. They could not take the initiative to contact the outside world, so they were unaware that the outside world had already turned upside down. The clone of the Toad Sage fled back to Mayaboku Mountain, the 5 Kage were killed, and even the user of the 8 Gates, who had the strongest physical skills, was unable to kill Jiang Tian even with all 8 gates open. And the most important thing is that Jiang Tian is rushing here at a rapid speed. Master Kiribi, please don't worry about it. This place has the strongest seal of the coalition forces. Even if you can escape from us, you still can't leave this island. The ninja in charge of guarding Killer Bee spoke earnestly, hoping that he would give up his escape plan so that everyone could be relieved. But Naruto, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, has gone to fight. As the Raikage's younger brother, my brother needs me. But just as he finished speaking, a rapid sound of breaking through the air was heard in the distance, and a white creature similar to a dragon rushed towards here. It was the White Snake Immortal in Zhang Tian. Don't worry, your brother doesn't need anyone anymore, and you'll be there to accompany him soon. The sound came before the person arrived, and everyone on the island looked at Zhang Tian, who suddenly appeared in horror. Still wearing the iconic Shura mask and katana, Kiribi asked solemnly, "What did you mean by that?" "What do you mean, brother doesn't need me anymore?" Zhang Tian replied with a sneer, "What else does a dead person need? I've already taken out the 5 cage. Your brother was the first to die." "Impossible, you're talking nonsense. How could you possibly kill the 5 cage with that kind of power?" When Killer Bee heard the news, his first reaction was that it was impossible. He had fought with Zhang Tian before, but he was not as powerful as he said. That could kill the 5 cage. "Oh, then why don't you think about why I'm here?" Zhang Tian took off the mask directly and closed his left eye tightly. Only one eternal kaleidoscope remained, and at this moment, Zhang Tian was covered with the smell of blood. Kiribi frowned. Maybe Zhang Tian was lying, but it seemed that he had just experienced a bloody battle and was able to appear in this place. Could it be that it was really as he said, that his brother and the 4 cages died in battle? Killer Bee didn't dare to think about it anymore. If this was really the case, then there would be no hope for the ninja world. Don't be influenced by him. The result may not be like this. The 8 Tails voice echoed in his mind, sensing Killer Bee's psychological changes. He wanted to calm his mind. If his mentality changed before the battle, he would surely lose. Zhang Tian jumped down from the head of the White Snake Immortal, drew out his samurai sword, and slowly walked towards the ninjas guarding the troops. The only remaining Sharingan was spinning wildly, and his figure kept flashing in the crowd. These small ninjas fell one after another and were no match for Zhang Tian's one blow. They didn't even have time to scream before they were quickly killed by Zhang Tian. "Now, you are the only one left, 8-tailed Killer Bee." Zhang Tian's mouth curled up and he smiled. He turned his head to look at the White Snake Immortal in the sky. "White Snake Immortal, I leave this sealing technique to you." The White Snake Immortal nodded and looked at the layers of seal set up to protect Killer Bee, with a light flickering in his pupils. He raised his tail high, then lashed out at the layers of seals. Crack, crack. The seal like a light curtain shattered instantly, and no one could hold it for a moment. Zhang Tian walked up to Killer Bee with a katana in hand and said coldly, "If you choose to surrender, let me extract the 8 tails directly, and you can keep your body intact. If you try to resist, you will end up like your brother." These words made Kiribi's heart palpitate for no reason, and he became even more worried about his brother. He said in a deep voice, "What on earth did you do to my brother?" "It's nothing. I just used this knife in my hand to chop off his head." "You bastard!" Killer Bee's body was covered with the tailed beast's coat, and he could no longer bear it. Regardless of whether Zhang Tian's words were true or false, after hearing that his brother's head was chopped off, Killer Bee could no longer hold back. Wrapped in the tailed beast's coat, he actually rushed towards Zhang Tian on his own initiative. Immortal technique, Dragon Earth Binding. Zhang Tian directly used the magic, and a white dragon transformed from natural energy tightly wrapped around Kiribi, making it difficult for him to move. "Damn it, why is it so powerful that I can't break free?" Kiribi was greatly shocked that this was completely different from the feeling he had when he fought with Zhang Tian last time. Although he had received information from the coalition's intelligence department that Zhang Tian was becoming increasingly powerful, he never expected him to be so powerful. "Don't waste your energy. This is the fate of being weak and defeated." Zhang Tian walked directly towards Killer Bee and began to extract the 8 tails. As soon as his hand placed on his head, he encountered fierce resistance from the 8 tails. "Roar, roar, you evil human, I will never surrender to you." Without thinking, Yai knew what would happen if he fell into Zhang Tian's hands. He would be in darkness and would never see the light, and he would completely lose his freedom. "You beast, you still want to go against people." The natural energy in Zhang Tian's body surged, and his Sharingan turned, under the dual pressure of the blood limit and the fairy chakra. The Yabi's struggles became weaker and weaker, and then it completely calmed down. The 8 tails capture plan was a success. Zhang Tian threw Kiribi's body aside, then looked up at the sky. At this moment, he whispered softly, "Ling, wait a little longer, it won't be long before you can come back to me." He jumped onto the white snake sage's head again and rushed towards Obito. On the battlefield outside the hidden cloud village, Kakashi, Hyuga Hinata, Rock Lee, Kurotsuki, the bodies of many ninjas were thrown aside, and those ninjas with great fame could not escape the fate of being slaughtered. They were all rebels. The remaining ninjas chose to surrender. The 5 cage died in the battle. What could they do? There is only one outcome for resistance, and that is death. The corpses on the ground are the best illustration of this. They looked up at Zhang Tian, who was rushing back in the sky, and knew that Yabi had also been captured, and the light in their eyes dimmed. "It's over, everything is over." This thought arose in everyone's mind. Obito, the Eight Tails has been captured successfully. Are we done with this place? Obito nodded. All the rebels are dead, not a single one left. Jiang Tian glanced at the remaining ninjas, and all the ninjas lowered their heads wherever his sight reached. Greetings, Lord Jiang Tian. A ninja knelt down and paid homage to Jiang Tian. In an instant, the remaining ninjas who chose to surrender in order to save their lives all knelt on the ground and shouted in unison, "Greetings, Lord Jiang Tian." Jiang Tian looked at these people. They said they were doing it for peace, but when faced with death, they were still afraid and chose to submit to him. He jumped down from the top of the white snake sage and handed the captured Eight Tails to Obito. Then he turned his head and looked at the clone standing beside him. This traitor was obviously a clone, but he avoided the kick at the critical moment and almost killed himself. Damn it, but I shouldn't do it now. Jiang Tian's thoughts turned. The variable of the clone should be resolved, but not now. He had just experienced a great battle, and his left eye was destroyed by using his Inaga. Executing the clone now would probably cause complications. The most important thing at the moment is to capture the remaining nine-tailed fox and implement the Mooneye plan, or to think about how to restore his combat effectiveness and even become stronger than before. In his arms, there is a samsara eye. When Nagato died, he and Obito took one of each of his two eyes. Originally, it was just to prevent Madara from gathering a pair of eyes to truly revive. He never expected that one day he would use it on himself. In fact, he could have transplanted this eye a long time ago, but because he was reluctant to give up the eye that Ling left for him, Jiang Tiankai never thought of transplanting the Rinnegan. Now, this is the only way, just like Obito, to have both the Sharingan and the Rinnegan coexist. Thinking of this, he walked towards Orochimaru and talked to him about the transplant of the Rinnegan. As for the clone, Jiang Tian didn't say much. He deserved to die, but as a tool, his death had to be worthwhile. Jiang Tian left with a large army, leaving the remaining allied ninjas looking at each other in bewilderment. The war ended with Jiang Tian's great victory. Although he also lost one of his Sharingan, it can still be called a great victory. The five Kage died, Gamma Sage's clone fled, the Eight Tails was captured, and now only the Nine Tails is left to carry out the Mooneye plan. In Mayaboku Mountain, Naruto, who was knocked unconscious, slowly woke up. After being brought back to Mayaboku Mountain by Gamma Sage, the boy started clamoring to go back and join the battle, which was really annoying. The Shenzuoxian couple knocked him out and told him to be quiet. "Grandpa Fukazaku, please send me back to join the battle." "Hey, I knew you would start talking about this as soon as you woke up." Naruto frowned. He couldn't imagine what would happen to the remaining companions when they faced Jiang Tian and the White Snake Immortal. If the Great Immortal had run away, it would definitely be a disaster. "I have to go back, they need me." Fukazaku Senin frowned. He looked at Naruto and said in a serious tone, "The war is over." "It's over? What do you mean?" Naruto had a bad feeling in his heart. How could it end so soon? It's difficult for the coalition to defeat Jiang Tian. How could it end so quickly? Could it be? The coalition lost. The five Kage were slain by Jiang Tian, the Eight Tails was captured, and all the remaining ninja who opposed him were slaughtered. Senin Fukazaku's words made Naruto's mood sink to the bottom. The expression on his face froze and his heart felt like it was being stabbed by needles. The great sage shouldn't have brought me back. Tears welled up in Naruto's eyes and he felt extremely sad. Among those ninjas who rebelled, there must be Kakashi-sensei, Irika-sensei, Hinata, Rock Lee, and many, many more. I should have died fighting with them. Naruto's eyes dimmed for no apparent reason. At this moment, he truly felt the loneliness. It was even stronger than the loneliness he felt when he was a child and the villagers stayed away from him because he was the nine-tailed demon fox. "What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by going to die together? The war is not over yet. The coalition forces still need you to lead them to victory." Naruto was stunned by Fukazaku Senin's words. "If everyone dies, how can we talk about victory?" Shima Senin calmly took over the conversation. "Don't you think that the great sage actually took you back to Mayaboku Mountain? How could there be no solution?" "What do you mean?" Naruto looked at the two sages and didn't understand what they were talking about. "Just wait, the Great Immortal has used a secret method to go to the Wet Bone Forest. I guess there will be good news soon." In the Wet Bone Forest, the Great Toad Immortal used a secret method to send his soul here. He looked at the long slug in front of him with an ingratiating smile on his face. "Little sister, if you don't take action now, the ninja world will be completely finished." The slug called Little Sister is the Great Immortal who is in charge of the sacred land of Wet Bone Forest. The slug that Tsunade summoned was just an ordinary slug from the Wet Bone Forest, not this great sage. The Wet Bone Forest is the most mysterious of the three holy places, and no human ninja has ever seen this Great Immortal. "Old Toad, you don't need to persuade me. Although I hate that stinky snake, I will not choose to be his enemy." The Slug Immortal directly rejected the Toad Immortal's request. Although he hated the White Snake Immortal, he did not want to be his enemy. "Little sister, now all the ninjas in the ninja world have been killed by him and that human boy. If you don't take action, the Wet Bone Forest will also be in ruins." The Great Slug Immortal turned his head to look at the old toad and said softly, "Don't try to fool me. My Wet Bone Forest is different from your two families. Our main responsibility is to provide treatment. No matter what happens in the outside world. Ninjas all need treatment and will still sign a contract with our Wet Bone Forest." I'm afraid that if the Ninja Alliance loses, you will have no one to choose from in Mayaboku Mountain, and everyone will go to sign a contract with Ryukadon. See, unable to fool anyone, the expression on Toad Immortal's face was a little embarrassed. Who said that women are easy to fool? This is simply nonsense. The scene was a little awkward for a moment. After pondering for a moment, the great Toad Immortal suddenly remembered an interesting story he had heard about the White Snake Immortal. Little sister, I heard that the White Snake has a graceful maid who serves by its side every day. Bang! Shut up, stop talking. Before the Toad Immortal could finish his words, the stone chair on which the Slug Immortal was lying was instantly shattered. It was obvious that she was very angry. That stinky snake is so bold. He said he doesn't like women, but he ended up finding someone with a nice figure. The tentacles on the Slug Fairy's body kept shaking, venting the anger in her heart. She had confessed her feelings to the White Snake Fairy before, but was rejected by him on the grounds that he was not interested in women. As it turns out, it's not that he's not interested in women, but he likes women with graceful figures. I have to say that the Toad Immortal can talk, but the Slug Immortal is just a bug, and his body shape is a flaw. But the great Toad Immortal just uses his body to speak, and he is simply killing people and destroying their hearts. Stinky Snake just wants to win, but I just can't live up to his expectations. I promise to help you. I will go to the secret realm now to obtain the secret technique to resurrect those dead ninjas and let that stinky snake see that a woman with an unsightly figure is not someone to be trifled with when she gets angry. The great Toad Immortal felt a little embarrassed. This woman was too terrifying when she was resentful. The Slug Immortal, who had just rejected him, now immediately went to get the secret technique in anger. I can only say that you can't mess with anything, but women, especially those who have a deep resentment towards their figures. In the Ryokai cave, Jiang Tian, Obito, and the White Snake Immortal were sitting in the cave behind the temple. The nine-tailed fox was taken to Mayaboku Mountain. Is there any way for me to enter Mayaboku Mountain directly? Jiang Tian looked at the White Snake Immortal and asked how to enter Mayaboku Mountain. Now only the nine-tailed fox was left, and they were only one step away from executing the Moonai plan. Yes, but in your current state, if the two of us openly go to Mayaboku Mountain, we may not be able to guarantee victory. Obito frowned. What do you mean, can't I get in? I can't get in. I can only take Jiang Tian with me. There are secret techniques that allow passage between the three holy places. However, such passages can only be passed by immortals. The reason why Jiang Tian can also go is because he signed a contract with me. After hearing the reason, Jiang Tian and Obito frowned at the same time. So we have to act separately again. Jiang Tian, are you sure you can do it alone? Obito was a little worried. Every time the two of them acted separately, the results were not good and they were prone to danger. Jiang Tian touched his left eye and said, I'm not very sure in my current condition. But, having said that, Jiang Tian smiled and took out a transparent glass bottle from his arms. It was filled with green liquid, and an eye was lying quietly in the liquid. The eyes were covered with circles of ripples, which were the Samsara eyes. But once I have the Rinnegan transplanted, I will be sure of it. Obito looked at that eye, and a strange light flashed in his eyes, but then he calmed down. If it were before, he might really have been tempted to snatch the eye. But after what happened during this period, he understood a truth. Cooperating with Jiang Tian is the clearest choice and the most likely way to complete the Moonai project. Okay, then I'll be waiting up there for your good news and bring the nine-tailed fox back. Jiang Tian nodded, then walked out with his glasses. I'm going to find Orochimaru and see how he's prepared. In a laboratory somewhere in the Akatsuki base, Orochimaru took out a small box that contained what appeared to be human skin fragments. But the debris is a bit dry and seems to be quite old. He picked up some crumbs and threw them into the green liquid in the container, and instantly the liquid began to churn and bubble. Jiang Tian stood behind and watched all this. Orochimaru, what are you doing? Haha, this is of course to prepare for your Samsara eye transplant. Orochimaru explained patiently. Every time Jiang Tian asked him a question, he could talk non-stop, because he felt that Jiang Tian was the only one who truly appreciated his scientific research skills. To obtain the power of the Sage of Six Paths, the power of Indra and Ashura must exist within you. Although you have the first-generation cells in your body, the power brought by these cells is too small compared to the Sharingan. The power of Ashura and Indra must reach a certain balance, so I am strengthening the primary cells and then transplanting them into your body. Orochimaru explained to Jiang Tian the reason. Jiang Tian nodded. So according to what you mean, after I transplant the Rinnegan, the primary cells in my body will be strengthened. Then can I also use wood release? Orochimaru smiled. He could feel that Jiang Tian particularly admired him. Of course. Would release in Sharingan, Samsara Eye and Sage Mode, each of these energies is devastating. It's really hard to imagine what it would be like if all this power came together on you alone. You should be the man closest to the Six Paths, or.an existence beyond the Six Paths? Orochimaru was shocked, wondering why such a bold idea suddenly popped up in his mind. But as Jiang Tian's personal scientist, he witnessed Jiang Tian's growth along the way and knew better than anyone what kind of magic this young man possessed. Whether I can surpass the Sage of Six Paths is not important. What I want is the Moonai project and to see Ling, that's all. Okay, I understand. We can start the transplant. Orochimaru took the Rinnegan from Jiang Tian and started the transplant operation. In Mount Mayaboku, Naruto saw Gamma Sage returning and hurried over. Great Immortal, what's going on? It can be considered a success. The coalition forces killed by Jiang Tian can come back to life. Naruto's face lit up with joy when he heard this. This scene was seen by the Great Toad Sage, and his expression became serious. We can't let our guard down. The resurrection of these people doesn't mean we've won the war. The situation is still extremely dire. The 8 Tails has been captured. Now all they need is the 9 Tails in you to execute the Moon Eye plan. So it's a bad situation. Listening to the solemn tone of the Toad Great Sage, Naruto said softly, everyone can be resurrected. This is something to be happy about. The Great Toad Immortal nodded and said, it's indeed worth celebrating, but it won't have any effect on the battle situation. That human kid named Jiang Tian was able to kill them the first time, and he can kill them the second time as well. The situation has not changed at all. The reason I resurrected everyone is to buy you time. If you can summon my real body to the ninja world sooner, fewer allied ninjas will die. Gamma Sage began to put pressure on Naruto, and his words were not exaggerated at all. He went to the Wet Bone Forest to find a way to revive the allied ninjas. He had never intended to rely on these people to win the war. He just hoped that they could waste some of Jiang Tian's time and divert some of his energy so that Naruto could have time to strengthen his strength. Alas, I hope they can drag it out a little longer. The Great Immortal couldn't help but sigh that he saw things more clearly than anyone else. The coalition was destroyed once, and even if we start over again, the outcome will not be the same. Jiang Tian can also kill all the coalition forces again. Now the only hope is Naruto and himself. If they want to defeat Jiang Tian and the White Snake Sage, only Naruto and his Toad Sage can hope to do so. Hearing this, Naruto lowered his head. I know what the Great Sage means. I will practice hard. He had escaped the first time, though not voluntarily. But he had a chance to start over, and he had to seize it. He couldn't let the allied forces die tragically while he was powerless to stop them. On the outskirts of the hidden cloud village, slugs crawled out of the woods and kept crawling onto the piles of corpses. An unknown amount of time passed before heavy rain began to fall. Kakashi suddenly sat up and looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. More and more corpses sat up, and under the secret technique of the Slug Sage, the allied ninjas were resurrected one after another. There were also ninjas who were not resurrected. This secret technique could only resurrect those who died within 3 days. If they died more than 3 days ago, their souls would have already gone far away and the secret technique would be ineffective. In the base laboratory, Orochimaru's hands never stopped moving, constantly operating the transplanted Rinnegan. Jiang Tian was lying on the stone platform. He felt a burning sensation and a stinging pain in his left eye. As time passed, Orochimaru stopped what he was doing and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Every time I perform a transplant operation on Jiang Tian, I feel extremely nervous. This is different from doing experiments, where you can do whatever you want with the experimental subjects, and even if they fail, it doesn't matter. But if anything went wrong while operating on Jiang Tian, he would probably be killed immediately, so he couldn't help but feel nervous. Okay, give it a try. Jiang Tian slowly sat up from the stone platform. He opened his left eye and looked at everything around him with his samsara eye, and he had a strange feeling in his heart. It seems that I can see through the essence of these things, the past and the future, which is an indescribable feeling. It's strange, why is my body not weakened? I remember the last time Obito was transplanted, his body was weak and he was almost killed by the Reikage. You've practiced Sage Mode, so your physical strength has been forged. Plus, my level is very high, so naturally you won't feel weak. Orochimaru smiled. Now it was his turn to brag about his scientific research level, which was unmatched by ordinary people. Jiang Tian nodded, you did a good job, I am very satisfied. With the Sharingan and the Rinnegan coexisting, Jiang Tian can no longer close his eyes, and his chakra is constantly being consumed. But it was not a big problem. After he obtained the chakra of the tailed beasts, he never worried about chakra again. Naturally, it's different from the weak Kakashi. The Rinnegan, the power of the six-paths sage. Jiang Tian felt the power of his left eye. Although it was not a pair, it was powerful enough. There are also Hashirama cells in the body. I wonder if they can be used to defeat the Susanoo Buddha? Jiang Tian, there's trouble. Obito walked in from outside with a serious expression on his face, which made Jiang Tian frown as well. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the tailed beast? No, it's the combined ninja forces that have been resurrected. It seems the Wet Bone Forest has taken action. Wet Bone Forest? Jiang Tian was a little confused. It was indeed because of the original work that he ignored this holy place. Because of the arrival of this alien, the Ryakai Cave in Mayaboku Mountain is different from the original work, so it is normal for the Wet Bone Forest to have changes. After all, this world has long deviated from the original work, and the Fourth World War has already begun. It is normal for a Wet Bone Forest to have some changes. It's okay, just revive it. If you dare to stop us, we can just kill you again. Jiang Tian's face remained calm, showing no signs of panic after hearing the news. This was the confidence that came with absolute strength. If Jiang Tian could kill the 5 Cage once, he could definitely do it a second time. But I still have to go and find out the situation from the White Snake Immortal. Let's go find the White Snake Immortal. Although he is powerful, Jiang Tian's cautious personality makes him really dislike the feeling of uncertainty. We must get clear information about the enemy and not fight an unprepared battle. In the Ryokai cave, after listening to Obito's explanation of the situation along the way, Jiang Tian looked at the white snake immortal with interest, with some anticipation in his eyes. He didn't expect that this snake had such a romantic debt, and it didn't look as handsome as himself. I never thought the old toad could be so shameless as to set his sights on a woman. The white snake immortal was very angry, as he had a grudge with the slug that lasted for many years. And many years ago, when the two decided not to meet again, the white snake immortal made a promise that he would never have another woman in his life. The slug also promised not to be an enemy of Longdi Cave, so the white snake immortal did not think about it. But he still underestimated the speed at which a woman's expression would change and the temper of the slug immortal. After listening to the white snake immortal's story, Jiang Tian and Obito smiled, but they couldn't really laugh, so they held it back very uncomfortably. Ha ha ha, sorry, I just couldn't help it. I never thought that when you were young, white snake immortal, you would actually peek at others taking a bath. Seeing Jiang Tian couldn't hold it back any longer, Obito also let go and started laughing. It's bad enough that you peeked at someone taking a bath, but you actually ran out and said that they were covered in tentacles. It's really ugly. Ha ha ha, are you afraid that others won't know you were peeking? Seeing the two human boys laughing at him, the white snake immortal felt very annoyed. I've already said that, it was just my youthful recklessness and ignorance. Ah, yes, young and frivolous, ha ha ha. Jiang Tian laughed wildly while holding his stomach. The immortal is also a straight man. He could imagine that scene, a snake saying to a bug that it was a bit ugly because of its many tentacles. It was simply amazing. The white snake immortal felt dizzy. If he had known, he would not have told these two boys. Seeing them laughing, his face was burning with embarrassment. Okay, stop laughing. Besides, you two don't dare to confess your feelings to girls, so why are you laughing at me? After all, I have seen others take a bath. What about you? It was not very harmful, but it was extremely insulting, and the smiles on Jiang Tian and Obito's faces suddenly stopped. Jiang Tian, you have no manners, white snake immortal, you piece of crap. Obito, why am I also being blamed? Jiang Tianxiao is obviously the most rampant. After suffering a wave of mental attacks, the two big demons who dared not confess their love to girls put away their smiles and returned to their serious expressions. But then again, if the coalition forces are resurrected, what are you two going to do? Jiang Tian waved his hand and said nonchalantly, it's not a big deal, just kill him once more and it will be fine. Obito looked into Jiang Tian's eyes and knew that his strength had become stronger again. As long as he obtained the 9-tailed fox, he could start the Moon Eye project. When the 10 tails is revived, his strength will also increase dramatically. The so-called Ninja Alliance is even less worth mentioning. Jiang Tian is right. Even if they are resurrected, it will only make them experience the separation and death of their friends and relatives again. It may not be a good thing for those weaklings. They will never know how huge the gap is between us two. The two great demons showed disdain in their eyes. Losers will always be losers. Could they turn defeat into victory if they were given another chance? It's ridiculous, it's just a ridiculous joke. The ending won't change no matter what. Even if an ant has more opportunities to jump, it is still an ant. Even if it has tens of millions of opportunities, what can it do? Jiang Tian suddenly stood up. Since the samsara eye had been transplanted successfully, it was time to go and see the clone. I'll discuss the follow-up plans after I get back. Now I have to go check on my obedient clone and see what he's really thinking. Jiang Tian had a bad look on his face, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone was a bit heavier when he said the word obedient. It goes without saying that he was very unhappy with his clone's avoidance of Yakai. Outside Longdi Cave, the clone stood quietly in the woods. Seeing Jiang Tian coming, he frowned. Now it's your turn to explain, clone. Jiang Tian looked at the clone with two different eyes, his face calmed. Although he came here to settle a score, he did not let his anger show on the surface. Jiang Tian realized the truth a long time ago. Never show your emotions on your face. When I saw Might Guy's move that day, I instinctively chose to avoid it. It wasn't because I wanted to go against you. The clone lowered his head and behaved very humbly. Jiang Tian could tell through his samsara eye that he was not lying and that he had indeed avoided it out of instinct. Jiang Tian looked at his clone and fell into deep thought. This was an uncertain factor, but Jiang Tian was now confident enough to control him. The clones do need to be killed, but they should not be abandoned. He slowly walked up to the clone, a smile on his face. I know you have never betrayed me. It's just that I don't like having uncontrollable beings around me. Jiang Tian suddenly changed the subject, and the natural energy of the sage mode surged in the palm of his right hand, pressing hard on the head of his clone, but missed. As expected, your shadow isn't as loyal as you say. That you were able to react to my sudden attack, which means you've been guarding against me for a long time. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at his clone with a bad face. He would know whether he was loyal or not after just one try. It's true that I'm your clone, but I also want to live. Is that wrong? The clone lowered his head with a nervous look on his face. He knew that he might not be able to escape today. This angered Jiang Tian. Without the Rinnegan, he was no match for his original form in sage mode. You're right. Everyone is indeed afraid of death. However, as a shadow, you should have the awareness of a shadow. After all, you are not me, but just a clone created by my pupil technique. Jiang Tian instantly activated the immortal mode, lines appeared at the corners of his eyes, and he rushed directly towards the clone. The two Jiang Tians drew their samurai swords at the same time and fought head-on. You dare to draw your sword against me, how can I keep you? If I don't draw my sword, am I going to be killed? Jiang Tian looked at the attitude of his clone and made a decision in his heart, he must kill the clone today. Susanoo. The eternal kaleidoscope in the clone's eye spun rapidly, and the purple giant rose from the ground, holding a huge samurai sword in both hands, staring at Jiang Tian. Don't you think it's ridiculous that you actually used the power I gave you against me? Jiang Tian, wearing a red robe, rushed towards Susanoo first, not afraid of this terrifying power at all. In Sage mode, his strength and speed far surpassed those of his clone. The moment Susanoo's huge blade chopped down, Jiang Tian turned his head and glared at the blade, and the Rinnegan's pupil technique was activated. Shinra Tensei. With eyes like those of the six-path sage and power comparable to that of a god, Susanoo's huge purple blade was instantly deflected. Jiang Tian stepped on Susanoo's chest and moved quickly, rushing straight towards the clone on Susanoo's chest. Seeing Jiang Tian getting closer and closer, the clone felt more and more uneasy that he controlled Susanoo and kept swinging his body like a madman, trying to throw Jiang Tian off. Jiang Tian took advantage of the situation and pushed hard, creating distance between himself and his clone Susanoo. In the air, he clasped his palms together and said, "Immortal technique, Dragon Earth Binding." A giant white dragon suddenly appeared and tightly wrapped around Susanoo. With a loud bang, the purple giant fell heavily to his knees under the pressure of the white dragon. Jiang Tian sneered at Susanoo kneeling in front of him and said softly, "See clearly the difference between you and me? A shadow is still a shadow after all. Do you understand the meaning of this sentence now?" The clone fell silent. In fact, he knew in his heart that he had no chance of defeating Jiang Tian. However, as Jiang Tian's clone, his personality was similar to Jiang Tian's, and he would not admit defeat. Even if the opponent is very strong, you cannot do nothing and choose death without any resistance. It's time to give up resisting. Oh, no, it's already too difficult for you to resist. Jiang Tian slowly walked towards his clone, gently clenched his palm, and the white dragon of the fairy magic titan Susanoo. Crack, crack. Susanoo could no longer hold on and collapsed. "I've done so much for you. What do you want to say in the end? Can you let me take another look at the bracelet in my arms?" The clone begged. At the end of his life, he just wanted to take a look at the bracelet. "Okay, I promise." Jiang Tian quietly loosened the control on the white dragon bound to the earth, giving the clone the right to move his left hand. I saw the clone slowly take out a string of bracelets from his arms, and he was staring at them intently, as if they were the most precious treasure in the world. The moment Jiang Tian saw the bracelet, his eyes fixed, and he also reached into his arms and took out an identical string of beads. This string of beads was given to him by Ling. Jiang Tian remembered that these beads were made by his grandmother, and Ling and Shuer each had one string. At this moment, Jiang Tian understood everything. His guess was correct. The clone had indeed fallen in love with the old lady after taking care of Shuer. After all, this guy had his own consciousness, which was different from him, Jiang Tian. To be precise, although it was a clone, it had already become another person. "Jiang Tian, can I ask you for one last favor? Let me go see Shuer again. Please, considering all the things I've done for you, I beg you." The clone lowered his head and begged. Jiang Tian nodded silently. "I'll give you half a day. Just consider it as a way to repay you for helping me for so long, and also for Ling." Jiang Tian looked at the bracelet in his hand. He knew that if Ling was here, she would agree to this last request if her clone had to die. "Thank you very much, Jiang Tian." Jiang Tian interrupted him and said, "Don't thank me, I agreed for Ling, but there is one thing I need you to remember. Stop. I'll keep my word. Don't even think about running away. You should know that killing you is just a matter of raising my hand. Don't worry, I won't run away. I'm your clone, and you should understand your own temperament." Jiang Tian nodded. He untied the dragon's binding and let his clone leave without choosing to follow. He just waited there. This was the confidence that came from absolute strength. There was a connection between the original body and the clone, so the clone could not escape. With Jiang Tian's current strength, killing the clone really doesn't require much effort. The perfect first-generation cells, the tailed beast chakra, the eternal Mangekyo, the Rinnegan, the Sage mode, all of these things are gathered in him. It is no exaggeration to say that even if the impure world Madara and Hashirama appear again, he does not need to be afraid of either of them. If Hashirama was the god of ninjas decades ago, then Jiang Tian was the god of the present world. Outside the cabin, Uchiha Shuei sat quietly under the corridor. She looked up at the crescent moon hanging high in the sky, wondering what she was thinking. "Shuer, what are you looking at?" The clone dragged his tired body over. He suppressed the injuries in his body and sat beside Uchiha Shuei with a smile on his face. "Brother Jiang Tian, why did you come back suddenly?" Uchiha Shuei showed a happy expression on her face. The sudden return of her clone made her very happy. She had been missing the man in front of her for so many days. "I was just staring at the moon, thinking about this man. I came back to see you and Grandma. I haven't seen you for a long time." The clone's feelings for Shuer and Grandma are stronger than the original one, because the clone has been here with them for so long. Shuer, don't you always say that brother Zhangtian never spends enough time with you? Today I will accompany you to watch the moonlight. Really, brother Zhangtian is so kind. Uchiha Shuai happily grabbed the clone's arm, but she never thought that brother Zhangtian would agree to accompany her to watch the moon. Looking at it this way, it seems the moon looks even better today. Shuer grabbed her clone's arm, and the two of them looked at the moonlight, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. A breeze gradually rose, causing the cherry tree in the yard to tremble slightly, and the petals floated in the air, outlining a beautiful picture. The hazy moonlight, the dancing cherry blossoms, and the men and women gradually approaching each other. Zhang Tian has imagined such a scene countless times. It would be great if Ling and I could be like this. Zhang Tian followed him into the woods not far away. He leaned against a big tree and looked at everything happening in the wooden house. Ling, do you hate me like this? Zhang Tian looked at the moonlight and thought of Ling. In the past, Zhang Tian was a boy who would help old ladies cross the road and rescue puppies from drowning. At that time, Ling had Zhang Tian in her eyes, the helpful Zhang Tian. But now his hands are covered in blood, and he wields the butcher knife again and again, so it doesn't matter who is unrelated. This time, the butcher knife fell on the clone. Zhang Tian knew that if one wanted to achieve great things, one must not be soft-hearted, as this would become a fatal weakness that would easily lead to failure. But am I really still the Zhang Tian that Ling likes? This was the first time that Zhang Tian was in such a trance. In the past few years, his violence had become more and more serious, and he had killed more and more ninjas. He didn't care about the so-called reputation or the scolding. He was just afraid that Ling would look disappointed when she came back. After taking a deep breath and exhaling, Zhang Tian's mood calmed down again and he turned back into the great devil of the ninja world. I don't know whether Ling will be disappointed seeing me now, but I have to let her come back first. In the corridor, the clone and Uchiha Shuai stayed for a long time, and the clone was the first to break this intimate atmosphere. Shuai, I have something to tell you. The clone hesitated. He wanted to tell Uchiha Shuai the truth, saying that he was not the brother Zhangtian she liked, but just a shadow. Brother Zhangtian, just tell me what's going on. Shuai is listening. Uchiha Shuai looked at the clone curiously. Brother Zhangtian seemed different tonight than usual. The clone hesitated for a long time before handing over the bracelet that Uchiha Shuai had given him. He stuffed it into Uchiha Shuai's arms, lowered his head, closed his eyes, and said in one breath, I am not the brother Zhangtian you mentioned. That you have recognized the wrong person for so long. The truth was revealed, and the atmosphere was filled with silence. For a long time, the clone didn't dare to look up at Shuai's eyes, fearing that he could see disappointment and sadness in them. A breeze blew by, ruffling the girl's hair, just like the clone's heart at the moment. He was already in a state of confusion. Uchiha Shuai reached out and put her hair back together, a smile on her face, and she leaned close to the clone and whispered, You are not brother Zhangtian. Shuai already knew that. Haha, no need to be like that. Hearing this, the clone looked up suddenly, his face filled with astonishment. He asked in disbelief, How did you know? He and I are exactly the same, both in appearance and temperament. Shuai didn't answer, but just took her clone's hand and walked towards the cherry tree in the yard. You should know this tree. The clone nodded. I know, Zhang Tian and Ling planted it together. But what does this have to do with you recognizing me? The clone didn't understand what Shuai meant. What did this cherry tree have to do with discovering his identity? Shuai looked up at the cherry blossoms, her eyes filled with envy and expectation. But then she turned to look at her clone, her eyes filled only with love. In fact, I knew from the day I gave you the bracelet that you were not brother Zhangtian. Because with the relationship between brother Zhangtian and sister Ling, he would definitely not accept anything I gave him. I see. The clone scratched his head awkwardly and looked at Uchiha Shuai a little embarrassedly. I thought there wouldn't be any problems, but I didn't expect to be found out. The truth was revealed the moment the clone fell in love with Uchiha Shuai. Please take the bracelet back, I have something to do later. The clone took Uchiha Shuai's hand, placed the bracelet in his palm, and prepared to turn around and leave to die with Zhang Tian. No need to take it back, it was originally given to you. Although I don't know why you are the same as brother Zhang Tian, but I know that you are the one who has always been by my side, and this bracelet is for you. Uchiha Shuai hugged the clone from behind, and the two were silent. The evening breeze brought up cherry blossoms and dropped them on the heads of the two people, as if pitying this couple who were unlikely to be together, and making them put on white veils in advance. One is a little fangirl who worships her older brother, and the other is a shadow that is destined to be forgotten. Unlike the well-known infatuation between Obito and Zhang Tian, the clone only silently accompanies Uchiha Shuai. This kind of love is silent, but it is also the most touching. He has the awareness of being a shadow, but he is also a person with independent consciousness. Is it wrong for one person to fall in love with another? There is nothing wrong with love. Love is the most touching thing in the world and it should not be ridiculed. That's enough. Having such an answer is enough. The clone slowly pulled away Uchiha Shuai's arms that were hugging him, turned around and looked at Uchiha Shuai with a smile. Thank you for helping me find the meaning of existence. As a shadow, before his clone fell in love with Uchiha Shuai, he always felt that the meaning of his existence was for Zhang Tian, and he would give everything for Zhang Tian. But for a person with consciousness, he should have other thoughts. Now he knows another meaning of himself as a life. The clone left, and he knew he couldn't escape. If Jiang Tian said he wanted his life, he would definitely kill him. However, it is enough to hear that word of love at the last moment. Companionship is the most lasting confession of love. Even if you are just a shadow, you have the right to embrace love. In the woods, Jiang Tian, watching all this, shook his head, put his hands behind his head, and slowly walked forward, muttering as he walked, "Really, you're making it so emotional, as if I, Jiang Tian, am some unforgivable devil." It seems that the newly transplanted Rinnegan can be used. Ling's sister is also my sister-in-law, so this should be possible. Fuck, but is it appropriate that my brother-in-law is a clone? Never mind. Ling definitely doesn't want to see his sister sad. If all else fails, I'll just give that guy a new body and a new name. That way, he won't have anything to do with me, Jiang Tian. She's someone else's sister-in-law. What does it have to do with me, Jiang Tian? Jiang Tian kept muttering and went to the agreed place to execute the clone. The clone had already arrived at the place of execution. Jiang Tian looked at him indifferently. Although his expression was serious, it was not as violent as before. "It seems you have a clear mind and know that running away is useless." The clone walked forward slowly, no longer having any intention of struggling. He had already received the answer he wanted from Schwer and was satisfied. "Get ready to go." Jiang Tian slowly raised his right hand, the natural energy in his palm surged, and he gently pressed it on the clone's head. In just a moment, violent natural energy poured into the clone's brain, destroying his vitality. With a bang, the clone closed his eyes and fell heavily to the ground, still tightly holding the bracelet given to him by Uchiha Schwer in his hand. At the same time, Uchiha Schwer, who was sitting under the corridor of the wooden house, seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up and looked into the distance. A breeze blew by, and the cherry blossoms fell in the yard again, this time falling directly to the ground in the yard without any hindrance. "The first time the cherry blossoms fluttered in the wind was the first time we met. It was as beautiful as the sight of the cherry blossoms being blown up by the breeze. The second time the cherry blossoms fell on each other's shoulders, it was as if they were wearing a white veil, which meant they were in love. The white veil represents beautiful and pure love. This was the third time that the cherry blossoms fell directly to the ground, indicating that everything had settled and it was time to say goodbye. When you fall in love with someone, you will definitely go through the first two processes, and when you no longer love her, you will encounter the third process. Whether it is knowing each other, falling in love, or parting, it is all beautiful, just like the cherry blossoms dancing in the yard. What I want to say is that the most beautiful thing was when I met him." Jiang Tian picked up the body of his clone and walked towards a base left by the Akatsuki organization. The cherry blossoms in the yard fluttered for the fourth time, and those that fell on the ground were carried high into the sky by the wind. Carrying Uchiha Schwer's thoughts, the obsession of his clone, and the only trace of kindness that Jiang Tian left for him, he floated away. This time the cherry blossoms represent rebirth, and the reunion after separation will definitely be better. In the Akatsuki base, Jiang Tian placed the body of his clone aside, then clasped his hands together and shouted, "Immortality reincarnation." A coffin slowly rose from the ground, and the moment the coffin lid fell, a man walked out from inside. He had long black hair and was wearing a white robe. His eyes widened the moment he saw Jiang Tian. "Jiang Tian, didn't you kill me?" Jiang Tian pointed at the corpse next to him and smiled. "I did kill you, the body is right there." "Then why?" Jiang Tian formed seals with his hands and used fire escape to set fire to the body of the clone that looked exactly like himself. "I used the impure world reincarnation to resurrect you. Let's see how my new body looks like." Jiang Tian took out a mirror and placed it in front of his clone. The person in the mirror looked completely different from Jiang Tian, he was no longer that shadow. "But why are you doing this, and this white robe?" The clone knew that Jiang Tian's favorite thing was to wear a red robe. "Bullshit, you're still asking why I'm doing this. You're dreaming of just dying like this. I created you, and you're thinking of taking a break before you've done anything great for me? The Moon Eye project hasn't even succeeded, and I haven't resurrected Ling yet you want to live in peace. You're dreaming. I reincarnated you to strengthen my control over you so that you will continue to work for me. As for the white dress, I think white looks good too." Jiang Tian sat on the table in the base, chatting seriously with his clone. With his current strength, it didn't matter whether he had a clone to help him or not. As for the white robe, Jiang Tian's favorite color is indeed white. The reason why he doesn't wear it is because white will become dirty once stained with blood. Whether it is your own blood or someone else's, it will be dirty. I still remember that one time Jiang Tian was injured while wearing a white robe, and his chest was stained red with blood. Ling was so anxious that she almost cried when she saw it. Since then, Jiang Tian has never worn a white robe again. "Jiang Tian, thank you." The clone knew in his heart that Jiang Tian had chosen to let him go in another way, which was also the best way, giving himself a new look and a new life. "Don't thank me. I'm the great demon king of the ninja world who started the Fourth World War. I'm not used to people thanking me. There is one more thing, which is your last thing is Jiang Tian's clone." A black stick slowly slid out of Jiang Tian's sleeve, and he walked towards the clone that came out of the dirty world with the black stick. The clone did not resist at all and relaxed calmly, allowing Jiang Tian to continue with the next action. The black stick slowly penetrated the clone's body from behind, and in an instant the clone suddenly opened his eyes. Ripples spread in his pupils, and he possessed the samsara eye that he thought Jiang Tian was strengthening his control over him, but he didn't. He still had consciousness, but because of the black stick, the marks of the impure world reincarnation on his face disappeared. Am I truly alive now? The clone showed a happy expression on his face. Jiang Tian didn't answer that how could he really be alive. If it was really that easy, then he could revive Ling. The clone's current appearance is entirely due to the trick Jiang Tian left behind when he killed him, which allowed him to exist in this appearance. Jiang Tian did not leave any means of control on him, because as long as he removed the dirty land, the clone would disappear. Don't just be happy. Give yourself a name. There is only one Jiang Tian in the world now. The clone was stunned by these words. He never thought that he would have a name one day. The shadow finally touched the light. Although this light was bestowed upon him by Jiang Tian, it was still dazzling. My life was given by you. Please give me a name, Lord Jiang Tian. The clone knelt on one knee with his head lowered, his tone extremely respectful. Jiang Tian frowned as he looked at his clone. He frowned. He was really not good at naming, and the one who was being criticized for being bad at naming might be him. After hesitating for a long time, he tentatively said, "Should I call you Kotaro or Dawang?" Clone. At this moment, the clone felt that he had been fooled. What kind of name was this? Master Jiang Tian, let's just ask, is there a name with more connotations? Be more connotative, let me see. Jiang Tian reached out and touched his forehead. After a moment, he slowly said a name, Shanjian Xinshan. This clone is Jiang Tian's last bit of kindness and also Shadow's rebirth. The clone was very satisfied with the name. He said respectfully, "The new student thanks Lord Jiang Tian for the name." Jiang Tian waved his hand and walked out of the base. "Okay, don't thank me here. I'm sure you can't wait to let Schwer see your new face. From this moment on, there is no more Jiang Tian clone in the world, only a soul living in another body." In the following battles with the allied ninja forces, the allied ninjas all called him Pain's new life.